Chapter 3901. Huangfu Jintian pressed both his hands on Pei Xing's shoulders as he sized him up. Finally, her gaze landed on the pair of eyes that were covered in dark golden flowing light. Your eyes. Huangfu Jintian's white brows creased tightly. Are you all right? Earlier I sensed that you had once again activated the Huangfu family's energy and I was worried about you, so I followed the feeling and rushed over. After seeing Pei Xing's eyes, Huangfu Jintian knew that what he had sensed earlier wasn't an illusion. When Pei Xing heard that, his throat tightened as his eyes stared blankly at the old man in front of him. His heart tightened a little. For so many years. This was the first time he felt concern from an elder. What's the matter? Are you hurt somewhere? Huangfu Jintian saw that he didn't speak for a long time as his white brows creased even tighter. He pulled Pei Xing's arm and took his pulse. Pei Xing regained his senses as he hurriedly shook his head. I'm fine. I'm fine. Luckily. Blood Mercenary Group and Luo rushed over. I'm fine. Huangfu Jintian, who was taking Pei Xing's pulse, frowned even tighter. This child's body was too weak. He could tell that he had absolutely suffered hardships since young. He had to recuperate properly in future. Finding out that Pei Xing's body was weak, Huangfu Jintian's heart doted on Pei Xing even more. He patted Pei Xing's shoulder as he shifted his attention to the surroundings. When he saw the rows of disheveled killers kneeling on the ground, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. What on earth is going on? Huangfu Jintian strode towards the middle of the courtyard. The current him had a cold, hard expression as his dignified and noble aura wasn't concealed at all. Step by step he neared the killers. It suppressed the formless pressure. Yiqing Luo had not expected that Huangfu Jintian would actually rush over. But just from Huangfu Jintian's reaction and performance earlier, he was indeed a qualified elder. His concern towards Pei Xing came from the bottom of his heart. But even after Pei Xing went to Heaven Realm, with Old Master looking after him, he would still be surrounded by danger. There were some things that she had to remind Old Master. Thinking of this, Yiqing Luo squinted her eyes slightly as her pink lips curled up as she spoke out softly. Does Old Master Huangfu really want to know what's going on? Someone dares to hurt my grandson. You're really not putting my Huangfu family in your eyes. Huangfu Jintian was furious to the extreme. He raised his leg and kicked the chest of an assassin. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this matter. There's no need to investigate. Yiqing Luo's lips curled up lazily. Old Master, don't be too full of yourself after all. If you were to slap his face later, it would hurt Ah Sheng's heart. Yiqing Luo's words were already very straightforward. Huangfu Jintian naturally understood the ridicule in her words. Immediately their faces darkened. Yiqing Luo smiled again. Originally I wanted to trouble the brothers from Blood Red to help settle this matter, but now that Old Master Huangfu is here, I shall hand this matter over to Old Master to settle. As Yiqing Luo said that, she looked towards Su Qingbing with a smile. What does Blood Red Group leader think? These killers' assassination target is Pei Xing. How Pei Xing wants to deal with it, we'll deal with it. Su Qingbing cooperated. It was one thing to guess something in her heart. But hearing an outsider saying that the assassination target was Pei Xing, this feeling was another thing. Huangfu Jintian's expression turned even darker. Chapter 3902. Yiqing Luo was obviously passing the right to choose to him. She wanted to see if he cared more about Pei Xing or his other grandchildren. Yes, the other grandchildren. Huangfu Trio. The killers from Heaven Realm, and their target was Pei Xing. It was obvious who the mastermind was. Pei Xing also understood the meaning of Yiqing Luo's words. A trace of paleness appeared on his handsome face. He pursed his lips as he looked at Huangfu Jintian. As though he wanted to know in Huangfu Jintian's heart, what kind of attitude would he use to settle this matter when his grandson did something wrong. Facing the gazes of a few juniors, Zhou Xian nodded. Especially his own grandson, he was extremely careful and hid his nervous gaze. Huangfu Jintian's white brows creased tightly as he gritted his teeth. This matter concerns the Huangfu family, I will. Before he could finish his words, Pei Xing, who was looking at Huangfu Jintian cautiously, suddenly interrupted him. Forget it. Forget it. Huangfu Jintian even suspected that he was hallucinating in his ears. The rest of the people also looked at Pei Xing in astonishment. He was almost killed. And he said forget it? Was there a hole in his brain? That was a killer from Heaven Realm. It was obvious that he wanted his life. Now he had old Master Huangfu as his backing to settle this matter. Shouldn't he make use of this opportunity to let old Master Huangfu cut off the mastermind's chance? So that this kind of assassination would not happen again? Pei Xing actually let it go just like that. The mercenaries present were unable to understand Pei Xing's actions. Bo Songyi's face was gloomy as he stared intently at Pei Xing and Gu Zixi interlocked fingers. His heart was burning with anger. What, forget it? Isn't he afraid of death? A cowardly man, on what basis can he give Zixi happiness? He's not worthy at all. His enraged voice was definitely not soft. It also broke the shocked atmosphere because of Pei Xing. Everyone's gazes turned towards Bo Songyi. Although Huangfu Zhentian felt more or less relieved because of Pei Xing's forget it, Huangfu Zhentian felt a sense of relief in his heart. But when he heard Bo Songyi's rebuke and ridicule, his heart of protecting his child welled up. A pair of fierce and dignified eyes glared at Bo Songyi. Bo Songyi was forced to step back by Huangfu Zhentian's gaze. Gu Zixi also did not understand Pei Xing's actions. She tugged at Pei Xing's arm and looked at him in confusion before shaking her head at him. She also suggested that the best choice was to let the old man handle this matter. However, Pei Xing smiled at her. There was a smile in his eyes. He seemed to be consoling her, telling her not to worry. Gu Zixi still wanted to say something. Yiqing Luo patted her shoulder and shook her head at her. Pei Xing had already made up his mind. This was Pei Xing's own decision. He had his own considerations when he chose to forget it. Gu Zixi pursed her red lips. In the end, she did not speak again. She only held the man's arm tightly with one hand and used her actions to tell him, "She's always been there." The other side. Su Qingbing had already turned to the side and stood in front of Bo Songyi, blocking the old man's gaze. Huangfu Zhentian retracted his gaze and looked back at Pei Xing as he frowned. "You've been wrong today, are you sure? You don't need me to stand up for you?" Pei Xing didn't avoid his gaze this time. Instead he met the old man's gaze and nodded. "I'm sure this matter. Let's forget about it." Chapter 3903. These light words were so minute that if one didn't listen carefully, it was impossible to tell what he was talking about. Because of this, Huangfu Zhentian felt his heart jolting as though it was touched by something. These words were like needles stabbing into his heart. It was so uncomfortable. This child, what kind of life had he led in the past? Was that why he was being so careful now? Not wishing for him to be put in a difficult position, just let go of the chance to take revenge? Huangfu Zhentian was very clear what kind of people his 3 grandchildren were. Even if Pei Xing let them off, those 3 people wouldn't be grateful. On the contrary, they would be insatiable. In a large family like the Huangfu family, Huangfu Zhentian wasn't averse to this kind of battle. But, seeing Pei Xing, he always had a kind of guilt and heartache feeling. Huangfu Zhentian took a look at Pei Xing as his expression was dignified as he spoke resolutely. "Lad, you don't need to say any more. If I can't even protect my own grandson, then what's the point of bringing you back to the Huangfu family? I have my own plans for this matter." Pei Xing opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But looking at Huangfu Zhentian's gaze, he still kept his mouth shut. Huangfu Zhentian patted Pei Xing's shoulder heavily. "Don't worry, no matter what, grandfather will help you to shoulder it." Pei Xing's eyelashes moved as he looked at Huangfu Zhentian in a daze. Somewhere in his heart was being softened bit by bit. His lips moved. "Grandfather," the word grandfather had yet to come out of his mouth. Suddenly he felt a gust of cold wind, bringing along a lady's fragrance. It was accompanied by a lady's anxious voice. "Grandfather. Why aren't you resting in your room? Why did you come out alone?" A slender figure stood in between Pei Xing and Huangfu Zhentian. It was Huangfu Fengyan. Her face was filled with anxiety as she looked at Huangfu Zhentian with an anxious expression, as though she was worried about something. At this distance, she could see the fine sweat on Huangfu Fengyan's forehead. Apparently she had sprinted over. Yiqing Luo specially swept a glance towards the direction where Huangfu Fengyan came from. But she didn't discover those 2 young masters from the Huangfu family. She raised her brows, feeling a little curious. Those 2 people actually didn't follow? Huangfu Fengyan actually came here alone? When he saw Huangfu Fengyan, Huangfu Zhentian's face darkened. His expression was extremely ugly as he gave Huangfu Fengyan a backhand slap. Huangfu Fengyan was hugging onto Huangfu Jintian's arm and was unable to avoid it at all. Like a stone that was ejected, he flew out and fell heavily on the ground. Huangfu Fengyan was stunned by the beating. He sat stiffly on the ground. Around her there were battered and exhausted killers, staring at her with wide eyes. Huangfu Fengyan's heart fell to the bottom. These assassins, all of them failed. As soon as her grandfather saw her, he gave her a slap. In other words, Grandpa already knew. Huangfu Fengyan widened her eyes in horror. No, absolutely not. He couldn't ruin his image in his grandfather's heart. Huangfu Fengyan couldn't be bothered about the intense pain from being slapped flying, and her eyes were red as she looked at Huangfu Jintian pitifully. Grandfather, why did you hit Yen? I don't have a granddaughter like you. Huangfu Jintian's expression remained unchanged. Chapter 3904. She swayed as she stood up. He purposely revealed his red and swollen face from the beating, in an attempt to arouse Huangfu Jintian's pity. Grandfather, don't listen to other people's slanderous words. The Yiqing Luoji. She had previously harmed Yen'er in this way. Huangfu Fengyan pointed at Yiqing Luo as she cried out in grievance. Yiqing Luo. Why did the blame fall onto her again? Huangfu Jintian felt even more disappointed. But, in front of so many people, he tried his best to suppress his anger. Huangfu Fengyan was after all his Huangfu family's fourth Mississippi. This kind of matter, although everyone was well aware of it. But they had to close the door and settle it privately. Otherwise, the entire Huangfu family's reputation would be thrown away. Huangfu Jintian retracted his sharp gaze, and when he looked at Pei Xing, he became even more benevolent than before. He patted Pei Xing lightly. Pei Xing, I will definitely give you an explanation. Really no need. Old master, don't affect Huangfu family because of me. Pei Xing took a look at Huang Fengyan as he shook his head and rejected. The more he rejected, the more old master doted on him. The more he looked at Huang Fengyan, the more vicious his gaze became. Yiqing Luo couldn't help but clicked her tongue when she saw this scene. She crossed her arms in front of her chest as her lips twitched lazily. Following that, she pulled Gu Zixi to her side and whispered into her ear, Your Xing has improved, he actually knows how to scheme. At this point in time, no one knew Pei Xing better than Gu Zixi, so she naturally understood Pei Xing's meaning. She smiled as her eyes revealed some pride. No matter what he does, I like him. Yiqing Luo pinched her. I know you like him, there's no need to keep talking about it. I'm just curious, how did your Xing suddenly light up this skill? White lotuses were not only limited to women. When a man turned white, it was even scarier. For example, the current Pei Xing. He said, forget it. Did he really think that it was over? Not possible. Not possible. How could it be over just like that? If it was according to their previous thoughts. Directly pass this assassination matter to Old Master to handle. Indeed, they could get an explanation. But in the end, the Huangfu trio would absolutely not suffer too much damage. And in the future it might even get worse. For example, he could be even more ruthless. But Pei Xing chose to give up on revenge on purpose. She felt sorry for the old man. Not only did she put herself in the position of a victim, but she also put herself in the position of a pitiful person who was not loved or loved. In this way, how could the old man really let it go? The old master would only feel sorry for Pei Xing. They would not easily let off the mastermind behind the assassination. Even if Huangfu and the other two didn't receive any substantial punishment in the end. However, in the future, the old master would feel guilty and dote on his kind-hearted and relatable little grandson even more. Pei Xing's move. It was a beautiful move. Gu Zixi eyes sparkled as she looked at Pei Xing. Yiqing Luo couldn't stand this simple-minded couple style as she pushed Gu Zixi to Pei Xing's side, interrupting Huangfu Fengyan's sob. Old man, it's getting late. Everyone should disperse. Xing and Zixi wounds need to be treated as well. Mention the wound. The old man felt even more guilty. Chapter 3905. Pei Xing hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Huangfu Fengyan's direction and shook his head. There's no need. I still have to tidy up this courtyard. An assassin had broken in. And a fight. The courtyard was already in shambles. Huangfu Jintian still wanted to say something. Yiqing Luo continued. Old master, Zixi is an alchemist. With Zixi taking care of her, you don't have to worry. After saying that, she glanced meaningfully at the assassins. The old man must have other things to deal with, right? Huangfu Jintian's expression swiftly became extremely gloomy. His cold eyes looked at the miserable assassins on the ground, then looked at Huangfu Fengyan. He snorted coldly, his majestic anger surging. Huangfu Fengyan felt a chill run down her spine. There was only one thought in his mind. That was, he absolutely could not admit it. Once she admitted it, she would lose everything she had now. Huangfu Jintian's gaze grew fiercer and fiercer. After staring at Huangfu Fengyan for a while, he forcefully closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the emotions on his face were much calmer. He clasped his hands at Su Qingbing with a solemn expression. Bloody leader, thank you for your help today. I Huangfu Jintian will remember your kindness. I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. Then he said, can you let me handle these assassins? It's not really a favor. Bloody mercenary group didn't come here to save Pei Sheng. Su Qingbing's lips curled into a smile. As for these assassins, if old Master Huangfu wants them, feel free to take them. Not to save that brat. Huangfu Jintian caught the main point and frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? As profound practitioners of the heaven realm, which was above the earth realm, basically he did not know much about the people or forces in the lower realms. But there were 3 great forces in the land, and even old Master Huangfu, who was in the heaven, had heard of them. One was the gathering place of lunatics, the underworld palace. One of them was the Linglong Palace, which nurtured the saintesses of the 3 main cities. The other was the bloody mercenary group in this world. Even if bloody mercenary group was the second-ranked mercenary group, his reputation rose like a crane. This was because the number 1 mercenary group had already developed to the heaven realm. And this bloody mercenary group was also known as the second mercenary group to develop their forces into heaven realm. Huangfu Jintian's attitude towards Su Qingbing was so gentle. Aside from the fact that Bloody had saved Pei Sheng, he was also impressed by the bloody mercenary's abilities. Su Qingbing raised her slender eyebrows as a playful smile appeared on her beautiful face. She walked towards Pei Sheng. No, to be more precise, it was Gu Zishi who was walking towards Pei Sheng. He then raised his hand and placed it lazily on Gu Zishi's shoulder. As he raised his head, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. There was an indescribable meaning in his smile. I brought my Bloody Red's elite troops here to save my troublesome vice regiment commander. Saving Pei Sheng was just a convenience. So, old Master Huangfu, you really don't have to take it to heart. Vice leader. Gu Zishi. This news caused Huangfu Jintian to be stunned. The one who had the most exaggerated reaction was Huangfu Fengyan. She almost bounced up from the ground and glared at Gu Zishi. Her voice was trembling. Her vice regiment commander. Are you kidding me? Su Qingbing tilted her head and glanced sideways at Huangfu Fengyan. Chapter 3906. No. I don't believe. Huangfu Fengyan's eyes widened in disbelief as her body staggered. She had naturally heard of the Blood Mercenary Group's name. She also knew that it was a mercenary group which many large forces admired. Gu Zishi, that slut, was just a lowly slut who could only cling on to Pei Sheng's illegitimate son. How could she change so quickly? And become the vice group leader of the Blood Mercenary Group? Vice group leader. It wasn't as simple as the Blood Mercenary Group. That was second only to the group leader. Huangfu Fengyan couldn't believe that the lady whom she had belittled would have such a powerful background. Huangfu Fengyan's sharp voice made Pei Sheng regain his senses. He also widened his eyes in shock and astonishment. He only knew that Gu Zishi and the Blood Mercenary Group had a good relationship. It was rumored that Gu Zishi had saved the Blood Mercenary Group's group leader on the West Cliff Mountain, hence the Blood Mercenary Group would occasionally help Gu Zishi or gather treasures. But he had never thought that Gu Zishi and the Blood Mercenary Group had such a deep relationship. In his mind, he suddenly recalled what Yiqing Luo said previously. Gu Zishi gave up everything in the Earth realm and followed him to the Heaven realm. This everything. He didn't think too deeply at that time. Until now. He finally understood. This everything was really Gu Zishi's everything. She could even give up the identity of the Blood Mercenary Group's vice group leader. Gu Zishi's feelings for him. How deep was it? Pei Sheng only felt his heart suddenly constricting. As if something was squeezing it tightly. His eyes felt a little warm and sore. He looked at Gu Zishi without blinking. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and hugged Gu Zixi petite body tightly in his arms. His head rested on Gu Zixi's shoulder. He said firmly, "Zixi, when we reach the heaven realm we'll get married." Get married. These two words made Gu Zixi grab Pei Xing's clothes tightly in surprise. Her eyes instantly turned red as she nodded her head vigorously. The two of them hugged each other tightly. On the other side, Huangfu Jintian took a deep look at the two of them hugging each other and looked at Su Qingbing. Although he didn't show it on his face. But in his heart he was shocked when he heard this news. In his heart, he was even more satisfied with his grandson and the woman that he had taken a liking to. In his heart, a decision was slowly forming. His expression was solemn as he looked at Su Qingbing and said, "Regardless of the reason why Leader Scarlet had intervened, it is a fact that Leader Scarlet has saved that boy. I will definitely remember this kindness. As for other matters, don't worry, Leader Scarlet. Since I've personally brought that boy and Lady Gu to the heaven realm, I will definitely protect them." Any intelligent person would be able to tell. Su Qingbing had purposely revealed the reason why Gu Zixi was the vice leader of Bloody. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to show Gu Zixi how powerful she was. At the same time, it would change Gu Zixi's position in the Huangfu family's heart. It was also a warning to old Master Huangfu. Gu Zixi was not someone without a backer. If Gu Zixi was injured in the heaven realm, Bloody mercenary group would be the first to stand behind Gu Zixi and take revenge for her with all their might. The group of people said a few more words. Old Master Huangfu dragged Huangfu Fengyan away. The bloody mercenaries followed behind Elder Huangfu with the assassins in tow. After a while the courtyard quietened down again. Yiqing Luo took a look at the two who were still hugging each other tightly inside. What a pair of silly lovers. Muddle-headedly registered for the QQ reading character ranking. The babies helped to make a heart sign and gave a like. They didn't wish to rush into the top 40, they only wished to be in the top 100 and not let the crippled 7 emperors appear too desolate. Chapter 3907. She simply shifted her gaze away and looked at Su Qingbing, who had yet to leave. Su Qingbing still maintained a lazy posture. That dignified look on her elegant face had been retracted by quite a bit. She just raised her head and looked at that figure on the wall. Between her beautiful eyes, there was some brilliance flowing. But when Yiqing Luo took a careful look, it was a stretch of deep without a single bit of emotion. She followed Su Qingbing's gaze. On the wall, the red-robed man who was standing against the wind met her eyes expressionlessly. The person Su Qingbing was looking at was Zhu Wuxia. She raised her brows, feeling that she seemed to have discovered something incredible. "Since he's safe, I'll make a move first. I'll leave these two fools in your care." Su Qingbing seemed to have sensed Yiqing Luo's gaze and immediately retracted her gaze, as she pretended not to mind and waved her hand. Yiqing Luo's eyes curved into a crescent shape as her figure moved and appeared next to Su Qingbing. She raised her hand and hooked onto Su Qingbing's shoulder. The young lady gave a teasing smile as she teased, "Why? Are you in a hurry to leave, afraid that I'll see through some secret that I shouldn't see?" Su Qingbing's beautiful eyes flashed as she subconsciously looked at Zhu Wuxia. After this action was done, Su Qingbing then realized that she had been hooked. Yiqing Luo's smile deepened. Her curved brows and narrow long eyes outlined an arc, like a blooming datura flower, so alluring that it made one suffocated. Tisk. Su Qingbing's look made Yiqing Luo even more interested. He was really curious. What had happened between Su Qingbing and Zhu Wuxia? He could tell. Su Qingbing's impression of Zhu Wuxia was very deep. I have to return to Blood Color headquarters first." Su Qingbing's hair stood on end from Yiqing Luo's meaningful smile. She hurriedly found an excuse. She turned around and hurriedly leapt up the wall. On top of the wall, Su Qingbing intentionally halted her footsteps. Her vision clashed with Zhu Wuxia. In just a few breaths' time, she raised her breath again and her figure flashed as she blended into the night. The courtyard, which had turned into ruins, fell into a strange silence. That pair of foolish lovers were still hugging each other, unwilling to part. A fool is a fool. Hugging each other and feeling each other's warmth, this was their happiness. But Yiqing Luo shot a glance at the both of them as her lips suddenly curled into a crafty arc. Then he lifted his leg and kicked Pei Xing's butt. Pei Xing's entire body was kicked forward by the force. Gu Zixi almost lost her footing. Following that, several medicine bottles were stuffed into their arms. Get out of the house and make love. Yiqing Luo turned their bodies around and pushed them towards the room which wasn't affected by the battle earlier. Pei Xing was forcefully pushed to the door as he struggled to turn his head around to take a look at Yiqing Luo. But because of Yiqing Luo's strength, he was unable to resist at all. Ah Luo, don't tell me you don't like our relationship because His Majesty is not here and you can't stand it? Yiqing Luo's expression instantly sunk. The hand that grabbed Pei Xing's shoulder suddenly tightened. Ah! Pei Xing screamed miserably as his shoulder struggled to pull away from Yiqing Luo's palm. It was so painful that he almost cried. Yiqing Luo gave a fake smile. If you still want to hug a beauty to sleep tonight, you'd better shut your mouth and roll into the room. Pei Xing, this smile is so scary. He swiftly hugged Gu Zixi tightly as he escaped into the room. Chapter 3908. In the courtyard there was only Yiqing Luo left. She then stretched her body lazily. As she yawned, she looked towards the red figure standing on the wall. The show has ended, aren't you leaving? Zhu Xian's vision from the start was fixed on her. When he saw the young lady's languid look, her long and narrow eyes were filled with a lazy misty look towards him. His eyes glowed with a bright light. Even his pitch-black pupils involuntarily contracted. His hands which were hanging by his side clenched into fists. Especially when that young lady yawned with a soft and coquettish voice rang. His body almost instantly turned stiff and taut. For a long time the man didn't reply. Yiqing Luo lowered her hands as she raised her brows at him. Meeting with Zhu Xian's scorching gaze. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she tilted her head, her eyes revealing a smile which didn't look like a smile. Have you seen enough? This sentence made Zhu Xian have a response. His thin lips moved slightly as his voice was very cold. Not enough. If you're still conscious, then please go ahead. Take care, I won't send you off. Yiqing Luo intentionally ignored his provocative words as she impatiently waved her hand. Zhu Xian instead flew down from the wall. He got close to Yiqing Luo. The red-robed man and red-robed young lady's figures intertwined. Yiqing Luo didn't evade. Instead she faced the man's approaching face, raising her head as her lips curled into a bright smile. This smile, like a blooming poppy flower, giving off a suffocating charm. Magnified under his eyes. Zhu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Immediately after, his body abruptly pulled away from Yiqing Luo. His eyes were flickering with erratic emotions. Yiqing Luo revealed an understanding smile. She was very clear. The more she expressed that she didn't want to interact with him, Zhu Xian would be insatiable, wanting to leave a place in her heart. On the contrary, she cooperated with Zhu Xian's words. Zhu Xian would be even more shy than her. Looking at Yiqing Luo's teasing smile, Zhu Xian's pupils contracted. He suddenly stretched out his hand and clasped Yiqing Luo's wrist as his eyes stared straight at her. Do you think that I don't dare to do anything to you? Yes. Yiqing Luo replied straightforwardly. If you dare, when I just arrived at the Earth realm, you painstakingly imprisoned me for half a month, and erased all my memories, you would have done it. The hand that was clasping her wrist suddenly tightened. Even Zhu Wuxin stiffened for a moment. Even now you still blame me. Zhu Wuxin stared at her. It was not a question but a statement. It would be a lie to say that I don't blame him. Yiqing Luo didn't try to hide it. No matter which woman it is, if she was kidnapped by another man and imprisoned by his side for as long as half a month, would she not blame that man? Zhu Wuxin's eyes darkened and he clenched his fists. His slender fingers pressed onto Yiqing Luo's wrist, causing some pain. Zhu Xian didn't bother about Yiqing Luo's slightly creased brows because of the pain, but instead pressed down even tighter. Even the words that came out of his mouth were mixed with the meaning of gnashing his teeth. I shouldn't have been soft on you in the first place. Not soft. His meaning was that he should have taken the opportunity to eat her up in the first place. Yiqing Luo laughed lightly, but there wasn't any hint of a smile in her eyes. If you really did that, then between us there would no longer be any feelings. The next time we meet we will be enemies. Enemies too. At least you will not belong to that man. Zhu Wuxin's eyes seemed to be surging with waves. Chapter 3909. Yiqing Luo frowned. Looking at the madness in Zhu Wuxin's eyes, her heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously wanted to break free from Zhu Wuxin's grip. However, Zhou Wuxin tightened his grip. He reached out with his long arms. He then pressed Yiqing Luo heavily into his arms. The plum fragrance which assaulted her nostrils made Yiqing Luo's slender brows crease tightly in discomfort. He struggled. Zhou Wuxin. Woman, you are really heartless. Zhou Wuxin was almost gnashing his teeth next to her ear. This time I really do not want to go easy on you. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted strength in his arm. The man's warm breath rushed over from a close distance. There was also a hint of fragrance mixed with it that made her feel alarmed. Almost at the instant the man lowered his head. Yiqing Luo's eyes flashed coldly. His dark force burst forth. He flipped his palm intending to attack Zhou Wuxin and avoid his approach. It was at this moment. A heavy groan sounded beside his ear. The hand on his waist suddenly loosened. What replaced it was another strong and powerful force. The familiar fragrance of sandalwood wafted into his nose. Yiqing Luo turned her head happily. Sure enough, she saw her man appear behind her. Zhou Xian had one arm around her waist. His expression was noble and elegant as his gaze was filled with a chilly glint as he stared intently at Zhou Wuxin. I'm late. The man's deep and mellow voice instantly soothed Yiqing Luo's restless heart. His large and thick palms pulled the young girl's delicate body into his embrace. It was different, thick and sturdy. A different kind of warmth. It was a different taste. It was a completely different feeling from Zhou Wuxin. Zhou Xian was the feeling she wanted to have the most. Yiqing Luo's eyelashes trembled slightly. Suddenly, she raised her lips and tightly wrapped her arms around the man's firm waist. She buried her face in his chest. Struck by the palm, Zhou Wuxin had to retreat several steps before he could stabilize himself. The flame-like red swayed. After Yiqing Luo absorbed the warmth, she popped her head out to take a look at Zhou Wuxin. He felt that the current Zhou Wuxin had a gloomy feeling, as if the flames all over his body were about to be extinguished. As if I had lost all my lifelight. He seemed to have sensed her gaze. Zhou Wuxin clutched his chest and looked at her with a pale face. His eyes met hers. A smile appeared on his grave and stern face. His lips curled up slightly. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice. Yiqing Luo couldn't help but creased her slender brows once again. He didn't have time to think about it. A large palm suddenly covered her eyes. In front of him there was only warmth and he couldn't see anything. Don't look at him. The man's domineering voice rang in her ears, and there was a hint of jealousy in his tone. Then he raised his head and looked at Zhou Wuxin. His entire body exuded a chill. Zhou Wuxin, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened last time. You dare to play the same trick again? The moment he opened his mouth. He was not angry, but he exuded an imposing aura. Zhou Wuxin sneered. What? I merely touched her, yet you're already so furious. Could it be that you think she's dirty? As soon as he said that, the surrounding temperature had also dropped to the extreme. Zhou Xian's eyes gleamed coldly. The murderous aura was also sweeping wildly. But Zhou Wuxin laughed crazily. That grave and stern face looked extremely insane. Both their profound rays intertwined. Just as it was about to explode. Suddenly, a slender fair hand gently placed on the back of the hand which covered her eyes. Slowly it pulled that hand down. The young lady's eyes regained its clarity. Chapter 39:10. The young lady's alluring face was filled with calmness. The corners of his lips curled into a mocking sneer. Even the gaze which she shot towards Zhou Wuxin was filled with viciousness. This gaze made Zhou Wuxin's heart felt as though it was pierced by something as it trembled fiercely. As though something was gradually disappearing between him and Yiqing Luo. The red-robed man's eyes were filled with madness. At this moment there was finally a slight fluctuation. The wind brought along the young lady's ridiculing laughter. Zhou Wuxin, do you think that after knowing that you imprisoned me for nearly half a month, I will still be defenseless against you? Zhou Wuxin, do you think that after doing this I will belong to you again? Zhou Wuxin. The dirty person is you. The young lady spoke each word extremely clearly. Her voice was very sweet. But in Zhou Wuxin's ears, it was like a sharp blade fiercely slicing his eardrums. That sharp blade went down from his ears to his heart. And then slowly sliced his heart bit by bit. Unbearable pain. Zhou Wuxin shut his eyes tightly. From the moment you made a move against me earlier, I was completely certain. Earlier you stopped me several times, not allowing me to rush over to save Pei Xing, obviously. On purpose. At that moment, Yiqing Luo was already suspicious towards Zhu Wu Xian's appearance. But because it was Zhu Wu Xian, she didn't investigate further. Because she knew that Zhu Wu Xian's obsession towards her would absolutely not harm her. So she chose to believe in Zhu Wu Xian. Until just now. When she smelled that fragrance from the man, Yiqing Luo then realized that everything was because she was too naive. From the start of Zhu Wu Xian's appearance till now, all had a motive. Yiqing Luo. Zhu Wu Xian heard Yiqing Luo's ridiculing words. And when she looked at him, that disappointment and ridicule. His heart felt as though it was being sliced into pieces. He subconsciously wanted to explain, Yiqing Luo is not. Are you trying to say that it's not what I think? Yiqing Luo interrupted his words, as her smile became even more contemptuous. Even between his brows, there was a mocking smile that was not a smile. Zhu Wu Xian. Suddenly she called his name in a serious tone. The young lady withdrew herself from Dmo Xian's embrace as she lifted her light footsteps and walked towards him. The girl's expression was cold and her picturesque eyebrows were filled with killing intent. Zhu Wu Xian felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. He was so nervous that he could only stare at the girl's approaching face and clench his fists tightly, waiting for her to continue. You want to explain, right? Alright, I'll give you a chance. She stood 3 steps away from Zhu Wu Xian. Then she raised her eyes and stared straight into his eyes. Zhu Wu Xian's heart skipped a beat again. Do you dare look me in the eye and tell me that your appearance today is not a coincidence but an accident? Zhu Wu Xian's eyes darkened. Even his cold face was covered with a layer of frost. This reaction. Even if he didn't answer. Yiqing Luo had already gotten her answer. She sneered and looked at Zhu Wu Xian. She couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Wu Xian, if you really want to lie to me, you should lie to the end. I want to lie to you. Zhu Wu Xian's expression was gloomy and cold as his eyes stared deadly at Yiqing Luo, as a whirlpool appeared in between his brows. But I know that the minute I really lie to you, you will really become a stranger to me. It's not fake. Yiqing Luo smiled. Her smile was gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. Chapter 39:11. It wasn't fake. Which meant, no matter what his answer was, like strangers, these 4 words couldn't be fake. Zhu Wu Xian's heartstrings quivered. He thought. After Yiqing Luo found out that he had imprisoned her for half a month, she wasn't too angry and still treated him the same as before. He thought. Yiqing Luo wouldn't blame him. But he had never expected Yiqing Luo to be so resolute. So resolute that when he intended to do it for the second time, she would not hesitate to cut off all relations with him. His heart, as compared to the first time he met her, was even more painful from her cold attitude and when she totally didn't recognize him. It was so painful that he was about to die. He thought. He was already numb and no matter how painful it was, he could maintain his calmness, to stand calmly in front of Yiqing Luo and continue his stubbornness. But the feeling now proved that his thought was really just a thought. His heart would hurt. When he met with the young lady's icy cold gaze, his heart would surge with waves. Not to mention standing in front of her. Now he only had the urge to escape from her accusing gaze. Zhu Wu Xian, you're still working with the secluded palace, right? You want to help the secluded palace to deal with the people around me, right? Even when Yiqing Luo saw his cold face, that complicated and painful expression, she didn't let him off. She was still overbearing. The imposing manner became more and more pressing. The expression on Zhu Wu Xian's face became even more conflicted. He moved his thin lips and his voice sounded a little hoarse. No. It's not like that, He wanted to explain, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he licked his dry lips and stopped the words from leaving his mouth. Immediately after, his thin lips pursed, not saying a word. Yiqing Luo waited for a moment and on seeing him maintaining his silence, her lips curled into a sneer of ridicule. Explain, I'm not being unreasonable. If you don't want to listen to your explanation, I'll give you a chance to explain. Zhu Wu Xian continued to stare at her without blinking, not saying a word. Yiqing Luo's gaze towards him became even colder. Since you're not going to explain, then I'll speak according to my understanding. Her brows rose as her tone was filled with ridicule. Do you think that after breaking my wings I can only choose to rely on you? Zhu Wuxian, do you think I'm such a person? No. Light flickered in Zhu Wuxian's eyes and he wanted to answer. However, he still held back and did not say it out loud. If Yiqing Luo was that kind of person, he would absolutely not take another look at her. But it was precisely because he knew this. He wanted to see even more after Yiqing Luo lost everything. What would they become? At that time, would his obsession still be as deep as it was now? Zhu Wuxian, just give up. Even if you want to break my wings, even if you want to separate me and Xian. This lifetime, the next lifetime, the next lifetime, no matter how long it takes. I, Yiqing Luo, will never choose you. Yiqing Luo's voice was cold and ruthless. The sonorous voice was like a huge hammer that landed heavily on Zhu Wuxian's heart. Zhu Wuxian's body shook violently. He flicked his sleeves. A cool breeze swept past. Several sharp sounds of wind could be heard in the air. The red figure had already disappeared before his eyes. In her resolute words, Zhu Wuxian fled in panic. Yiqing Luo was expressionless, as though she had no emotions towards his escape. Only after she was sure that Zhu Wuxian's presence had completely disappeared. Chapter 39:12. The young lady's face was pale and there was no longer that overbearing aura from earlier on. Her petite body was caught by someone. Tightly, she was brought into a warm and spacious embrace. Lil Luo Dmo Xian's voice was filled with anxiety and worry. Yiqing Luo wanted to open her eyes and smile at him to reassure him. But the minute she opened her eyes, it was a patch of blood color before her eyes which immediately turned into a patch of pitch black. She was unable to open her eyes. The dizziness in her head made her lose the ability to think. Finally, under Dmo Xian's gentle and affectionate call of Lil Luo, she completely lost all consciousness. Lil Luo, Sensing the change in Yiqing Luo's breathing, Dmo Xian's voice suddenly rose as his shimmering eyes stared intently at the person in his arms. After checking the young lady's pulse, Dmo Xian's expression turned darker. His fingers clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words, Zhu Wuxian. Damn that Zhu Wuxian. No matter if Lil Luo would forgive Zhu Wuxian, he would absolutely not forgive her. Dmo Xian tightened his arms as he raised his voice and called out in a low voice, Xian Beiyuan. 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared in the night sky. Guard this place, don't let other blind things come near. Dmo Xian instructed and carried Yiqing Luo as he flew away. Tang Beiyuan stared blankly at the direction where Dmo Xian left, watching his figure disappear completely. She then regained her senses as she slowly stood up. The man on the side was tall and imposing, with a handsome face, but his brows were rigid and solemn. The man's vision had been on Tang Beiyuan. Seeing that she stood up and was still in a daze, he comforted her, Madam will be fine. Hearing the man's voice, Tang Beiyuan's eyelashes fluttered. When she raised her head, her lips curled into a smile. I know. With the overlord around, Madam will definitely be fine. She had seen with her own eyes how much her master cared about Yiqing Luo. Her daze wasn't because she was worried about Yiqing Luo, but very envious. Envious of the relationship between the overlord and Madam. No matter what time it was, it would always make one laugh unknowingly. As for her, even though her fiancé was by her side, he could even touch it with his hand. However, she still felt as if they were thousands of miles apart and out of reach. Tang Beiyuan lowered her eyes and the smile on her face disappeared. Yuan, The man sensed that Tang Beiyuan was upset. He raised his hand and placed it on her shoulder in confusion. What's wrong? Tang Beiyuan raised her head and stared blankly at Lang Xian, who was a head taller than her. Soon a smile appeared on his face. I'm fine. Lang Xian caressed her face and didn't ask any more questions. The man wiped his face with his slightly cold hand. Tang Beiyuan instinctively reached out and grabbed his hand. Lang Xian was startled and looked at her doubtfully. Tang Beiyuan gritted her teeth, mustered up her courage and placed the man's hand on her waist. Then she turned around and hooked her arms around his neck. It's been a long time since we've been this close. To be more precise, it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Every time they met, it was just a hurried glance. After that, they would leave in a hurry. Not to mention a hug to feel each other's warmth. There wasn't even a chance to greet each other. Chapter 39:13. Lang Li Xian had just finished his words when he used his actions to express his attitude. He pulled Tang Buan's hand away and widened the distance between the both of them. Immediately after, he leapt up the wall in the dark and his entire figure was hidden in the darkness. Tang Buan stood in a daze on the spot. The hands which were pulled away by the man were still hanging stiffly in the air. After some time he slowly retracted his hands. There seemed to be a man's touch on her wrists. There seemed to be a man's scent in her nose. Tang Buan's lips suddenly twitched as she gave a soft laugh. She turned her head and walked towards the other side of the wall. Hiding in the dark with the man on the left and right. And completely hiding the sparkling eyes which flashed past her eyes. Qiao residence. Zhou Xian carried Yiqing Luo back to the room. His fiery appearance was accompanied by a powerful pressure. It made those who had just returned to the Qiao residence ran out of the room in shock. It was so late at night, this was very scary, all right? They thought that the secluded palace had made a comeback. But after seeing the unconscious Yiqing Luo, everyone couldn't stand still as they flocked over. Kitty Li was carried out from Zomo's arms and she was still rubbing her eyes sleepily, but when she saw Yiqing Luo being placed on the bed, her eyes suddenly opened wide. She scurried out of Zomo's arms and pounced towards the bed. Sister. What happened to sister? What happened to her? Kitty Li held Yiqing Luo's hand but realized that her hand was ice cold. Old Lai didn't feel well. Earlier at the Treasures Exchange Hall, wasn't she still fine? How long has it been? In his impression, Yiqing Luo and the Overlord were on the same level of abnormality. No one could hurt her. So on the way back to the Qiao residence, they didn't specially wait for Yiqing Luo. No one had expected. It was such a coincidence. Yiqing Luo was coincidentally injured. Gui Wu stood in the crowd as he frowned slightly. Apparently he was puzzled over why Yiqing Luo was injured and was carried back by Zhou Xian. She's fine. Among the many concerned voices, Zhou Xian's slightly hoarse voice rang. He also successfully suppressed the voices of those who were talking at once. Zhou Xian sat on the bedside. Kitty Li looked at Zhou Xian and then at Yiqing Luo. Under Zomo's tugging, he reluctantly let go of Yiqing Luo's hand and gave up his position to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian held Yiqing Luo's hand, using his broad palm to warm Yiqing Luo's hand as he continued to speak calmly. I'm here, everyone, don't worry. Everyone turned pale and wanted to ask more questions. But looking at Zhou Xian's expression. However, none of them dared to ask. In the end, Gui Wu took the lead and walked out of the room. Only then did the others leave the room one after another, looking back every few steps. After closing the door, Kitty Li pursed her lips. She grabbed Zomo's hand with displeasure and worry, pinching it from time to time. What's wrong with my sister? Di Zun and brother-in-law didn't say anything. How can I be at ease? The Overlord is more worried about her than any of us. Zhou Mo caressed Kitty Li's head. Since the Overlord says it's fine, then Xiaoqing Luo will be fine. Qing Luo Shi. Suddenly, a soft but emotionless voice was heard from the crowd. Everyone's gazes turned towards the direction of the voice. Chapter 39:14. Drugged unconscious? What kind of joke was that? Yiqing Luo, that kind of pervert. She was a top-tier alchemist. How could she be drugged unconscious? It's the truth. Mo Ying blinked her empty eyes and repeated seriously, you can ask her when she wakes up. Looking at the little loli's serious look, everyone was still in disbelief. After all, drugging had always been Yiqing Luo's specialty. I believe you. Suddenly, a deep voice was heard. Qiao Yinyan had appeared at the corner of the long corridor and was slowly walking towards their direction. The moment Qiao Yinyan appeared, everyone stopped their discussion. The man walked slowly to Mo Ying, his gaze was deep like the sea and his silver hair hung down his cheeks, adding a mysterious and noble feeling to the man. Mo Ying raised her head and blinked as she looked at the approaching figure. The aura from the man made her heart, or rather her soul, had a restless feeling. It was very uncomfortable and she didn't like this feeling. She wanted to avoid it. But Qiao Yinyan seemed to see through her thoughts as he stretched out his hand and blocked in front of her. The man's gaze was burning as if he could see through Mo Ying's soul. You have always been sensitive to the people you care about and can easily see the condition of others. This point. You still haven't changed. Mo Yu Ying's brows were tightly knitted together as she looked at him with her empty eyes. However, his pupils were not focused at all, and there was not the slightest bit of spirit in them. When these eyes looked over, for a moment it made one feel that this pair of eyes were already blind. Anyone who was stared at by such empty eyes for a long time would have a creepy feeling. However, Qiao Yinyan met her gaze and gently curved his thin lips. He smiled and said, "Even your expression of disgust hasn't changed." Mo Yu Ying's stiff expression loosened for a moment. When the others heard this sweet, cloying words, all of them rubbed their arms. How did Qiao Yinyan see the bored expression on Mo Yu Ying's face? That was obviously expressionless, okay? That was what everyone thought in their hearts. But as the person involved, Mo Yu Ying was shocked. She had always been unable to express her emotions. Her face was stiff. His eyes were lifeless. Even his voice was completely emotionless. In addition, she couldn't even express ordinary emotions. Even a sensitive lady like Yi Qingluo would not be able to detect her emotions. This man in front of him, yet he could see through her heart so easily? Could it be that she really knew him before? After Lin Mingya invited him out of the room, the chatter outside the door continued. Zhou Xian looked at the unconscious young girl. His fingertips covered the young girl's slightly furrowed brows and gently smoothed her brows. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, an invisible wave spread out in the room, forming an oval transparent barrier that enveloped the entire room. It also successfully blocked out the noisy discussion outside the door. He held the girl's cold hand tightly, one hand on his cheek and the other on his mouth to warm it. His peerless face was filled with a peaceful expression of pampering. There was not the slightest hint of anxiety or unease. He wasn't worried that this medicine would cause any harm or influence to Yi Qingluo, because this was the medicine which Zhu Wu Xian had given to Yi Qingluo. Even if Zhu Wu Xian was working together with the secluded palace, he would absolutely not hurt Yi Qingluo. Chapter 39:15. But he was unable to ascertain when Yi Qingluo would wake up. Mo Xian's eyes were fixated on the young lady's peaceful sleeping face without blinking. Her eyes were calm, pure and beautiful. But that pair of icy cold hands couldn't be warmed up no matter what. His broad palm closed over one of her small hands. The other hand stretched out his slender fingers, gently caressing the young lady's icy cold but peaceful facial features. After gazing at it for some time, he sighed softly. Straightening himself, he took off his coat. Lifting up a corner of the blanket, he burrowed into it. Even though she was covered in the blanket, the young lady's body was still icy cold. Mo Xian laid on one side, his arms scooped the young lady into his arms. Using his own warmth, he enveloped the young lady completely. If it wasn't for the fact that the young lady's breathing was smooth and her pulse was steady, this icy cold touch, it was indeed very scary. The person in his arms seemed to have felt the source of warmth. Her little body shrunk into the man's arms. Her peaceful little face revealed a blissful and satisfied smile. Mo Xian placed his chin on her head. Feeling the person in his arms infected with his warmth, his scent. The last time in the Nirvana realm's passageway to the upper realm, he was careless and allowed Zhu Wu Xian to snatch Lil Luo away. That was close to half a month's time. Lil Luo was imprisoned in such a state by Zhu Wu Xian. This time, how long would Lil Luo sleep for? Yi Qingluo's head was groggy, as though she was being pressed down heavily by something. She was so exhausted that she couldn't even move a muscle. She creased her brows in pain. She wanted to raise her hand to rub her temples. But her arms were stiff and so heavy that she couldn't lift them at all. She struggled to open her heavy eyes, trying to see clearly what was going on with her. But when she opened her eyes, the surroundings were all white and there was nothing at all. Deathly silence. Where was this? Why was she here? She remembered. She sensed that something was wrong with Zhu Wu Xian and wanted to leave. But Zhu Wu Xian stretched out his hand and pulled her. There was a strange smell coming from Zhu Wu Xian's body. That smell. It was a knockout drug that could make a person unconscious. However, even if she reacted, she would not be able to. However, he still couldn't help but smell that scent. She seemed to have held on till Zhu Wu Xian left and she fell into Mo Xian's arms. Xian. Wasn't she in Xian's arms? That was absolute safety. Why did she suddenly appear here? And it's so uncomfortable? Yiqing Luo's mind was filled with doubts but was unable to get an answer. Just then, the vast expanse of whiteness in front of him suddenly dispersed. Then a 10,000 feet tall cliff appeared in front of him. She didn't have time to react to what was going on. Suddenly his body, which was so heavy that he couldn't move at all, fell down the cliff at an extremely fast speed. It was extremely fast. Yiqing Luo could feel the sharp wind like a knife cutting her skin. The wind whistled past her ears, irritating her eardrums. She wanted to resist. However, his stiff body was unable to move. He took a deep breath to alleviate the pressure of falling. There was a sharp pain in her heart, causing her to be unable to concentrate. His body continued to fall and continued to fall. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter what, he couldn't touch the end point. Yiqing Luo tried her best to concentrate, as her vision suddenly fixed on a certain spot. Not too far away from her. An illusory figure was faintly discernible. Even though her falling speed was extremely fast. But that figure was still firmly fixed in her pupils. QQ Readings Character Ranking. May I trouble my babies to help me make a heart sign and label them? Not hoping to charge into the top 40, but to be able to maintain within the top 100. Chapter 39:16. Who was that? Yiqing Luo widened her eyes, trying to see the true face of that figure. However, the speed at which she was falling caused her eyes to be half open and blurry. Plus that figure seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of white mist, illusory, making that figure look like an immortal, extremely mysterious. Yiqing Luo saw it even more unreal. Just as she was feeling bewildered, that figure suddenly moved. Her wrist lifted lightly, the gauze slid down, revealing her fair wrist. Her slender fingers were as smooth as jade, and there was even a thin layer of pale velvet light lingering around them. Every move, it seemed to draw out a white ray sweeping past Yiqing Luo's eyes. In her ear she could faintly hear an inaudible gentle voice. "Child, close your eyes." That voice, gentle like the wind, seeped into her heart from her eardrums. Not knowing why, Yiqing Luo's heart actually had a kind of twitching feeling. It was as if he had been tightly gripped by an ice-cold palm. Made her breathing become tight. Almost like a physical instinct. She listened to that voice, closed her eyes. Which was the moment she closed her eyes. Yiqing Luo seemed to see that white ray as fast as lightning heading straight for her face. She couldn't react in time. Her brain suddenly flooded with a large piece of complex and obscure totem. Large piece after large piece quickly eroding her brain. Her brain immediately seemed to be squeezed by these totem about to explode. She wanted to hug her headache and groan. But her whole body seemed to be imprisoned by a strong force, unable to move. Not knowing if it was an illusion. The moment she closed her eyes, Lin Sanju smiled. Her body seemed to have stopped falling, suspended in midair. Ugh! A painful groan came from her nose. The totem continued to surge, constantly converging towards her heart. Suddenly Yiqing Luo felt a scorching heat in her heart. No. More accurately, it was the profound jade heart. A burst of scorching feeling hit her heart. Following that, there was a strange aura, surging around the profound jade heart. That aura was extremely unfamiliar. It didn't seem like the profound energy she was familiar with. What was going on? What on earth was this aura? What surprised Yiqing Luo the most was her body after coming into contact with this unfamiliar aura. There was no resistance at all. Instead, it was like an open mouth greedily absorbing this strange and unfamiliar aura. This was the first time she had encountered such a strange situation. Yiqing Luo was startled and wanted to control her profound heart jade to prevent that unfamiliar qi from entering her body. However, there was resistance. The profound jade heart in his chest began to let out a sharp pain in protest. Her face instantly turned pale from the pain. She endured the pain with great difficulty. He quickly released his dark force to probe the strange aura in his body. However, the instant her profound energy intertwined with the unfamiliar aura, his profound energy actually took the initiative to entangle that aura. Yiqing Luo, what the hell was going on? She wanted to get in touch with Old Man Song and ask him what was going on. But he didn't have time to connect his mental power with the Azure Dew bracelet. The profound heart jade suddenly sank again. The tearing pain once again messed up Yiqing Luo's thoughts. Relax, don't resist, follow your body's instincts, accept it. that gentle voice once again sounded beside her ear. Like a spring breeze, it soothed the sharp pain in her heart. Chapter 39:17. Her heart had loosened at this moment, which also gave that unfamiliar aura a chance. That unfamiliar stream of air quickly rushed into the profound jade heart. Like a scorching fire, a scorching heat was rampaging within her profound jade heart. Again and again, it collided against her profound jade heart. This feeling was simply unspeakably bitter. But Yiqing Luo didn't even have a chance to resist. She could only forcefully endure this unfamiliar airflow's collision with her profound jade heart, which brought about a sharp pain and a feeling of being squeezed by something. The profound energy and airflow intertwined, spreading to her limbs and bones. The two energies intertwined within her body. From time to time it was still like calm stagnant water, like ice so cold that it made one shiver. And from time to time, it was like a stormy sea, surging unceasingly like a raging fire burning. The feeling of sometimes cold, sometimes hot. It made Yiqing Luo really felt that she was about to expand with the heat and contract with the cold, and then explode with a bang. The two energies were still merging together. Yiqing Luo, who was suffering from the torment, seemed to be able to see the two energies surging within her body, forming a huge storm within. The two energies, in the midst of intertwining and merging, became more and more vigorous. She even heard her own body under the envelopment of the energy, emitting a kacha-kacha sound. Her bones seemed to be torn into pieces by these two energies. Yiqing Luo felt that this was a feeling of the bones and limbs in her body being reconstructed. Just at this moment, her throat finally seemed to have opened up as she opened her mouth to let out a painful roar. Her hands suddenly clenched tightly. Boundless energy converged on her arms. The air trembled. She felt a strong and overbearing profound energy flying out from her arms. Bang bang bang, deafening explosive sounds resounded all around. Yiqing Luo swiftly opened her eyes. The profound energy encircling her body swept out even more violently. Yiqing Luo lowered her eyes, looking at her own body. That energy that was restraining her seemed to have been shaken off by her earlier. Her entire body was light like a feather. Just a slight movement. His body, which was falling from the sky, stood firmly on the vast expanse of white nothingness. Yiqing Luo's first reaction was to search for that figure that she saw earlier. But no matter how she looked around, she had never realized that there was someone else besides her in this vast expanse of whiteness. Silence reigned. It was lifeless. In Yiqing Luo's mind, the image of that figure earlier appeared as he whispered beside her ear. That figure was slender and soft. That voice was as gentle as water. It gave her a very familiar and intimate feeling. He thought about it carefully. His heart suddenly tightened. It was as if he was being pricked by a needle. She slowly lowered her arms. The energy surrounding his body was still circling around excitedly. Until now, what else did Yiqing Luo not understand? That figure was helping her reconstruct her body. After being cleansed by the marrow cleansing pill, her bones also started to reform. His entire body seemed to be filled with boundless power. That figure, he was helping her. But why? Yiqing Luo couldn't understand. Suddenly, her ears twitched and she raised her head. In the vast expanse of whiteness, a huge palm stretched out. That hand pressed down on her. F***ck. What the hell is that? Yiqing Luo was about to evade. But that huge palm accurately wrapped around her. It was like Buddha's five-finger mountain firmly imprisoning her. But it was only at this moment when she was imprisoned. Yiqing Luo's eyelashes blinked as her struggling movements stopped. Chapter 39:18. Zhou Xian's hand? What on earth was going on? When that large palm had completely wrapped her up, Yiqing Luo felt the rampant clamor in her body. The surging energy seemed to have been appeased as it settled down in her body. Following that, a man's mellow voice was heard from all directions. Gentle and affectionate, calling her name over and over again. Lil Luo er. Lil Luo er. Lil Luo er. That call seemed to be filled with endless warmth and sweetness. Yiqing Luo's heart seemed to be touched by something. Following that large palm which was covering her body suddenly tightened. Her body also felt a huge pulling force. Bam! A buzzing sound rang beside her ear. The pulling force disappeared. It turned into the feeling of falling rapidly from a high altitude. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up with a whoosh. She opened her eyes wide as she looked straight ahead, panting heavily. Her body still had the feeling of falling. But what entered her eyes was a white gauze curtain with a few white tassels hanging down. It was no longer a vast expanse of whiteness. It was no longer endless silence. This place was not that lifeless place earlier. Yiqing Luo was just about to move. Her side suddenly leaned against a warm and thick chest. Her petite body was stained with warmth. The man's long arm held her tightly in his embrace, as though he couldn't wait to rub her into his body. Lil Luo, you're finally awake. That voice in the vast expanse of whiteness was completely compatible with that voice, as it rang beside her ear at a close distance. A familiar smell. A familiar warmth. A familiar voice. It made Yiqing Luo's consciousness gradually return. Her long curly eyelashes fluttered. Suddenly she stretched out both hands and hugged the man in front of her. Zhou Xian. She opened her mouth. Her throat felt like it was on fire as it was hoarse. Spitting out 2 words, her throat felt as though it was cut by a knife as the pain was unbearable. The man immediately retreated for a while as he raised his hand to bring up the warm water beside him. Yiqing Luo was about to take the water. But her chin was suddenly lifted by a slender finger. When he raised his head, he saw a face of peerless elegance magnifying in his eyes. The man's deep, black eyes were filled with love. The distance between the two was getting shorter and shorter. She was so close that she could even see the ripples in the man's eyes. She could even count the man's dense and long eyelashes one by one. The next moment, a wave of warmth and softness pressed against him. The warm water poured into her mouth. The water ran down his throat. It also alleviated the burning sensation in her throat. The man left her lips again. Yiqing Luo blushed slightly. You? Just as he opened his mouth, he spat out a word. Then the man's lips pressed against hers again. One mouthful after another. He poured a cup of warm water into Yiqing Luo's mouth. The man put down the cup and held her in his arms again. The warmth and taste of the man still lingered in her mouth. Yiqing Luo's cheeks were dyed red. Shy. Zhou Xian lowered his eyes to look at the person in his arms, as he gave an evil smile. Yiqing Luo's little hand grabbed his robe as she tugged hard, but didn't say a word, using her actions to express her unhappiness. The man smiled even more happily. When you were unconscious, I had been feeding you water like this. I'm already used to it, why be shy? Yiqing Luo's face turned even redder. Chapter 39:19. The man put on a serious look, used to it, the body's reflex action. Yiqing Luo buried herself in his arms as she rolled her eyes. How many days have I been unconscious for? 2 days. Zhou Xian replied. 2 days? She thought she had been unconscious for 2 months. Which made Zhou Xian's body's reflex action. As though he saw through Yiqing Luo's thoughts. Zhou Xian held her little body as he brought her into his arms. The young lady's body left the bed and was brought into the man's arms. Immediately after, he lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear, "Used to taking care of you, this is my lifetime's habit." Yiqing Luo's petite body trembled slightly. He was touched. And there was also the man who intentionally blew past her ear, like a feather, tickling her heartstrings. Even though they had shared the same bed for such a long time. Even when facing Zhou Xian. She still couldn't help but blush and palpitate, unable to resist the temptation of Zhou Xian. The young lady avoided his playful lips as she stuffed her head into his shoulder, coughing lightly as she changed the topic. I remember. Wasn't I knocked out by Zhou Xian's drug? Why did I wake up so quickly? Previously at Zhou Xian's place. Hadn't she been unconscious for nearly half a month? Moreover, she didn't notice it at all. This time. It was totally different. Recalling that vast expanse of whiteness earlier and that mysterious figure, gentle voice, and the change in her body's bones. He kept all these memories. Totally different from the last time. The minute she woke up, she only remembered what happened in the upper realms passageway. Because you're too restless, so I forcefully woke you up. Zhou Xian's eyes drooped as he looked at the person in his arms. The young lady buried her neck into his shoulder, revealing a fair neck as though it was glowing. The dazzling whiteness made his gaze dim slightly. The arm which held the young lady's slender body tightened a little. Yiqing Luo didn't notice that the man's gaze on her had changed. After she heard the man's words, she even rubbed her head against the man's chest a few times before raising her head and stared at him. "I'm very restless when I sleep." "I'm restless." The man gazed at her with his deep eyes, and even his voice became deeper and sexier. "You'll only be so tired when you sleep with me. Tired to the point of being content." How would Yiqing Luo not understand his hint? A scorching gaze. It was a deep and magnetic voice. And those words that made people blush. All of them made the young girl's heart beat as if it was tired. Her face was so hot that even her body was heating up. Her beautiful face was dyed red. It was like a slowly blooming rose, captivating the soul to the extreme. Zhou Xian abruptly tightened his arms. He was afraid that if he looked at this face that could make his heart flutter, he would be unable to control himself from wanting to hold her tightly in his arms. He hugged her tightly and said, "These 2 days you have indeed been restless. Sometimes your body is cold and sometimes it feels like it's burning. You even let out painful cries from time to time, as if you're in a deep sleep and in extreme pain. So, I can only enter your consciousness and wake you up. Infiltrate my consciousness." Yiqing Luo recalled that the last thing she remembered was a huge palm floating down from the sky, imprisoning her. It was indeed because of Zhou Xian that she woke up from that vast expanse of whiteness. But what Yiqing Luo didn't know was, although Zhou Xian's words were spoken in a light tone, but the truth was in these 2 days of deep sleep. Chapter 39:20. These 2 days had practically tortured him to the point of insanity. He was on the verge of collapse. Watching Yiqing Luo howling in pain in her sleep. Looking at Yiqing Luo's alternating between cold and hot, the agonizing look. He was powerless to solve this problem. Especially after hearing that old man Song was unable to get in touch with Yiqing Luo. It was like an invisible force, completely isolating Yiqing Luo from the outside world. Zhou Xian's heart was even more restless. Fortunately, Lil Luo woke up. This was the method that old man Song had taught him. Sneaking into Yiqing Luo's consciousness space, he brought her out from within. However, the dangers involved. He didn't intend to let Yiqing Luo know. As long as his little Luo woke up safely and returned to his side, that was enough. She could feel the slight ups and downs of the man's emotions. And the strength of his hands tightening. Yiqing Luo's chin rubbed against the man's chest. Then she raised her head and smiled at the man's chin. Both hands also tightly encircle the man's waist. She knew what Zhou Xian was feeling right now. She also knew how Zhou Xian felt these 2 days. "Don't worry, I'm awake. I'm back. Am I not in your arms now?" The girl's soft voice was like a cat's paw, tickling the man's heart little by little. The girl's posture and angle. He could clearly see the young girl's exquisite face in the deepest part of his heart. His pupils suddenly shrank. He could vaguely see a dim stream of light moving about. In the next instant, the man raised his hand and pressed it against the back of the girl's head. "Bend over, lower your head." His thin lips pressed against the girl's lips. This kiss. It wasn't as simple as crossing the water like before. Instead, it was a fierce and passionate kiss. A man's elegant sandalwood scent filled her nose. It was as if he could knock her out at any time. Their lips were slightly cold. Everything was heating up. This kiss was domineering and filled with his wild aura. However, her movements were extremely gentle. His hands slowly wrapped around her slender waist. His palms were pressed against her waist, moving around incessantly. "Ah Xian." Yiqing Luo couldn't catch her breath as she laid in the man's arms. Her hand that was holding onto the man's clothes lost its strength. Until Yiqing Luo's breathing tightened. Only then did the man release her. He hugged her tightly with both hands. His chin rested on the girl's slender shoulder, and his husky voice carried a hint of ambiguity. "Be good, just let me hug you." His voice was deep and magnetic. The elegant sandalwood fragrance had almost confused Yiqing Luo's consciousness. Especially that peerless beauty, the most bewitching face, which was so close to him. Yiqing Luo totally had no resistance at all as she sank into the beauty. The man's deep voice was slightly panting. It was very seductive. However, the man just hugged her obediently. How would Yiqing Luo not know that Zhou Xian was forcefully suppressing his desire for her? This man, although he usually flirted with her, took advantage of her and said embarrassing things to her. But no matter what, she was the center of everything he did. No matter how uncomfortable he was only concerned about her. What a fool. Yiqing Luo's lips curled up into a sweet and blissful smile. She raised her hand and cupped the man's cheek. The man's face was hot. Just when she touched him, she could clearly feel the slight stiffness in her palm. Chapter 39:21. That peerless face was fully reflected in Yiqing Luo's pupils. The man's eyes were like a silver needle, piercing into her heart. The light in her charming eyes became softer. Her slender fingers gently traced the contours of the man's face. From his eyebrows to his eyes to his nose, and finally, her fingertips landed on his rosy lips. Yiqing Luo's charming eyes rose slightly, hooking into a coquettish arc. Her pair of fox-like eyes stared at his thin lips without blinking. Following that, the corners of her lips curled up frivolously. Her voice also became soft and charming. Since you've flirted with someone, you should take responsibility till the end. The words fell. She had already leaned forward and covered the man's lips. The man's initiative and her initiative were totally different concepts. When the young lady's sweet breath approached, her gentle words were already a blatant hint. The man's eyes instantly turned pitch black. He held the young lady tightly and pressed her into his arms, turning from guest to host. From his throat, a low and sinister threat came out. You asked for it. When the time comes, don't beg for mercy. That mellow voice, because of the young lady's initiative, had been tainted with a thin layer of hoarseness. Lingering and charming, the warmth rose. Gulp. Just at this moment, suddenly a sound that spoiled the mood rang in the room. The two of them, who were stuck close to each other, immediately froze. Gulp gulp. Following that sound rang again. Zhou Xian half propped up his body, slightly glanced sideways. His line of sight fell on the young lady's flat abdomen. The young lady's robe was in a mess, revealing her fair skin. When Zhou Xian's line of sight swept over, Yiqing Luo let out an ah, then pushed away the man who was half propped up, lifted the quilt and covered her head. Vaguely, she could still hear the man's low chuckle. Yiqing Luo clutched the quilt. She couldn't wait to bang her head into the quilt. So shameful. She took the initiative to seduce Zhou Xian. She didn't expect her stomach to be so disappointing. At this juncture, it was actually so hungry that it was growling. Did it need to be so embarrassing? Mushroom. Blue skinny. Yiqing Luo silently cursed her stomach 100 times in her heart. Suddenly she felt a broad palm covering her quilt. Her body stiffened. The man's mellow and smiling voice floated down from above. It's my fault. I forgot that you've been unconscious for 2 days. You must be hungry. Following the man's words, she could feel the man slowly bending down to the side of the blanket and talking to her at a close distance. Yiqing Luo's cheeks turned even redder. She clutched the quilt and remained motionless. Good girl, let's go eat first. Zhou Xian coaxed. Under Zhou Xian's half coaxing and half dragging, Yiqing Luo slowly lifted up a corner of the blanket, revealing a guilty little face. Then are you really all right? Previously he had endured it. But she insisted on taking the initiative. This was what it meant by flirting and not wanting to take responsibility. Zhou Xian lifted the blanket and carried her up from the bed. As the girl screamed in surprise, she hooked her arms around his neck. He chuckled and whispered into her ear, "It doesn't matter. After you're full, it'll be my turn to feed me." Yiqing Luo, she really shouldn't feel guilty. Of course, what Zhou Xian said about being fed by the girl after he was full was finally left unsettled. Because after Yiqing Luo had freshened up and followed Zhou Xian out for a meal. Chapter 39:22. After finding out that the reason why Yiqing Luo was unconscious was because of that fellow Zhu Wuxian, he immediately exploded. Old Lai in particular slammed the table, his beard widened. What? That kid actually dared to drug you? You just wait, I'll bring the Hell Palace's people right now and screw up his red clear pavilion. With that, Lao Lai rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the door. He took a few steps. Sensing that something was amiss, Zhou Xian halted his footsteps once more and turned to look at the group of people staring at him. Even as he rolled up his sleeves, he asked, "Aren't you all going to stop me?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. Even the person involved, Yiqing Luo, had an incomparable tacit understanding as she shook her head. Not stopping, how can we stop Old Lai's decision? Go on, I have high hopes for you. Lao Lai. Both of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Old Lai slowly put down his sleeves and coughed softly. Forget it. Looking at you, you don't seem to want to take revenge on that brat. I'm too lazy to move my old bones. As he spoke, he slowly moved back to his seat. Zhou Xian clicked his tongue and lazily lifted his eyelids. He cast a sidelong glance at Old Lai and sneered. This young master has heard that this hell palace is a madhouse, a gathering place for lunatics. Why, would lunatics also be afraid of Zhou Xian? Lao Lai's eyes widened. I'm scared? What's there to be afraid of? I didn't want to put Madame D in a difficult position. Oh. Zhou Xian raised his eyebrows and dragged out the last syllable. Old Lai's face was flushed red with anger as he pressed the table and stood up, pointing at Yiqing Luo. Red Clearness Pavilion, Red Clearness Pavilion. Just by hearing this name you can tell that this Red Clearness Pavilion was built for Madame D. One must know that this Red Clear Pavilion was a mysterious force that had been famous in the upper realm since a few years ago. Several years ago. A few years ago, Zhou Xian had chosen this name for Lady D. Didn't this mean that Lady D had a good relationship with Zhou Xian? If I go to the Red Clear Pavilion and cause trouble for Madame D, I'll feel so wronged. Old Lai rattled off a string of words. There was no pause at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. The crowd sighed helplessly as they silently mourned for him as they shook their heads. Whether Qing Luo will find trouble with you we don't know, but what we know is now you're in deep trouble. Lao Lai suddenly felt a chill on his back as he felt an inexplicable chill. His neck twisted stiffly. She then met with Zhou Xian's icy cold eyes. Lao Lai's mouth trembled and he immediately gave in. Yiqing Luo naturally felt the low pressure from the man beside her. She rolled her eyes at Old Lai and stretched out her little hand to hold Zhou Xian's large palm as she said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I only found out that Red Clear Pavilion's pavilion master is Zhu Wuxian during the auction." She paused slightly and continued, "As for why he named it Red Clearness Pavilion I'm not too sure, but..." Her brows sunk slightly as her gaze turned slightly gloomy. "This time round he still chose to stand on the opposite side of me and made use of my trust towards him, attempting to repeat the same trick on me. His trust in me has already turned to zero." Trusting someone was very difficult. Bit by bit, slowly accumulating trust. There was a possibility that because of one matter, it would completely crumble. Chapter 39-23. Lil Luo Zhou Xian looked at the young lady's sunken expression. Although her head was lowered and her fine black hair covered her expression. But Zhou Xian could clearly feel that Yiqing Luo's current mood was very gloomy. His long arms scooped and brought the young lady into his arms. "Perhaps his obsession with you is too deep and he was bewitched by secluded palace." Yiqing Luo laid in Zhou Xian's arms openly, feeling the warmth from his body, soothing the gloomy mood in her heart. She moved her little head in his arms. Her chin rested on his chest. She raised her head slightly and suddenly laughed. "He's your love rival, why are you still helping him to speak up?" According to Zhou Xian's character, she felt repelled towards Zhou Wuxian. He should be happier than anyone else. But he actually helped Zhou Wuxian to speak up? "Tiske, did the sun rise from the west today?" Zhou Xian's slender fingers pinched her nose as he gently pinched it. Following that he bent over slightly. That handsome face came close to Yiqing Luo's face. The surrounding crowd. Why did it feel like they were being neglected? But luckily, the two of them who were extremely intimate still had some conscience. They didn't really engage in lovey-dovey activities in front of everyone. Zhou Xian's face stopped at a distance of about a fist away from Yiqing Luo. His crimson thin lips curled up slightly as he revealed a devilish smile. His slender fingers slowly slid from her nose to the area between her brows as he gently rubbed it. "I just don't want to see you frowning here," showing a worried look. Yiqing Luo's heart suddenly soared. A faint smile unknowingly appeared in her eyes. Her arms hooked onto Zhou Xian's neck as she smiled like a flower. "Seeing this face of yours has healed my body and mind." The two of them smiled at each other as their eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. The surrounding crowd. Alright, although the two of them weren't really lovey-dovey. But this feeling as compared to lovey-dovey was even more stimulating. But Yiqing Luo's mood indeed rose by a lot. In the main hall, everyone was bustling. However, in a dark corner not far away, there seemed to be a layer of frost covering it. Some of the servants of the Qiao mansion who passed by felt an inexplicable shiver. In the dark, a red figure was faintly discernible. The man's face was as cold as ice, without the slightest emotion. Especially those eyes that were like stagnant water. It was as if he would freeze to death under his ice with just a glance. He wasn't close to the hall, but he wasn't far either. He could clearly hear all the voices in the hall. In his mind, the girl's clear voice kept repeating over and over again. His trust in me has been reduced to zero. Trust? Did she no longer trust him? He just wanted to keep her by his side. He just didn't want her to treat him so coldly again. Obviously, she belonged to him, didn't she? Did he really do something wrong? Zhou Xian's hands that were hanging by his side slowly clenched. Blue veins popped out of his fist. It was as if he was suppressing some kind of emotion in his heart. Suddenly, his hand opened up as his vision swiftly turned towards a certain direction behind him. His eyes, which were like still water, turned into a sharp blade as it shot out. Young Patriarch Chu, don't, it's me. Chapter 39-24. Zhou Wuxian's expression didn't change at all when he saw who it was. That slender and soft figure leaned against Zhou Wuxian's body. Young Master Zhou, scram. The slender figure had yet to approach him. Zhou Wuxian flicked his sleeve, avoiding the woman's approach. An invisible wave of air isolated the woman a step away from him. The woman didn't get angry. Instead, she looked at him with a smile. Young Master Chu, why are you hiding here alone? Don't worry, as long as you follow the instructions of the revered Yiqing Luo, will definitely belong to you. Zhou Wuxian's eyes flashed. The lady naturally didn't miss his reaction as she smiled delicately. You must know, even if Yiqing Luo is with the Overlord now, but they will absolutely not be able to walk to the end. Only young Patriarch Chu, who has been recognized by the Overlord, is Yiqing Luo's future husband. Zhou Wuxian's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't even look at the woman. He moved. It disappeared into thin air. Not even a red afterimage was left behind. The woman quietly looked at the horizon in the direction that Zhou Wuxian had disappeared. The smile on his face faded, and his eyes were like those of a venomous snake, flickering with an insidious ruthlessness. He clenched his fists tightly. Yiqing Luo. Yiqing Luo. Whether it was Di Zun or Zhou Wuxian, all of them were circling around Yiqing Luo. What was so good about her? The atmosphere in the room was still warm. The silent Gui Wu, who had been leaning against the corner, suddenly raised his head and looked at Yiqing Luo. His gaze was direct. Just as he was about to look at Yiqing Luo, Yiqing Luo had already sensed his line of sight and met Ghost Marshal's gaze in puzzlement. Gui Wu slowly walked towards Yiqing Luo until he stood in front of her. Yiqing Luo was nestled in Dmo Xian's arms. Gui Wu stood up. He was also facing Dmo Xian. But Gui Wu's line of sight from the start till the end had remained on Yiqing Luo. It was a young and handsome face. But those eyes were full of hardships and complicated emotions that no one could see through. Yiqing Luo felt uncomfortable being stared at. She shifted her body and adjusted her position in Dmo Xian's arms as she coughed lightly. Ghost Martial Master? There were no ripples in Ghost Marshal's deep and cold eyes. However, the words that came out of his mouth were like a raging storm. Your body has undergone a transformation. Dumbfounded expressions appeared on everyone's faces, as they did not understand the meaning behind Gui Wu's words. Yiqing Luo was slightly startled. She naturally knew what the change that Gui Wu was talking about was. She was surprised. Gui Wu had actually seen through this point. Gui Wu stared at Yiqing Luo for some time before he suddenly narrowed his eyes in an unfathomable manner. Looks like the 2 days you were in a coma, not only did it not affect your body, instead, it allowed your body to improve. What kind of riddle are you guys playing? Zoemo raised his red phoenix eyes and asked. Gui Wu looked at Zoemo and said indifferently, Student Yiqing Luo's body has undergone transformation. Now her bone structure has already broken away from the mortal body and can withstand even more powerful than an overlord. Transform? Leaving the mortal body. Was he talking about Yiqing Luo? Everyone's gazes shifted onto Yiqing Luo in unison. That blatant gaze made Yiqing Luo burrow into Zhou Xian's arms and even took up Zhou Xian's arm to block in front of her. Chapter 39-25. Everyone shook their heads in unison. I have never seen a beauty who has left her mortal body. Yiqing Luo. She couldn't be bothered with them as she set her sight on Gui Wu. It seemed that Gui Wu was very clear about the transformation of the bone frame. After pondering for a moment, she asked, Master Gui Wu, from what you've said, does this mean that my body can now withstand even more powerful strength? She paused slightly and continued with an example. For example, if I use the power of the divine relic? Gui Wu met Yiqing Luo's vague hopeful gaze and nodded slowly. Yiqing Luo's eyes lit up. Previously, she had forcefully used the power of the divine relic to raise her strength in a short period of time to tide over the crisis. The price she had to pay was the overdraft of her body. And the divine phoenix profound heart jade in her body was likely to cause a backlash. All these reasons stemmed from the fact that her body could not withstand the overload of power. Now, her body, her bone frame, had been reconstructed. All the impurities had been eliminated. Separated from the mortal body. After withstanding the power of the divine relic and even more powerful forces, her body could finally bear it. But, under Yiqing Luo's bright eyes, Gui Wu suddenly said, Don't be happy too early. Even if your bone frame has been transformed, it doesn't mean that you can mess around. When she was still a mortal body, Yiqing Luo time and time again did something which made one worried. If she relied on her body to withstand the powerful forces to mess around, no matter how solid the foundation was, it would be exhausted over and over again. Yiqing Luo's spirit would not be able to bear it. I know. Yiqing Luo nodded seriously. I won't mess around. Everyone made a tisk sound. Apparently no one believed Yiqing Luo's guarantee. Zhou Xian stretched out his hand and knocked on her head. You'd better remember what you said now. Yiqing Luo felt pain as she turned her head and stared at him. Why don't you believe what I said? Zhou Xian sneered. Do you think that you believe what you said? Yiqing Luo. All right, based on her previous behavior. She didn't believe it herself. Zhou Xian dangerously narrowed his eyes and held her chin. Why? Tacit approval? That deep voice carried an obvious threat. Yiqing Luo was forced to look him in the eye. She didn't even dare to avoid his eyes. Her long eyelashes blinked for a while, but Zhou Xian still maintained that dangerous smile. Her honey trap did not work at all. Therefore he decisively gave in. How could there be a tacit agreement? This is a very serious expression. I will definitely remember what I'm saying now. Zhou Xian seemed to believe it as he nodded lightly. Yiqing Luo let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to squirm out from Zhou Xian's embrace, her waist tightened and her delicate body was pressed into the man's arms again. Then he lowered his magnetic voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, If you can't remember it, I'll use my own method to make you remember it. His last 4 words. He even deliberately lowered his voice. That magnetic, seductive and drawn-out voice carried another kind of emotion. Yiqing Luo's face suddenly flushed red. What a shameless man. Everyone was already used to their little interactions and didn't notice Yiqing Luo's blushing face.
Chapter 12:08. Seeing that Xiao Chun was embarrassed and speechless, a sly smile flashed across Ao Jiao's eyes. Xiao Chun caught this smug look and immediately understood that he was fooled by this lass. In a fit of anger, he flipped over and pressed Ao Jiao down. You're too daring. You even dare to fool your master. Xiao Chun pressed down on her hand and glared at her. He looked very angry. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chun at such a close distance and seemed to be really frightened. She said softly, Are you really angry? I didn't do it on purpose. Actually, I know what you said is right. But don't worry. Ao Jiao won't treat others like that. She will only press down on you. Towards the end, her voice became softer and softer. Xiao Chun couldn't help but blush. He was a little embarrassed and let his imagination run wild. Xiao Chen's hands that were pressing down on Ao Jiao also loosened a little. Ao Jiao chuckled. She no longer had the delicate look from before. She flipped over and pressed down on Xiao Chen again. She sat on Xiao Chen's body. Ha ha ha. A stupid master is still a stupid master. You are exactly the same as the first time I saw you. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? Look at how red your face is. Ao Jiao giggled and pinched Xiao Chen's cheeks like a proud queen. Xiao Chen regretted it too late. He still fell for this lass's trick. This lass was indeed a 1,000-year-old shrewd person. He still couldn't win against her. The two of them flipped over and over again. He was still being ridden by this lass. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. Stop pinching. I was wrong just now. Ao Jiao then stopped in satisfaction and said, Do you still dare to pretend to be angry with me? I don't dare any more. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart and admitted obediently. Ao Jiao smiled and said, That's right. Although you're a blockhead, what about some things? I also want to teach you that getting angry is a girl's right. Boys can't get angry at girls. Also, don't pretend to be angry, because the girl who cares about you will definitely be very stupid. She will really think that you are angry and will feel sad and blame herself. Xiao Chen looked at Ao Jiao's serious face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did you know that? Idiot, how would I know? I'm talking about myself. Ao Jiao cursed in her heart and changed the topic. Let's not talk about this first. You haven't answered my question. If I stand with you, how are you going to introduce me to the others? How is my cousin? No, this can't show my mature and steady temperament. It's like a child. Am I that naughty? What about cousin? No, I said I'm 18. You're already 31. How can I be your cousin? Auntie, can I? Pa, you're asking for a beating. Think about it seriously. I'm asking you seriously. Think about it. Think about it. What about junior sister? Junior sister, this is not bad. However, your master is Lu Ruyue. If I am your junior sister, wouldn't I be a generation lower than her? No, absolutely not. In that case, whatever you say. Idiot, I'm the one asking you. Seeing Ao Jiao riding on top of him, looking like she was not going to give up, Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. What should he do with the 18-year-old Ao Jiao? The latter half of the night passed in this playful manner. When the sky brightened, the two of them were somewhat tired. They lay on the ground and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Originally, Xiao Chen only wanted to ask Ao Jiao about what he needed to take note of when he went to the human demon paradise. He did not expect the night to pass so quickly. Xiao Chen thought about it carefully. It had been a long time since he had played around like this. Actually, no one had changed. Ao Jiao had not changed. She was still that Sundra girl with a bad temper. However, after she blocked the lightning tribulation for Xiao Chen and revived, she had become somewhat silent. Xiao Chen had not changed, either. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 13 years had passed. Xiao Chen's dream of 13 years had never wavered. He wanted to climb to the peak of the martial Tao and leave behind his own legend in this world. He wanted to know if the Qing Emperor was dead or not, and how he came to this world. He wanted to know why that old monster from the Immortal epic that he met in the past said that the entire Kunlun realm was an abandoned land. He wanted to know where the people who left their nameless marks on the Sage Mark Monument went. He also wanted to know if there were martial gods in this world and if there was a peak on the path of cultivation. There was also Chu Chaoyan, this mysterious opponent. After leaving Xiao Chen a painting, he vanished from his world once more. There were too many things that Xiao Chen wanted to do. However, he only had 3 years left. If he did not advance to martial emperor, everything would be empty talk. No matter how dazzling the light was, it was just a meteor flashing by on this great stage of the Age of Geniuses. Xiao Chen did not know how strong the group of outstanding talents in the distant astral battlefield were. He had not fought with these people yet. How could he be satisfied with just being a meteor? Xiao Chun stared blankly at the ceiling as several scenes flashed before his eyes. He could not bear to leave this starry world. Hey, what are you thinking about? Ao Jiao, who was also lying at the side, turned her head and asked. Xiao Chun smiled and replied, I'm recalling some things and some of my goals. After thinking about it, I still ended up returning to reality. I wonder if I can find the flower of life in the human-demon paradise. Ao Jiao smiled and stood up. Then she pulled Xiao Chun up and said, There is no point in thinking too much. I'll practice with you and give you some confidence. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Your strength increased again. There were several Holy Spirit veins in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Ao Jiao had been cultivating there all this time. It was impossible for her to remain stagnant. I'm far from comparable to you. However, it is enough to deal with a regular consummation blue-robed emperor. If I work with Little Yellow Feather, I should be able to fight with the half-step Emperor Wu. This was good news. With an additional helper, there would be more hope for their trip to the human-demon paradise. The two stood up and went to the courtyard. Then they bowed to each other. In the end, Ao Jiao only bowed halfway when she giggled and suddenly attacked. She had the pretty face of a young girl and a voluptuous figure. She held two sabers in her hands and thrust them into the air. She looked very valiant and graceful. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not draw his saber for now. He wanted to test Ao Jiao's strength. As the two sat in Scorching Flame City and prepared, the other outstanding talents of the human-demon sea and the many peak experts did not remain idle, either. The human-demon paradise opened once every 100 years. As the experiential training ground of the demonic Dao sects during the Immortal epoch, it was a public land of fortuitous encounters for the mixed blood cultivators of the human-demon sea. The experiential training ground of a sect during the Immortal epoch was already of such high standards. It was hard to imagine what a glorious age that was. Would Emperor Wu be an ant in the eyes of those strong immortals? Half a month later, Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao, who had been preparing for a long time on Scorching Flame Island, took their leave from Su Tianyun and rode the Flood Dragon war chariot to the human-demon paradise. As Su Tianyun watched the two travel in the war chariot, a look of envy flashed in his eyes. The human-demon paradise opened once every 100 years. If not for the danger being too high and the heavy responsibilities of the Su clan's clan head, he would have gone to join in the excitement. The entrance to the human-demon paradise was on a desolate island in the central sea region of the human-demon sea. That was a bona fide desolate island. Aside from yellow sand, there were no plants or demonic beasts on the island. Normally, no one would come here to join in the excitement. However, as the days of the human-demon paradise's opening approached, more and more cultivators landed on the desolate island. Yellow sand covered the entire place, a boundless sea of sand rising and falling, stretching as far as the eye could see. A stone still stood in the center of the desert. Black smoke spread out, and chains wrapped around it, making it look like a sharp sword piercing the sky. The words carved on the stone steel looked ancient and desolate, adding a mysterious aura to the stone steel. People moved about the desert in all directions. Warships and flying beasts filled the air. Cultivators of various cultivations had already arrived at this desert dozens of days in advance. As a land of fortuitous encounters similar to the savage battlefield, the human-demon paradise had extremely dangerous places. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter. There were also some ordinary forbidden lands for martial sages and martial monarchs. As long as cultivators of all levels could endure their greed and not wander around, they would be able to gain something from those places. However, it was easier said than done to suppress one's greed. Furthermore, Even if one could restrain one's greed, it did not mean that others could, and would not try to kill them. Although it was called a paradise, it was actually filled with danger. If one was not careful, one might lose their life. The many cultivators on the desert sea felt excited. Despite their anticipation, they also felt intense nervousness. While the place looked chaotic and unruly, it was actually very orderly. There were many different circles in the stone steel from near to far, showing the strict and cruel division of ranks. As the entrance, the people sitting cross-legged within 100 meters of the stone steel were all half-step Emperor Wu, consummation blue-robed emperor, who had lived for several hundred years, or the most eye-catching 10 outstanding talents of the human-demon sea. The instant the human-demon paradise opened, these people would immediately obtain the right to enter the human-demon paradise. The reason was none other than that they were strong enough. When the people in the periphery looked at the small circle within 100 meters, they would feel a deep fear. They would not even dare to take a few more glances. Where would they find the courage to enter the human-demon paradise before these people? 100 meters away were the circles for the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Further out were the circles for the martial sages. Everything was clearly separated, and the ranks were very orderly. Within these circles, everyone had their own paths. They planned to enter the human-demon paradise together and seek fortuitous encounters. Whoosh! Just at this moment, 2 figures flew over at lightning speed in the sky. They were a man and a woman. The man wore white and looked delicate. At first glance, he did not look extraordinary. However, when one looked at him, for a while, one would feel that he was unfathomable, not daring to underestimate him. The woman looked very pretty, like a young girl. Her exquisite figure was curvaceous in all the right places. With one glance, one could not help but let one's imagination run wild. A small golden bird perched on the woman's shoulder, its eyes filled with spirituality. These two were none other than Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao, who had rushed over with the golden crow holy beast, Little Yellow Feather. However, right now, Little Yellow Feather had not entered a state of combat. It looked very ordinary, like a pet bird. Aside from its beautiful and smooth feathers, there was nothing noteworthy about it. Chapter 12:09. As Xiao Chun hovered in the air, he did not advance rashly. He only took a glance and saw the distinct circle of people below. The two in the air were very eye-catching among the group of demon, mixed blood cultivators. The cultivators who came here all had the aura of the deep abyss demonic race, as well as an indistinct death demonic chi. Only Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao did not have any demon race aura on them. It would be difficult for them not to attract attention. Ao Jiao pointed to the stone steel and said, "That is the entrance to the human-demon paradise. Come, let's go down." Xiao Chun thought for a while and felt that it was better to get closer. He needed to snatch some things first. If he lost the flower of life because he was slower than others at the entrance, it would not be worth it. He would feel like crying, but no tears would come. Damn. Quick, look, those two people are really bold. They actually went to the circle of half-step Emperor Wu. When the two landed, the already eye-catching two attracted everyone's attention. The dozens of people in the circle of half-step Emperor Wu also noticed Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao flying over. Several of them revealed displeased expressions. Entering a circle was not a simple matter. Who did not want to enter the human-demon paradise at the first opportunity? Who did not know the principle of seizing the initiative? However, not everyone was strong enough to stand in this circle. If one was not strong enough, they would only be humiliated and tossed out. When Xiao Chun got closer, he looked around and discovered that there were about 70 or 80 people within 100 meters. Most of them were half-step Emperor Wu. Aside from those who had matters to attend to, all the half-step Emperor Wu of the human demon Sea were probably here. Aside from the half-step Emperor Wu, there were the consummation blue-robed emperors who had lived for hundreds of years. Their auras were heavy, and their law energy leaked out. They gave off the feeling of being as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Their strength was unfathomable. In addition to these, there were 10 other young people standing together, forming a small circle. Among them, Xiao Qian noticed Duguao's figure. A purple-haired beauty stood beside Duguao. She had an exotic air and a unique charm. Xiao Qian paid attention. This purple-haired woman should have the bloodline of an Eros demon. Otherwise, she would not be so charming. These 10 people should be the famous 10 outstanding talents of the human demon Sea. Finding an empty space, Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao landed quietly. It was as if he didn't know what kind of circle he had entered. He was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of nervousness. As the two of them landed on the ground, the gazes of the small circle immediately focused on them. However, after a quick glance at Xiao Chun, all of their gazes fell onto Ao Jiao. With little Ao Jiao's hot figure and youthful appearance, it was hard not to attract the attention of others. "Do you know those two, the purple-haired beauty beside Dugu?" Ao asked when she noticed Duguao's expression. Duguao nodded and replied, "I know the man, but I don't know the woman." The purple-haired beauty smiled and said, "You really do know him. Your friend is like you, extremely courageous. Unfortunately, he is only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, yet he dares to stand here. Furthermore, he is bringing a beauty with him. He is like a lamb entering a wolf's den. He is truly reckless." Duguao's lips twitched. He did not want to explain too much. "Mu Xian, if you really think that way, the one at a disadvantage will be you." Mu Xian clearly did not believe him. "Is that so?" There is already someone who is not convinced. Furthermore, he is an old pervert. I hope that your friend is, as you say. Otherwise, he will be in trouble. Duguao looked up and saw a half-step Emperor Wu, who had a bad reputation in the human demon Sea, walking over to Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao. Although this person looked old, he was spirited. His face was ruddy, and his eyes glowed with a sinister light, making one feel uncomfortable. Ao Jiao frowned slightly, revealing a look of disgust. Xiao Chun stepped forward and blocked her. Xiao Chun had already expected that there would be unavoidable trouble. He was not surprised. He did not fear a fight. He wanted to show his strength and prove that he was qualified to stand here. "Young man, this is not a place where you can stand casually. Leave your female companion behind, and you may leave," the old man said disdainfully as he looked at Xiao Chun. "Old man Feng is still so horny. This young man is in trouble." "Ha ha! It is not him who is in trouble. It is his female companion who is in trouble. Old man Feng is not interested in men. I wonder where these two outsiders came from. The fortuitous encounters in the human-demon paradise are useless to cultivators of other races. Why are they here to join in the fun? If they want to join in the fun, then so be it. Why are they standing where they should not be? I wonder where their eyes are." The group of demon mixed-blood cultivators did not have a good impression of these outsiders in the first place. Furthermore, these outsiders had barged into their circle for no reason. Even though Old Man Feng had a bad reputation, he did not say anything to stop them. He only wanted to watch the show. Xiao Qian sized up this Old Man Feng. He was not very strong, just an ordinary half-step Emperor Wu, about the same as Wang Yang. Compared to Bing Xuejian, whom Xiao Qian met at Blackwater Island, and the Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord, Old Man Feng was much weaker. Xiao Chen looked straight at the other party, not showing any intention of retreating. He said indifferently, "I will stand here. What do you want?" Old Man Feng paused for no reason. He had not expected Xiao Chen to have such an attitude. Xiao Chen was very carefree, completely ignoring his words. "Since I am standing here, naturally I have the confidence to do so. I have no grudge with you. I advise you to think this through before you move forward. There are some places that you cannot stand casually, and there are some people that you cannot offend." Old Man Feng's gaze was like a sharp treasure saber. As Xiao Chen spoke, he took another step forward. This step was like an unsheathed treasured sword that was suddenly pulled out by an inch. The metallic sound of a saber rang out. White robes fluttered on the yellow sand. In an instant, Xiao Chen's aura changed greatly. It became unbridled and incomparably sharp. A strong wind blew, for no reason, carrying sand and dust into the air. Within 100 meters, the people who did not care about Xiao Chen all froze. Clearly, they had not expected this white-clad person to have such a terrifying sharpness. The eyes of the purple-haired beauty lit up. She exclaimed in shock, "What a strong sharpness! Could it be just for show?" Old Man Feng's heart sank. Unexpectedly, he ran into a tough nut to crack. Now that Old Man Feng thought about it, what the other party said was true. If he did not have any confidence, how could he have the courage to stand here? However, Old Man Feng no longer had a way out. Everyone in the circle was watching him. If he retreated now, he would lose all his face. A bona fide half-step emperor, Wu retreated before a great perfection blue-robed emperor. What could be more laughable than this? Old Man Feng smiled coldly and said, "Interesting. A great perfection blue-robed emperor actually dares to turn around and threaten me. The world is changing too quickly. Or am I already old?" "You are indeed old." Without saying a word, Xiao Chen replied coldly. Then he stepped forward again and threw a palm strike at Old Man Feng. When Xiao Chen sent out his palm strike, all his vital chi surged. 15 dragon force instantly merged with law energy. Then he sent out a palm strike without any fancy moves. Chi. The entire place fell silent. The white-clad youth, who was 2 grades weaker than Old Man Feng, actually chose to make the first move. Old Man Feng was clearly surprised. However, he was a veteran of hundreds of battles and was very experienced. After the initial panic, he calmed down. Old Man Feng did not believe that a great perfection blue-robed emperor could store up much force when he attacked so quickly. Scram! Old Man Feng casually threw a palm strike. When Xiao Chen charged over, he erupted with half his strength and sent out a palm strike without any fancy moves. Bang! When the 2 palms clashed, the expected situation of Xiao Chen being sent flying did not happen. Instead, the 2 were evenly matched. That was to say, the explosive power of this white-clad youth was no weaker than Old Man Feng's. The more shocking thing was yet to come. The instant the 2 palms clashed, the white-clad youth's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. Ding, ding, dang. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered like zither strings. A boundless saber intent spread out wildly from his body along with this wondrous zither music. Flawless saber Dao, body as saber. This palm strike was like the sharpest treasure saber in the world. When it was drawn, it gave off an unparalleled sharpness and an overwhelming sharpness. Old Man Feng had not expected Xiao Chen's simple palm strike to have so many tricks up its sleeve. Old Man Feng immediately suffered, his entire right hand in incredible pain. The force that surged over was like a sharp knife cutting at his flesh, skin, and meridians. Although Old Man Feng's strength was no weaker than Xiao Chen's, The pain deterred him from continuing to clash with Xiao Chun. Shock and rage flashed on Old Man Feng's face as he withdrew his hand and turned around, wanting to retreat. "You want to leave?" I said before. "There are some people that you cannot offend as you please." Old Man Feng's actions were completely within Xiao Chen's expectations. He completely unleashed the thunder dragon steps that he had been storing up for a long time. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and soared into the air. Many purple electric dragons soared out of the ground. This formed a vast scene of dragons soaring, pushing Xiao Chen's speed to the limit. As Xiao Chen soared, he punched Old Man Feng, who was retreating, in the chest. Bang! He knocked Old Man Feng into the sand. Xiao Chun knelt on one knee and pressed his fist against the ground. Old Man Feng's figure could not be seen above the sand at all. The circle within 100 meters fell completely silent. No one had expected that a moment of carelessness would result in Old Man Feng suffering such a huge disadvantage. After knocking Old Man Feng into the sand with one punch, Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and stood upright. The many purple electric dragons materialized by thunder dragon steps danced wildly behind him. This gave Xiao Chen a somewhat tyrannical aura. He looked like a dragon among men, a sovereign among dragons. Pooh! Old Man Feng burst out of the sand. Xiao Chun watched coldly, not taking advantage of the moment Old Man Feng jumped out to continue attacking. This was because there was no need. The two of them had already reached a very high level. It would be easy to defeat one of them, but it would be difficult to kill the other. Furthermore, if they fought to the death, even if Xiao Chen won, he would still be the one suffering. Chapter 12:10. Xiao Chun believed that the other party would choose to retreat in the face of difficulties and not seek trouble for no reason. After living for so long, it was impossible for the other party to not understand these principles that he knew. However, if the other party really dared to come again, then Xiao Chun would not be polite with him either. After coming to this oceanic world, Xiao Chun had fought in the various sea regions. Their cultivations were not much different, so he had never feared anyone. Old Man Feng trembled slightly and wiped off the sand on his body. As he looked at Xiao Chun, who had dragons dancing behind him, intense rage burned in his eyes. Old Man Feng's rationality told him that there was no point in continuing to pester Xiao Chun at this moment. However, he simply could not accept being humiliated by a youth in his circle. "Brat, you really do not know what's good for you. Today, I will show you the true strength of the half-step Emperor Wu." Old Man Feng roared, and many miniature tornadoes appeared behind him. These tornadoes looked like they were only the size of a finger. However, as the tornadoes tore, fine cracks appeared in space. As the cracks gathered, the space behind him looked like it would shatter. "Enough! Old Man Feng, there is no need to cause trouble for no reason." Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. An old man sat cross-legged at the place closest to the stone stele. He looked ordinary and did not give off any aura. The one who spoke was this white-haired old man. The moment he spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Old Man Feng, who was called out, was startled. He had not expected to attract the white-haired old man's attention. He already proved that he has the strength to stand here. If you want to regain your face, either enter the human-demon paradise first or scram far away. Don't disturb the others here. The white-haired old man's tone was very tyrannical and impolite. However, these words prevented Old Man Feng from retorting. After glancing at Xiao Chun, Old Man Feng obediently withdrew his aura and stood to the side. Xiao Chun stopped executing the Thunder Dragon steps and looked at the old man behind the stone stele. He was somewhat startled. He had not noticed this old man at all. However, when Old Man Feng spoke, No one dared to make a sound. The enraged old man Feng was reprimanded until he was rendered speechless. If he didn't have great strength, the white-haired old man definitely wouldn't have such a deterrent force. The human demon sea was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Perhaps there were hidden existences like this white-haired old man in this circle. It looked ordinary and unremarkable, but it was actually incredibly powerful. "Brother Xiao, this way!" A voice rang out by Xiao Chen's ear. It was Duguao sending a voice projection to him. Xiao Chen looked over and nodded in acknowledgement. Then he walked over with Ao Jiao. In the small circle of the 10 outstanding talents, Dugu Ao stood alone with the purple-haired woman, keeping a certain distance from the others. Seeing Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao walking towards Dugu Ao, the other 8 of the 10 outstanding talents revealed strange expressions. This was because Dugu Ao had a fiery temper and was proud and arrogant. Aside from the purple-haired woman, he had no friends among the people of the same age. Aside from this, there was another special reason. Everyone knew that although Duguao was a mixed blood, he cultivated the veritable essence energy of humans. He did not cultivate the death demonic chi of the Deep Abyss demon race. It was like he was a germaphobe and had no friends at all. However, such a reclusive person seemed to know this white-robed person. Naturally, this piqued the interest of the others. Interesting. Unexpectedly, aside from Zhou Xian, there is someone else who is acquainted with Duguao, a handsome, red-haired man muttered. This person's name was Pei Yen, the strongest of the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea. He had defeated the half-step emperor Wu many times. This person was Pei Yen, the strongest of the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea. He had defeated the half-step emperor Wu many times. Pei Yen had the bloodline of a human and a fire demon. He had a unique understanding and strong comprehension of the will of fire. When Pei Yen saw Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao walking together with Duguao, he started to think to himself, would the appearance of these two change his plans? What's wrong? It is just 2 more pieces of trash. Do you think that Duguao can compete with us? Someone beside Pei Yen asked. This person had a frosty expression, looking proud and aloof. His arrogant appearance made him look extremely arrogant. Pei Yen smiled and said, "In your eyes, those who are inferior to you are trash. However, even a dog would be in big trouble if it got bitten. Your attitude is unacceptable." When the two stood together, they stood out from the crowd. They both exuded a strong aura, showing how extraordinary they were. In reality, this was not wrong. This frosty man was called Han Feng. He ranked second among the 10 outstanding talents and was known as the cold-blooded swordsman. He was cold and emotionless, vicious and merciless. The remaining 6 of the 10 outstanding talents formed another circle under the leadership of the 3rd-ranked Yi Ziheng, with Pei Yen, Duguao, and Yi Ziheng as the leaders. The 10 outstanding talents formed 3 circles. It seemed like they all had a common goal. After Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao entered, they disrupted the balance in this small circle, causing a commotion that was neither too big nor too small. Hee, Xiao Chun, right? This is my first time meeting you. I am Zhou Xian. When the purple-haired girl saw Xiao Chun walk over, she immediately went forward and introduced herself. Her eyes were charming and captivating as she gave Xiao Chun a fierce look. Ao Jiao frowned heavily. Her lips curled up as she snorted with a cold expression. When Zhou Xian saw this, she smiled faintly. The charm on her face intensified. This girl's charm technique evoked a memory in Xiao Chun, a distant memory of a girl he did not know if he would meet again. After being distracted for a moment, Xiao Chun nodded politely. Then he walked over to Duguao and pushed the other party to the side. Zhou Xian's smile froze. What is this? Does he ignore my charm technique? When Ao Jiao saw this scene, she smiled at Mu Xian in a cocky manner. Little yellow feather on her shoulder spread its wings and patted its paws, showing a cocky expression as well. This human and bird, especially little yellow feather's despicable appearance, angered Mu Xian so much that she felt like vomiting blood. I am very surprised that you, a human cultivator, would be interested in this human-demon paradise, Dugu Ao said. Xiao Chen said indifferently, actually, I wanted to say that as well. You also cultivate veritable essence energy. Why are you here? Dugu Ao smiled and said, I suddenly have a feeling that my goal might be the same as yours. Xiao Chen said, in that case, how about we write our goals on our palms at the same time and see if they are the same? All right. The two stretched out their palms and placed them in front of their eyes. Characters appeared on their palms from nowhere. After they finished writing, they clenched their fists and brought them together. The two glanced at each other and opened their palms at the same time. The words mutated flying dragon snake flickered on Dugu Ao's palm, while the words flower of life appeared on Xiao Chen's palm. Indeed, it is the same. The two smiled faintly and casually scattered the characters on their palms. Dugu Ao stood upright with his hands behind his back and said, although our goals are the same, our goals are somewhat different. I owe that woman a favor and need to help her obtain the mutated flying dragon snake's darkness demon core. As for you, you want the flower of life. We can work together. When Dugu Ao spoke of owing Mu Xian a favor, an unnatural expression flashed on his face. This made one curious. How did Dugu Ao end up owing Mu Xian a favor? There had to be a thought-provoking story behind this. Xiao Chun was not a gossipy person, so he did not pursue the matter. He did not even think about Dugu Ao's proposal before directly agreeing. There was no other reason. One more person meant one more force. The benefits of working together outweighed the disadvantages. The flower of life was very important to Xiao Chun. Without the flower of life, he could not advance to martial emperor. As long as there was a chance to increase his chances of obtaining the flower of life, Xiao Chun absolutely would not give up. Dugu Ao smiled faintly, revealing a trace of joy on his face. With Xiao Chen's help, he was more confident of this trip. After negotiating the cooperation, Dugu Ao pointed to Ao Jiao, who was beside Xiao Chun. Who is this? You have not introduced her yet. Is she coming with us? The feeling that Ao Jiao gave Dugu Ao was somewhat unfathomable. It felt like he was looking at flowers through a fog. This made Dugu Ao doubt Ao Jiao's strength, so he needed to get an accurate answer from Xiao Chun. Upon hearing this question, Ao Jiao smiled smugly. Her face was as proud as it could be. She glanced at Xiao Chun and quietly waited for him to speak. When Xiao Chun thought back to the experience of that night, an embarrassed expression flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he gave the answer that had bothered him many times that night. This is my little master, Ao Jiao. There is no need to worry about her strength. A regular half-step emperor will not be able to stop her. Furthermore, she is much more experienced in combat than you or me. Strictly speaking, this was not wrong. Ao Jiao had indeed taught Xiao Chun many things. This was especially so in the Sky Dome realm. When Xiao Chun was still very weak, he had received a lot of guidance from Ao Jiao. However, the mention of Xiao Chen's master and the aura of the two were somewhat strange. Dugu Ao did not overthink this. He believed that given Xiao Chen's character, he would not joke about such a thing. Furthermore, Ao Jiao gave him a feeling that he could not see through her. When Dugu Ao heard this, he felt deep veneration for Ao Jiao. He performed a cup-fist salute and said, "So, it is a senior Ao. Dugu Ao has been impolite. Ao Jiao smiled like a flower. Hee, I don't dare to address you as senior. Just call me elder sister, Ao Jiao. Right, I'll listen to senior, elder sister, Ao Jiao. When Xiao Chen saw Du Guiao's serious expression, he felt like laughing. However, he managed to hold it in the end. Are you for real? This girl is a senior? Even if you beat me to death, I will not believe it. Mu Xian's face filled with shock. She was of the same generation as Du Guiao. Didn't that mean that she was a generation lower than this girl? When Mu Xian thought about how this girl laughed at her with that little bird earlier, she could not help feeling angry. Du Guiao's expression turned serious as he said, How can you say that? This is a senior who is here to help you. Quickly apologize and call her elder sister. Mu Xian seemed to fear Du Guiao somewhat. She looked at him with some grievance. When she saw that he still had a serious expression, she could only walk over to Ao Jiao. After Mu Xian apologized in a soft voice, she called out to elder sister Ao Jiao in dissatisfaction. Chapter 12:11. It's fine. This elder sister has always been magnanimous. I will not bicker with children. Ao Jiao rejoiced in her heart. Who asked you to flirt with me? Now, you still have to obediently call me elder sister. When Little Yellow Feather felt that Ao Jiao was showing off, it also felt very cocky. It circled around Ao Jiao. When Mu Xian saw this, she gritted her teeth. However, she still forced a smile. Xiao Chen sensed that something was wrong with the two. However, he did not overthink it. While there was still some time before the human demon paradise opened, he asked, How much do you know about this mutated flying dragon snake? How many people are competing with us this time? Du Guiao thought for a while before replying, Actually, this huge snake is only slightly stronger than a regular half-step Emperor Wu. The main thing is that the death chi on its body is too pure. Its recovery ability is too strong. It is not something that can be killed simply by relying on numbers. As for the competition, based on what I know, the 10 outstanding talents are all targeting this mutated flying dragon snake. As for who else, I am not sure. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It seemed like the information he received was somewhat different. According to Su Tianyun, the mutated flying dragon snake was already too dangerous. So few people took the risk. After raising his question, Du Guiao looked at the 10 outstanding talents and said, The information is somewhat outdated. This mutated flying dragon snake just happened to be over 3,000 years old this year. A 3,000-year-old flying dragon snake's demon core can already evolve into a demonic essence pill. An ordinary demonic essence pill is already very valuable. The mutated flying dragon snake's demonic essence pill will be even more horrifying. It can increase the chances of a demonic mixed blood undergoing the great tribulation of wind and fire by 50%. Xiao Chen understood now. No wonder these 10 outstanding talents were all eyeing the mutated flying dragon snake. The 10 outstanding talents were all consummation blue-robed emperors. They all feared the unknown of the great tribulation of wind and fire. With the mutated demonic essence pill, it was like taking half a reassurance pill in advance. The two of them chatted casually for a while. Then, Xiao Chen inadvertently glanced at the white-haired old man that he feared. He asked, What is the background of this white-haired old man? Even Old Man Feng did not dare to retort when he scolded him. At the mention of this white-haired old man, Du Guiao's expression turned grave. This is the old black iron monster. He possesses the iron demon bloodline and once killed Emperor Wu. He is one of the strongest half-step Emperor Wu in the human demon sea. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was shocked, feeling extremely shocked. As a half-step Emperor Wu, he killed an Emperor Wu. This was beyond his imagination, and he felt that it was inconceivable. It was no wonder that the moment he spoke, Old Man Feng was so frightened that he immediately lost all of his arrogance. However, was this true? Dugu Ao nodded and said, although he won very miserably, it is indeed true. He killed an Emperor Wu before. Emperor Wu is also divided into different ranks. Some of the newly advanced Emperor Wu's heart of an emperor is not dense enough, and some of the Emperor Wu's golden body is not pure enough. Although he is ridiculously strong to us, he is not an unrivaled existence. Xiaoqian nodded to himself. Now that Dugu Ao said that, it made sense. The old black iron monster only killed a newly advanced martial emperor. However, this did not deny the old black iron monster's strength. At the very least, Xiaoqian believed that he was not a match for any Emperor Wu, not even the newly Emperor Wu. However, it is fine. He wants to find another way to complete the golden body of Emperor Wu, allowing himself to ascend to the Emperor Dao. His goal is different from ours. Xiaoqian heaved a sigh of relief. If such a person became an opponent, just thinking about it was somewhat scary. Since the demonic essence pill was used to help the blue-robed emperor undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire, then his main competitors would be the peak experts of the consummation blue-robed emperor. At most, there would be some half-step Emperor Wu who was just watching the show. It was still possible to snatch the flower of life. This thought made everyone feel more relaxed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just at this moment, the ground suddenly shook intensely. A savage aura spread out from the ancient stone steel that looked like a sharp sword. Everyone's expressions froze as they looked at the stone steel at the same time. Xiaoqian's gaze sank as he muttered, "Is it going to open? The human demon paradise." The chains on the stone steel fell one by one, giving off heavy clangs. When the chains finished falling, a pitch-black clump of light appeared at the top of the stone steel. After a while, the clump of light turned into an ancient secret door. With a pa sound, the door of light suddenly opened as if it was solid, radiating a strange, ink-like light. Whoosh! The old black iron monster, who was the closest, was the first to move. "Come, let's go in," Dugu Ao said quickly. Then he quickly charged in. Xiaoqian, Ao Jiao, and Wuxia moved at nearly the same time. Although the desert sea was noisy and chaotic, it still maintained the most basic rules. Groups of different strengths, from strong to weak, entered in an orderly fashion. If a cultivator from the lower group tried to enter first, they would suffer the attacks of the entire upper group. They would not dare to move rashly. The ancient black door of light, the many excited cultivators above the desert sea, and the experts flying into the door of light formed a solemn scene. Even though the six paths were no longer around and the cycles of reincarnation were broken, the distant demonic Dao sects of the immortal epic still remained. This land of experiential training still gave off the glory of that era. When all the cultivators present had entered the human demon paradise, two beams of divine light suddenly descended from the sky above the calm sea of sand. When the lights landed, two handsome deity race experts with white hair and golden eyes glanced at the door of darkness on the stone steel. Then, without saying a word, they instantly entered. Suddenly, the sand on the ground exploded, and two coffins flew out, carrying the two-corpse race half-step Emperor Wu into the human demon paradise. White figures flashed. Not long after the coffins flew in, two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu, with pale faces, entered the human demon paradise. Soon, peak half-step martial emperors of the fiend race and the human race appeared one after another. After all the demon mixed-blood cultivators entered, 10-odd experts of the foreign races appeared. Furthermore, all of them were ridiculously strong. No one knew what was going on. Why did the human-demon paradise, which only attracted demon mixed blood cultivators, attract so many foreign race experts? TSK. It looks like it is not just one major character who deduced that the crux of this fellow's advancement to martial emperor lies in the flower of life. We are not the only ones who are not willing to see second Qing emperor. A clump of blood squirmed on the beach and condensed into a handsome, red-clad figure with a strange aura. The demonic qi that this red-clad figure exuded was far denser than that of any demon mixed blood cultivator. It was so pure that it was terrifying. A light flashed, and this mysterious red-clad figure entered the human-demon paradise as well. As the sun set in the west, the entrance to the human-demon paradise slowly closed. A youth with calm eyes and a sword on his back appeared on the distant desert sea. That was close. I nearly came too late. Tens of thousands of meters away, the young man had a faint smile on his lips as he spoke in a slightly happy manner. Right after he spoke, his body turned into two beams of light, one black and one white, intertwining with each other. At the last moment before the entrance to the human-demon paradise closed, he entered. Xiao Chun, who entered the human-demon paradise, did not know that several peak major characters had already deduced that he would be facing a great calamity when he tried to snatch the flower of life. These major characters had already reached the peak of the Kunlun realm and touched upon some of the extremely profound heavenly Dao. As long as they obtained a person's aura, they could reverse the heavenly Dao and deduce the key points of the calamity of that person. Of course, such a method of deduction reversed the heavenly Dao and paid a huge price. The information obtained was not very comprehensive and could not predict a person's future, only some crucial points. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had great luck on him. If one wanted to deduce his tribulation point, they would have to pay an even greater price. Even the primes of the various races would have to pay a huge price just to deduce it. They would need a long time to recover, so they would not dare to make careless deductions. The few primes had been paying attention to Xiao Chun long ago. They saw Xiao Chen's tribulation point in the heavenly Dao at the same time, with the Thunder King protecting him. The primes did not dare to kill Xiao Chun head-on. However, they could still do something to prevent him from obtaining the flower of life. Inside the human-demon paradise, Xiao Chun and Du Guo quickly headed for Death Swamp, where the mutated flying dragon snake was. The human-demon paradise was incredibly vast. There were mountains, lakes, rivers, forests, swamps, desolate ice, and all sorts of other terrains. The place was complex and ever-changing, hiding all sorts of dangers. Amidst the danger and danger, there were all sorts of fortuitous encounters. The human-demon paradise had been passed down for millions of years. The general situation inside had long since spread. Cultivators of different cultivations all had a bottom line in their hearts. They knew where they were going to take risks and would not randomly go to places that were much stronger than them. Of course, there would definitely be some skilled and bold people who wanted to seek riches amidst danger, going to even more dangerous places. The thoughts and decisions of these people had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. His and Du Guo's goal was very straightforward, to rush to Death Swamp immediately. Then, they would forcefully snatch the flower of life from the various competitors. Then, they would take the most crucial step on their rugged and thorny emperor's road. No one has succeeded in killing the mutated flying dragon snake in the past few thousand years. Now that it has condensed a demonic essence core, it will be even harder to deal with. How confident are you? Xiao Chun asked Du Guo, who was beside him, as the wind blew past his ears. Du Guo glanced at Zhou Xian, who was lagging behind. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes as he slowly said, 100%. This answer startled Xiao Chun slightly. What trump card did Du Guo prepare? To think that Duguayao was even more confident than him. Don't look at me. I have not prepared any trump cards, Duguayao said with a faint smile. He knew what Xianxia was thinking, so he seemed to be telling the truth. Duguayao paused for a while. Thinking about how he was working with Xianxia now, it was not good to keep him in suspense. He answered honestly, I really do not have any trump cards. My trump card is myself. At that time, I will help you block the other opponents. You will be responsible for killing the mutated flying dragon snake and taking away the demonic essence core and the flower of life. All the opponents. Duguayao nodded heavily and said, all of them. Whoosh. Just when the death swamp was in sight, two figures descended and blocked the path of the four people. Chapter 12:12. It was Old Man Feng and Wang Yang who had a grudge with Xianxia. For some reason, these two half-step Emperor Wu were not searching for their own fortuitous encounters. Instead, they were here to block Xianxia and Duguayao. As for why these two were together, it was not surprising. These two had grudges with Xianxia. It was normal for them to be together in this human-demon paradise. Scram, Duguayao said with a cold expression, his tone laced with murderous intent. Xianxia frowned slightly and said calmly, don't do anything foolish. With your strength, you cannot kill the four of us. Wang Yang looked at Xianxia, and heavy hatred flashed in his eyes. Indeed, we cannot kill you. However, we can still block you for half a day. Old Man Feng smiled coldly and said, with us around, the two of you can forget about obtaining the demonic essence pill. The hearts of Xianxia and Duguayao sank. They now knew why these two were here. They were here to annoy them, to delay them, not giving them a chance to participate in the fight for the mutated flying dragon snake. Hu Qi. The first and second ranks of the 10 outstanding talents, Pei Yan and Han Feng, flew over at lightning speed. When they saw this scene, they revealed gloating smiles. Soon, another 4 figures flashed by. It was Yi Ziheng leading the 3 outstanding talents, overtaking them as well. It looks like heaven is helping us. Yi Ziheng turned his head back and smiled. The 3 behind him laughed as well. Duguayao's expression turned sullen. He sent a voice projection. Xianxia, what should we do? If 2 half-step Emperor Wu are determined to delay you, it will be a headache and troublesome matter. What should I do? Is the most crucial step of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years going to fall to these 2 clowns? How hateful! Xianxia suppressed the rage in his heart. As he looked at the 2, he enunciated every word clearly. I'll say it one last time. Don't test my bottom line. Quickly scram. Otherwise, even if the 2 of you flee to the ends of the world, there will be no place for you to hide. I, Xianxia, am a man of my word. The domineering aura of the Blue Dragon King burst forth from Xiaoqian's body. The Blue Dragon King emblem on his chest flashed. In a flash of light, his white robe turned into a dazzling green. Faintly, a formless blue dragon appeared behind Xianxia. Its eyes were staring at Wang Yang and Xianxia emotionlessly. That was the Blue Dragon King's insignia. The dragon might that had accumulated in the Dragon's Gate's holy land for more than 10,000 years burst out in Xiaoqian's rage. Old Man Feng and Wang Yang could not understand what was going on. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies as they panicked and wanted to retreat. But thinking that he was a half-step Emperor Wu after all, even if he couldn't beat these 4 people in front of him, he could definitely escape if he wanted to. Instantly, he regained his confidence. Wang Yang cursed, so what if I touched your bottom line? I don't believe that you can really kill me. You want to take the demon essence pill. Let me tell you, no way. Kill. Without saying anything more, Xianxia unleashed all his suppressed killing qi and rage. Then he swung his saber and chopped at Wang Yang. This saber strike, in a rage, instantly separated Wang Yang and Old Man Feng. No matter what happens behind me, I have to kill Wang Yang today. Hatred flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. At the crucial moment, this fellow still came to cause trouble. She could not tolerate this. Two short sabers appeared in Xiao Chen's hands as she charged at Wang Yang with Little Yellow Feather. Mu Xian looked around, and a light flashed in her eyes. Then she sent a voice projection to Du Guo, "Go and help him. Kill that person quickly. Old Man Feng will definitely run away in fear. Can you deal with him alone? Don't worry. I can deal with him. I'll be fine," Mu Xian said with a smile when she saw the deeply hidden concern in Dugu Ao's eyes. "Be careful." Dugu Ao had always been decisive. After saying that, he joined the group that surrounded and attacked Wang Yang. Wang Yang, who was already suppressed by Xiao Chun, Ao Jiao, and Little Yellow Feather, felt so regretful that his intestines turned green. Why are they all targeting me? According to the original plan, Wang Yang and Old Man Feng would work together to fight the four. After that, they would work together to break out of the encirclement and leave easily. That way, they would achieve their goal of delaying these two. However, now that Xiao Chun made the first move, separating Wang Yang and Old Man Feng, the situation went beyond Wang Yang's plan. Originally, Wang Yang was already no match for just Xiao Chun. Now, with so many people, it was over. Even if he wanted to run, he could not. "Old Man Feng, come and save me." Wang Yang only lasted for a moment before wounds covered his body, causing him to vomit blood. However, how could Old Man Feng come and save Wang Yang? Mu Xian gave off a dreamy, hazy light. She used all sorts of means to hold Old Man Feng back. Old Man Feng was a famous lecher in the first place. When faced with Mu Xian's charm arts, he fell for it repeatedly, unable to shake her off. It had to be said that the half-step Emperor Wu's vast cultivation and strong recovery ability were indeed somewhat horrifying. Even though Wang Yang was being suppressed by the three of them and the Golden Crow from start to finish, he did not die quickly. At this moment, Wang Yang's hair was disheveled, and he appeared incredibly flustered. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but they blocked him. Wang Yang no longer had any of his earlier arrogance. The situation instantly flipped. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He begged for mercy a few times, but no one bothered with him. If one did not seek trouble, one would not die. Wang Yang did not even take the initiative to look for Xiao Chun, yet he ran over to disgust him. Such an outcome served him right. In its combat state, Little Yellow Feather's body grew several hundred times larger. Its glistening golden feathers gave off a sun-like light. When it opened its mouth, it spat out extremely dense solar true flame. Ao Jiao, who wanted to help Xiao Chun and Wang Yang quickly, entered her peak state. She did not even care about her injuries. There was also Dugu Ao at the side. When he suddenly made a move, he caused Wang Yang to vomit 3 liters of blood. Under such circumstances, even though Wang Yang was a half-step Emperor Wu, from the moment he fell into the encirclement, his fate was sealed. But from the moment he fell into the encirclement, his fate was sealed. There was only one word for him: death. 2 hours later, Xiao Chun executed a sure-kill attack. Blood spurted out, and a saber light flashed as he chopped off Wang Yang's head. This half-step Emperor Wu, who had clamored earlier, did not believe that Xiao Chun could kill him. Now, he died without a complete corpse, unable to come back to life. On the other side, Old Man Feng had already intended to retreat long ago. When he saw Wang Yang's headless corpse, he was startled. Not daring to linger, he quickly retreated. The group glanced at Old Man Feng, but did not give chase. This was not the time to settle scores with him. After the interlude, ended, Duguao searched Wang Yang's corpse. However, he did not find anything useful, so he ignored it. As for Wang Yang's spatial ring, the group did not bother looking at it. After reaching the blue-robed emperor realm, they had the ability to set restrictions in their spatial rings. Once they died, the restrictions would activate. If someone did not know about it and tried to forcefully take the things in the spatial ring, the restrictions would only injure them. They would only be injured by the explosion of the restriction, and some evil restrictions would even blow them up to death. With this, we completely lost the initiative to kill the mutated flying dragon snake. If the mutated flying dragon snake had already been killed, all our efforts would have been for naught, Duguao said somewhat worriedly. Although the other party died, they had indeed achieved their goal, truly disgusting the two of them. Mu Xian said, "There's no rush. Let's recover first. Actually, let's think about it from another perspective. The mutated flying dragon snake is not easy to deal with. It would be good for these people to help us share the burden." Xianxia glanced at this girl. Earlier, this girl dared to get Duguao to help while she held off Old Man Feng by herself. Not only was she strong, but she was also extraordinarily calm. This made others view her in a different light. She was also not a pretty flower vase that only knew how to use charm techniques. Let's rest first. We already lost the initiative. There is no need to worry about staying here for a while longer. Right now, we are not in a good state. If we rush over, it would be too rash. Xianxia agreed with Mu Xian's point of view. Without saying anything more, the group sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to circulate their energies to recover. Even after Wang Yang's headless corpse died, it still gave off a strong aura that quickly faded away. This made the cultivators passing by feel a deep fear for the group sitting cross-legged, not daring to have any designs on them. A half-step emperor, Wu, actually died here. If word got out, no one would believe it. After a while, Xianxia was the first to open his eyes. He was the fastest to recover. The others had not opened their eyes yet. Xianxia tossed aside the exhausted essence stone in his hand and looked in the direction of Death's Swamp. Then he frowned slightly. For some reason, Xianxia felt uneasy at this moment. It was not because of the outstanding talents that had gone to the human demon sea in advance. Instead, it was because of some indescribable emotions. Xianxia closed his eyes and scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense. In the end, everything was normal. They were all mixed-blood cultivators undergoing experiential training in the human-demon paradise. Actually, he also knew that at this level, as long as he wanted to, he could avoid detection from people of the same level. If a true expert wanted to hide, his divine sense would also be useless. The road to Emperor was to build a bridge connecting the chasm between heaven and earth, reaching the other shore, and successfully pushing open the Emperor's door. Now, his bridge was already half built, and he had reached the most crucial stage. He stood on the other side of the bridge and looked at the Emperor's door on the other side. He could clearly feel how dangerous the abyss below the chasm was. One wrong step, and the bridge would be destroyed. They would fall into the abyss, consigned to eternal damnation. What's wrong? You look troubled. Are you still worried about the flower of life? Actually, that thing doesn't have much value to demonic hybrids. Even if it's taken, they'll find a way to get rid of it. Duguao followed close behind. After recovering, he consoled Xianxia. You gained a lot in the 8-star dragon grave. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you will be able to buy it. Unlike me, if someone obtained the demonic garden pill, I would definitely keep it for myself and not auction it off. That was indeed the case. However, if that was the case, then there was no need for Xianxia to worry at all. Perhaps he was just being overly suspicious. Xianxia smiled and stopped thinking about this. He said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about you. Why must you help this woman? You might even die." Sorrow flashed in Duguao's eyes. He muttered, "It's a long story. Actually, I have a perfect demon bloodline. My bloodline is even stronger than the blood sword sovereigns from 50,000 years ago. As long as I'm willing to cultivate demonic chi and activate my innate talent, the so-called 10 outstanding talents are nothing to me." Chapter 12:13. But I don't like that kind of state. I once fell into madness and killed the people closest to me, so I swore that I would never use that bloodline power again. Zhou Xian is the person who pulled me back from the brink of hell. Xianxia nodded to indicate that he understood. It was just like how Lung Yu once used her charm technique to pull him back from a massacre. Zhou Xian might have used the same method to pull Duguao back, making him resist the temptation of the blood demon's innate talent. However, based on Duguao's expression, there seemed to be more to this than met the eye. Could it be that Duguao managed to resist the temptation of the blood demon's innate talent, but failed to resist Zhou Xian's? Seeing Xianxia enter deep thought, Duguao knew that Xianxia had already guessed it. He said, "It is not that I cannot resist her charm techniques. It is that she cannot pull me back without having a relationship with her." Xianxia clicked his tongue slightly. He did not expect there to be such a layer. "Now, you know why I must return this favor. There is no precedent of a succubus demon surviving the great tribulation of wind and fire. I must help her obtain this mutated demonic essence core." Xianxia laughed. This fellow had a face full of arrogance, and his eyes were at the top of his head. Who would have thought that he would be so serious about the matters between men and women? But are you just doing this to repay a debt of gratitude? Xianxia asked with interest. Duguao was about to answer when he saw Zhou Xian's eyelashes twitch slightly due to nervousness. He knew that she had already recovered, so he shook his head and did not say anything more. Jiao opened her eyes and grumbled, "At the most crucial moment, you suddenly stopped talking. Little sister Xian has been waiting for a long time." Zhou Xian knew that she could not continue pretending. She blushed slightly and said, "Nonsense! How could I be eavesdropping? I don't know anything." Duguao did not dwell on this topic. He said, "Let's go. There is not much time left." The death swamp was filled with soaring serpents, but there was only one true variant soaring serpent. After arriving at Death Swamp, there was no need to worry about not being able to find the mutated flying dragon snake. The aftershocks of the battle were the most intense. The mutated flying dragon snake would definitely be there. Boom, boom, boom. The entire swamp was shaking violently. Not only was the ground shaking, but the entire space was shaking. The moment Xianxia stepped into the death swamp, he could feel the might of the aftermath of the huge battle in the distance. Xianxia looked at the chaotic scene in the distance, and he was slightly shocked. There were at least 20 to 30 paragon blue-robed emperors fighting the flying dragon serpent. There were even more people who wanted to fish in troubled waters, wanting to take advantage of the situation. So. The four of them flashed and increased their speed to the maximum. A moment later, they arrived at the center of the chaotic battle. A huge black snake was entrenched in the swamp. Its huge body was coiled up like a black mountain. He was engaged in a fierce battle with more than 30 peak, great perfection blue-robed emperor. His powerful aura of death caused the sky to be filled with dark clouds that were frighteningly dense. The demon mixed blood teams temporarily formed an alliance. With Pei Yan's and Yi Ziheng's teams as the leaders, they ruthlessly attacked the mutated flying dragon serpent. Since the discovery of the mutated flying dragon serpent, this was probably the first time it faced so many encirclement. The temptation of the past could not attract such strong firepower. Dugu Ao said, I don't like to be the fisherman at the end. There are too many variables. I like to have everything in my hands, confident of success. Xiao Chun, I'll block the people. I leave the flying dragon serpent to you. How confident are you? A spark flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the hot-bloodedness in his body surged. If it were any other day, he would definitely be the fisherman at the end. That way, the risk would be the lowest, and he would always be able to remain calm, able to advance or retreat. However, what he needed to obtain now was the flower of life. He could not afford any mishaps. Success or failure depended on this. That side would go crazy once, not giving him any way out. Xiao Chun slowly opened his mouth and gave his answer. I'm completely confident. However, Xiao Chun, will block these people. You just do your best to kill the flying dragon serpent. Since you already swore not to use that bloodline power, then remember the oath and never use it. A cool breeze blew. Just as Duguao was stunned, that white figure slowly descended and appeared in the middle of the intense battlefield. One person and one saber blocked 30 consummation blue-robed emperors. 10,000 dragons soared behind him. He's already guessed that I'm going to use that bloodline. Duguao felt strangely touched. Honestly speaking, in this cooperation, Xiao Chun suffered a great loss. Hence, Duguao took the initiative to block the other consummation blue-robed emperors, shouldering the greatest pressure himself. He did not want to take too much advantage of Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Xiao Chun beat him to it, stepping forward. The so-called boldness, the so-called heroism, is nothing more than this. However, how am I to repay this favor? Duguao's face sank, and he stopped thinking. Let's go. Let's make our move quickly. Right after Duguao spoke, he led Ao Jiao, Mu Xian, and Little Yellow Feather towards the mountain-sized, mutated flying dragon serpent. Duguao blocked the mutated flying dragon serpent behind Xiao Chun, preventing him from being attacked from both sides. While all this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in an instant. From the moment Xiao Chun charged in to when Duguao led his people in, it took less than half a breath of time. Amid the intense battlefield, Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. With one saber strike, he blocked the 30-peak consummation blue-robed emperors, led by Pei Yin and Yi Ziheng. Such a turn of events stunned everyone. The countless blue-robed emperor-level mixed-blood cultivators, who were preparing to fish in troubled waters, also showed shocked expressions, not understanding what was going on. Damn! Who is this? Is he tired of living? That is that white-clad bladesman, the youth who humiliated Old Feng outside the stone steel earlier. So it is him. However, even if Old Feng is not a match for him, it is still too much of a stretch for him to block 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors alone. Who knows? However, this might not be a bad thing for us. This will make things more lively. A group of spectating blue-robed emperors hid in the shadows of Death Swamp as they discussed in soft voices. Their eyes filled with excitement. Although they did not think that Xiao Chun could block 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors, they were planning to fish in troubled waters in the first place. The more chaotic it was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more they liked it. A faint black flame burned on Pei Yan's body as he looked at Xiao Chun, who was soaring with 10,000 dragons behind him. He thought to himself, this fellow came a step too late and lost the initiative. To think that he thought of such a radical method. He really does not care about his life. Rage filled Yi Ziheng's face as he shouted, "Are you seeking death? Quickly move aside. Otherwise, no matter where you come from, you can forget about leaving the human-demon paradise today. Quickly scram." When the 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors saw Duguao's group fighting the injured, mutated flying dragon snake behind them. They were so angry that they wanted to kill someone. How could there be such a good thing? Their group had worked so hard to kill the mutated flying dragon snake for a long time, and this fellow wanted to take advantage of them the moment he arrived. The vast auras merged, nearly distorting space as they pressed down on Xiao Chun. The formless auras were like a majestic mountain range pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Xiao Chun held his breath and focused, showing a calm expression. As he looked at the 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors, he became unprecedentedly focused. You want me to scram? Sure. However, you have to ask the saber in my hand first. Xiao Chun pointed his saber forward and unleashed his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul. The tip of the saber contained Xiao Chun's unyielding will. He had to obtain the flower of life at all costs. This was the most crucial step of his emperor's road. He was willing to risk his life for it, attack together, and kill him. Pei Yan frowned slightly. He could feel Xiao Chen's sharpness, which was unparalleled. He did not dare to be careless. The 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors each executed a killing move and swung at Xiao Chun, who was blocking their way. Xiao Chun swung his saber at Xiao Chun, who was blocking his way. Instantly, multicolored lights filled the air. Saber lights and sword images flashed endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena fused together as attacks filled the sky, causing the space around them to tremble violently. The fluctuations of the power of the world were too chaotic. Continuous explosions rang out in the death swamp, rumbling endlessly. Just these aftershocks blasted several flying dragon snakes out of the swamp and killed them. Blood immediately sprayed into the air. Amidst the chaotic sky, the world lost its color, mixed with dust, and a rain of blood fell. The blue-robed emperors unleashed such concentrated killing moves at the same time. They truly thought highly of Xiao Chun. 2 beams of fiery light, one golden and one white, shot out of Xiao Chen's eyes. The origin flames of the lunar true flame and the solar true flame appeared dazzlingly and chased each other in the air. In an instant, they formed a Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. 2 extreme flames of completely different attributes merged perfectly with the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. Yin-yang, the 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and the 5 elements. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared together with the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram, releasing a large expanse of golden light and sealing off space. The Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram was like a wall of the 5 elements, blocking all the incoming killing moves. This time, Xiao Chun did not hold back at all, using his origin flame to drive the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. In the past, Xiao Chun had not used his origin flame for the solar true flame and the lunar true flame. However, this magnificent Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram was stronger than any of the previous ones. However, it was still somewhat forceful to face 30-odd inferior-grade profound martial techniques. If the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram was strong enough, it could instantly reflect all the attacks back. This could throw these 30 consummation blue-robed emperors into chaos and injure them on the spot. Then, Xiao Chun would gain the upper hand. Even so, this scene completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Solar True Flame and Lunar True Flame could actually merge and block so many profound martial techniques. This stunned the crowd, who were preparing to kill Xiao Chun in one go. Kasie, Kasie. The Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram shattered, and all sorts of attacks rained down on Xiao Chun. However, their might had already weakened significantly, and the various mysterious phenomena no longer existed. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber, his feet pushed off the ground in the air. With every step he took, saber images filled the air. Thunder roared in the sky, tearing down strands of purple lightning. Thousands of dragon images roared ferociously. 12 saber strikes in one step. With 3 steps, Xiao Chun broke all the profound martial techniques. Xiao Chen's figure moved among the lightning dragons and saber lights like he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every move he made followed his heart's desire, leaving no traces behind. Such a scene was very shocking. Chapter 12:14. Is that all you are capable of? However, that is not enough to chase me away. I have a saber technique that I would like to share with everyone. Breaking the inferior grade profound martial techniques that filled the sky exceeded everyone's expectations. Unexpectedly, when facing the 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors, Xiao Chen forcefully chose to attack. Xiao Chen's heart entered a state of emptiness. To him, the world was pitch black. Aside from him, there was no one else. In Xiao Chen's world, space was sealed. Time stopped flowing. The entire world was quiet. It was like the primal chaos had yet to develop. Aside from darkness, there was nothing else. Whoosh! A strand of saber light appeared and tore through this dark world. Color reappeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He saw the mocking smiles on the faces of Pei Yan, Yi Ziheng, and the others. The 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors all looked at him coldly, with mocking smiles. They were laughing at Xiao Chun for overestimating himself. After gaining an advantage, he did not obediently defend and did his best to delay. To think that Xiao Chun was seeking death by charging at them. This is exactly what I wanted. When you arrive, we will surround you and delay you. Even if you are as strong as the old black iron monster and can kill Emperor Wu, even if you are as strong as the old black iron monster, you will still die. Under the encirclement of 30-odd peak consummation quasi-emperors, Xiao Chun would only be ground to death. There would not be a second result. My path, my pride, my glory, there is no need to say more. It all depends on this saber strike. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Poems of praise fell from the sky. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Poems of praise fell from the sky. The various things that happened in the past turned into mysterious phenomena along with the poems, appearing everywhere. In Mo City, during the promise of 10 years, Xiao Chun used the 9th Heaven's Thunder formation to defeat strong enemies, kneeled to his father thrice, and left in a huff. In the Tianwu Emperor's grave, he laughed loudly and issued a challenge to all the great Qin nation's scions, becoming famous for the first time. In the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he announced Xiao Chen's name and defeated the great Qin nation's noble clan scions, achieving consecutive victories and starting the legend of the white-robed bladesman. In the ancient desolate land, he was neither humble nor arrogant. He broke the 1,000-year-old record and obtained 100 consecutive victories. In the 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chun remained unknown. However, he defeated the outstanding talents of the various places and stood at the peak of the Sky Dome realm, becoming a king true dragon. In the Kunlun realm, he swept through all the younger generation and was conferred as the Blue Dragon. 10,000 dragons soared in the Cloud Sea domain. He instantly killed 8 quasi-emperors after being destroyed. In the Heavenly Starry Ocean's 4 Seas hero gathering, Xiao Chun defeated all the outstanding talents in one move in an instant. 13 years of searching for the path, experiencing all kinds of loneliness and pain, casting a heroic name in the world. There is no one like me in the world. Xiao, his, filled with lofty sentiments. Xiao Chun brought out the instant of glory of this saber strike to its limits. All sorts of poems and mysterious phenomena formed a vast, boundless, glorious, and majestic epic. King Chun, the Xiao Chun, that all, King Xiao Marshal Chun, break. Xiao Chun looked coldly at the people in the painting, who still had mocking expressions on their faces. Then, he opened his clenched left hand and gently opened it. Suddenly, the painting shattered, and the sealed space shattered piece by piece. It was like a broken mirror shattering into countless pieces. The 30-odd people in the painting did their best to protect themselves. However, they were still riddled with wounds. They vomited blood and got knocked back by the power of space. Their hair was disheveled, and they were covered in wounds. The people watching in the dark were all dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun alone forced back 30-odd peak blue-robed emperors. With this move, half of the 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors could no longer stand up. Some of the weaker ones even had their bodies split open. The wounds looked very horrifying, if not for the demon mixed bloods possessing strong physical attributes, and the fact that they were all consummation blue-robed emperors. All of them would have died. Aside from peak characters like the 10 outstanding talents, most of the remaining 15 or 16 demon mixed bloods had lost most of their combat prowess. The might of one saber strike was so strong. Right now, Xiao Chun was incredibly tired. Sweat covered his forehead. This move exhausted not only his law energy, but also his mental energy. Xiao Chun felt completely drained. However, there were only two feelings in his heart: carefree. That's right, carefree. After comprehending the instant of glory once more, he had finally reached the lesser mastery realm from its original level of mastery to the next level. Even if most of the blue-robed emperors were lucky enough to obtain a medial-grade profound martial technique, they would find it difficult to execute it even once. However, Xiao Chun was able to go from being able to withdraw and release it as he pleased to small perfection. Describing such people as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns was insufficient to match Xiao Chen's comprehension ability. What small perfection meant was that one could bring out 30% of a medial grade profound martial technique smite. Several of these people could bring out only 50 to 60% of an inferior grade profound martial technique smite, not to mention a medial grade profound martial technique. Being suppressed like this was not an injustice at all. The blue-robed emperors watching from afar were all startled into stupefaction. The deterrence of this move was simply too great. Xiao Chun looked coldly at the 10-odd people standing in front. The mockery on these people's faces had long since vanished, replaced by deep fear. Damn it! He actually cultivated a medial-grade profound martial technique to small perfection. As the 10-odd people watched Xiao Chen's clothes flutter, they gritted their teeth in hatred. How could they have imagined that a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor could force them, a group of consummation blue-robed emperors, into such a sorry state? As Xiao Chen stood in the air, the formless tyranny of a ruler spread out from his body, stirring up changes in the sky and stirring up clouds and winds. Xiao Chen's gaze was incredibly sharp, revealing a strong state of mind. No one dared to look directly at him. These people simply did not know what kind of obsession Xiao Chen had with this flower of life. Without the demonic essence core, it would only be slightly more difficult for these outstanding talents to clear their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, without the flower of life, Xiao Chun could not advance to martial emperor. Everything would be for naught. Xiao Chen's dreams and hopes would all be for naught. Xiao Chen's words of risking his life was not a joke at all. Before such a strong aura, the remaining 10-odd people did not dare to act rashly. For a moment, a stalemate appeared. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chun, whom no one thought highly of, could block 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors with just this saber in his hand. Drip, drip, drip. The blood rain in the sky mixed with dust, still falling endlessly. In fact, it even intensified. The shock waves of this instant of glory were more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than the shock waves of the killing moves that those people combined to execute earlier. Who knew how many ordinary flying dragon snakes had died in the swamp after suffering an unexpected calamity? This made the blood rain even sharper. When it landed on the people, it quickly drenched their clothes and dyed their white robes red. Amid the blood rain, Xiao Chen's eyes remained cold. He allowed the rain to land on his body, not showing any intention of retreating. Time slowly passed. It looked like Duguayao and the others were about to kill the already severely injured, mutated flying dragon snake. The hearts of Pei Yan and the others grew even more restless amid this blood rain. They wanted to charge over several times. However, as long as they met Xiao Chen's gaze, looked at the people lying on the ground, moaning in pain, and saw that boundlessly glorious, mysterious phenomenon from earlier, they would feel weak in their hearts for some reason. For some reason, they all felt weak in their hearts and did not dare to act rashly. Even the strongest Pei Yan was no exception. After being struck head-on by that instant of glory, Pei Yan only had 70% of his combat prowess. Based on Pei Yan's guess, if he had to bear the full might of this instant of glory alone, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Only the heavens knew if this fellow would risk his life to launch another attack. He definitely will. As Pei Yan looked at Xiao Chen's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. This fellow definitely will. As long as someone dared to take a step forward, even if Pei Yan had to pay with his life, he would drag that person to hell. Speaking of which, it was laughable. No matter what, Pei Yan was the strongest of the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon territory. However, before this outsider, before this youth who was more than 10 years younger than him, Pei Yan actually showed cowardice. The companions beside him could not give him any sense of security at all. This was a kind of grievance. Pei Yan clenched his right hand so tightly that his fingers nearly dug into his flesh. Pei Yan held back his anger, his entire body trembling. However, he still did not dare to step forward. If even Pei Yan was like that, then there was no need to mention the others standing beside him. However, they were not willing to leave just like that. Hence, the situation remained in a stalemate, unable to advance or retreat. This was the current situation of this group of outstanding talents of the human demon sea. Pooh! Just at this moment, a mournful wail came from the death swamp where the blood rain poured down. After paying a heavy price, Duguayo's group finally chopped off the huge mutated flying dragon snake's head. In that instant, blood gushed into the sky like a fountain, causing the blood rain, which had weakened slightly, to fall ferociously once more. The 3,000-year-old mutated flying dragon snake died, just like that. Berserk energy spread out. This energy formed strong gales that blew wantonly in the swamp, sounding like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Everyone was well aware of what the blood-curdling screams meant. In an instant, the stalemate broke. The temptation of the demonic essence pill finally defeated the fear in the hearts of everyone present. The 10-odd consummation blue-robed emperors in front, and an even larger number of blue-robed emperors in the distance were like a pack of wolves that had been waiting for a long time on a grassy plain. At this moment, their eyes lit up, and they all moved. However, just as they stood up, Xiao Chun, who was drenched and covered in blood, swung his saber and shouted in rage. Whoosh! 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 Who dares to move? Along with this roar of rage were 10,000 bolts of lightning. Xiao Chun infused his peak will of thunder into these 3 words. The instant Xiao Chun spoke, the resplendent and dazzling lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness vanished completely. It turned into a bolt of lightning containing the peak will of thunder and tore through the sky at the same time. What kind of scene would that be? At this moment, It was like the end of the world. The indescribable electric light made this colorful world lose all color. Only black and white remained. Chapter 12:15. Under the reflection of this electric light, Xiao Chen's actions of brandishing his saber and roaring appeared desolate and tyrannical. If those who stood up and moved were a pack of wolves, then Xiao Chen was the king of beasts, an overlord that inspired fear in others. When an overlord raged, who dared to move? The many blue-robed emperors, whose rationality was clouded by desire, were all forced back by this thunderous roar. Even the demon elites, who were as strong as the 10 outstanding talents, were startled by this roar. They did not dare to move rashly, becoming distracted. Some of the more timid and weak-willed people fell into the air. Their legs went numb, and they fell to the ground, frightened into trembling and retreating continuously. Who dared to move? No one dared to move. With one roar, Xiao Chen scared off hundreds of blue-robed emperors. Such an effect naturally had something to do with the fact that Xiao Chen had infused his peak will of thunder into his voice. The peak will of thunder was already on the verge of materializing illusory. When combined with his roar, it could place immense mental pressure on others. This was especially so for lightning. This attribute was berserk in the first place, and symbolized the heavenly Tao's punishment. When the lightning vanished, Xiao Chen looked coldly at the surrounding group of people. Then he pushed off the air and flew towards the snake head in the air. A pure white flower bloomed on the snake's head, looking somewhat alluring in this gloomy world filled with death qi. This flower, which exuded life force, was very eye-catching. This was the flower of life that Xiao Chen dreamed of. On the other side, Duguayou and the others took advantage of the time when Xiao Chen held back the many blue-robed emperors to successfully obtain the mutated demonic essence pill. Once Xiao Chen obtained the flower of life, the goal of this trip to the human-demon paradise would be accomplished. Wounds riddled Ao Jiao's body, all from the mutated flying dragon snake. But at this moment, she didn't feel any pain. Seeing Xiao Chen getting closer and closer to the tongue, Ao Jiao felt nothing but joy in her heart. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years had always been a huge mountain pressing down on Xiao Chen's heart. Today, he finally saw a trace of hope. The goal she had been looking forward to for a long time had finally been fulfilled. How could she not be happy? Watching Xiao Chen fly towards the head of the soaring serpent, the blue-robed emperor that had been scared away by Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly. Their imposing manner had long since been completely destroyed by Xiao Chen's explosive shout in the depths of their hearts. Amidst the blood rain, tens of thousands of lightning bolts illuminated the world, leaving only black and white. That scene would be unforgettable for them for the rest of their lives. It would become an indelible shadow in their hearts. Just when everyone thought that no one could stop Xiao Chen from snatching the flower of life, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, 2 ghostly figures appeared in the air. These 2 ghostly figures were hidden in the death qi in space, looking like they had appeared out of nowhere. One of them sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When the 2 palm strikes flew out, they seemed to drive all the death qi in the entire death swamp, shaking the world and making it tremble endlessly. The 2 huge black palms were like demonic claws as they attacked Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen continued to snatch the flower of life, he would be struck by these 2 palms. He would not have any chance to dodge. Clearly, the 2 ghost race half-step emperor were trying to force back Xiao Chen, preventing him from obtaining the flower of life. If Xiao Chen dared to take it, he would have to endure the damage from these 2 palms. Furthermore, the demonic claws were so dense that they seemed to have materialized. Wherever they passed, cracks would appear in the space around them. From this, one could imagine just how powerful they were. The ghost race's half-step Emperor Wu. the blue-robed emperor, and the 10 outstanding talents were all stunned at the same time. They could not understand why the ghost race experts of the Kunlun continent, who were tens of millions of kilometers away, would come to the human-demon paradise. In the history of the human-demon sea, such a situation had never happened before. Furthermore, there were 2 of them at the same time. However, that was not all. 2 ancient coffins flew out of the death swamp at the same time. The coffins landed with a pa sound, and the 2 corpse race half-step Emperor Wu, with cold expressions, opened their eyes. Without saying a word, they walked out of the coffins and started attacking the surrounding demon blue-robed emperors. This was the absolute difference in strength. In an instant, several human-demon quasi-emperors died on the spot before they could figure out the situation. Boom! A sagely song rang out, and 2 golden pillars of light descended from the sky. The holy light illuminated the dark death swamp. 2 deity race half-step emperor Wu experts with white hair and black eyes descended from the sky. They formed hand seals and sent down waves of holy light. Strong mental energy martial techniques gave off resplendent lights as they landed on the ground. Miserable shrieks rang out everywhere. This caused the blue-robed emperor mixed blood below to flee, not daring to remain for long. 6 human half-step emperor Wu figures appeared at the edge of the death swamp in the distance. These 6 wore masks, preventing others from seeing their faces clearly. However, the strong auras of their bodies were all terrifyingly strong. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary half-step Emperor Wu. With just 2 steps, they arrived at the scene. Similarly, without saying a word, he attacked the surrounding demonic human quasi-emperors without hesitation. The expressions of Pei Yan and the others changed dramatically. No matter how this group of outstanding talents thought about it, they would never have expected so many half-step Emperor Wu to appear in the human-demon paradise. Furthermore, they were not ordinary half-step Emperor Wu. Even among half-step Emperor Wu, they were top-notch existences. The status of the demons was special. They were mixed bloods of the deep abyss demonic race and the human race. Furthermore, the demons had always been the enemy of all the races of the Kunlun continent. If not for the Blood Sword Sovereign, a demon-human expert, appearing out of nowhere 50,000 years ago and being ridiculously strong, resulting in an agreement with the 5 major races of the Kunlun continent, the demons would have been wiped out long ago. The demonic humans had long been wiped out. They would never exist again. Even so, the current Kunlun realm was still ruled by the 5 major races. The peak experts of the 5 major races would not feel any guilt coming over to kill demon mixed blood cultivators. They would not fear the demon mixed blood cultivators seeking trouble. If they dared to seek trouble, having the demon bloodline was a sin in the first place. In terms of peak strength, any prime of the continent's races could easily slaughter all the demon mixed blood cultivators. Let's go. These people are trying to clear the area. They do not want others to see what they are doing. When Pei Yan saw that the half-step Emperor Wu did not care about the demon mixed blood cultivators fleeing, he immediately guessed the result. Pei Yan glanced at Xianxia, who was being held back by the 2 ghost race half-step Emperor Wu. As Pei Yan retreated, he somewhat understood what was going on. These people's target was the white-robed bladesman in the air. With this thought, Pei Yan could not help being horrified. What kind of existence was this fellow? Unexpectedly, he offended so many half-step Emperor Wu experts. As Pei Yan thought about this, he did not stop moving, retreating with all his might. Although Pei Yan could defeat some half-step Emperor Wu, they were ordinary half-step Emperor Wu like Old Man Feng and Wang Yang. If he ran into a true half-step Emperor Wu expert, he would die. If Pei Yan did not leave now, he would not be able to even if he wanted to. Such a strange turn of events happened in an instant. No matter who it was, no one would have expected such a scene. When Xiao Chun, who was in the air, saw the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu appear, his expression changed. Before coming, Xiao Chun had been feeling uneasy. He knew that the flower of life would not be so easy to obtain. However, when he saw such a large formation, he could not help feeling surprised. How could Xiao Chun be capable of provoking so many major characters to make a move at the same time, sending 10-odd half-step Emperor Wu to deal with him? There was no other purpose than to prevent Xiao Chun from advancing to Martial Emperor, to prevent him from obtaining the Flower of Life. If Xiao Chun gave up now and dodged these two horrifying demonic claws, letting the other party obtain the Flower of Life, nothing would happen to him. After the other party destroyed the Flower of Life, they would leave calmly. In their opinion, a descendant of the Qing Emperor who could not advance to Martial Emperor would not be worth paying attention to. It was just a meteor. What was there to fear? However, if Xiao Chun did not give up and still wanted to obtain the Flower of Life, then enduring the damage from these two demonic claws would be a painful start. The 10-odd half-step Emperor Wu would not give Xiao Chun a chance to speak. They would beat him half to death and use the most brutal method to snatch away the Flower of Life. It looked like the result would be the same, regardless of whether Xiao Chun chose the former or the latter. He would not be able to obtain the Flower of Life in the end. However, even if the result was the same, Xiao Chun would choose the latter without hesitation. The reason was none other than his attitude, a flame that never extinguished in his heart. It was a dream, a hope, and an unyielding faith. Blue dragon battle armor materialized. A resolute light flashed on Xiao Chun's delicate face. He materialized the blue dragon battle armor and flew towards the Flower of Life without hesitation. The path to Martial Emperor involved risking one's life. Even if one was consigned to eternal damnation, one would never give up. After materializing the blue dragon battle armor, Xiao Chun leaped into the air and plucked the Flower of Life from the mutated flying dragon snake's head. Then he placed it in his universe ring. However, after Xiao Chun completed this series of actions, the demonic palms that the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu sent out also attacked from the front and back. It looked like two palms were pressing together as they struck Xiao Chun. Buzz. Space trembled, swaying left and right like a clock. Formless spatial winds surged out in all directions. The shockwave spread throughout the entire death swamp. The ground cracked, and all the flying dragon snakes in the swamp shattered. After this battle, the flying dragon snakes in the human-demon paradise would probably all die. Duguayou took the initiative to block Ao Jiao, and Mu Xian, helping them block the shockwaves from the spatial tremors. Before the shockwaves scattered, a figure wearing azure-patterned battle armor descended from the air like a sharp arrow, arriving where Duguayou and the other two were. Pusi. After Xiao Chun landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth with a pale complexion as he endured the intense pain from his injuries. Cracks appeared on Xiao Chun's battle armor. However, as he circulated the blue dragon vital chi in his body, the cracks on the battle armor healed at a visible rate. After the blue dragon body, nourishing art reached the third layer, the blue dragon battle armor that he materialized already allowed Xiao Chun's defense to rival that of Emperor Wu's golden body. Although Xiao Chun was severely injured, he could still stand and fight against the peak strikes of these two half-step Emperor Wu, who used the death energy of this place to execute them. Chapter 12:16. Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao stepped forward and asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Xiao Chun turned around and smiled faintly, indicating that he was fine. Then, while Ao Jiao was not paying attention, he waved his right hand and quickly pulled Ao Jiao into the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chen sealed the exit of the ring and vomited another mouthful of blood. Mu Xian stepped forward and placed her hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. A clump of pink light appeared in her palm and quickly entered Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen immediately felt all the pain disappear. However, his injuries still had not healed. This should be the innate skill of the Eros demons, which temporarily numbed the pain. Now, not a single demon, mixed blood, remained in the previously bustling death swamp. The various half-step emperor Wus pressed forward, step by step. They formed an encirclement, sealing off all paths of retreat for Xiao Chen's group. There were a total of 12 half-step emperor Wus. Their strong auras pressed down, making breathing difficult. Normally, even if Xiao Chen and Duguayou ran into one of these half-step emperor Wus, they would not dare to say that they could easily defeat them. Now that there were 12, there was no hope at all. Xiao Chen looked at them one by one. The two deity race half-step emperor Wus should have been sent by Emperor Forsaken. Needless to say, the two ghost race half-step emperor Wus were definitely sent by the Dongyue ghost emperor. Naturally, the two corpse race half-step emperor Wus were sent by the Xingtian emperor. As for the six-masked human experts, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking expression. Since they already sent people out, what was the point of wearing masks? Masks could cover their faces, but could they hide the aura of their holy beast, martial spirits? As soon as the 6 half-step emperor Wu of the human race appeared, Xiao Chun knew that they were the 3 holy lord of the 3 holy masters' land. It was just that the other party didn't want to shed their last layer of cordiality, so they put on a mask for their own people. Thinking about it, it was really laughable. At the same time, in a boundlessly distant place, where the Thunder King was in closed-door cultivation, Bushan Palace in the Kunlun Continent's central province, the Thunder King was sitting cross-legged and talking to the 2 shadows in front of him. One of the masters of the image was the Haotian Martial Emperor, the new prime of the Kunlun Continent's human race. The other was the Fox King, the strongest martial emperor of the Fiend race, also a prime. Thunder King, are we really not going to help this time? The projection of the Haotian emperor asked worriedly. Naturally, the matter he was referring to was the matter of the primes sending people to stop Xiao Chun from obtaining the flower of life. The deity race's emperor Forsaken, and the ghost race's Dongyue ghost emperor, and Xingtian could reverse the heavenly Tao and calculate Xiao Chen's tribulation point. Naturally, they could do so as well. The Thunder King's aged face remained calm. He said indifferently, "There is no need to make a move. Just let nature take its course. A tribulation point is a tribulation point. If we purposely do it, it will only make the tribulation point more difficult. There is no point in doing so." After a pause, the Thunder King continued, "Furthermore, even I cannot figure out the tribulation point this time. There are too many variables truly puzzling." The Haotian Emperor and the Fox King looked at each other in surprise. The Fox King asked tentatively, "What variables?" The Thunder Sovereign shook his head and said, "I can only make out one person. There is another one. No matter how I look at it, I cannot make out anything. That person clearly does not have a dense luck like Xiao Chen does. However, he is unfathomable. The Haotian Emperor was still a little worried. There is really no need to make a move. This time, even the 3 holy masters can't help but make a move. The Thunder King nodded firmly. There is no need to make a move. They also know where the bottom line is. They will not act recklessly. After the conversation ended, the Haotian Emperor and the Fox King's projections flickered a few times before they disappeared from the secret chamber, leaving the Thunder King alone. After the 2 left, the Thunder King's appearance aged even more. He muttered, "What exactly is the second variable? Why can't I figure it out at all?" After saying that, the Thunder King started calculating again, feeling dissatisfied. The life force in his body drained quickly. Strands of dense life force almost materialized and came out of the top of his head. After a while, the Thunder King opened his eyes. He saw a youth flickering with black and white lights with a sword on his back. However, that youth's face was blurry. He could not see it clearly no matter what. The Thunder King was dissatisfied. He formed hand seals and drained even more life force. Suddenly, the Thunder King vomited a mouthful of blood. He finally saw that youth's face clearly, saw the pure golden flames burning in the youth's eyes. The Thunder King immediately revealed an expression of understanding. He muttered, "So that is the case. You also left a backup plan." In Death Swamp, Xianxia looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu in the air. Then he said slowly, "Dugu Ao, take Miss Mu and leave. They are here for me. They will not stop you." When Dugu Ao heard this, he smiled. Then he looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu in the air as well. He asked, "Brother Xiao, have you decided to give up?" "Have I given up?" Naturally, he did not. However, when facing these 12 half-step martial emperors, every one of them was no weaker than him. Even with that plumed feather, it was impossible for me to break out of this encirclement. It was not that Xianxia was undervaluing himself. Rather, the situation before him was truly unresolvable. All Xianxia could do was choose an attitude, fight with his life on the line. Even if he died miserably on the path of seeking enlightenment, he would persevere to the end, never giving up. Dugu Ao turned his head and smiled. Interesting. It turns out that Brother Xiao has moments of helplessness as well. Your expression clearly shows that you are seeking death. If this is not giving up, what is it? After Dugu Ao spoke, his expression suddenly turned incredibly serious. You once said that there are some oaths that should not be broken after they are made. Let me tell you this as well. There are some things that you choose to persevere on and never give up on. I, Dugu Ao, will help you block these 12 half-step Emperor Wu. Xian, help me hold him down. Before Xianxia could react, Mu Xian's hands landed on his shoulders. While he was distracted, she used the innate martial technique of the Eros demon race to trap him where he stood. Far away, Pei Yan's group, who had already fled far away, extended their mental perception to the maximum, quietly observing everything here. Several people who sensed the auras of half-step Emperor Wu all rushed over. Then they silently observed from a distance. However, they were extremely cautious. No one dared to advance rashly. Instead, they approached to watch the show. 12 foreign half-step Emperor Wu appeared in the human-demon paradise at the same time. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. Some of the half-step martial emperor experts revealed horrified expressions when they heard the descriptions of the newcomers from the people who had escaped. Based on these descriptions, these half-step Emperor Wu seemed to be the direct subordinates of the primes of the Kunlun continent. This was the intention of the primes. Some primes wanted to make a move on that white-robed bladesman. Immediately, these people no longer dared to think about going to Death Swamp to watch the show. Even the old black iron monster, a ruthless person who could kill Emperor Wu, did not dare to act rashly. The identity of that white-robed bladesman piqued everyone's curiosity. What kind of existence could he be for so many primes to make a move at the same time? Everyone had their own opinions, but no one could give an accurate answer. Inside Death Swamp, Xianxia was conscious, but he could not move his body. Mu Xian used a strange technique to paralyze Xianxia's body. Strands of pink energy entered Xianxia's body and slowly healed his injuries. This did not look like a technique for trapping people. Instead, it looked more like an Eros demon's healing martial technique. Dugu Ao looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts in the air. Then, he stepped forward and blocked Xiao Chun, silently expressing his stance. The deity race expert in the air smiled coldly and arrogantly. Interesting. A mixed-blood bastard dares to meddle in other people's business. You know who you are facing now? Even the human demon sees Emperor Wu did not dare to stop us. To think that a bastard like you dares to stand up for him. Quickly scram. Even if your father, Dugu Kuang, came, he would not dare to interfere in today's matter. Take your woman and leave immediately. Don't blame us for not warning you. It seemed like Duguao's clan was not simple in the human demon sea. The 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts, who had been silent all this while, all shouted coldly when they saw Duguao step forward. They did not make a move immediately. Far away, the many cultivators paying close attention to this place were all stunned when they saw Duguao step forward. Is he stupid? To think that he is facing 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts at the same time for the sake of an outsider. It's over. He is really tired of living. We already told him to leave, but he is still not leaving. These demon mixed-blood cultivators felt that Duguao's actions were not worth it. However, when some people heard Duguao being called a bastard, they felt a strange bitterness in their hearts. No matter how proud they were or how talented they were, in the eyes of this group of outsiders, demon mixed-blood cultivators were still considered bastards. Duguao's lips curled up slightly. He smiled somewhat self-mockingly and said, "Bastard, what you said is not wrong. I, Duguao, am indeed a bastard. There is nothing to deny. I have the blood of the deep abyss demon race flowing in my body. However, my heart will always be proud. Even if I am a bastard, I am still 100 times, 10,000 times stronger than you bunch of shameless people who use numbers to bully others. There are some things that you bunch of people will never understand. The persistence and dreams of some people cannot be tarnished by you bunch of lackeys." Right after Duguao spoke, his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. A strong wind blew, and an incomparably horrifying aura surged out from his body. A demon seemed to be released from Duguao's body. His body turned into a greedy funnel. Duguao's body absorbed the boundless demonic chi in the death swamp. This caused his aura to soar. After a while, he actually managed to block the auras of 12 half-step blue-robed emperors by himself. Suddenly, Duguao attacked ferociously. A demon mixed-blood cultivator corpse flew over from the ground. Duguao opened his mouth and bit the corpse's neck. In the blink of an eye, Duguao sucked up all the blood in the corpse. Duguao's hair turned scarlet and grew wildly. Soon, Duguao's hair reached Duguao's waist. His clothes tore, and a pair of scarlet, fleshy wings grew on his back. With a gentle flap, he hovered in the air. Chapter 12:17. When the mysterious red-clad man hiding in the darkness saw this scene, he was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, the bloodline of a demonic human had reached king grade and even awakened the rare blood demon transformation, the blood demon transformation. Several of the blood demon's demon monarch's bloodline were only at this level, perhaps even weaker. Such a change stunned the 12 half-step Emperor Wu. Unexpectedly, an unremarkable mixed-blood bastard could erupt with such a startling aura. Bastard, are you thinking of overturning the heavens? In the sky, the two deity race half-step Emperor Wu snorted coldly. Then they attacked at the same time, forming hand seals and sending out mental energy martial techniques. The light in the sky condensed into a divine sword, punishing Duguao. Duguao turned around and glared. A red light flashed in his eyes, spreading a berserk murderous intent, striking fear in others. With this glare, the two deity race half-step martial emperors felt an indescribable horror. Overturning the heavens? I never thought of it. However, today you want to bully me, Dugu Ao, with numbers? I absolutely will not allow that. Mu Xian, bring Xianxia away. Dugu Ao maintained his last bit of rationality. After he spoke, he waved his hand and drew out most of the death chi in the human-demon paradise. Right now, he was like a fish in water in this human-demon paradise with dense death chi. The amount of death chi he could draw out was even more than that of the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wus combined. Dugu Ao easily dealt with the attacks of the two deity race experts with one palm strike. Reluctance flashed in Mu Xian's eyes, as well as intense conflict. However, in the end, she made up her mind to bring Xianxia away. In the end, she was shocked to discover that Xianxia, whom she had trapped with her Eros demon secret technique, was not completely paralyzed. He was still resisting her secret technique. If she moved, Xianxia would immediately regain his freedom. Her expression involuntarily turned anxious. Xianxia, just come with me. Mu Xian was so anxious that she nearly cried. Xianxia did not move. He could not speak, but his consciousness was clear. With Dugu Ao's current state, he could indeed block 12 half-step Emperor Wu. However, it would not be easy. Once the state disappeared, only death awaited Dugu Ao. He couldn't leave. He couldn't watch his friend die for him. High up in the sky changed color, winds blew, and clouds churned. Although the berserk Dugu Ao was in a somewhat sorry state, he could fight 1 against 12, truly blocking all the half-step Emperor Wu. With a raise of his hand, most of the human-demon paradise would tremble, filling the sky above the human-demon paradise with surging black clouds. The cultivators watching from afar were all stunned. They had long known that Dugu Ao had not used his blood demon innate talent and cultivated the quintessence of the human race. However, Xianxia had not expected Dugu Ao to be so ridiculously strong after he used the blood demon's innate talent and went berserk. Dugu Ao laughed loudly, completely ignoring his injuries as he fought against the 12 half-step Emperor Wu. He was like a helpless ruffian. As long as anyone dared to go down, he would pester them, not caring about anything else. Dugu Ao casually glanced around and saw that Xianxia had not left yet. He could not help crying out hoarsely, "Go! What are you still standing there for?" While Dugu Ao was distracted, the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu found an opportunity to attack him, one from the front and one from the back. When experts exchanged moves, how could they allow themselves to be distracted? This was especially so for the ridiculously strong half-step Emperor Wu. "You are seeking death." Dugu Ao roared. His figure flickered like a phantom as he sent 2 palm strikes back, causing the 2 ghost race cultivators to vomit blood and retreat. Just as Dugu Ao wanted to follow up with another attack, the other half-step Emperor Wu charged over. Both sides immediately fell into a stalemate again. However, Dugu Ao had something holding him back. Occasionally, he turned his head back to look. When he saw that Xianxia still had not left, he could not help reminding him. "Go!" Dugu Ao cried out hoarsely. Every time he cried out, someone would take the opportunity to severely injure him, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. His miserable state was very frightening. However, Dugu Ao did not stop. As long as he found an opportunity in the frenzied battle, he would cry out, his cries echoing in the sky. "Go! Go! Go!" The word "go" reverberated throughout the entire human-demon paradise, sounding sorrowful and sorrowful. Everyone's expressions changed. However, could Xianxia really leave? Could he leave? Of course not. The words "go, go, go" were like thunder, each word stained with blood. How could he leave in peace? Xianxia's body, which had been paralyzed by Mu Xinya, trembled slightly His hands, which hung by his side, trembled endlessly. In such a difficult situation, he clenched them into fists. Xiao Chen's eyes looked like they were about to bleed. Every word that Dugu Ao said, "Go," was like a knife deeply carved into Xiao Chen's heart. Mu Xian, who was behind, bit her lip. Fragrant sweat covered her forehead. She felt that she could no longer control Xiao Chen. This made her feel very surprised. The succubus race's secret technique was the innate ability of succubi. Normally, when it was used by surprise, it would cause the succubus race to lose all of its strength. Normally, when it was executed unexpectedly, even someone as strong as the half-step emperor Wu would find it hard to struggle free. As time went by, he would slowly fall asleep. This was not an offensive martial technique. It was just an innate ability of the Eros demons. Its main purpose was to put people into a deep sleep so that they could harvest their energy. This allowed the energy of the target to be harvested to be drained unknowingly while they were asleep. Naturally, Mu Xian did not want to harvest Xiao Chen right now. She just wanted Xiao Chen to fall asleep, so she could bring him away from this place, not letting down Dugu Ao's efforts. However, the reality was somewhat unexpected. Xiao Chen's willpower was unexpectedly strong. Not only did he not fall asleep, but he even struggled even more intensely, showing signs of breaking free at any moment. This placed even more pressure on Mu Xian. If this continued, Xiao Chen would really break free. At that time, Dugu Ao would be risking his life, wasting the opportunity that he obtained. Tears flickered in Mu Xian's eyes as she started crying anxiously. At this moment, she felt extreme regret. If she had not gotten Dugu Ao to help her obtain the mutated demonic essence core, none of this would have happened. In such an anxious situation, a certain mysterious red-clad man, hidden in the darkness, calmly analyzed the situation for a while before giving up on making a move. The battle in the sky leaned more and more in favor of the 12 half-step Emperor Wus. In the end, it was still too much to fight 1 against 12. If not for the dense demonic chi in this human-demon paradise, Dugu Ao would have gained the upper hand. Even if he executed the blood demon transformation, the innate ability of the blood demon race, he would not be able to last for so long. Most importantly, the duration of the blood demon transformation seemed to be about to end. When Xiao Chen saw this, his heart bled. This was the thing that he feared the most in his life. There were some things that he could have saved, but ended up regretting for some reason. For example, if Xiao Chen could struggle free of Mu Xian's control, Dugu Ao would not die. Back then, when Ao Jiao blocked the lightning tribulation for him, Xiao Chen swore that he would not let something like that happen to him again. He did not want to experience that kind of regret and heart-wrenching pain again. Right now, Xiao Chen did not blame Mu Xian. Everyone had their own perseverance. In Mu Xian's world, Dugu Ao's words were the only thing that mattered. Even if Dugu Ao asked her to die, she would not hesitate to do so. Endure. Don't die. Please don't die. As Xiao Chen watched Dugu Ao continue to resist, he did his best to struggle free. Veins bulged on his tightly clenched fists, and sweat continuously dripped down his forehead. Xiao Chen slowly regained control of his body, slowly expelling Mu Xian's pink energy from his body. After a long time, Xiao Chen also found a way to deal with this pink energy. After executing it, it slowly took effect. Boom! Suddenly, Dugu Ao's aura plummeted. The duration of the blood demon transformation came to an end. Bastard, go and die! After being delayed for so long by Dugu Ao and injuring several half-step Emperor Wu, Dugu Ao would not be able to vent the hatred in his heart if he did not kill him. Seeing that Dugu Ao could no longer maintain the blood demon transformation and that his prestige had dropped significantly, the rage that the 12 half-step martial emperors had been suppressing for a long time erupted at the same time. Their figures flashed as they charged at Duguayao. Duguayao coughed endlessly, and blood flowed continuously as he watched the 12 half-step blue-robed emperors charge at him. His consciousness slowly turned hazy. Before Duguayao fainted, he turned his head back and saw that Xianxia had not left yet. He wanted to shout one more time, one last time. However, Duguayao's throat was already hoarse from all the shouting. This time, he simply could not do it. He opened his mouth and silently shouted in his heart, "Go!" Then, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. No, the instant Duguayao closed his eyes, a clear opening appeared in Mu Xian's mental state. Xianxia, who was about to struggle free in the first place, roared ferociously and shot forward. Just as the 12 half-step Emperor Wus were about to reach Duguayao, Xianxia shouted, "Die!" Without even thinking, Duguayao took out the trump card he had been saving, the golden plume feather. This golden plume feather, which could kill Emperor Wu, released a dazzling light the instant it burned. It was as dazzling as the sun, so bright that no one dared to open their eyes. At that moment, the light of this golden plume feather covered the entire human-demon paradise. Sensing a dangerous aura, the expressions of the 12 half-step Emperor Wus changed. When they clearly saw the golden plume feather, they were all startled. Originally, these half-step Emperor Wus were charging forward, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Duguayao, whose fate was unknown. However, when they saw the golden plume feather, they frantically retreated. However, it was already too late. No matter how fast the few people at the front retreated, they could not dodge it completely. Miserable cries rang out. When the light swept past the 4 human experts at the front, they turned into ashes, dying without a complete corpse. The others who were caught in the shockwave all suffered injuries that were neither light nor severe. At the very least, there were still 6 half-step Emperor Wus who could hold their own. Even if Xianxia were not injured, he would not be a match for them. Furthermore, he was currently riddled with internal injuries. After Xianxia analyzed the situation rationally, he supported the unconscious Duguayao and looked coldly at the half-step Emperor Wus. Then, he quickly returned to Mu Xian's side. "Let's go." Before Xianxia could explain to Mu Xian in detail, he carried Duguayao with one hand and Mu Xian with the other as he quickly headed to the back. Chapter 1218. Why did Xianxia not head for the exit? There were too many demon mixed blood experts there, watching quietly. Given Xianxia's current state, if these demon mixed blood cultivators became greedy, they would just be walking into a trap. They could only head deeper into the human-demon sea. This is the moment I was waiting for. Die. However, just at this moment, the mysterious red-clad man, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, saw Xianxia toss out his final trump card. The instant Xianxia landed, he suddenly made his move. That red-clad man's body turned into a stream of scarlet liquid and continuously elongated. Then, he turned into a thin, red beam of light and shot towards Xianxia's chest at lightning speed. How fast? The expression of Xianxia, who was carrying Duguayao and Mu Xian, changed drastically. Shock flashed in his heart. His thoughts raced as he quickly tried to think of a countermeasure. However, he helplessly discovered that in his current state, he could not dodge the scarlet beam of light that shot towards him. This person was like the coldest venomous snake in the world, hiding in the darkness. As long as his prey showed an opening, he would immediately make his move, killing him in one strike. Damn it! Am I going to die in the end? Xianxia, who had no trump cards left, felt despair in his heart as he looked at that strange and mysterious martial technique. What a coincidence! I was waiting for this moment as well. He will not die at your hands. Just as that red beam of light was about to pierce Xianxia's chest and suck away Xianxia's blood, a figure suddenly appeared. It was like this figure had been waiting for a long time. Light and darkness, two different colors, met in the air and formed a youth with a sword on his back and a faint smile on his face. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the young swordsman withdrew his smile and attacked coldly, quickly drawing the sword on his back. Xiao! The sword light flickered, and the sword intent was startling. The young swordsman held his sword horizontally in front of his chest with both hands, using the blade of his sword to block that strange red beam of light. There was a loud bang, as if something had hit the stone floor. Blood lines continued to accumulate, forming a figure once more. The figure howled in pain as it was knocked back. The red-clothed youth clutched his head with his right hand. His sure-kill attack had been blocked. He glared at the person who had come and shouted, "Zhou Xian, how dare you spoil my plans?" After surviving the calamity, Xiao Chen's face was filled with astonishment. This time, it was really an accident. He wasn't surprised that the three great supreme beings had sent people to stir up trouble. However, he hadn't expected that they would put in so much effort. However, the appearance of Zhou Xian was completely unexpected. No matter how hard Xiao Chun racked his brains, he would never have imagined that this person would appear. With just a glance, one could tell that the mysterious man in red was a powerful figure from the Abyss Devil race. Thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable for the Abyss Devil race's expert to appear here. Back then, the Qing Emperor could single-handedly drive back the 18 demon emperors. Even the Netherworld hierarch was injured by the Qing Emperor. Xiao Chun led the Dragon's Gate's war venerate into and out of the deep abyss demonic world several times, killing several demon race experts and being unrivaled for an era. It would be strange if such a person did not inspire fear in the other party. It made perfect sense for the other party to send someone to stop Xiao Chun from becoming the second Qing emperor. Only Zhou Xian, a person who was both friend and foe, an unfathomable character, appeared here. Xiao Chun was not surprised at all. Why exactly did he appear here? Furthermore, he even helped Xiao Chun block this sure-kill attack. Before Xiao Chun could continue thinking, the many half-step Emperor Wu, who were knocked back by the golden plume feather, recovered their strength and regrouped, charging at him. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground, and a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he led Mu Xian and Du Guiyou towards the depths of the human-demon paradise. After him, of the 6 half-step Emperor Wu from the 3 holy masters' land, 4 died. The losses were extremely heavy. The remaining 2 roared ferociously and led the remaining people in the direction that Xiao Chun fled. Zhou Xian, who was facing off with the red-clad blood demon, looked back, and a large golden flame shot out from his eyes, blocking the path of the group of people. The moment the golden flame appeared, it burned space. It was like a great, desolate Ian, ferocious beast opening its mouth and slowly swallowing everything. Soon, it swallowed up most of the space, looking extremely horrifying. Heavenly Flame, the pursuing half-step Emperor Wu, were startled and quickly retreated. However, halfway back, they suddenly discovered that something was wrong. They reacted and said, "That's not right. This is not a complete heavenly flame." This was indeed not a complete heavenly flame, as it did not contain the heavenly flame's origin flame. Although this heavenly flame was strong, it was just a facade. As long as the half-step Emperor will use law energy, they could protect their physical bodies and charge through this horrifying heavenly flame. This was the best time to pursue Xiao Chun and Du Guiyou's group, without wasting their time. The group of half-step Emperor Wu glared at Zhou Xian, their eyes brimming with murderous intent and rage. However, when they saw the person facing off with Zhou Xian, the expressions of the remaining 8 half-step Emperor Wu's changed involuntarily. A high-ranked blood demon? That mysterious red-clad man clearly had the aura of a high-ranked blood demon. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of any other race. He was a genuine expert of the devil race, not a mixed blood. Strange. Why would there be a high-ranking devil race in this place? Doubts gathered in everyone's hearts. This group of high-ranking devils should most likely appear in the star battlefield. As Zhou Xian looked at this group of half-step Emperor Wu with mountainous auras and overflowing killing chi, he smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Why are you giving chase? If we don't give chase now, we won't be able to catch up to him." The group of half-step Emperor Wu seemed to wake up from a dream. Only now did they remember that the main purpose of this trip was to pursue Xianxia and prevent him from obtaining the flower of life, rather than staying here and dawdling with some irrelevant people. As for why the devil experts would appear here, it was not something they needed to worry about. "You fellow, I'll deal with you later." After glaring at Zhou Xian, the many half-step Emperor Wu soared into the air and gave chase in the direction that Xianxia had gone. "Zhou Xian, do you really think that I do not dare to make a move on you?" the half-step Emperor Wu asked coldly when he saw that Zhou Xian dared to split his attention to block Xianxia. The red-clad man asked coldly, feeling looked down on. Zhou Xian slowly sheathed the sword in his hand. Then he smiled humbly and said, "Naturally, I do not dare." "Don't give me that." The red-clad man said, "I am here on the orders of the Night Blood Demon Monarch to kill the Qing Emperor's descendant. Why are you blocking me? Are you trying to oppose the Demon Monarch?" Zhou Xian bowed slightly. Despite the red-clad man's overbearing words, he remained as calm as still water. He said indifferently, "I do not dare. I am only here to tell you that you have a new mission. We need to depart immediately." The red-clad man smiled coldly and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I don't know better than you whether I have a mission or not? In the 18 realms of the deep abyss, only the Night Blood Demon Monarch can order me around and give me missions. My current mission is to kill the Qing Emperor's descendant. Anyone who blocks me will be disrespecting the Demon Monarch and will have to die." As the red-clad man spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and pressed forward. "Break one of your arms first, and I will pretend this never happened. Otherwise, when the Night Blood Demon Monarch finds out, you will not survive even if you have 9 lives." Zhou Xian remained unmoved. Just as the red-clad man was about to fly into a rage, a deep and cold black medallion suddenly appeared in Zhou Xian's hand. The Netherworld Medallion. When the overbearing red-clad man saw this medallion, he turned pale with fright. He was in some disbelief and no longer had his earlier overbearing attitude. The Netherworld Medallion. Anyone who could hold the Netherworld Medallion had to be here on orders from the Dark Church's highest echelon. They were special envoys that even the Demon Monarch would be able to obtain. "Greetings, Lord Special Envoy." The red-clad man bowed as a look of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. "You are too polite. However, Yi Wuxin, you should be greeting Special Envoy Xiaonan, and not just Lord Special Envoy." The red-clad man, Yi Wuxin, suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "Yes, Yi Wuxin greets Special Envoy Xiaoyan." "You are too polite." Zhou Xian smiled faintly and continued, "Yi Wuxin, heed my orders. I order you to rush to the astral battlefield and suppress the rise of Diwuk and the other Kunlun continent's younger generation." When Yi Wuxin heard this, he was greatly startled. "You must be joking. Do the so-called outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent need to mobilize the demon race geniuses with king grade bloodlines?" Zhou Xian's tone remained calm and unhurried. He said, "This is your mission. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. You have the Netherworld medallion, so I'll believe you for now. However, if I find out that you lied to me, I will definitely not spare you." Although he was unwilling to leave just like that, Zhou Xian had come with the Netherworld token, so he had no choice but to rush to the Starry Sky battlefield immediately. Not at all. No matter how daring I am, I wouldn't dare to joke around with the Netherworld token, Zhou Xian said softly with a sincere look on his face. Yi Wuxin also guessed that Zhou Xian did not have such guts. After letting out a cold snort, he turned into a bloody light and bounced around, disappearing in front of Zhou Xian in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xian watched the other party leave and muttered, "A demon with a royal bloodline is indeed difficult to deal with. With this speed, I'm afraid there aren't many in the same generation who can catch up to him." But his brain is still a little lacking. Zhou Xian smiled faintly and brought the Netherworld medallion to his lips. He gently blew on it, and the so-called Netherworld medallion, which caused Yi Wuxin to tremble in fear, immediately turned into a pile of ashes and scattered with the wind. If Yi Wuxin were here and knew that Zhou Xian tricked him into leaving obediently and even bowing to him, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. On this side, Zhou Xian helped Xianxia get rid of a strong enemy with just a few words. On the other side, a team of 8 half-step Emperor Wu chased after Xianxia wildly. However, after losing the initiative, they lost sight of Xianxia in the complicated terrain of the human-demon paradise. They split up several times to search for him, but to no avail. They flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to turn back to seek trouble for Zhou Xian. However, they discovered that Zhou Xian was long gone. Now that both sides were empty, the originally angry Emperor Wu became even more frustrated. "Forget it, let's not chase after him. We'll just wait outside for him. There are still 10 more days before the human-demon paradise closes. When that time comes, the people inside will be forcefully teleported out. The instant he comes out, we'll take him down. There's no need to waste words with him." The masked expert of the 3 holy masters said coldly. Chapter 12:19. Let's do it that way. There is no need to fear him coming out. We absolutely cannot let this fellow advance to Martial Emperor. Otherwise, he will trample on us. Look at his eyes. He looks like he wants to eat us up. The few of them quickly conversed. After reaching a consensus, they quickly came to a unanimous decision. They stood guard outside the stone stele, waiting for the human-demon paradise to close and for Xianxia to be forcibly sent out. In an unremarkable valley in the depths of the human-demon paradise, Xianxia laid down a simple illusion formation, concealing his group in this complicated environment. When Xianxia walked over and saw the injured Dugu Ao, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. "How is he?" Xianxia asked Mu Xian, who was currently treating Dugu Ao's injuries. Mu Xian shook her head, showing a sorrowful expression. Her voice trembled as she said, "His injuries are too severe. There are too many things. There is no way to treat him. His entire physical body feels like it is completely destroyed." When Xianxia heard that, his heart sank. On the surface of Dugu Ao's body, he could no longer see any part of it that was intact. Unexpectedly, Dugu Ao's internal injuries were even more severe than these horrifying external injuries. "Let me take a look." Walking over, Xianxia used the pulse reading method from the Compendium of Cultivation to check Dugu Ao's injuries. Moving his spiritual sense, Xianxia saw that Dugu Ao's internal organs were nearly all shattered, wriggling like a pile of meat paste. This made one feel sad for some reason. Xianxia finally understood why Mu Xian said that there was no way to treat Dugu Ao. Aside from these internal injuries, Duguao's meridians were all ruptured and clogged up, preventing him from circulating his law energy. If not for a mysterious energy in Duguao's bloodline slowly healing his injuries, Duguao would have died long ago. However, the unconscious Duguao instinctively resisted the awakening of that mysterious energy. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He somewhat understood. If this mysterious energy completely occupied Duguao's body, it would not be able to do anything to him. After this mysterious energy completely occupied Duguao's body, Duguao could only cultivate demonic qi and survive in this world as a blood demon, living a life that he disliked the most. His instincts made him resist the mysterious powers healing even when he was unconscious. However, if Duguao continued resisting like this, when his life force completely disappeared, there would be no hope for him. If Xiao Chun had to choose, he would rather let Duguao become a demon with a single thought. Perhaps he might be able to find a way to salvage the situation in the future. Xiao Chun let go and remained silent for a long time. The scene of Duguao facing the 12 half-step Emperor Wu's shouting kept replaying in his mind. 12 half-step martial emperors surrounded Duguao, but he could only watch helplessly. He would never forget this humiliation for the rest of his life. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! The sound of blood lingering in Duguao's ears rang out. With every word, the 12 half-step Emperor Wu seized an opportunity to severely injure Duguao. However, Duguao did not forget. Even after the blood demon transformation disappeared, he still called out for Xiao Chun to leave. Xiao Chun thought to himself, if not for Duguao still thinking about me, his injuries might not be as severe as they are now. Guilt, self-blame, murderous intent, and all sorts of other emotions filled Xiao Chen's heart. At this moment, Xiao Chun craved power. There had never been a moment where he craved power so much. There had never been a moment where he wanted to kill some people so much. Xiao Chun opened the entrance to the Immortal Spirit Ring and let Ao Jiao out. Then he begged, "Little Ao Jiao, don't let him die. No matter what, don't let him die. I beg of you." When Ao Jiao came out, she wanted to throw a tantrum. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's eyes filled with complicated emotions, her heart ached for some reason. Even back then, on his path to martial emperor, Xiao Chun had not suffered as much as Xiao Chun. It could even be said that since ancient times, there had never been an outstanding talent who had walked the path to martial emperor as arduously as Xiao Chun. "I'll do my best," Ao Jiao said softly. With Ao Jiao's help, even if Duguao could not wake up immediately, she should be able to stop the loss of life force. With a flip of his hand, the flower of life and the death fruit appeared in Xiao Chen's palm at the same time. The moment the life aura and the death aura appeared, they started fighting each other. Two clumps of energy, one black and one white, appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, clashing with each other. When Ao Jiao saw this scene, she was mildly startled. She said, "You choose to break through now? That is too short." The human-demon paradise would only be open for 10 days. After 10 days, everyone would be forcefully sent out. If Xiao Chen's process of condensing the heart of an emperor was interrupted, he would definitely fail. Killing him was the only way to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. 10 days was too risky. Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "Xiao Chun, don't be rash." Determination appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said calmly, "I'm not being rash. Actually, this is my last chance. Even if I recover from my injuries, I still will not stand a chance against the 8 half-step Emperor Wu's waiting outside 10 days from now. Only by condensing the heart of an emperor and becoming a consummation blue-robed emperor can I have a chance of defeating them. The slightest mistake on the path to martial emperor will result in eternal damnation. If possible, I would not want to take such a risk." However, these people are forcing me. I already have no way out. I cannot live under the same sky as them. I am willing to pay the price of failing to advance to martial emperor to bet the lives of this group of people. Either they die, or I die. The images of the remaining 8 half-step Emperor Wus appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. A heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he stopped hesitating and directly swallowed the flower of life and death fruit. Xiao Chen hovered in midair and sat down cross-legged. Then, he quickly circulated the life and death art, which he could already recite backward. An intense life aura and a heavy death aura were like 2 vast armies fighting an intense battle in Xiao Chen's body. They fought for dominance. No one liked the other. The constant conflict caused Xiao Chen immense pain. He wanted to vomit blood and give up. Xiao Chen maintained his last bit of clarity and used the life and death art to do his best to tame these 2 extremely vast energies. Only by perfectly taming and exhausting these 2 energies could the life and death art evolve layer by layer until it underwent a complete transformation, allowing Xiao Chen to condense the heart of an emperor that only Emperor Wus possessed. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the air. One moment, it was hell. The next moment, it was heaven on earth. The changes were unfathomable and incredible. When Ao Jiao saw this, she felt very worried. 10 days was still too short. Outside the stone stele, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus of the various races sat cross-legged, each guarding a corner as they looked coldly at the exit of the human-demon paradise. Every time a demon mixed blood walked out of the exit, they would feel a vast killing intent that could topple mountains and flip the seas. This scared these human-demon sea cultivators into not even daring to breathe loudly. After these human-demon cultivators carefully walked far away, they panted heavily. When they saw the 8 half-step Emperor Wus surging killing chi, they felt a deep fear. With 8 half-step Emperor Wus experts guarding this place, even an expert of the old black iron monsters level would be stunned in an instant. Discussions broke out in the distance. Clearly, news of what happened in the human-demon paradise had already spread. As for the white-robed bladesman being able to escape from the attacks of 12 half-step Emperor Wus, half-step Emperor Wu, they were all astonished. Duguao's crazed action at the last moment also influenced countless people. To be able to make a friend like Duguao was truly the white-robed bladesman's fortune. Everyone felt some envy in their hearts. In this world where human relationships were as thin as water, if one wanted to have an ordinary friend, one would need to have some mutual benefits. However, at the last moment, Duguao gave up on his chance to escape and stepped forward bravely, using his life to help Xiao Chen obtain a chance. Unfortunately, given the current situation, no matter how hard the 2 worked in the human-demon paradise, they would not be able to escape. When the 10 days passed and the 2 were forcibly sent out, they would still face the combined attacks of 8 half-step Emperor Wus, half-step Emperor Wu. Time passed day by day. The day of the human-demon paradise's closing drew closer, like a countdown to death. Many cultivators gathered outside the ancient stone stele, waiting for the final scene. The opening of the human-demon paradise was full of twists and turns. There were many unexpected surprises that no one could have expected. The strong appearance of the 12 half-step Emperor Wu's foreign half-step Emperor Wu completely disrupted the rules of the human-demon paradise, forcing many people to leave early. As a result, there were still 3 days before the human-demon paradise closed, but most of the people had already left. The reason was none other than the fact that no one wanted to be killed by mistake at the last moment. In the past few days, several demon mixed blood cultivators had died at the hands of the 8 half-step Emperor Wu's half-step Emperor Wu. Perhaps it was because they were killed by mistake, or perhaps it was because they were in a bad mood and wanted to vent, causing everyone to feel anxious. However, no one dared to say anything. Logically speaking, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus were far from being able to suppress all the cultivators here. However, they had the primes behind them, giving them the capital to do whatever they wanted in the human-demon sea without any worries. In a desolate valley in the human-demon paradise, Xianxia was anxiously making a breakthrough. One was black, one was white. Life chi and death chi mixed together. At the very beginning, they had already started to merge together. However, they were still far from reaching a complete equilibrium. In the air, there were 4 rings of light of different colors behind Xianxia. Each ring of light had a different mysterious phenomenon in it. The 4 rings of light meant that Xianxia had already broken through to the 4th layer of the life and death art. There were still 3 more layers. As long as he could successfully break through, he would be able to condense a heart of an emperor in one go and advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. However, the latter 3 layers were each more dangerous than the one before. Every time Xianxia made a breakthrough, he would be at the gates of hell. Cassier. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the 4 rings of light behind Xianxia. The life and death chi in Xianxia's body went out of control. It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, running amok in Xianxia's body. Xianxia's face turned sinister and horrifying at one moment, like a black-faced evil spirit from hell. Then it turned frighteningly pale, looking like he had died. Chapter 12:20. The black and white lights changed unpredictably, making the people who cared about him feel uneasy and uneasy. Ao Jiao showed a nervous expression. She knew that Xianxia was about to forcefully break through again. If he succeeded, he would enter the 5th layer of the life and death art. If he failed, everything would be over. Without a doubt, the further he went, the higher the chances of failure would be. The difficulty would multiply. It would be hard not to worry. Xiao. Suddenly, the light on Xianxia's body stopped flickering. A new ring of light appeared behind him. He had succeeded in forcefully breaking through to the 5th layer of the life and death art. Between life and death, Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged, felt the vast mental energy in his sea of consciousness slowly gathering. It was like a pile of liquid metal that was constantly being molded and changed its shape. After 5 life and death junctures, this enormous mental power had molded it into a blurry human silhouette. Xianxia felt that as long as he cleared the remaining 2 layers of life and death and cultivated the life and death art to the 7th layer, he would experience a qualitative leap, a change that he could not predict. However, if he failed, his mind would crumble. The consequences would range from becoming an idiot to brain death. The danger was great. However, for the sake of the belief in his heart, he had to persevere. Xianxia clenched his teeth. He endured the immense pressure and the pain of switching between life and death. Then he resolutely chose to continue cultivating the life and death art to the 6th layer. One day, there were only 2 days left before the human-demon paradise closed. Xianxia was still trying to break through to the 6th layer of the life and death art. Another day passed. Xianxia successfully broke through to the 6th layer of the life and death art and made preparations for the 7th layer. However, there was only 1 day left. If Xianxia failed to break through, then the instant he was sent out of the human-demon paradise, he would suffer the combined attacks of the 8 half-step Emperor Wus. Not only would he suffer severe injuries, but the backlash from the life and death art being interrupted would also be even more severe. However, Xianxia used 2 days to break through to the 6th layer. No matter how one looked at it, 1 day would not be enough to break through to the 7th layer. Heavy anxiety flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. After she used some peak medicinal pills from the Thunder King's secret treasures, she managed to stabilize Duguao's injuries. Duguao's life force stopped flowing away. However, he remained unconscious, resisting the healing from the demonic race bloodline. His situation was still not optimistic. Ao Jiao and Mu Xian were both somewhat anxious. They could not think of any good ideas. Outside the stele, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was getting darker. The 8 half-step emperor, Wu sitting around it, all had a cold smile on their faces. When the sun rose again, Xianxia and the others would be forcibly teleported out. It would also be the time for them to make their move. This time, they would not give Xianxia any chance. It was impossible for a descendant of the Qing emperor to become an emperor. A large number of demonic hybrids were gathered around the stone stele, and none of them seemed to have any intention of leaving. Everyone knew that the white-robed bladesman would be sent out at daybreak. Although Xianxia believed in his heart that the white-robed bladesman was already a dead man, he still wanted to take one last look. He wanted to take a look at this white-robed bladesman who shocked hundreds of people with one shout. Even if such a person died, he would have a different kind of elegance. It would be best if we can drag a few half-step Emperor Wu down with us. This group of bastards is too overboard. Someone could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. As he looked at the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, he cursed in a soft voice. Damn, be quieter. Don't let this group of people hear you. Didn't you hear from those seniors that these foreign half-step Emperor Wu all have primes backing them? We cannot afford to offend them. With primes backing them, they can casually kill us demon mixed blood. What can we do? After the blood sword sovereign, our demon mixed blood did not have another prime. We are only alive because of the agreement between the 5 races and the blood sword sovereign. The person who cursed first sighed silently. How could he not understand such a principle? However, he still felt dissatisfied in his heart. Originally, Dugu Ao possessed a perfect demon bloodline and could have reached the same height as the blood sword sovereign. Unfortunately, it is hard to say whether he is dead or alive now. That might not be the case. Perhaps Dugu Ao is not dead yet. Everything will be clear in the morning. So what if he is not dead? When the morning sun rises, the human-demon paradise will close. He and that white-robed bladesman, who were sent out, will not be able to escape death. Low sighs and soft discussions filled this group of demon mixed-blood cultivators' rage and helplessness. As they looked at the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, they all had hostile gazes. However, there was nothing they could do. What could they do? No matter what they did, they would not be a match for a prime. No matter what, they could not change anything. Perhaps they really had to place their hopes on that white-robed bladesman. Let's see if he could drag a few people down with him before he died. That way, they would be able to vent some of the hatred in their hearts. This night was incredibly long. None of the demon mixed-blood cultivators present had ever experienced such an unbearable night. They probably all held some anticipation in their hearts as they waited. Perhaps that white-robed bladesman might be able to create another miracle. The darkness in the overcast sky slowly faded, and dawn approached. In the east, a ball of flame was hidden in the dark clouds, trying to break free from the last shackles and illuminate every inch of the land. Some people said that every sunrise symbolized new life and hope. The rising sun was always the most magnificent and enchanting scenery in the world. However, why did the rising sun that was about to appear today feel like it was announcing the arrival of death? It was strangling everyone's hope. The night was long, and there would always be the moment when the sun rose, whether you were willing or not. The night would eventually pass. The tens of thousands of demon mixed blood cultivators on the desert islands all focused their gazes on the east, counting in their hearts. The 8 half-step emperor Wus opened their eyes at the right time, staring at the top of the stone tablet. Once the sun rose, they would launch a thunderous attack. Life or death, the answer would be revealed soon. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Before he could count to 10, the sun, which had been waiting for a long time in the far east, leaped out impatiently. It announced the existence of the blazing sun to the world, sweeping away all the darkness. That sun was extremely beautiful. One would never tire of looking at it, intoxicated and addicted to it. It's coming. Someone sighed silently. Everyone knew what the appearance of the rising sun signified. It meant that the genius with the perfect demon bloodline, which only appeared once every 10,000 years in the human demon sea, would come to an end. It meant that the boundlessly elegant, white-robed bladesman would be buried here. A single sunrise had not only taken away all the darkness in this world, but it had also taken away 2 peerless geniuses with shocking talents. A strong wind blew, and sand blew everywhere. The 8 half-step emperor Wus stood up at the same time. The accumulated energy was too vast, causing the world to change. Winds blew, and clouds churned. As the wind howled, sand and dust spread out, forming countless storms. The aura was so vast that everyone found it hard to breathe. Who would dare to say that they could survive such a situation? Whoosh! The moment the rising sun appeared, Xianxia, Duguayou, and the others, who were still in the human-demon paradise, were immediately forcefully sent out. They saw 6 rings of light, scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, and blue behind Xianxia. Each ring of light represented a breakthrough in life and death. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, the 6 rings of light looked very beautiful. This was the most beautiful scene one could see after breaking through life and death. With one glance, one would be dazzled, deeply immersed in this dreamy scene. However, the 2 sides of Xianxia were not so dreamy. On one side was a hellish scene. Darkness filled the sky, and all sorts of vengeful spirits and evil spirits roamed about. It was a horrifying scene of hell. With one look, one would be startled and feel a chill down one's spine. On the other side was a scene brimming with life. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and the 4 seasons cycled endlessly. It was like heaven, but also like a vanished, immortal realm, inspiring fascination. Amid this vast, mysterious phenomenon of life and death, Xianxia sat cross-legged at the top of the stone stele with his eyes closed. The 6 rings of light behind him were each larger than the one before. As the multicolored light illuminated him, he looked like a bodhisattva comprehending the Tao. Holy, dignified, and solemn. The appearance of such a vast and magnificent, mysterious phenomenon surprised everyone. No one expected Xianxia to appear in such a manner after 10 days. Even the 8 half-step emperor, Wu, did not make a move immediately, appearing distracted for a moment. When they reacted, their expressions changed dramatically. They knew that Xianxia had used up the flower of life and was in the midst of a nervous breakthrough. If they still did not make a move, Xianxia might really break through. Then, it would be hard to say what would happen. Attack! Don't let this brat succeed. Otherwise, we will all be finished. The half-step emperor, Wu of the deity race, roared ferociously and took the lead to attack. The other 7 half-step emperor, Wu, quickly followed. They instantly executed their powerful killing moves after storing up power, sending them smashing at Xianxia. Without exception, the 8 killing moves were all inferior grade profound martial techniques. Furthermore, they were all inferior grade profound martial techniques cultivated to great perfection. they were far from what a regular blue-robed emperor or half-step emperor Wu could compare to. Oh no, the white-robed bladesman is going to die. Seeing so many inferior-grade profound martial techniques, several people could not help exclaiming. Even someone like the old black iron monster would have to retreat when facing such an attack, not daring to clash head-on. Furthermore, the great perfection blue-robed emperor was still in the midst of a nervous breakthrough. If he clashed head-on with this move, he would definitely die. There would not be a second result. Mu Xian hugged Dugu Ao, feeling flustered and at a loss. She did not know what to do. Sweat appeared on Ao Jiao's pretty face, and her hands trembled slightly. Her nervous expression was clear for all to see. However, the determination in her eyes did not waver at all. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. I absolutely cannot let Xianxia fall here. I absolutely cannot. Just as the 8 profound martial techniques were about to arrive, Ao Jiao stepped forward bravely. She waved her right hand, and the lunar shadow saber beside Xianxia appeared in her palm. Xianxia swung his saber ferociously, and a purple divine lightning tore through the sky. This was the divine lightning that appeared at the king conferral ceremony. The divine lightning contained the Tao and divine might left by the Thunder King, Sangmu. This saber strike drove the divine lightning left by the Thunder King, allowing Ao Jiao to use her petite body to block the combined strike of 8 half-step Emperor Wu. Chapter 1221. However, it was still insufficient to block 8 half-step Emperor Wu at the same time. Xianxia had already used the divine lightning once. This time, its might was significantly reduced. The divine lightning lasted for only a moment before Ao Jiao vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Fortunately, the saber light, accompanied by the divine lightning, weakened most of the might of the profound martial technique. It was no longer as exaggerated as it was at the start. Ao Jiao, who was flying back, clenched her teeth and charged forward again. Her figure flickered endlessly in the air, blocking all the remaining attacks with her saber. If the attacks were too fast and could not be broken, she used her body to block them. In mere moments, she was covered in wounds, a sorry sight to behold. However, in the end, she still managed to help Xianxia block the first wave of killing moves. Damn it! When the 8 half-step Emperor Wu saw the situation, they cursed and immediately formed a second wave of attacks. This time, they intended to eliminate both Ao Jiao and Xianxia. However, a clump of light that was even more dazzling than the sun suddenly burned in the sky. It was so piercing that no one dared to look directly at it. A plume feather tore through the air from the clump of light, flying down ferociously. It was Little Yellow Feather. At this crucial moment, it used its remaining 2-plume feather. The group of half-step Emperor Wu had been beaten up miserably by this plume feather earlier. When they saw it again, how could they dare to show any temper? They were startled and immediately protected their bodies, quickly dodging. The same move was not very effective against this group of experienced half-step Emperor Wu. It did not manage to injure them. The plume feather exploded on the ground, and a 300-meter-wide golden light soared into the air. It burned a horrifying black hole in the ground, looking extremely horrifying. Kill this beast. When the masked half-step Emperor Wu of the 3 holy masters saw Little Yellow Feather, a murderous intent flared in their eyes. Little Yellow Feather's golden body spread its wings proudly in the air. Facing the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, it had no fear at all. It soared into the air and took the initiative to attack. Ao Jiao stayed by Xianxia's side, her eyes slightly wet. In her eyes, the blonde had always been like a child. Who would have thought that he would have to bear such great pressure at such a crucial moment? Alone, he was able to stall 8 half-step Emperor Wu. Miserable cries resounded continuously as little yellow feathers, golden feathers, fell off continuously. Facing the encirclement of 8 half-step martial emperors, little yellow feather was not a match at all. In Ao Jiao's ears, the painful wails sounded like the cries of a baby, which made her heart wrench. But she couldn't leave. At this time, Xiao Chen's breakthrough had reached a critical moment. She had to conserve her last bit of strength and stay by Xiao Chen's side to prevent anyone from interrupting Xiao Chen. Bang! Yellow feather was flipped over, its feathers continuously falling off. The golden feathers were stained with fresh blood, falling off one by one. It was like fresh blood was burning, falling onto the vast desert, looking incomparably miserable. Damn it, this little bastard's flame is really painful. A human half-step Emperor Wu, whose hair and arms were burnt by the flame, cursed loudly. Obviously, the sacred flame of the sun made him feel extreme pain. Ao Jiao couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward and caught Yellow Feather, whose divine light had dimmed and shrunk by many times, into her embrace. Yellow Feather's voice was hoarse. At this moment, it didn't look like a divine beast at all. It was like a featherless sparrow, looking extremely miserable. After spending half a day, the 2 obstacles were finally dealt with. 8 half-step Emperor Wus arrived in the air, looking coldly at Xiao Chen, who had 6 halos on his back and was manifesting the life and death phenomenon on the stone tablet. Step by step, they closed in. All of them were expressionless, with a cold, murderous intent, firmly locking onto Xiao Chen. They didn't want to give Xiao Chen any chance at all, directly killing him at the last moment of his breakthrough. However, at this moment, on both sides of Xiao Chen, the extreme life and death phenomenon suddenly merged, instantly entering into Xiao Chen's body. Red, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple, the most crucial 7th halo appeared behind Xiao Chen in one fell swoop. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A dazzling golden light gushed out. He, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. In an instant, the light shone brightly, outshining the morning glow. In the void, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus were all startled by this gaze. The moment the light shone, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, Xiao Chen actually gave them a pressure that only an Emperor Wu could. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded. With a thought, the 7 halos behind him returned to his body. In that instant, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which had already been molded into a humanoid shape, seemed to come to life. The consummation blue-robed emperor condensed his mental energy and merged it with the heavenly seal, forming the vague form of the heart of an emperor. Xiao Chen finally understood why the consummation blue-robed emperor could only form the vague form of the heart of an emperor and not the true heart of an emperor. This was because the consummation blue-robed emperor had not experienced the great tribulation of wind and fire. The mental energy that he condensed did not have a soul or a spirit. It was an incomplete fusion. However, the life and death art used the flower of life and the death fruit to make a cultivator go through 7 life and death trials, each more dangerous than the last. In the end, the layers of halos that were refined were the soul and the spirit. When the soul and the mental energy gathered at the same time, they would form a primordial spirit, which was the small golden figure that seemed to come to life in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Like water flowing into a canal, the golden primordial spirit slowly sank into the Dantian. As it sank, Xiao Chen felt the green spots in his blood, flesh, and cells being absorbed into the golden primordial spirit. These green spots represented all sorts of primal life force. Even if one's arm was severed, as long as these green spots remained, it might not be difficult to regrow a severed limb. Xiao Chen understood why Emperor Wu was so hard to kill. The appearance of the heart of an emperor would transform the physical body once again, absorbing every cell in the body into the heart of an emperor like a backup. Kassier. A melodious sound came from Xiao Chen's body. The golden primordial spirit and the dragon-shaped heavenly seal completely merged. In that instant, the various lights that Xiao Chen had withdrawn in his body released uncontrollably. A strong might swept out in all directions. The heart of an emperor had successfully condensed. It was like Xiao Chen had obtained a new life. First, the bottleneck that had plagued Xiao Chen for a long time was instantly broken. He silently entered the consummation blue-robed emperor realm. Xiao Chen's physical body underwent a complete transformation. His physical body, which had already reached the peak of the sage body, improved further. Xiao Chen's originally delicate face changed drastically, giving off an explosive pressure. His aura was terrifyingly strong. However, there was no precedent for such a physical body. Although it was called the Emperor Wu's golden body, it lacked maturity. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had not reconstructed his body. However, it was much stronger than a regular sage body. Furthermore, after condensing the heart of an emperor, the recovery ability of the body surpassed that of a regular Emperor Wu's golden body. It would not be too much to call it a half-step golden body. It was a unique existence that existed in Xiao Chen's body, the heart of an emperor. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus all exclaimed when they saw the white-robed Xiao Chen standing proudly on the stone stele, looking as elegant as Emperor Wu's. It was indeed the heart of an emperor. At their level, they were no longer unfamiliar with Emperor Wu. They had even interacted with primes before. They were no strangers to Emperor Wu's circle. When they saw Xiao Chen's current state, they immediately figured out the crux of the matter. Only after clearing the great tribulation of wind and fire and becoming Emperor Wu could one condense the heart of an emperor. Unexpectedly, it appeared on Xiao Chen. The surrounding mixed-blood cultivators were all shocked, speechless. 50,000 years ago, the blood-sword sovereign condensed the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. Several people thought that it was just a legend and that it could not possibly appear in the real world. But today, the white-clothed young man standing on top of the towering stone tablet had silently proved that it was not a legend, but a reality. The aura of a single person was enough to suppress all the people present. Before Xiao Chen could carefully experience the many mysteries of the heart of an emperor, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8 half-step Emperor Wus in front. Then he looked at the unconscious Ao Jiao, who was covered in wounds, and hugging little Yellow Feather, who was still unconscious. These people were all injured because of him. Right now, Duguao's survival was even more uncertain. The scene of Duguao blocking the 12 half-step Emperor Wus for Xiao Chen was still vivid in his mind. He would never forget it. For the sake of protecting Xiao Chen, little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao had fought until their bodies were covered in wounds. Xiao Chen only wanted to walk his own Dao. However, these people persistently pressured him, repeatedly trying to kill him, touching on his bottom line. Xiao Chen, it was indeed not easy for you to reach this step. You should leave. We will not make things difficult for you. The deity race, half-step Emperor Wu's voice pleaded for peace under Xiao Chen's strong pressure. The other party had already refined the flower of life. There was no longer any meaning in fighting with them. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had condensed the heart of an emperor and advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength had increased greatly, shaking these people's confidence in victory. That's right. You should leave. We will not make things difficult for you. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus were all experienced people. They quickly understood the principle, and all spoke up to let Xiao Chen leave, indicating that they would not make things difficult for him. The original goal was to prevent Xiao Chun from obtaining the Flower of Life, to prevent him from advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor. It was not to kill Xiao Chun. However, not only did Xiao Chun successfully refine the Flower of Life and advance to consummation blue-robed emperor, but he also surpassed their expectations and condensed the heart of an emperor. Since they had already messed up their mission, there was no point in continuing. They might as well let Xiao Chun leave. When Xiao Chun heard these people talking at the same time, he could not help but laugh out loud. What was shameless? This group of people was the perfect definition of this word. What are you laughing at? Seeing that Xiao Chun did not reply and started laughing instead, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus shouted angrily. Xiao Chun stopped laughing and retorted coldly, "Why can't I laugh? There are funnier things in the world than this. You beat up my friend until he died, humiliated me time and time again, and prevented me from obtaining the Flower of Life for no reason at all. You forced me to make 7 life and death passes in 10 days. After I succeeded, you arrogantly said to let me go and not make things difficult for me. Are there people as shameless as you?" Chapter 12:22. When the 8 half-step Emperor Wu heard this, they all became enraged. "What do you want? Don't force us into a corner. Don't be so shameless when we give you face. Don't think that after advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, you are unrivaled. The 8 of us working together is more than enough to kill you. Quickly scram. Don't blame us for changing our minds." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand flew into his. At the same time, Ao Jiao also turned into a beam of light and entered the lunar shadow saber. This increased the might of the lunar shadow saber significantly. The saber gave off a purple glow. When the light shone into the sky, it immediately triggered a chain of lightning. Xiao Chun stood on the stone stele and pointed with his saber. He shouted coldly, "Kneel now and apologize to my friends. Then I will leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too ruthless." The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. This Xiao Chun was too tyrannical. To think that he wanted the 8 half-step Emperor Wu to kneel and apologize to Duguao. Furthermore, after they apologized, he would leave their corpses intact and not let them off. Where did he get his confidence from? How could he be so arrogant? What a joke. You want us to kneel? Who do you think you are? Call the Prime Thunder King over. You are so young, and yet you are already so arrogant. Today, we will teach you a lesson. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu were all enraged. They could not be bothered to make any more concessions. After exchanging voice projections, they decided to attack together and teach Xiao Chun a lesson. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu could tell that Xiao Chun was now extraordinary. After they decided to attack, they did not hold back at all. They planned to work together and attack, not giving Xiao Chun any chance to drag things out. They would severely injure him and then humiliate him. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. His martial techniques, cultivation techniques, will, and physical body were all stronger than the 8. Why was he suppressed earlier? It was because the difference in cultivation was too great. He could not use brute force to break through. Even if he used his full power, he could not gain any advantage. But now his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. His cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully broken through from the great circle of the blue-robed emperor. He had even condensed the heart of an emperor. Adding on his previous advantages, defeating these 8 half-step Emperor Wu was no longer difficult. However, this group of people did not know that and wanted to kill him in one strike. This was exactly what he wanted. If he killed them one by one, it was inevitable that someone would escape. These people deserved to die. If even one of them escaped, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. As long as this hatred was not appeased, the killing would not stop. Boundless mixed element palm. Wrath of God. Heaven Soul Slash. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu attacked at the same time, each of them executing a medial grade profound martial technique. However, it looked like they were barely able to execute these medial grade profound martial techniques. However, Xianxia had barely reached the basic level, able to release it completely. He was still far from being able to control it as he pleased, reaching small accomplishment. However, this was very normal. Firstly, medial grade profound martial techniques were rare. Secondly, they had high requirements on comprehension ability and vision. Without reaching the level of Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult to reach small accomplishment. It was already very rare for these half-step Emperor Wu to be able to completely execute a medial grade profound martial technique. This is a medial grade profound martial technique. How strong! No wonder these half-step Emperor Wu could still be confident of killing them in one strike, even after that woman and the Golden Crow exhausted most of their law energy. So that is the case. Although they barely reached the basic level, a medial grade profound martial technique is still a medial grade profound martial technique. With 8 medial grade profound martial techniques working together, it would be hard for them not to be strong. Seeing these half-step Emperor Wu execute extremely precious and rare medial grade profound martial techniques, the group of demon mixed bloods all started to worry for Xianxia. With regards to Xianxia and these foreign Emperor Wu, all the demon mixed bloods present were definitely on Xianxia's side. Seeing that Xianxia had already created a miracle by condensing the heart of an emperor, yet he immediately ran into such danger, they all felt worried for him. On the stone steel, Xianxia's white robes fluttered. Behind him, winds blew, clouds churned, and lightning crackled. Before he even made a move, just his aura alone made the sky change color. The morning sun was drowned out, not a single ray of light visible. Xianxia coldly watched the 8 half-step Emperor Wu execute medial grade profound martial techniques together. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. If these 8 people executed inferior grade profound martial techniques and brought out the might of great perfection, the pressure on Xianxia would be even greater. It would be much more troublesome to deal with. The medial grade profound martial technique before Xianxia was only at the basic level. He could barely execute it, and it was full of openings. When facing a regular expert, he would definitely be able to obtain victory through sheer numbers, relying on the superior grade of his martial technique to suppress his opponent. However, when facing Xianxia, a bladesman who could use medial grade profound martial techniques as he pleased and who had reached small perfection, it was like showing off before an expert, asking for trouble. Amid the strong wind and lightning, Xianxia held up the lunar shadow saber and leaped down from the towering stone steel in the sky. Then he chopped down with all his might. 1,000 years of hegemony, immortal dynasty. As Xianxia descended with the tyranny of a peak kingship, he chopped out an immortal dynasty with his saber. As Xianxia quickly descended amid the lightning, many majestic cities appeared behind him. At first, there was only one city. Soon, it turned into many majestic and boundless cities. Finally, the imperial city appeared. Figures leaped out of every city and landed on the roofs. Then, they knelt before Xianxia and shouted, "Long live!" What did long live mean? Immortal for 10,000 years. Every year is king. That means long live. After Xianxia condensed the heart of an emperor, the tyranny of a kingship on his body became even stronger, containing the might of an emperor. This increased the might of this medial grade profound martial technique that was already at small perfection. Furthermore, as Xianxia swooped down from above, he held the advantage of the terrain. With all these advantages, the entry-level medial-grade profound martial techniques of the 8 half-step Emperor Wu only lasted for a moment before crumbling under this 1,000-year hegemony establishment. Xiao Chen's tyranny of a kingship was simply unrivaled. As he leaped down, he sent out the mysterious phenomenon of a vast dynasty. Amidst the strong winds, dark clouds, and lightning, this scene caused all the demon hybrids present to be dumbfounded. They were all astonished by what they saw. Go! The 8 half-step Emperor Wu vomited a mouthful of blood. Horror appeared in their eyes. They had not expected Xiao Chen's comprehension ability to be so high. Unexpectedly, he managed to comprehend a medial-grade profound martial technique to small perfection. Furthermore, he possessed such a strong tyranny of kingship. This was simply incredible. If Xiao Chen had known earlier, he would not have been defeated in such a sorry state if he had used an inferior-grade profound martial technique to consummation. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu, who had already exhausted a lot of their law energy at the hands of Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather, were severely injured. They no longer had any combat prowess. They all executed their various means, trying to flee far away. It's too late to leave now. As long as this hatred remained, the killing would not stop. Xiao Chen's murderous intent had already been extinguished. Even if he caused a great disaster, these 8 people had to die. After Xiao Chen landed, he pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He brandished his saber, and every time he spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would come out of his body. There was a bright moon like fire, an undefeated blazing sun, peach blossoms, or a roaring dragon image. Only one saber technique, instant of glory. After spinning around 9 times, Xiao Chen immediately executed the medial grade profound martial technique, instant of glory. Space froze, and a glorious painting appeared in front. The 8 fleeing half-step Emperor Wu were all included in the painting. In this epic painting, the expressions of the 8 half-step Emperor Wu froze, not moving at all. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, he faced his right hand forward and gently opened it. The frozen painting shattered like a mirror. Space immediately shattered. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu, who were already severely injured in the first place, were knocked into the air. Cracks appeared on their bodies, looking incredibly horrifying. Xiao Chen's expression was terrifyingly sinister. The 8 blue-robed emperors in the air still had their last breaths. Their physical bodies were still tenaciously recovering. If they were left alone, given one day, they would recover from their injuries. After resting for half a year, they would be able to return to their peak. Xiao Chen, don't think that you can kill us just because you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor. We have primes standing behind us. If you kill us, you will cause a great disaster. Death shrouded their hearts. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu, in the air, were in despair as they spoke futilely. How laughable! If those primes were really courageous, why didn't they personally make a move? In the end, you are just a bunch of cannon fodder. Xiao Chen roared somewhat angrily. Killing intent filled his mind, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Now that you know fear, why did you do it earlier? When the 2 ghost race Emperor Wu sneak attacked Xiao Chen, they did not think that such a day would come. I will give this punch to you first. Xiao Chen shouted, and a lightning dragon shot out from under his feet. His figure flickered as he punched twice. Each punch contained 20 dragon force, 100 million kilograms of force. When they struck the bodies of the ghost race experts, cracks appeared on them. Amid the hazy, bloody mist, the 2 half-step Emperor Wu immediately died, without a complete corpse, their bodies exploding. Whoosh! Xiao Chen arrived before the 2 deity race half-step Emperor Wu and said expressionlessly, With this punch, I will send you on your way on behalf of Duguayou. When you kept calling him bastard, you did not understand that there are some people who are much nobler than you. Don't kill me. Emperor Forsaken will not forgive you. In the face of death, the two originally arrogant deity race experts were overwhelmed by fear. They begged for mercy in soft voices. Xiao Chen's expression remained cold, completely ignoring them. He threw another 2 punches and killed the 2 half-step Emperor Wu. His methods were tyrannical and decisive. Xiao Chun was decisive in killing, not showing any mercy. The remaining 4 half-step Emperor Wu were already frightened out of their wits. They dragged their heavily injured bodies and ran frantically in the desert, leaving behind a trail of blood. However, no matter how they ran, how could they be faster than Xiao Chun, who executed Thunder Dragon steps? Everything was futile. I will return this punch to you on behalf of Ao Jiao. Bang! Dragon roars rang out endlessly as the fist shook the surroundings. Every punch ended the life of a half-step Emperor Wu. Like a grim reaper harvesting lives, Xiao Chen used the cruelest method. As he said, if they did not kneel down and apologize, they would die without a complete corpse. Chapter 12:23. I will return this punch to you on behalf of Little Yellow Feather. Did you hear that baby-like cry? It is really just a child. Unable to dispel his hatred, Xiao Chun punched 3 more times. Of the 8 half-step Emperor Wus, only 1 remained. Plop! The last half-step Emperor Wu was completely frightened out of his wits. He immediately knelt and begged, Blue Dragon King, on account that we are both humans, please spare my life. Some paths are chosen by oneself. From the moment you took out your butcher's knife, you should have been prepared to be slaughtered by others in the future. Just like me now, I have a cold and brave heart. As we are both humans, I will leave your corpse intact. Facing the half-step Emperor, Wu kneeling before him, Xiao Chun remained unmoved. He gently tapped the half-step Emperor Wu's forehead with his finger. A strand of saber chi destroyed the half-step Emperor Wu's sea of consciousness before piercing through. When the half-step Emperor Wu fell, his life force severed. However, he was the only half-step Emperor Wu to have an intact corpse. In the sky, all sorts of mysterious phenomena caused by Xiao Chun condensing the heart of an emperor vanished like smoke the moment this half-step Emperor Wu fell. The morning glow appeared once again. The resplendent sunlight shone on the blood-stained body of Xiao Chun. This made him, who was as cold as a grim reaper, have a divine aura to him. Golden light shone resplendently, glistening brilliantly. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus were all dead. However, the hatred in Xiao Chen's heart did not dissipate. He was well aware that these were just pawns. In fact, they were not even pawns. They were just discarded pieces. They were just pawns abandoned by the Prime Emperor Wu. From the moment they were sent out, the Prime Emperors and the 3 holy masters hiding behind the scenes did not care about these people's lives. Xiao Chun swore to himself that one day he would make all these people hiding behind the scenes pay the price they deserved. When the surrounding demon mixed-blood cultivators saw the white-robed Xiao Chun, their hearts trembled for a long time. The old black iron monster, who could kill martial emperors, felt fear in his heart as he looked at Xiao Chun. Although these 8 half-step Emperor Wu had exhausted too much law energy and underestimated Xiao Chen's strength, Xiao Chun could kill 8 half-step Emperor Wu in one go. However, Xiao Chun could kill 8 half-step martial emperors in one go. No matter how one looked at it, the current Xiao Chun could be called one of the strongest existences under martial emperor. Even if the black iron old monster was not fully confident of defeating Xiao Chun. The black iron old monster, more than the black iron old Xiao of the black iron old monster, had not if Xiao Chun had condensed the black iron old black of black Chen's might of of Chun, was of the emperor, of his. After thinking for a while, the black iron old monster said with certainty, "It is not a possibility, but a certainty." Xiao Chun recovered his wits and moved quickly to Mu Xian's side. When he saw the unconscious Duguao in her embrace, he asked, "How is he? Is he not awake yet?" Mu Xian squeezed out a smile and replied, "He's fine. Ao Jiao fed him a sage pill. Right now, the loss of life force has stopped. However, if he does not wake up, there is nothing we can do." Xiao Chen's heart sank. He understood what she meant. Duguao was still resisting the other half of the bloodline in his body. If the medicinal energy of the medicinal pill wore off, the situation would still be hard to predict. Duguao's life and death would depend on a single thought. However, given Duguao's stubbornness, without any external interference, the outcome would be as expected. What awaited him would still be death. What should I do? Although Xiao Chun had killed the 12 half-step Emperor Wu who caused all this, Duguao still had not woken up. Even though Xiao Chun had condensed a heart of an emperor and advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor, his mood did not improve at all. The reason was none other than Duguao helping him too much. If Duguao died, Xiao Chun would feel guilty for life. In the end, Xiao Chen's horizons were limited. He could not think of any good ideas, so he could only look to Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao, do you have any ideas? Ao Jiao thought for a while and shook her head. I do not have any good ideas, either. However, there are still many sage-grade medicinal pills in the Thunder King's inheritance. If you are willing to part with them, you can guarantee that he will not have any problems for 2 years. Naturally, Xiao Chun was willing to part with the medicinal pills. However, what about after 2 years? Whoosh! Just at this moment, a strong aura suddenly encased the entire desert island. A huge figure appeared in the sky, covering the entire island. When this figure looked around, everyone on the island felt like they were being watched, their hair standing on end. Dugu Kwang! It's Duguao's father. He is here. What a coincidence. It looks like he has been here all along. However, it is not convenient for him to make a move on those half-step Emperor Wu. That is no wonder. No one understands better than these Emperor Wus how horrifying a prime's strength is. Furthermore, these half-step Emperor Wus gave Duguao a chance to leave earlier. Dugu Kwang has no reason to make a move. However, I heard that Dugu Kwang has 10-odd sons. He has never been fond of Duguao. This might have something to do with it. As the crowd discussed, Xiao Chun immediately learned the identity of the person who arrived. It was the demon-human martial emperor, Dugu Kwang, Duguao's father. Many thanks for making a move. You did a good job. The Dugu clan owes you a favor. A deep voice resounded in the sky. The entire space shook intensely. A formless might pressed down on everyone on the island, making their hearts tremble. The huge figure stretched out its hand, and an irresistible force pulled Duguao out of Mu Xian's embrace. Just as Dugu Kwang was about to leave, the figure looked at the stunned Mu Xian and said, "Not bad. You can be the daughter-in-law of my Dugu clan. Let's go together." The figure stretched out his hand and brought Mu Xian over as well. Dark clouds churned. Dugu Kwang did not discuss anything further. He only said that he owed Xiao Chun a favor before leaving with the two of them. After Dugu Kwang left, the suppressive atmosphere on the desert island faded from everyone's hearts. Duguao being taken away by his father was probably the best outcome. The other party should have a way to wake Duguao up. Xiao Chun thought, is this the strength of a martial emperor? Even a martial emperor as strong as Dugu Kwang is afraid of a prime. This is truly despairing. The people on the island slowly scattered. After this battle, the name of the Blue Dragon King, the white-robed bladesman, would definitely resound throughout the entire human demon sea. Ao Jiao brought little yellow feather into the immortal spirit ring to recuperate. Xiao Chen leaned on the stone steel alone, looking at the endless desert devoid of people. He had a complicated expression, thinking about something. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground at the side. Blood still flowed slowly on it. Under the sunlight, it exuded a sinister sense of beauty, lonely and proud. Logically speaking, Xiao Chun had already achieved his goal before leaving Heavenly Star Island. Not only had he advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor ahead of time, but he had also condensed the heart of an emperor that only Emperor Wu had. He only needed to wait 3 years to clear his great tribulation of wind and fire before he could ascend to martial emperor. However, would things really go that smoothly? Now, Xiao Chen only wanted to take a flower of life, and he already provoked the 3 primes and the 3 holy masters. If Xiao Chun really wanted to clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, he did not know what methods the other party would use. Qing Emperor, what kind of existence was he exactly? How tyrannical was he back then? Even after dying for 10,000 years, he still made people so wary of him. This made Xiao Chen's path to martial emperor so difficult. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He drew the lunar shadow saber and took out a piece of cloth to wipe off the blood on it. When the saber became clear and bright again, when the saber turned cold and bright again, a figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Chun. This person carried a sword on his back, and he always had a calm expression on his face. It was just like when Xiao Chun first saw him. Even after so many years, nothing had changed. Chu Chaoyun, this opponent destined to be entangled with Xiao Chun for life, appeared before Xiao Chun after everyone left. Huang Dang. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Then he held the saber and walked over to Chu Chaoyun step by step. Why did you help me? The other party's mysterious appearance had helped Xiao Chun deal a fatal blow back then. Even now, Xiao Chun could not figure it out. In Xiao Chen's memories, he did not know where to place Chu Chaoyun. It was definitely impossible to call Chu Chaoyun a friend, but it was also impossible to call him an enemy. If Xiao Chun really had to describe this person who was both friend and foe, he could only use the word opponent. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Many years ago, I already said that our positions are different. However, our ultimate goal is the same. Right now, the story is far from over. How can I let you die? Even if I did not make a move, you would not have died." Xiao Chun did not want to continue playing riddles with Chu Chaoyun. He had to resolve all the mysteries today. Now that Xiao Chun had advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor and condensed a heart of an emperor, he was confident that he was stronger than Chu Chaoyun. If Chu Chaoyun was not willing to say more, then Xiao Chun could only use force. "Tell me your true goal. Since the first time you attacked me in the Sky Dome realm until now, what exactly have you been planning for the past 10-odd years?" Xiao Chun asked sullenly as he stepped forward with a sharp gaze. His strong aura pressed down on the other party. Xiao Chun did not want to kill or injure the other party. He only wanted to know the other party's true goal. He did not want to remain in the dark. Xiao Chun needed to put an end to all the past and future matters today. Chu Chaoyun was not surprised at Xiao Chen's reaction. When Xiao Chen's strong aura pressed over, Chu Chaoyun also released his own aura, pushing back Xiao Chen's pressure. This pushed back the pressure coming from Xiao Chun. The two's auras were equal. Neither could do anything to the other. Black and white lights flickered on Chu Chaoyun's body. That was the will of light and the will of darkness merging, forming a brand new will of primal chaos. However, the merging of this will of primal chaos was not perfect. Otherwise, it would have been able to suppress Xiao Chen's peak will of thunder. Zhou Xian showed some shock in his eyes. He had not expected that his strong will of primal chaos would not be able to suppress Xiao Qian immediately. Zhou Xian said, "Not bad. Peak will of thunder. It looks like you will be able to form an innate thunder crystal before advancing to martial emperor. An innate thunder crystal with a heart of an emperor. I wonder what kind of storm you will stir up when you advance to martial emperor one day." While Zhou Xian was shocked in his heart, so was Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian had already silently circulated the might of his heart of an emperor and added the peak will of thunder. However, he still did not gain a clear advantage in aura. What exactly did Zhou Xian experience in the past 10-odd years for him to improve so much? Chapter 1224. Unfortunately, with your strength, you are still unable to force me to speak. Perhaps in your eyes, I am very mysterious. However, in my eyes, you are just as mysterious. Zhou Xiaoyun's words seemed to have another meaning. After a pause, he continued, "Actually, I want to know many of the things you want to know as well. It is just that we each chose different paths." Xiao Qian knew that it was no longer possible to use force to force the other party to speak. So he said, "In that case, we can have an honest talk and tell each other what we know to clear up any misunderstandings." Zhou Xiaoyan shook his head and said, "There are no misunderstandings between us. As you think, there will definitely be a fight between us. As for having an honest talk, I can reveal one thing. In this world, who wants you to die the most is definitely me. Who wants you to advance to martial emperor the most? No one is more eager than me, Zhou Xiaoyun." Inspiration flashed in Xiao Qian's mind as he thought of something. He said, "The Blue Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Flame's origin flame." Zhou Xiaoyan smiled and said, "So don't die before you advance to martial emperor. Otherwise, no one will open the Blue Dragon Palace for me, and I will never be able to take away the Heavenly Flame's origin flame." So that is the case. No wonder the other party came all the way to help me block the demonic world's attack after receiving the news. However, how can I explain that the other party wants me dead the most? Is it because of the identities we inherited? The descendants of the Qing Emperor and the Tianmu Emperor have to put an end to the grudges from 10,000 years ago? Or is it because a certain immortal Dao expert once mentioned that the entire Kunlun realm is an abandoned land? Right and wrong, there is no need to think too much about it. When you stand at the peak, you will discover that our goals are the same. The one who wants me dead the most will definitely be you. However, you will understand all this only after you stand at the peak. Work hard. Don't underestimate the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm in the astral battlefield. Don't underestimate the king-grade geniuses of the deep abyss demonic world either. Among those of the same generation, you are still far from being unrivaled. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoyan withdrew the black and white light into his body. All the light on his body disappeared as he turned around and left. When the light vanished, Xiao Qian focused his gaze. He noticed an inconspicuous symbol on Zhou Xiaoyun's chest. It was the Nether Church's insignia. Zhou Xiaoyan had joined the Nether sect. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. Was this the path that Zhou Xiaoyan had taken? For the sake of strength, he joined the Dark Church, which once destroyed the Tianwu dynasty. Xiao Qian wondered what he was thinking. "Xiao Qian, do you think this Zhou Xiaoyan is a good person or a bad person?" Ao Jiao voiced her doubts from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Qian thought for a while before replying. How can there be pure good and bad people in this world? It is as he said. It is just that the paths he takes are different. He has his own doubts and troubles as well. In the end, he is just like most cultivators in this world. There is nothing special about him. Actually, sometimes one was just too conflicted. making some simple things seem too complicated. When one finally found out the cause and effect, one would discover that it was just like that. In this meeting with Zhou Xian, they did not talk much. However, it resolved a knot in Xiao Chen's heart. This freed Xiao Chun from dwelling on the other party's secrets. There would come a day when the truth would come to light. There was no need to overthink it. As for the heavenly flame's origin flame, Xiao Chun did not care too much about it. Who knew how many people in the Blue Dragon Palace were watching it? When Xiao Chun advanced to Martial Emperor and went to open it, he would not be able to predict how many Emperor Wu's experts would be there. If Zhou Xian was willing to appear, he would stir up this mess even more. This suited Xiao Chen's intentions, which would reduce the attention on him. The deity race Emperor Forsaken's true body descended on a desolate planet in the starry heavens. Soon, two figures descended at the same time on this unremarkable planet in the starry heavens. These two were the ghost race's Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the corpse race's heaven-punishing corpse god. Soon, another three masked people landed on the planet. Actually, the identities of these three masked people were no secret. They were the three holy lords of the human race's three holy masters. When the three of them worked together, they could hold their own against a prime. This gave them the capital to speak to the other three on equal footing, not putting them at a disadvantage. The luck of the Qing Emperor's descendants is really horrifying. The Thunder King did not even make a move, but he still managed to break this trap, the heaven-punishing corpse god said. There were too many variables. Who could have thought that an unremarkable character like Duguayou would suddenly erupt? Who could have thought that even the people sent by the demon monarchs would be stopped? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's tone contained some self-mockery. Emperor Forsaken said, "However, it is still fine." He condensed the heart of an emperor. I wonder what level of great tribulation of wind and fire he will trigger. It is practically impossible for him to make preparations and clear this great tribulation of wind and fire in 3 years. As long as the Thunder King does not die, anything is possible. The masked Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master suddenly said. His words immediately caused the other supreme martial artists to sink into silence. The Thunder King was an unsurmountable hurdle in the hearts of these primes. If not for the Thunder King's existence, these primes would not have to be so fearful. With a thought, they could kill Xiao Chun. How much longer can the Thunder King last? Don't you know that the three holy masters only have one place left? Emperor Forsaken asked. At least 1 year, at most 10 years. The Thunder King will definitely die, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master said. A light flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. 10 years is still too long. I'll try to get the support of those three from the heavenly starry ocean. The great tribulation of wind and fire is when his luck is at its lowest. It is also the best time to make a move. I'll do my best not to give him any chances. That will be difficult. Although the Lunar Palace's palace master does not like the descendants of the Qing Emperor, she is old friends with the Thunder King. The Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Fox King are old friends. These two will definitely choose to remain neutral. The only one we can truly fight for is the Zodiac Hall's palace master. That is already pretty good. As long as we can fight for one person, we can break the balance between our strength and theirs. If outsiders were here, they would never imagine that the people at the peak of the Kunlun realm would gather together to discuss countermeasures for a consummation blue-robed emperor. This conversation did not last for long. After about 7 minutes, the primes left one after another. The desolate planet was silent as if no one had ever been here before. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know that someone had already started to plan for his great tribulation of wind and fire. Currently, Xiao Chen was on his way to Heavenly Star Island. anxiously familiarizing himself with the many wondrous uses of the heart of an emperor. No wonder people always said that after one became Emperor Wu, they would bring earth-shaking changes to cultivators. Now, Xiao Qian finally knew some of the reasons in advance. Xiao Qian opened a crack in the mysterious world of Emperor Wu, broadening his horizons. Inside the flood dragon war chariot, Xiao Qian sat cross-legged with his hands crossed. There was a clump of light about the size of half a finger in his dantian. It looked like a resplendent crystal gem. That was the heart of an emperor. Strands of purple energy surrounded the heart of an emperor. There was a vast number of them, like many small dragons swimming around quickly. That was Xiao Qian's vast heavenly laws. There were more than 20,000 of them, enough to look down on all existences under Emperor Wu. With a thought from Xiao Qian, the heart of an emperor spun quickly. It was like a mysterious door of time and space opened above his head. As the heart of an emperor drew in, an incredible energy entered Xiao Qian's body from the world outside the door. Xiao Qian sank into a wondrous state. This was a kind of energy that Xiao Qian had never experienced before. It was not veritable essence energy or the power of the world driven by laws. This power was even purer and more powerful, as if it came from another world. At first, Xiao Qian did not know what this energy was. He only understood after Ao Jiao explained it to him. No one in the Kunlun realm knew the source of the mysterious energy in the world behind the door. Only Emperor Wu, who had condensed the heart of an emperor, could come into contact with this energy. This energy was called primordial energy by the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu. According to the legends of the Immortal epic, before the world was created, the world was a clump of primordial energy. The Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu all revered the mysterious energy in the world behind the door. Although they did not know if it was primordial energy or not, they still gave it this name. As for whether it was primordial energy or not, perhaps only those powerhouses of the Immortal epic would be able to confirm it after they came back to life. The heart of an emperor greedily absorbed the primordial energy. The strands of primordial energy turned into pure white energy that entered the acupoints on Xiao Qian's head and quickly sank before pouring into the heart of an emperor. Instantly, Xiao Qian felt his entire body fill with explosive energy. He felt omnipotent, and his strength instantly increased by 10%. Now, he somewhat understood why those below Emperor Wu could not come into contact with this energy. Aside from the heart of an emperor, a cultivator's dantian would not be able to endure or contain primordial energy. The instant one came into contact with it, their body would explode, and they would die, playing themselves to death. After barely absorbing 10 strands of primordial energy, the mysterious door of time and space above Xiao Qian's head closed. After withdrawing from this strange state, Xiao Qian felt disappointed. That omnipotent feeling no longer existed. It was like falling from the clouds and crashing to the ground, returning to reality. However, Xiao Qian did not find this strange. Ao Jiao had said that Emperor Wu could open that door for a limited time. The amount of primordial energy that he could absorb from it was even less. Xiao Qian was already pretty good for being able to absorb 10 strands of primordial energy on his first try. Xiao Qian sank his consciousness into the interior of the heart of an emperor. He saw 10 white strands intertwining with each other, forming a huge whirlpool. Around the whirlpool was something like the starry heavens of the universe. As the whirlpool spun, all sorts of strong, mysterious phenomena, thunder, lightning, storms, appeared in the void space of the heart of an emperor. As Xiao Qian carefully probed, he could clearly feel the 10 strands of primordial energy. Just one strand of primordial energy could cause damage equivalent to thousands of heavenly laws. Chapter 1225. Then, Xiao Chun withdrew his consciousness and sent his original law energy into the heart of an emperor. The 10 strands of primordial energy were like newborn babies with a lot of room for growth. Their food was the heavenly law energy. The more they fed, the more they would grow. Using heavenly laws to cultivate primordial energy was something that could only be done after advancing to martial emperor. However, Xiao Chun had already condensed a heart of an emperor and could do it in advance. This was a complete anomaly. No one could say for sure what kind of changes this anomaly would produce in the end. Xiao Chun focused all his attention on the cultivation of primordial energy. The heart of an emperor opened a door to his world. The changes it brought him were not as simple as just advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor. Time passed day by day. Half a month later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes again. A brilliant light flickered in his eyes, and his entire being seemed to glow with vigor. There was an indescribable change in him. After walking out of the war chariot, Xiao Chun wanted to look down. As he looked at the archipelago below, he muttered to himself, "Time passed really fast. It turns out that I'm already at the Dragon Grave Sea." After leaving the Human Demon Sea, Xiao Chun immediately rushed to Heavenly Star Island. After being away for almost a year, he was filled with curiosity and anticipation about what had happened to Heavenly Star Island. Furthermore, he wanted to tell Imo Chun and the others about the good news of him advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, so that they would not worry too much. The last time Xiao Chun closed his eyes, he was still in the Human Demon Sea. When he opened them again, he was already at the Dragon Grave Sea. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat rueful. Since I'm already here, I should go down and rest. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to stay in the Dragon Grave Sea for one day and rest before setting off again. After putting away the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiao Chun looked at an island and quickly descended. After a while, they landed in the largest city of the island. In Xiao Chun's memory, this seemed to be the second largest island in the Dragon Grave Sea, second only to Treasure Dragon Island. Just like what he had seen in the past, the city was still in a dilapidated state. Both inside and outside the city, it was chaotic without any order. When Xiao Chun came to this place again, his mood was completely different. When he first came, he had been anxious to find the flower of life and the death fruit. When he returned, Xiao Chun had already successfully condensed the heart of an emperor and advanced to the great perfection blue-robed emperor. He could now kill the half-step Emperor Wu. Let's go take a look. It is said that a huge battle has broken out in the southern part of the city. A merchant association wanted to set up a branch here. In the end, they accidentally set up their branch in the territory of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association. Now, it is said that a fight has broken out. Interesting. Which merchant association is this blind? The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association is one of the 4 strongest merchant associations in the entire Dragon Grave Sea. To think that they actually opened a branch in their territory. Aren't they just seeking death? I heard that the new merchant association is not weak. Furthermore, they are very popular in the Dark Sea. Even the Flame Rock Sovereign has to give them face. So what if they are not weak? Every branch of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association in the Dragon Grave Sea is overseen by a half-step Emperor Wu. They have been here for several hundred years already. I heard that there is even a peak expert on the same level as Emperor Wu on Treasure Dragon Island. The moment Xiao Chun entered the city, he saw the cultivators beside him rushing to the southern part of the city. When he heard that this new merchant association had the Flame Rock Sovereign backing it in the Dark Sea, Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, could it be my own green dragon chamber of commerce? The Dragon Grave Sea was filled with dragon graves and all sorts of remnants. Every year, it would produce a large number of natural treasures and ancient divine items. Given Kim Taeho's character, he would definitely not give up on this place. With the support of the Flame Rock Sovereign, the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce had already gained a firm foothold in the Dark Sea. It made perfect sense for them to cross the Dark Sea and extend their trade route to the Dragon Grave Sea. Furthermore, after Xiao Chun subdued the Sioux clan in the Human Demon Sea, he had already sent a letter to Heavenly Star Island to send people over to receive them. Only the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce could come over quickly. The more Xiao Chun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. His figure flashed, and he immediately rushed to the southern part of the city. If it was really the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Chun could not just sit back and watch. The Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce played a very important role in the Dragon's Gate's revival. After a few breaths, Xiao Chun arrived at the southern part of the city. Then, he stood on the roof of a tall building. When he saw a familiar figure, he knew that his guess was right. There was no need for any other proof. It was indeed Xiao Chen's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Someone had smashed the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and the other party had surrounded the person in charge. Among the crowd, Kim Taeho looked at a blue-clad, middle-aged man with a baleful expression. That was the person in charge of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch on this island. This person was of medium build, and he exuded the shrewdness and calculation of a merchant. However, his eyes contained a trace of tyranny and hostility that ordinary merchants did not have. In this Dragon Grave Sea, where no major factions occupied a place, the 4 great merchant associations were the kings. Regular cultivators did not dare to offend them. As one of the 4 great merchant associations, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch managers all had this tyrannical and kingly aura. They were already used to doing as they pleased in the Dragon Grave Sea. Kim Taeho waved his hand to suppress the angry cultivators with him. Then he looked at the blue-clad man and said, "Friend, I am new here and did not know that the entire southern part of the city is the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's territory. It is my fault. If you had explained things properly, I would have definitely apologized and left immediately. However, isn't smashing someone's signboard a little too tyrannical?" When the blue-clad man heard this, he laughed loudly. Then he looked at Kim Taeho's swollen figure and showed some disdain in his eyes. "So what if I smashed your signboard? Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Dragon Grave Sea, just because you are doing well in the Sea of Darkness. Let me tell you, now that you are in the Dragon Grave Sea, you better tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Continue smashing." Pa, pa, pa. The Heavenly Cloud Merchant Association's cultivators continued to step on the signboard that had already been smashed in half. Rage burned in Kim Taeho's eyes. As he looked at the tattered signboard, he felt like he was being kicked in the heart. However, Kim Taeho still suppressed his rage and spread his arms out, not letting the cultivators behind him attack rashly. If Xiao Chun made a move now, it would only give the other party an excuse to use force. At that time, he would still be the one suffering. How boring. I thought that the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was very powerful. It turns out that it is only SOSO. Indeed, it is not interesting. It is just a one-sided humiliation. There is nothing to see. The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association has been flaunting their might for a long time. I thought that they would run into a tough opponent. When the cultivators who heard the news saw this scene, they all shook their heads slightly, finding it boring. Scram! The Dragon Grave Sea does not welcome you. Don't let me see your signboard. Otherwise, I will smash it every time I see it. The blue-clad man shouted in disdain as he looked at Kim Tae-ho and smashed the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's signboard into smithereens. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand and said, "Pick up the signboard. Let's go." The group of people remained silent. Together with Kim Tae-ho, they stepped forward and bent over. Then, they carefully picked up the shattered signboard. Xiao Chun felt somewhat sad. However, he felt even more gratified. Sometimes one could bend over, but one had to pick up one's dignity. Compared to the scheming Xiao Chun of the Sky Dome realm, the current Kim Tae-ho was much more mature. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, looking like he teleported. Then, he silently landed among Kim Tae-ho's group and joined the ranks of the group picking up the shattered signboard. Kim Tae-ho looked up and happened to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, who had picked up a piece of the signboard. Both of them were completely stunned. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "What are you standing there for? Quickly pick it up. After you are done, let's have a drink together." Kim Tae-ho laughed loudly. Without saying anything, he picked up the speed of picking up the shattered signboard. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Upon seeing such a scene, everyone was stunned. Was this fatso crazy? Someone smashed his signboard, yet he was still so happy, able to laugh. Where did this fellow come from? Who allowed you to pick up these things? When the blue-clad man saw the sudden appearance of Xiao Chun and the laughing fatso, he felt like he was being ignored. It was just one kick. The wind howled as it kicked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun acted like he did not see the blue-clad man's kick, continuing to pick up the shattered signboard. Bang! The blue-clad man kicked heavily with great force. However, Xiao Chun did not get knocked back as expected. Amid a loud sound, it was like the blue-clad man's kick had landed on a vast mountain range. A huge rebound knocked him back. The blue-clad man cried out in pain and vomited a mouthful of blood. The impact knocked him back. After he landed, he could not get up again. Blood flowed out of the blue-clad man's mouth continuously as he coughed endlessly. His complexion paled, and he showed a horrified expression. When he checked with his consciousness, he was horrified to discover that his internal organs were all shattered. No wonder blood kept flowing out of the blue-clad man's mouth. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all shattered. Even if a celestial being came, he would not be able to save him. How could this be? The blue-clad man was a blue-robed emperor. In this dragon-grave sea, he could barely be considered an expert. While this kick might not have sent the blue-clad man flying, it should not have killed him. Oh no, he is going to die. The experts of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association supported the blue-clad man and checked. They all showed horrified expressions, unable to react at all. Why were all sorts of strange things happening in this day and age? Manager Lon kicked himself to death. When the many surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they all felt their hair stand on end. This was simply too strange. Let's go. We ran into an expert. We have to ask Elder Feng to come out. The cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association carried the blue-clad man's corpse and looked at Xiao Chun, who was still picking up the shattered signboard. Their expressions were strange as they hurried to the back. The group of people from the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce were stunned as well. When they saw this white-clad youth who suddenly appeared, they could not understand what was going on. The entire southern part of the city fell silent. The surrounding cultivators could not say anything either. What he saw today was completely beyond his understanding. How could someone kick himself to death with a single kick? Go. Did I say that you can go? Xiao Chun suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand. The shattered signboard in everyone's hands flew into his hand. Then he waved his hand, and a brand new signboard materialized. Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. These 4 words gave off a faint glow. They glistened with a golden light, looking dazzling and dazzling. To Xiao Chun, who was proficient in the life bestowal spell, this little trick was nothing. Chapter 1226. With a twist of his hand, the signboard in Xiao Chen's palm spun rapidly. Then he sent it flying forward. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun had secretly infused a strand of primordial energy into the signboard. Now, the ordinary signboard immediately turned into a great killing weapon. Before these blue-robed emperor experts could react, their calves were crushed. They cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. It was clear that not all the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association experts were kneeling on the ground. The ones kneeling on the ground were the cultivators who had trampled on the signboard earlier. When the remaining people saw this scene, they did not dare to act rashly. Whoosh! Whoosh! After spinning a few times, the signboard returned to Xiao Chen's hand. With a huang-dang sound, he placed the signboard on the ground. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and sucked in the strand of primordial energy that he had yet to use. Then he said softly, "Scram." These were clearly 2 simple words. However, when Xiao Chen spoke, the sky changed color. A surging and strong energy surged out, sounding like thunder. As lightning flashed and thunder roared, the remaining cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association were blown into the air by these 2 words. In the next moment, they were blown to an unknown location, their figures nowhere to be seen. The many cultivators who had criticized the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce earlier were all stunned. They did not know where this ruthless person came from. Without doing anything, he killed the blue-clad man. Then, when he opened his mouth, he knocked away a group of cultivators hired by the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. This was simply incredible, flabbergasting. The strength of primordial energy astonished Xiao Chun as well. He had not expected just 1 strand of primordial energy to deal with this group of people so easily. After handing the signboard back to Kim Tae-ho, Xiao Chun glanced at the kneeling Heavenly Essence Merchant Association cultivators and said indifferently, "Since you dare to trample on the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, don't blame me for being tyrannical. Kneel here for 1 day." Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. The many cultivators who came to watch the show finally understood why Kim Tae-ho could smile. It was all because of the white-robed man. Smashing someone's signboard was the greatest humiliation, so he would use an even greater humiliation and a more domineering method to return the favor. He seemed to be very quiet, but the methods of this white-clothed man shocked everyone. If news of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's hired thugs kneeling here for a month were to spread, the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's reputation would be completely tarnished. "You want us to kneel here for a month? No way." The 5 members of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce kneeling on the ground roared angrily when they heard this. They took a deep breath and tried to use their heavenly laws to drive the power of the world and fly away. However, to their horror, they discovered that Xiao Chun wasn't using any sort of power. Even when they used their demi-immortal laws, they couldn't shake Xiao Chen's restrictive spells. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. Primordial energy was a purer and stronger energy than the power of the world. It was something that only Emperor Wu could use. The strongest among these people was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Trying to shake primordial energy was like a baby trying to move a mountain. I said kneel for a month, so kneel for a month. No one will be able to make you stand up. Xiao Chun stepped forward and sent out another palm strike on each of the 5's shoulders. Then, he used another strand of primordial energy to completely restrict the 5. Without a month's time, that strand of primordial energy would not scatter. It would be impossible for this group of people to stand up. As long as they were not an expert on the level of the old black iron monster, it would be impossible for anyone to remove the restriction. If someone tried to do it forcefully, the scattered strand of primordial energy would gather into a torrent and teach that person a huge lesson. Debeo, hang up the signboard. Xiao Chen turned his head and instructed, I want to see who else dares to smash the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Who was the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce? It was Xiao Chen's signboard. If these people dared to smash his signboard, it would be equivalent to slapping him in the face. Although Xiao Chen did not show any anger on the surface, he was already furious in his heart. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will return the favor tenfold. The Blue Dragon King. He must be the Blue Dragon King. So, he is the Blue Dragon King, our big boss behind the scenes. He is indeed tyrannical. When the group of cultivators from the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce looked at Xiao Chen again, how could they not guess his identity? All of them had smiles of admiration on their faces. They had long heard of the legend of their master. It would take 3 days and 3 nights to recount all of them. Now that they saw him in person, they knew that the rumors were true. The youngest conferred king in the history of Bushan Palace was indeed tyrannical and boundlessly elegant. Kim Taeho chuckled and said a few words to his subordinates. Then he pulled Xiao Chen up the stairs. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sorry, I did not expect to embarrass myself in front of you. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, There's no need. I should be the one apologizing to you. I really did not know that opening a new branch would be so difficult and full of twists and turns. It was really not easy for you to grow the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce to its current scale. The two chatted as they walked. When they arrived at a table on the 2nd floor, Kim Taeho smiled and said, The current Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce is really nothing much. Our accumulations are still too little. In the end, our accumulations cannot compare to those large merchant associations that have been around for hundreds or even thousands of years. Xiao Chen nodded and said, There is no need to rush. Accumulations can only be built up over time. Kim Taeho recalled something and said, That's right, I received your letter. Unexpectedly, you managed to obtain a conferred land in the Human-Demon Sea, without anyone noticing. This way, I will be able to establish a smooth sea trade route through the heavenly starry ocean's Dark Sea, Dragon Grave Sea, and Human Demon Sea. There is only one merchant association in the entire oceanic world that can have such a long trade route. In less than 10 years, I guarantee that the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will become one of the 4 great merchant associations of the entire oceanic world. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had never doubted Kim Taeho's ability. Who is so bold as to dare to kill the manager of my Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch? Are they tired of living? As the two chatted and drank, a thunderous voice suddenly came from outside the building. The strong aura of a half-step emperor Wu surged over. The entire shop shook intensely, making it hard for people to stand stably. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and drained the wine in his cup. Then he smiled faintly and said, Finally, someone who is slightly more presentable. Dang! The wine cup landed heavily on the table. In that instant, the shaking shop suddenly quietened down. Inside the shop, Kim Taeho's expression changed slightly. Xiao Chen, the one who came seems to be a half-step Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled calmly. I know. However, I really do not care about a regular half-step Emperor Wu. As Kim Taeho watched Xiao Chen leap down the pavilion, he was slightly stunned. He could not understand how Xiao Chen had improved so quickly after leaving for close to a year. Outside the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the surrounding cultivators all scattered. The reason was obvious. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch in the city had a half-step Emperor Wu overseeing it. The cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch were restrained and forced to kneel on the street. With such a big matter happening, the half-step Emperor Wu would definitely make a move. If the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association could not get back at Xiao Qian, its reputation would plummet. It might even fall out of the ranks of the Dragon Grave Seas, four great merchant associations. For a long time, the Martial Heavenly Merchant Association had always been the one showing off and acting tyrannically. Now that they had run into a tough opponent and had a good show to watch, these people were naturally unwilling to leave. Elder Feng, save us! When the five Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's blue-robed emperor kneeling on the street saw Elder Feng, they immediately cried out for help. They had already been restrained here by Xiao Qian for an hour. The gazes directed at them from all directions made them feel so sullen that they wanted to die. However, the crux of the matter was that it was difficult for them to even move. Wanting to die was an extravagant hope. How humiliating would it be for the blue-robed emperor to kneel on the street for a month? Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. When these people trampled on the dignity of a merchant association in front of all the cultivators in the city, they should have been prepared to be humiliated as well. They could not blame others for the evil they brought upon themselves. When Elder Feng, the half-step Emperor Wu, saw the five people kneeling on the ground, he immediately rushed over. When he saw the people watching them make a fool of themselves, he felt his face burn. Elder Feng cursed angrily, "Bunch of trash! You can't even stand up. You have utterly embarrassed the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Elder Feng, we are willing to accept any punishment. Please let us stand up first." The five kneeling cultivators felt sullen in their hearts. However, they did not dare to refute. Xiao Qian drifted down. When he saw Elder Feng's strength, he felt confident. He crossed his arms and watched coldly as the other party made a move. His lips curled up in an indistinct smile. Why is that white-clad youth so calm? He is not even afraid of the half-step Emperor Wu. That is too exaggerated. I heard that he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor back then. He is the center of our oceanic world, the outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean's younger generation. However, he defeated him in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Even if he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor and his strength has improved greatly, he should still be cautious when facing the half-step Emperor Wu. Right now, he does not care at all. Outside the human-demon paradise, the news of Xiao Qian killing 12 half-step martial emperors in a row had not spread. As for the cultivators near the Dragon Grave Sea, they had not heard about it yet. The cultivators near the Dragon Grave Sea all had their doubts about whether Xiao Qian could defeat the half-step Emperor Wu. When they saw Xiao Qian's current actions, they felt even more confused. The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's Elder Feng glanced at the calm Xiao Qian and said coldly, "After I break your restriction, I will deal with you. No one in the Dragon Grave Sea has ever offended the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association and ended up with a good result." Xiao Qian retorted, "No one has ever smashed the reputation of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce and ended up with a good result. The person in front of you is the best example. If I say I want them to kneel, they will kneel. You alone are not enough to make them stand up." How arrogant! This old man is a half-step Emperor Wu. Do you think I cannot break your restriction? Don't you think too highly of yourself? You're really unscrupulous when you talk. Seeing Xiao Qian so arrogant, Elder Feng did not get angry. Instead, he laughed, finding this somewhat interesting. "White-robed brat, Don't be arrogant. Elder Feng is a half-step Emperor Wu. Do you think he cannot break your restriction? Chapter 1227. When I stand up, I will deal with you all together. You will not have a good ending after offending our Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Elder Feng, break the restriction and show this brat how powerful we are. When the 5 kneeling Heavenly Essence Merchant Association blue-robed Emperor experts saw Elder Feng rush over, they felt very confident. They no longer showed any fear when facing Xiao Chun. Elder Feng smiled coldly. Then he raised his hand and threw a palm strike as he roared, "Break for me!" Elder Feng purposely kept an eye out and did not underestimate Xiao Chun. Although the force of this palm strike was split into 5 portions, he had already used 70% of his law energy. In Elder Feng's opinion, using 70% of his strength against a consummation blue-robed emperor's restriction was already giving Xiao Chun face. Elder Feng did not even need to use half of his strength to kill a regular consummation blue-robed emperor. His imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The power of the world that Elder Feng drove caused the entire southern part of the city to tremble. Without the protection of the formation, countless houses swayed and fell down in batches. The winds and clouds in the sky changed. Thick layers of clouds churned continuously. The force of the palm strike split into 5 portions. Each portion carried enough force to destroy a mountain range as it flew over. However, the restriction on the 5 did not budge at all. These 5 vast streams of power of the world did not have any effect at all. The primordial energy that Xiao Chun left on the 5 did not loosen at all when faced with the surging power of the world. Instead, the 2 forces pressed against each other, making the 5 kneeling people feel even more uncomfortable. Blood leaked out of their mouths as they cried out in pain. Elder Feng, what's going on? Why can't the restriction be broken? I feel like the invisible mountain pressing down on me is even heavier. Elder Feng, don't do it. Just a moment ago, the 5 were extremely ferocious, shouting for Xiao Chun to kneel and beg for mercy. However, in the next moment, they could no longer endure it, wailing in pain. Such a scene shocked all the onlookers. Even the half-step emperor, Wu, couldn't make these 5 people stand up. Xiao Chen's methods were a bit too overbearing. Was he really going to make these 5 blue-robed emperors kneel for a month? Thinking about it, it was really cruel. No blue-robed emperor would be able to endure such humiliation. It would probably leave an indelible shadow in his heart for the rest of his life. Damn it! How could this be? Elder Feng was taken aback. He had not expected such an outcome. Earlier, he had said that he would be able to break the restriction in a matter of minutes. However, even after using 70% of the power of the laws, he still had not succeeded. All of a sudden, his face was as humiliated as the 5 people kneeling before him. I don't believe it. Elder Feng's face darkened, and he was thoroughly enraged. He unleashed his full strength without holding anything back, planning to use the most violent method to break this strange seal. Elder Feng completely ignored the 5 people kneeling on the ground and howling in pain. He threw a palm strike, and cracks appeared in space. The ground exploded. Elder Feng used his full strength, creating a horrifying, mysterious phenomenon that crashed into the restrictions of the 5 people. It had to be said that this force was indeed horrifying. The restrictions on the 5 people all lost their balance. The primordial energy that Xiao Chun left behind could no longer form a complete restriction, and it started to crumble slowly. Elder Feng revealed a smile on his face. Insignificant tricks. How can they stump me? Pussy. Right after Elder Feng spoke, the 5 people kneeling on the ground all vomited a mouthful of blood. Then their bones shattered. They could no longer endure the pincer attack of the 2 forces and died on the spot. The primordial energy that Elder Feng left on the five no longer remained in the form of a restriction. It surged out with a whoosh and merged together, forming a complete strand of primordial energy. This strand of energy turned into a purple saber light. With a flickering speed, it flew towards the startled Elder Feng, whose smile froze. Primordial energy. This is something that only Emperor Wu can execute. How can it be? Before Elder Feng could finish speaking, the strand of primordial energy that Xianxia left behind turned into a saber light and pierced through the armor on Elder Feng's chest, piercing through his chest. It left a huge, bloody hole in Elder Feng's chest. It was a tragic sight. Elder Feng's law energy could not form an effective defense against an energy of a higher grade. From start to end, Xianxia, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not even moving his feet, suddenly shouted, "You kneel down as well." When he made a move, it would be a fatal one. The instant Elder Feng was severely injured, Xianxia executed a lightning-fast move. He instantly drove the remaining 9 strands of primordial energy in his heart of an emperor. When Xianxia smashed down with his palm, space seemed to move. When it landed on Elder Feng's shoulder, plop! This half-step Emperor Wu was forced to kneel by Xianxia's palm strike. The instant Elder Feng's knee hit the ground, there was a crisp sound. A horrifying energy radiated from his knee. Apart from the shops of the Azure Dragon Merchant Association, all of the buildings and houses within a radius of 10 miles were instantly annihilated. As for the cultivators who had soared into the air to avoid the energy radiation, they stared with wide eyes, not daring to believe the scene before them. The half-step Emperor Wu, who had been clamoring about killing the white-robed bladesman, was actually forced to his knees by Xianxia with one palm strike. When Elder Feng arrived, he was brimming with killing qi and spoke arrogantly. Now he knelt on the ground, his face filled with horror. Xianxia placed his hand on Elder Feng's shoulder and pressed down hard. No matter how hard Elder Feng tried, he could not move at all. Stop struggling. If you keep struggling, it will not be as simple as being humiliated. Xianxia said, expressionlessly with a cold expression. Elder Feng was shocked in his heart. Before he could recover his wits, Xianxia, a consummation blue-robed emperor, actually used primordial energy. This was a power that only Emperor Wu could use. This was simply too shocking. The people watching the excitement might find it unbelievable. Xianxia was ridiculously strong. However, they did not know why Xianxia was so strong. However, Elder Feng knew that this was primordial energy, a power that came from beyond time and space. The people in Emperor Wu's circle called him primordial energy. If one did not come into contact with Emperor Wu, it would be hard to understand him. Now that Xianxia asked this question, Elder Feng recovered his wits and felt somewhat terrified. He stopped struggling. Xianxia said indifferently, "Let me ask you something first. Were you the one who ordered him to smash my Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's signboard?" That blue-clad man was merely the manager of this branch on the surface. The true mastermind was this Elder Feng. Without Elder Feng's approval, that blue-clad man would not have done something like smashing someone's signboard, something that was akin to slapping someone in the face. Even if the blue-clad man occupied the wrong place, he could just teach him a lesson and chase him away. There was no need to go to such extremes as smashing someone's signboard. Elder Feng's eyes flickered. However, under Xianxia's strong pressure, he still answered honestly, "I was the one who told him to do so. The Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce has been on a decline recently. I just wanted to find something to establish my might. I did not expect the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce to be so strong." Xianxia thought for a while. He had not expected such a simple reason to trample on the dignity of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's people. If Xiao Chun had not rushed over by coincidence, Kim Taeho's group might have suffered some more humiliation. You are rather direct, not beating around the bush. I will not make things difficult for you. Just kneel in front of this Chamber of Commerce for 3 days, and I will forget about this matter. Smashing someone's signboard was equivalent to slapping someone in the face. To a Chamber of Commerce, this was the greatest humiliation. Xiao Chun did not feel that he had gone overboard. The law and reason were on his side. Even if Emperor Wu, the overseer of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce at Treasure Dragon Island, rushed over, Xiao Chun would still fight for what was right and not shrink back. Without giving Elder Feng any chance to quibble or speak, Xiao Chun directly used the 8 strands of primordial energy to form a restriction and left it in Elder Feng's body. Not only could Elder Feng not move, but he also could not say a word. When such a scene landed in the eyes of the cultivators who were watching the show, they felt an unparalleled dominance and dominance. The entire Dragon Grave Sea would definitely be startled by this. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. His strong aura carried an extremely horrifying pressure. As he descended bit by bit, the gravity on everyone's shoulders increased bit by bit. This is the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's overseer of the Dragon Grave Sea, Emperor Wu, Senior Luo Zhan. Many cultivators gaped. Actually, they had already guessed that today's matter would definitely startle the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's overseer of the Dragon Grave Sea, Emperor Wu. However, no one expected the other party to arrive so quickly. The moment Xiao Chun subdued Elder Feng, the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's Emperor Wu, Luo Zhan, appeared. This Emperor Wu wore plain robes of alternating blue and white. He had long hair, long eyebrows, and a long beard. He did not have the ruthless and murderous air of the cultivators of the Dragon Grave Sea. Instead, he gave off a friendly feeling. I rushed over as soon as I received the news. I was still too late. Old man Luo glanced at the kneeling Elder Feng and frowned slightly. Then he looked up at Xiao Chun and said, "Not bad. It looks like the rumors are true. You have indeed condensed the heart of an emperor." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and said, "This is somewhat surprising. This should be my first time meeting Senior. How is it that you know so much about me?" Old man Luo smiled faintly and said, "In our circle, people have been paying attention to you for a long time. The news about you has never stopped. In Emperor Wu's circle, there is an Emperor Wu's substitute ranking. In recent years, you have risen the fastest on this ranking, reaching the top 20. Top 20? If there really was such a ranking, Xiao Chun would be happy to be able to rank in the top 20. The Emperor Wu's substitute ranking was not a ranking of the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Instead, it recorded all the cultivators who had the chance to advance to Martial Emperor in the past 1,000 years. It did not take into account age or seniority. It was a ranking of all the cultivators qualified to advance to Martial Emperor. It did not matter whether one had lived for a few hundred years or decades. As long as one had the qualifications to advance to Martial Emperor, it would be included. How long was 1,000 years? How many geniuses would appear one after another? As for the Emperor Wu's substitute ranking, it was a ranking that had been accumulating for 1,000 years. Basically, the older one was, the higher one's rank would be. It was indeed not easy for Xiao Chun to charge into the top 20 of this 1,000-year Emperor Wu's substitute ranking in a short 31 years. However, you rise fast and fall fast. Your ranking just fell out of the top 100. Chapter 1228. Why? Xiao Chun asked, feeling suspicious. Luo Zhan pointed to Elder Feng and said, "Get him to stand up. I'll tell you why." The old man's voice was so clear that everyone could hear him clearly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The mighty Emperor Wu's true body descended and wanted to get his own people to stand up. However, he was actually negotiating with Xiao Chen. Furthermore, based on Xiao Chen's appearance, he seemed to be thinking about it, unwilling to do so. What was going on? To think that a consummation blue-robed emperor could speak to Emperor Wu on equal terms. In this world where strength reigned supreme, this was simply too inconceivable. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. I can roughly guess the reason. Xiao Chen's fall must have something to do with the heart of an emperor. Now that he had condensed the heart of an emperor, the difficulty of his great tribulation of wind and fire would multiply. In the eyes of others, the risk of advancing to martial emperor had become much harder. In reality, in Xiao Chen's opinion, he was not afraid of the difficulty increasing. He was only afraid of not having the time. So, what if the difficulty did not increase? If he did not have the time to undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not stand a chance at all. No matter how difficult it was, as long as he could undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would have some hope of advancing to martial emperor. Furthermore, the higher the risk, the higher his achievements would be if he advanced to martial emperor. It looks like Senior also knows who is right and who is wrong in this matter. I am not an inflexible person. If there is really enough useful information for me, I do not mind getting him to stand up." Xiao Chen thought for a while before continuing. Of course, if there is none, then he can only continue kneeling. One has to apologize for their mistakes. A strange light flashed in Old Man Luo's eyes. Then he turned around and looked around, his gaze landing on the people watching the excitement. The cultivators who felt Old Man Luo's gaze immediately understood what he meant. Old Man Luo was about to make a move. When these people looked behind them, their hearts sank, and they quickly left. Without a sound, with just a glance, Xiao Chen chased away all the unnecessary people in a 5-kilometer radius. Xiao Chen was secretly on guard. Emperor Wu's deterrence was really huge, even though this Old Man Luo didn't look like the strong Emperor Wu. In that case, I'll tell you something. The Distant Sea Dragon Grave is the only 9-star dragon grave in the Dragon Grave Sea. I heard that the ancient Dragon King's 9-star dragon grave is buried there. 3 days later, a group of Emperor Wus will work together to explore it. As he spoke, Old Man Luo placed his hand on Elder Feng's shoulder and checked the condition of his body. He could not help but frown. There were actually 8 strands of primordial energy left in Elder Feng's body. Furthermore, each strand was extremely condensed and had a layer of purple sparks. Not hurting Elder Feng was going to be a little difficult. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered, his expression uncertain. He did not understand how this information was useful to him. The Distant Sea Dragon Grave was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. Every decade or century, there would be Emperor Wu's experts working together to explore it. This was very normal. As a remnant, it would be abnormal if no cultivators went to explore it. Strange. Based on your appearance, you don't seem to know that the ancient dragon race and the Dragon's Gate have a close relationship. You don't seem to be curious about the depths at all. Old Man Luo observed Xiao Chen's expression as he removed the restriction on Elder Feng. There is such a thing? A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He raised his hand and removed the restriction on Elder Feng, allowing him to heave a sigh of relief and stand up quickly. When Luo Zhen saw Xiao Chen remove the restriction on Elder Feng, he also heaved a sigh of relief. It would be very easy for him to destroy these 8 strands of primordial energy. Luo Zhen's understanding and usage of primordial energy far surpassed Xiao Chen's. Unfortunately, this energy was controlled by Xiao Chen, If Xiao wanted to, he could use the restriction formed by the primordial energy to kill Elder Feng before Luo Zhen, even though Luo Zhen was already here. It looked like this white-clad youth before Luo Zhen was not as arrogant as he appeared to be. He knew when to stop when things had reached a certain point. In the future, I will leave the southern part of the city to your green dragon chamber of commerce. Consider it the price for Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's reckless actions. It was better to have a friend than an enemy. Clearly, Xiao now had the value to befriend Luo Zhen, a minor Heavenly Realm Emperor Wu. Since things had already reached this point, he might as well take a step back and do Xiao a favor. Xiao smiled faintly and did not stand on ceremony, accepting the other party's concession. He had already achieved his goal of establishing his might. If he continued to demand an exorbitant price, he would not know when to stop. Whoosh! Luo Zhen quickly left this place with Elder Feng, flying towards Treasure Dragon Island. They moved so fast that no one could see them. Senior Luo, why did you let this brat off? Given your strength, defeating him should be an easy task. Elder Feng, who was in the air, appeared unconvinced and confused. A junior had forced him to kneel on the ground. This was something he found hard to swallow. Luo Zhen replied indifferently, "So, what? He has the Thunder King and the newly advanced Haoqian Prime behind him. It is not like we can kill him. We can humiliate him. Since he made me kneel, you can make him kneel as well," Elder Feng immediately said. Luo Zhen retorted indifferently, "You are overthinking this. You made two mistakes in this matter. First, you were in the wrong first. His Ross C humiliated you for no reason at all. I do not mind teaching him a lesson. Second, you are blind. Can't you tell that once he advances to Martial Emperor, he will be like Jean Lin transforming into a dragon? You are still thinking of how to humiliate such a person. Do you want to wait until he becomes a dragon and bites you to death in one bite?" When Elder Feng heard this, he felt stifled, not knowing how to rebut. Luo Zhen said indifferently, "Get over it. If he did not have the Thunder King behind him, killing him would be the best choice. Since you cannot kill him, this is the best course of action. Actually, this is not your fault. Without advancing to Martial Emperor, your horizons are too limited. You cannot see things too far." Elder Feng's expression dimmed. These words truly stung him. To him, becoming Emperor Wu was an extravagant hope. He would never know what that mysterious circle was like in this lifetime. Even though Elder Feng knew that his horizons were limited, he did not know where they were. Just thinking about it made him feel sorrowful. In the city, after Xiao and Kim Taeho asked about Heavenly Star Island and found out that everything was fine there, they started asking about the distant sea dragon grave. Originally, Xiao did not think much of the distant sea dragon grave, a great forbidden land. Previously, when Xiao came to the dragon grave sea, he did not have any thoughts of going to the distant sea dragon grave to explore it and search for fortuitous encounters. However, this time, after hearing Luo Zhen say that the ancient dragon clan and the Dragon's Gate were inextricably linked, he could not help but feel tempted. Furthermore, Xiao strength had increased greatly, and he had condensed the heart of an emperor. It should be much safer for him to enter the distant sea dragon grave. The news he had gathered from various sources had thoroughly piqued Xiao interest. News from too long ago could not be verified. However, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor had entered and exited the distant sea dragon graveyard 8 times. This was a piece of news that could be verified. Even now, the distant sea dragon grave still retained many remnants of the battles from 10,000 years ago. The Dragon's Gate had a long history. Perhaps only the current clan head of the Sky Dome Realms, Xiao clan, knew how long it had been around for. However, it was certain that it was definitely more than 10,000 years old. At the very least, there was already a complete inheritance in the ancient era before the Hundred Race War. Before the Qing Emperor, the Dragon's Gate also had a glorious past. Several of the Dragon's Gate's sect masters had explored the distant Sea Dragon grave. However, it was too long ago, so this information could not be verified. The only one who could be sure was the Qing Emperor. Xiao Qian sorted out the information in his hand and muttered, "If this information is true, then what exactly is in the distant Sea Dragon grave that attracted the successive sect masters of the Dragon's Gate to rush over?" The ancient dragon race was filled with suspicions. Unfortunately, to find out all this, one had to infiltrate the core of the distant Sea Dragon grave. Given Xiao Qian's current strength, he estimated that it should not be a problem for him to wander around the periphery of the distant Sea Dragon grave. He should be able to enter and leave safely. However, if he went into the depths, it would be hard to return. As for the core region, there was no need to even think about it. That was a place that even the greater Heavenly Emperor Wu had to be careful about. Even sovereign martial emperors might not dare to say that they could come and go as they pleased. Right now, there was an opportunity. 3 days later, a group of Emperor Wu would be working together to explore the depths of the distant Sea Dragon grave. Xiao Qian could follow them and fish in troubled waters. Although he could not go to the core region, it would be much better than wandering around the periphery. Perhaps he might be able to discover something in the depths. Xiao Qian had never been a hesitant person. After thinking for a while, he made his decision. Go. There were still 3 days. Xiao Qian could use this time to stabilize his cultivation and make his preparations. It was already late at night. Xiao Qian sat cross-legged in a cultivation room in a quiet courtyard. Then he used the heart of an emperor to open that mysterious door of space, and time again. The world behind the door was still hazy, distant, and unfathomable. It was vast and majestic, mysterious and unfathomable. It inspired reverence in one's heart, not daring to profane it. Xiao Qian carefully absorbed the primordial energy spreading in the world behind the door. Strands of pure, white energy dripped down. Compared to the first time, Xiao Qian could no longer obtain a complete strand of primordial energy in one go, not to mention 10 strands. He could not even obtain 1 strand. It was all this sort of tiny drops of primordial mist power that left one dispirited and dispirited. Xiao Qian did not know when he would be able to form a complete strand of primordial energy. Now that he thought about it, it was no wonder Ao Jiao had said that obtaining 10 strands of primordial energy the first time was already a lot. However, after holding on for about 15 minutes, the heart of an emperor could no longer hold on to open this primordial door. Xiao Qian calmed himself down and stopped thinking. He infused all the primordial raindrops he absorbed into the heart of an emperor, infusing them into the 10 strands of primordial energy. With Xiao Qian's hard work over the past half a month, the originally pure white primordial energy had already turned purple after Xiao Qian infused his law energy into it. With the lightning attribute, Xiao Qian would be able to use it with greater ease when using it. Xiao Qian had already successfully infused 3,000 of the 20,000 law energy around the heart of an emperor. Chapter 1229. Under Xiao Qian's meticulous cultivation, the originally weak strands of primordial energy became increasingly denser. As they swam about, the force they carried grew stronger. After Xiao Qian finished cultivating the primordial energy, he immediately took out an essence stone and started to absorb the spiritual energy in it without any fear. The 10 strands of primordial energy were like babies waiting to be fed, and the heavenly laws were the best food. Right now, Xiao Qian no longer faced any bottlenecks. He was no longer in the predicament of having a large number of resources, but being stuck at the bottleneck of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, unable to use them. Now, He only feared having too few resources, not having too many. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, when Xiao Qian ended his cultivation, the 10 strands of purple primordial energy had clearly deepened. There was still one more day before they had to depart. Hence, Xiao Qian did not rush to the distant sea dragon grave. Instead, he searched through the universe ring before taking out the cycle banner. He had not used this secret treasure for a long time already. This time, it was time to refine it and turn it into a trump card for his fight with Emperor Wu. 5 of the cycle banner's thrones had already been refined into astral pearls: the massacre throne, the death throne, the ruin throne, the grief throne, and the despair throne. Only the pain throne and the destruction throne remained. As for the news of the last 2 thrones, Xiao Qian had spent a lot of money to get the Kunlun Realm's intelligence department to help him search for them. Xiao Qian had also asked many of his good friends for help. However, there had been no news. In the end, the destruction and pain of the 2 thrones seemed to have vanished without a trace. There were no traces at all. Xiao Qian could not rush such a thing. Who knew? There might not be any news at all. Then, when the opportunity arrived, he might accidentally find news of the thrones. Not to mention the news of the last 2 thrones, the cycle banner, which already had 5 thrones, possessed extraordinary might. However, Xiao Qian did not use any secret treasures. As a bladesman, he trusted the saber in his hand and his own strength more. Xiao Qian did not spend any time refining the cycle banner a second time. Right now, Xiao Qian had no choice but to refine it. He did not know what dangers he would run into in the distant sea dragon grave. One more trump card was one more chance of survival. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qian put away the cycle banner and walked out of the cultivation room. Then, he flew away from the island where a large number of cultivators gathered and found a deserted island on the surface of the sea. Refining the cycle banner would definitely cause a huge commotion. If they did not find a quiet place, it would be inconvenient to do so. The deserted island beneath their feet was barren, except for oddly shaped rocks and barren hills. Looking up at the starry sky in the dark night, it was vast and serene. Xiao Qian pushed off the ground and landed at the peak of the desolate mountain. With a thought, the cycle banner appeared in his hand. Then he swung the banner. The scarlet banner unfurled, and the 7 astral pearls on it glistened brightly. Instantly, countless starlight descended from the sky. Like a meteor shower, the deserted island suddenly became dreamy. The color of the astral pearls infused with the 5 thrones on the banner was even denser and more piercing. Even the pure black of the death astral pearl was eye-catching and piercing, looking very strange. Actually, the cycle banner in Xiao Qian's hand had already surpassed the category of astral banners long ago. However, when he infused the thrones into it, it changed. However, the roots were still there. If Xiao Qian wanted to refine it, he would need a large amount of resources. Fortunately, Xiao Qian had just obtained the treasures that the Thunder King left behind and did not lack resources. Xiao Qian intended to melt down an emperor-grade secret treasure and infuse the resources obtained from its decomposition into the cycle banner. Xiao Qian had only one goal: to forge the cycle banner into a pseudo-emperor-grade secret treasure. Why did he add the word pseudo? It was because he could not bring out the full might of a true emperor-grade secret treasure. Without Emperor Wu's golden body, he would not be able to endure the pressure that an emperor-grade secret treasure brought to his body. The pseudo-emperor-grade secret treasure that Xiao Qian wanted to refine would allow him to move freely and bring out 100% of its might. Furthermore, its grade far surpassed that of a peak king-grade secret treasure. After thinking about it, Xiao Qian could only describe the newly refined cycle banner as a pseudo-emperor-grade secret treasure. Among the treasures that the Thunder King left behind was a set of sabers, the 7 deadly sins. Every one of them was a divine weapon. Naturally, Xianxia could not bear to melt them down. Aside from these, there were 4 emperor-grade secret treasures. After lending one to Su Tianyun, he still had 3 left. Emperor-grade secret treasures were very rare. Normally, the 9 ranks of the great families would only have 1 emperor-grade secret treasure passed down from generation to generation. Now, Xianxia had 3. If word of this got out, everyone would die of envy. A large group of Emperor Wu secret treasures. If these people knew that Xianxia was vexed over which emperor-grade secret treasure to melt, they would probably feel like dying. I'll take this one, the profound water treasure armor. I have the blue dragon war body. Defense is not my weakness. Furthermore, a water-attributed treasure armor conflicts with my lightning-attributed body. After thinking about it for a while, Xianxia finally made up his mind. He chose an emperor-grade secret treasure armor, preparing to use it to complete his cycle banner. If the Thunder King were still alive and saw you wasting the secret treasures he left behind, I wonder what he would think. Ao Zhao muttered from the immortal spirit ring. Xianxia smiled happily and replied, he wouldn't think anything. Did you not see that the Thunder King did not even leave a mark on them? To the Thunder King, although these things are precious, they are actually burdens. He can only leave them there. I am making the best use of them. When he finds out, he will definitely feel gratified. He can finally use these eyesores. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, sophistry. What I said is definitely the truth. Look, you don't even know how to refute it, Xianxia said with a smile. Then he started to melt this emperor-grade secret treasure. Forging an emperor-grade secret treasure was extremely difficult. However, destroying it from the inside was very easy. First, Xianxia left a spiritual mark on the emperor-grade secret treasure to recognize him as its master. Then, he broke the hidden formations in the flowing cloud treasure armor one by one. When all the formations were broken, the profound water treasure armor suddenly released a resplendent light. A strong emperor's might soared into the sky. The light illuminated the surrounding 50 kilometers like it was day. The dazzling light deterred anyone from looking at it directly. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, fortunately, I had the foresight to find a sufficiently desolate island. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble this commotion would cause. The light did not last long. By the time it scattered, the profound water treasure armor had already broken down into thousands of different parts floating in the air. In the dark night, every part gave off a firefly-like light, looking beautiful and flawless. In the very center was a jewel giving off an aquamarine light. That was the profound water heart. This was the core divine material of this emperor-grade secret treasure. It could be said that without the profound water heart, the profound water treasure armor would not exist. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Each of the thousands of parts represented 50 tons of peak divine materials. Furthermore, there was the profound water heart. With so many divine materials, he would definitely achieve his goal if he used them to refine the cycle banner. I'll refine the first astral pearl first, massacre. With a thought, the black astral pearl in the cycle banner automatically flew out. Xianxia took out the dragon phoenix cauldron, and the astral pearl slowly fell into the cauldron with a thought. Light flickered in Xianxia's left eye, and all the lunar true flame spewed out, spreading throughout the cauldron and burning fiercely. Then, with a wave of his hand, hundreds of emperor-grade secret treasure parts fell into the cauldron. Now, there was a total of 5 tons of divine materials. If the experts of the Zodiac Hall saw such a scene, they would cry in agony. This was too extravagant. With 5 tons of divine materials, One could forge many peak astral banners with them. However, Xianxia only used them to refine one astral pearl. Furthermore, it looked like he intended to continue using millions of tons of divine materials. This could not be helped. The others had been searching for resources everywhere with bitter expressions on their faces. However, Xianxia was worried about how to use these resources and not let them go to waste in the universe ring. For the 5 astral pearls, Xianxia used 40 million tons of divine materials. The banner used the remaining 10 million tons of divine materials. As for the profound water heart, Xianxia used it on the scarlet banner, adding a profound water attribute to it. As the banner danced, it moved like waves. It was like a boundless ocean surging and roaring, causing the entire space to tremble. Dawn approached, and the morning sun peeked out. The warm sunlight swept away all the darkness in the world. At this moment, Xianxia also finished refining the cycle banner. He grasped the banner pole and waved it ferociously. The banner unfurled and fluttered in the wind. The sound of rumbling water resounded in the world, surging endlessly. On the surface of the sea around the deserted island, huge waves rose up, stretching for hundreds of miles. Massacre, ruin, death, grief, and despair. The 5 astral pearls on the banner suddenly gave off a bright light. Boundless starlight poured down. The originally bright sky above them suddenly turned completely dark. The light of the cycle banner completely outshone the morning sun, causing night to descend once more. When one looked up, one could see the stars filling the sky. 5-colored starlight flickered, and the cycle banner gave off a destructive astral energy. As Xianxia held the banner pole, he could clearly feel the energy contained in the astral banner. With a shout, Xianxia spun the banner around like a spear. Then, he gently stabbed the cycle banner into the ground. Boom! Without a sound, the desolate island under their feet was instantly shattered by the 5-colored starlight contained in the war flag, turning it into dust and ashes. A huge black hole appeared out of nowhere on the vast sea, looking extremely horrifying. Xianxia's figure flashed backward, and the whirlpool formed by the black hole created a huge wave that soared into the clouds. As Xianxia watched the huge wave soar into the sky, he felt a sense of pride in his chest as he held the cycle banner. When the huge wave fell, Xianxia unfurled the cycle banner and waved it on the sea to his heart's content. Massacre, death, ruin, grief, and despair. The states of 5 different attributes merged with the starlight, releasing a 5-colored light. Under the night sky, as Xianxia waved the banner, the cycle banner erupted with startling energy on the surface of the sea. As he waved it, starlight exploded, the ground rumbled, and the entire space trembled. However, although this cycle banner can injure an ordinary Emperor Wu with its current might, it is far from enough to make him feel fear. Xianxia held the war banner in his hand as he stood in the air. Heavy rain poured endlessly in the sky.
Chapter 10:15. Seeing the scarlet lunar beast raise its head to look at him, Tang Zheng's lips curled up into a smile. He placed both of his hands on the crystal and a surge of energy immediately entered his body. The crystal turned transparent and Xuanin's beautiful figure immediately appeared. The scarlet lunar beast's eyes immediately widened. It bared its teeth and its eyes were burning with fire as if it had seen its nemesis. Ah! Everyone was shocked by this scene. The human and beast obviously knew each other and they seemed to be enemies. Since the scarlet lunar beast hated Xianxia so much, what kind of grudge did they have? The scarlet lunar beast kept hitting the crystal with its claws. However, it was useless as it could not break the seal of the crystal. Tang Zheng frowned. The scarlet lunar beast could not break the crystal but Xianxia could. The two of them looked similar but there was a huge difference. Why was that? Xianxia opened her eyes and looked at the scarlet lunar beast in shock. Her gaze was complicated. Tang Zheng looked at her and said, "Xianxia, why don't we come out and have a chat? What is your relationship with the scarlet lunar beast?" Xianxia looked at him as if to say, "Don't treat me like a fool." Obviously, she would not come out. "Do you want to be a coward? You are a consecrator of the Azure Dragon Palace and you are from the sky beyond heaven. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Tang Zheng tried to provoke her to come out. However, all of this was futile. It had no effect at all. "Master, who is she?" Xiao Bai asked as it was the first time he saw Xianxia. Xianxin's gaze fell on Xiao Bai, but she did not have much of a reaction. She was completely different from the scarlet lunar beast. This made Tang Zheng very confused. Xianxia and the scarlet lunar beast were both from the sky beyond heaven. However, the scarlet lunar beast knew Xiao Bai. Why couldn't Xianxia recognize him? Tang Zheng shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Now, he could confirm that Xianxia and the scarlet lunar beast knew each other, and there was quite a bit of enmity between them. As for the specific details, only those involved would know. Seeing that the red lunar beast was getting more and more irritable, and its eyes were about to spit fire, Tang Zheng said to Xianxia, "Since you want to be a coward, I'll let you be." With a wave of his hand, Xianxia was sucked back into Sumer world. Only then did the scarlet moon beast calm down. Its anger slowly subsided. However, it still looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated expression. It was as if it was asking him to release it quickly. "You want to come out? I don't have a better idea. You can only regain your freedom after absorbing all the energy in this crystal," Tang Zheng said helplessly as he knew what the red lunar beast was thinking. Initially, he was worried that the red lunar beast would be in trouble after it was freed. However, looking at its attitude towards Xiao Bai, his worries were obviously unnecessary. If Xiao Bai could intimidate the red lunar beast, then releasing it would solve a lot of mysteries. "I'll stay and cultivate." The Empyrean fairy looked at Tang Zheng and immediately made a decision. Now that her cultivation was the highest, she would be able to absorb the energy in the crystal at the fastest speed. Tang Zheng did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. "Xiao Bai, do you want to go back with me or stay here?" Tang Zheng asked. Xiao Bai grabbed little Yu and pulled it back from the crystal, saying, "Master, of course I'll go back with you. The city is much more fun than this island. Little Black, you can stay here and protect everyone. You can also absorb the energy in this crystal to cultivate." The thundercloud beast's eyes lit up and asked, "Really?" "Of course." The thundercloud beast jumped up excitedly. Xiao Bai curled his lips and said, "What's there to be happy about?" Xiao Bai's cultivation was different from other beasts. It almost did not need to eat, and every time it was about to break through, it would hibernate. It looked down on the crystal, but the thundercloud beast saw it as a treasure. Seeing that Xiao Bai was about to leave, the red lunar beast bowed to Xiao Bai as if it was sending it off. Xiao Bai did not appreciate it at all and did not even turn back. It rode on little Yu and followed Tang Zheng as they left. On the other hand, little Yu kept looking back as if it was thinking about something. After returning home from the teleportation array, and walked towards Tang Zheng in front of everyone and sat beside him gracefully. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water as she looked at him. Tang Zheng asked, "What's the matter?" And smiled and said, "After you left, I thought about it for a long time and finally found a problem." "What problem?" Tang Zheng looked at her suspiciously. "You gave out so many pieces of jewelry at once, and I did some research. Those pieces of jewelry are definitely not modern items, but ancient items. You definitely have more than that, right?" And looked as if she had seen through everything. Tang Zheng smacked his lips. He had to admit that a woman's intuition was sometimes frighteningly accurate. However, he did not figure out Anne's true intentions and asked, "So what if I did? and so what if I didn't? And said confidently, I knew you had more than that. You really did have a lot of jewelry. I won't ask where you got them, but what do you plan to do with them? Seeing that she had guessed it, Tang Jing did not deny it and said, I haven't thought about it yet. I have a good idea. Tang Jing looked at her quietly. She seemed to be encouraged and said impatiently, I'll help you deal with these jewelry. They shouldn't be covered in dust and should shine with their own brilliance. Tang Jing looked at her in surprise. As a princess of a country, how could she want to do this? And thought that he did not believe her, so she quickly took out a set of certificates and said, I have specially studied. Look, this is the top International Jewelry Appraisal Qualification Certificate, and this is the EMBI certificate that I minored in when I was in school. I can really help you with this matter. Looking at the certificates, Tang Jing did not doubt their authenticity. She disdained to fake, but he did not expect her to be so enthusiastic about this matter. He did not know Anne's thoughts. And never believed in the principle of being a good wife. She was a typical Western woman. She believed that a woman needed her own charm and career. Only by making herself more outstanding could she gain the favor of a man, especially an outstanding man. She was already outstanding enough, but she still thought that compared to Tang Jing, she was a bit lacking. Especially after she took off the princess's clothing, so she must have her own career. This time, she just happened to come across these jewelry, so she had this idea. Moreover, in this way, she could openly spend more time with Tang Jing. Other women would have nothing to say and could not stop it. Wouldn't her opportunity come? She thought that God had heard her prayer and given her such a good opportunity. How could she just watch it slip through her hands? Why don't you say something? Do you agree? And looked at Tang Jing affectionately and asked, her eyes seemed to be able to speak. If an ordinary person was looked at by the princess like this, their soul would have flown away. Tang Jing, on the other hand, had a strong immunity and began to ponder. He had enough jewelry. So much jewelry was a large sum of money. His business was so wide and there were too many places where he needed money. So these jewelry definitely could not be left idle. They had to be sold. He had not thought of a specific way to implement it at the moment. Originally, he was going to hand it over to Mu Hongyan, but now she was in Europe and couldn't get away. It just so happened that Anne had this suggestion. He couldn't help but be a little moved. He didn't doubt Anne's ability at all. He just asked, what if there are a lot of jewelry? Can you sell them all? I've seen too much jewelry since I was a child. How much can you have? I have this confidence. No matter how much you have, I can sell it at a high price. Anne was full of confidence. Tang Jing secretly nodded. What she said was reasonable. After all, she was a princess. What kind of big scene had she not seen? How many jewelry did she have? Well, I'll leave this matter to you. Tang Jing nodded and said. Anne's excitement was overflowing. She hurriedly expressed her position, your decision is very wise. Where is the jewelry? Take them all out. I want to properly classify them. Let me tell you, this is a big field of knowledge. Ordinary people can't do it at all. Tang Jing nodded in agreement. He looked around and saw that everyone else looked like curious babies. He said, it's not suitable to put them in the hall. Let's go to the basement. There's enough space there. And said in her heart that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. It was just jewelry. It wasn't anything big. How could it not fit here? However, she just laughed it off and went to the basement with Tang Jing. The others also curiously followed. Lu Qingmei had seen the number of jewelry, so when she saw Anne's eager look, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. And probably wouldn't have thought of the huge number of jewelry. She had to admit that when she first saw those treasure chests, it was difficult to hide the stormy waves in her heart. Everyone stand a little further away. Give me some space. Tang Zheng motioned for everyone to step back and said. And curled her lips, saying in her heart that he was deliberately mystifying. However, she obeyed and retreated to the wall. Tang Zheng smiled at everyone. With a thought, he waved his hand forward. Walala, it was as if it was raining. The pitter-patter of rain could be heard. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain appeared in front of them. It was just that it was made up of jewelry. Tang Zheng didn't realize at first that there was a huge amount of jewelry. It was only when he organized it that he realized that there were so many treasures in these treasure chests. Moreover, even though they were at the bottom of the sea, they were still well preserved. The treasure chests were tightly sealed. Only the few treasure chests that were destroyed in the battle spilled out. However, Tang Zheng timely put them into Sumra world so they weren't too damaged. In an instant, the light of the jewels completely covered the light above their heads. It was as if there was an additional sun. The light was dazzling and too much for the eyes to take in. Annie was dumbfounded as her eyes blankly stared at the mountain of treasures. She never would have thought that Tang Zheng would have so many jewels. Even if she was a princess of the imperial family, she had never seen so many jewels. Chapter 10:16. Jewels were eye-catching and would also steal people's hearts. Especially women, their attractiveness was boundless. Other than Lu Qingmei, Fang Shishir and Wu's reactions were more or less the same. Even Nan Nan, the little girl, actually started to make a big fuss. All of a sudden, she pounced towards the treasure mountain and excitedly shouted, "Wow, so beautiful!" And finally reacted as if she had awoken from a dream. She moved her gaze away with difficulty and stared blankly at Tang Zheng. She swallowed her saliva and asked, "These are your jewels?" Tang Zheng blankly nodded, completely unaware of the impact this had on them and said, "That's right, these are my jewels." "This isn't a lot, right?" And resisted the urge to roll her eyes as a voice in her heart shouted, "If this isn't a lot, then what is?" "With your ability, handling these jewels shouldn't be a problem, right?" Tang Zheng asked. And quivered and hesitated for a moment before firmly nodding her head, "Of course there's no problem." Although this exceeded her expectations, it was interesting to have a challenge. How could she, Princess Ant, be afraid of a challenge? She had already conquered countless storms and waves. She would definitely be able to conquer this treasure mountain. Definitely. She firmly repeated in her heart. But looking at this treasure mountain, a trace of worry flashed across her brows. "Don't force yourself." Tang Zheng sensed her strangeness and reminded her. And took a deep breath and resolutely said, "I won't force myself at all. I will definitely let you see my ability." Tang Zheng faintly smiled, "Then I will wait and see." "What are you going to do with them?" And muttered to herself for a moment before mysteriously saying, "Wuxia has an old saying, mountains have their own plans." Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders and did not ask any more questions. "But, if there is a time when I need your help in the future, you must not refuse. After all, with so many jewels, I am working for you." And took the initiative to take precautions and find an excuse for their frequent contact in the future. Tang Zheng gladly agreed. If Yi Dingdang was here, she would definitely object loudly, but unfortunately, she was pulled back by Feng Xinyang. Fang Shishir, Wu, and Lu Qingmei were not as loud as Yi Dingdang, so they did not object. Once An accepted this task, she was fully loaded. She was so busy that she didn't have much free time to pester Tang Zheng. He was happy with the peace and quiet. Linger's concert was approaching, and she had already gone to rehearse. The other women in the family were busy with their careers, while the rest of them were focused on cultivation. During this time, Professor Qi Shaoan called to ask about the red lunar beast. Tang Zheng gave him a perfunctory answer. Before the truth was revealed, he did not want too many ordinary people to know about it. Otherwise, it would not do him any good. Seeing that school was about to start, Tang Zheng was also engrossed in his cultivation. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. After reaching rank for Yuaning, he gradually consolidated his cultivation, especially after absorbing the energy from the crystals in the Sumer world. However, he could not absorb all the crystals that sealed Xianyin for the time being. With this, Qiyu was relieved. He had been worried that his heart's blood would be completely absorbed by Tang Zheng. If that happened, he would not be able to suppress the inner demons and would be in great danger. In fact, Tang Zheng knew this very well. That was why he stopped after absorbing a certain amount of heart's blood. He only absorbed a little occasionally to scare Qiyu and intimidate Qiyu and the inner demons. In the past, the two of them used to quarrel with each other. Recently, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Tang Zheng was not used to this. In fact, they were mainly shocked by the trip to the bottom of the sea and the Scarlet Moon Beast. This was something they had never known before. In ancient times, they had always wanted to explore the outer heavens, but they could not. They never thought that as time passed, the outer heavens would sneak into the human world, and even all the cultivators in the human world would be expelled to the outer heavens. Especially the latter, they could not do it with their ability. How did Nura do it? They gradually figured out a little. Nura had received help from Xianyin, which meant that all of this was a conspiracy of the outer heavens. That was why Nura could have such ability. After the cultivators of the human world were expelled to the outer heavens, they must have had a hard time. Otherwise, the Devil clan would not be so eager to return to the human world. Now, the Scarlet Moon Beast was involved. The Scarlet Moon Beast had a grudge with Xianyin. What kind of grudge was it? Why did the Scarlet Moon Beast come to the human world? What were they for? What happened in the sea back then? There were too many unknown secrets in this. He had to unravel these secrets in order to perhaps see through the clouds and see the essence and truth of the matter. To the two of them, this was a huge blow because they were originally high and mighty, insufferably arrogant. Now it seemed that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. The enemy was not only the enemy of this world, but also the enemy from the unknown world of the outer heavens. Everything was confusing, causing them to fall into deep thought. Where should they go in the future? Master, I haven't seen the five-clawed golden dragon for a long time. I want to see it, is that okay? Xiao Bai jumped onto Tang Zheng's body and asked. Tang Zheng withdrew from his cultivation state and looked at the dark sky outside the window. Why do you want to see it? After he branded the five-clawed golden dragon with his soul imprint and took it for his own use, Tang Zheng never went to see it again. It was said that the country was still digging into the palace, as if they would not stop until they found the five-clawed golden dragon. Tang Zheng had long controlled the heaven and earth soul-suppressing formation. Without his permission, no one could dig out the formation's core, so naturally, they would not be able to see the five-clawed golden dragon. Therefore, he was not worried about the country's actions. He could imagine that after the five-clawed golden dragon was subdued, although it did not say anything, the resentment in its heart was definitely not small. After being locked in that space for a long time, its hostility would definitely increase. Even if Xiao Bai suggested to see it, it could be done. It could also be considered as seeing its recent situation. One was a big stick and one was a sweet date. The five-clawed golden dragon liked Xiao Bai very much, so it could let them see it. Master, I beg you. Xiao Bai clasped its claws together as if it was cupping its hands, looking very pitiful. Tang Zheng could not help but laugh. Don't pretend to be pitiful with me. I promise you. Master is the best. Xiao Bai was incomparably excited. It jumped onto little Yu Yu's back and said eagerly, Little Yu Yu, today I will take you to see a big guy. It is much bigger than us. It is very fierce, but you don't have to be afraid of it. With me here, it can't hurt you. Little Yu Yu looked at it blankly. Let's go. It's dark, no one will find out. Tang Jing got up and disappeared into the darkness with the two strange beasts. Their speed was very fast, leaving only afterimages in the night. Then, they quietly passed through the layers of guards outside the imperial city. After a long time without any gains, the imperial city's defense had weakened a lot. The people were very dissatisfied with the official blockade of the imperial city. This was one less tourist attraction. However, the people of Wuxia were the most forgetful and kind. After a series of protests and complaints, they focused on their daily lives. Their attention was consciously diverted to other areas by the officials. Therefore, although the huge construction banner was a very far-fetched excuse, the people chose to accept it in the end. Although it was night, the imperial city was still brightly lit. Unlike before, the imperial city had now become a huge construction site. It was dug and riddled with holes. It was difficult to have the majesty of the royal family from before. Tang Jing couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. The country had really put in a lot of effort for the five-clawed golden dragon. This imperial palace would probably be hollowed out. This classic building complex that had stood for hundreds of years and endured countless storms would be destroyed at any time. Sighing with emotion on a whim, Tang Jing used an illusion to smoothly enter the formation under the watchful eyes of everyone, but no one could see them. The five-clawed golden dragon snorted. It was like a clap of thunder exploding in their ears. Then, it moved its body, causing the chains made of 9 nether black iron to make clanking sounds. Then, it stared at them with its 2 huge eyes, looking down at them from above. 5 claws. Just as Tang Jing opened his mouth, before he could finish speaking, he saw the 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes widen, and its raging anger ignited. Tang Jing felt a chill. Could it be that the 5-clawed golden dragon was going to rebel? He quickly activated his mental cultivation method and prepared to use the soul brand to make the 5-clawed golden dragon restrain itself a little. However, he saw that its eyes were not staring at him, but directly at little Yu Yu. It roared angrily, "It's you again, I'm going to kill you." The huge dragon head swooped down, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The dragon opened its mouth wide and bit towards little Yu Yu, as if it was an irreconcilable enemy. Tang Jing was stunned by this scene. What was the origin of this scarlet lunar beast? Why did everyone have such a big reaction when they saw it? Even the 5-clawed golden dragon, who had always thought highly of itself, had such a reaction. Of course, he could not let the 5-clawed golden dragon swallow little Yu Yu. However, Xiao Bai's reaction was faster than his. It stepped forward and flew up from little Yu Yu's back. A second before little Yu Yu's hair stood on end, it turned into a cannon and shot towards the 5-clawed golden dragon. It shouted, "Stop, don't hurt little Yu Yu." However, its thin and small claws reached first. It clenched into a fist and threw a punch at the 5-clawed golden dragon's cheek. Bang! The huge dragon head was hit to the side by this force and crashed into the stone wall, causing debris to fly everywhere. However, the 5-clawed golden dragon did not stop there. It swung its tail and swept it towards little Yu Yu. Little Yu Yu was not easy to deal with either. With a kick of its hind legs, it turned into a shadow and rushed towards the dragon's tail. With a sweep of its tail, it collided with the dragon's tail. Whoosh! Little Yu Yu flew out like a kite with a broken string. She crashed into the stone wall and fell softly. Xiao Bai was furious and roared, "You stupid dragon, why did you hurt little Yu Yu? I'll beat you up." Boom! The strand of red hair on Xiao Bai's forehead immediately burst into flames. Its small fist was like a storm as it hit the 5-clawed golden dragon's head. Although its fist was small, its strength was extraordinary. A dent gradually appeared on the dragon's scales. The 5-clawed golden dragon was in pain and was completely enraged. Its dragon claws viciously clawed at Xiao Bai. Chapter 10:17.
Xiao Bai's frail body exploded with unparalleled fighting strength, but the five-clawed golden dragon was not to be trifled with. The battle was extremely intense. Little Yu Yu staggered up from the ground, shook her head a few times, and became fierce. She glared fiercely at the five-clawed golden dragon and bared her teeth, as if she wanted to tear a piece of dragon meat from its body. Tang Jing frowned. What kind of deep hatred did the five-clawed golden dragon have with little Yu Yu that made it so angry? He couldn't just stand by and watch the two sides fight to the death, so he shouted, "Stop, all of you, stop." However, the angry five-clawed golden dragon ignored his words. Tang Zhang's eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. With a thought, the soul imprint suddenly activated. Ah! The five-clawed golden dragon let out a mournful cry. The dragon held its head with its claws and fell to the ground, rolling non-stop. "I don't dare, stop, I don't dare anymore." Tang Zhang coldly snorted and finally stopped. The five-clawed golden dragon's body twitched as if it had just walked through the gates of hell. In fact, it really did come back from the gates of hell. As long as Tang Jing did not stop, its soul would be scattered. The five-clawed golden dragon finally calmed down and gasped for breath. Now that it had submitted to for infinity Tang Jing, its little life was in his hands, and it had no way of disobeying him. Xiao Bai curled his lips and coldly snorted. He ran over to check little Yu Yu's body and kept asking, "Is there something wrong?" Little Yu Yu shook her head. Xiao Bai grinned and patted its head in relief, saying, "Amazing, this stupid dragon is too bad. It actually attacked you indiscriminately." Little Yu Yu grimaced and made a sound, as if agreeing with Xiao Bai's words. Tang Zheng was sure that there was a reason for this, so he walked to the five-clawed golden dragon's head. Although it was lying on the ground, the dragon's head was still bigger than Tang Jing, making him seem very small. However, when he stood in front of the five-clawed golden dragon, he seemed to have a very large image, and no one dared to underestimate him. The five-clawed golden dragon raised his eyelids and looked at Tang Jing with a complicated expression. His frustration was mixed with anger and helplessness. "Why did you attack little Yu Yu?" Tang Zhang's face was as cold as ice as he asked. The five-clawed golden dragon finally regained its composure. It slowly raised its head and looked down at Tang Jing, but it no longer had the slightest arrogance. It softly said, "Because, I was imprisoned here because of it." "What?" Tang Jing was shocked. His eyes jumped wildly. He had thought of many reasons, but he had never thought of this because it was beyond common sense. "I'm telling the truth. It's up to you to believe it or not." Looking at Tang Zhang's reaction, the five-clawed golden dragon didn't expect him to believe it. "Tell me the details. You never said how you were imprisoned here before. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing to hide, right?" Tang Jing urged. The five-clawed golden dragon pondered for a long time. Now that the dragon was under the eaves, it had no choice but to lower its head. Moreover, this was an unchangeable fact. There was nothing to hide. Thus, it only spoke slowly. It turned out that the five-clawed golden dragon lived in the sea. At that time, the dragon clan had already left the human world and it was the only one left. It never thought that its whereabouts would be exposed and it would be schemed against by someone with ulterior motives. The dragon clan liked gold, silver, and jewelry, so these people specially prepared countless gold, silver, and jewelry to bring to the sea. Box after box of gold, silver, and jewelry were poured into the sea like bait in a pond to lure fish. The five-clawed golden dragon was naturally attracted by these gold, silver, and jewelry. It never thought that what awaited it would be an inescapable net that had been planned for a long time. Among them, a large number of cultivators had been waiting for it for a long time. When it appeared, they attacked together. That battle was earth-shattering. It set off a huge tsunami that submerged dozens of islands. However, the dragon clan was the king of the sea after all. Even if the five-clawed golden dragon was not considered a very powerful existence in the dragon clan, it was still not something that an ordinary cultivator could resist. The five-clawed golden dragon was very angry. It was actually schemed against by a human. Thus, in a rage, it did not retreat. Instead, it took advantage of the first opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Just when the five-clawed golden dragon thought that victory was in sight and was feeling complacent, a woman appeared with a scarlet lunar beast. This woman and the beast's cultivation were very powerful. Both sides launched a huge battle. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed by this battle. Even that huge warship was going to sink into the sea. The five-clawed golden dragon resisted with all its might. After seriously injuring the woman and killing the scarlet lunar beast, causing it to sink into the sea, it still fell into the hands of that woman. It was then bound by a chain made of 9 Serenity's mysterious iron and suppressed under the imperial city. Tang Zheng was overwhelmed with emotions. Without a doubt, although that experience was only a few sentences, it was definitely thrilling. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be hard to imagine. However, that woman and the scarlet lunar beast actually worked together to imprison the five-clawed golden dragon. That was really daring. It was probably a first. However, this scarlet lunar beast is obviously not that scarlet lunar beast. At that time, I killed it. After it sank into the sea, I'm afraid it had already become a skeleton. The five-clawed golden dragon looked at little Yu Yu again, causing little Yu Yu to keep staring at it. Are you sure it's dead? Tang Zheng moved his head and asked. The five-clawed golden dragon nodded, of course. In fact, it's really strange. That woman actually took away the scarlet lunar beast's core before it sank into the sea. Heh, she didn't even let her own partner go. That woman's ruthlessness is something I have rarely seen in my life. What? She took away the scarlet lunar beast's core. Tang Zheng was shocked. The five-clawed golden dragon looked at Tang Zheng blankly and asked, yes, what's wrong with that? Tang Zheng was as clear as a mirror. It seemed that the woman also knew the importance of the scarlet lunar beast's core. Therefore, after it died, she directly took away its core. This woman was really ruthless. After all, the scarlet lunar beast was her partner. The core of the scarlet lunar beast had probably been taken away by that woman long ago. She definitely had the scarlet lunar beast's abilities. Seeing that the five-clawed golden dragon was staring at him suspiciously, Tang Zheng did not explain further. However, another question popped up in his mind. Since the scarlet lunar beast was already dead, where did Xiao Bai come from? Were there other scarlet lunar beasts at that time? Tang Zheng asked. Definitely not, the scarlet lunar beast said firmly. Tang Zheng looked at it deeply and chose to believe its words. However, the most important thing was, where did little Yu Yu come from? His intuition told him that little Yu Yu must be related to the scarlet lunar beast. After all, it had always been living in the shipwreck site. Could it be that the scarlet lunar beast was pregnant? Although it died and sank to the bottom of the sea, little Yu Yu broke out of its body and stubbornly survived. A thought flashed through his mind and he immediately thought of this possibility. This was the only possibility that could explain everything. He quickly looked at little Yu Yu. Little Yu Yu was also looking at him. The more he looked, the more certain he was that his guess was correct. Master, what's wrong? Xiao Bai looked at Tang Zheng blankly and asked. Little Yu Yu, I finally know where you came from. You're the descendant of the scarlet lunar beast from that time, Tang Zheng said. Little Yu Yu cried out, but he did not understand what it meant. I really didn't expect this, Tang Zheng could not help but sigh. The five-clawed golden dragon understood and looked at Xiao Bai in disbelief. Its eyes were burning with anger. You're the descendant of the scarlet lunar beast from that time. I clearly killed it. I can't believe it left you alive. Seeing that it was about to attack again, Tang Jing coldly scoffed and said, "What, do you still want to have a taste of what happened just now?" The five-clawed golden dragon trembled and shook its head immediately. "That's the previous generation's grudge. What does it have to do with you? Stop right now, do you hear me?" Tang Jing reprimanded. Although the five-clawed golden dragon was unwilling, it did not dare to refute. After hesitating for a while, it helplessly lowered its head to show its obedience. "The jewels that I found must have been left behind by the five-clawed golden dragon. I don't know how many jewels she collected at that time. There must be more of those that were scattered in the sea. I'm afraid that the woman did not know that the scarlet lunar beast was pregnant. Otherwise, she would not have let its body sink into the sea so easily and let little Yu escape. However, I'm not sure about the relationship between the scarlet lunar beast and the woman. Based on my intuition, if the woman could be so cruel to the scarlet lunar beast, I'm afraid that the two of them were not really partners who would go through life and death together." Tang Jing silently analyzed, and the fog gradually dissipated in front of his eyes. However, a figure flashed in his mind, the scarlet lunar beast in the crystal. The Swedish king once said that it flew from the sky and found it in a meteorite that landed in the world. Since then, the scarlet lunar beast had never broken through the meteorite. If that was the case, it would be a contradiction. The scarlet lunar beast could not break through the crystal, but Xianxia could. There must be a secret behind it. Moreover, why did the scarlet lunar beast and the meteorite come to the human world? How did the dead scarlet lunar beast and the woman come to the human world? Moreover, what was their purpose of coming to the human world? Where did the woman go in the end? What was her real purpose of imprisoning the five-clawed golden dragon? Was it just to help the emperor absorb the dragon energy? She was from the Outland. Why would she put in so much effort to help the emperor? Tang Jing did not think that she was being merciful. People from the Outland must have a purpose for coming to the human world. Moreover, the emperor suffered a great loss. Although he absorbed the dragon energy, the heaven and earth soul suppression formation could only suppress the five-clawed golden dragon with the help of the country's luck. Therefore, the country's luck was damaged and the emperor's dynasty was declining day by day. Therefore, the woman might have an unspeakable secret. Chapter 10:18. Seeing him fall into deep thought, the three strange beasts fell silent at the same time and stared at him without blinking. Suddenly, Tang Jing raised his head and looked at the five-clawed golden dragon. "Do you still remember what that woman looked like?" "Of course I remember." The five-clawed golden dragon nodded, his eyes burning with anger. "Even if she turned into ashes, I would still recognize her." "Then tell me what she looks like." Tang Jing's heart suddenly had a bold idea. The only person from the sky beyond heaven who still existed in this world was Xianxia. Was Xianxia the woman from back then? The five-clawed golden dragon immediately described the woman. Her image had been deeply imprinted in his mind. Thus, through his description, the image of a woman was vivid as if she was really standing in front of everyone. Tang Jing's eyes widened in an instant. Heavens! It really was Xianxia. There was no mistake. It was impossible for it not to be her. However, Tang Jing did not take out the crystal stone and let the five-clawed golden dragon confront Xianxia. In Sumra world, he could still suppress Xianxia. If he let her out now, without the Empyrean fairy there to suppress her, Xianxia would definitely take the opportunity to regain her freedom and escape. Tang Jing would never be willing to take this risk. "Master, isn't it describing Xianxia?" Xiao Bai also understood and asked. "Xianxia? Yes, that's her name. Do you know her?" The five-clawed golden dragon seemed to be stimulated and moved all over, causing the chains to clatter. At this point, Tang Jing finally confirmed his guess. He stared at the five-clawed golden dragon for a long time, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he decided to tell him the truth. "There's something I have to tell you." The Xianxia you mentioned is now in my hands. What? She's in your hands? The five-clawed golden dragon was shocked. Yes. How did you catch her? Her cultivation is very high. She's in the Mahayana realm. Mahayana realm. Tang Zhang's eyelids twitched crazily. That's impossible. She is clearly only in the divinity transformation stage. Otherwise, the Empyrean fairy and I wouldn't have been able to capture her. Tang Zhang had never seen anyone in the Mahayana realm. Even the Empyrean fairy was only in the divinity transformation realm, so he immediately rejected the idea of a five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon retorted, I've experienced a life and death battle with her. How could I be wrong about such common sense? Of course you're not mistaken. It's just that she is indeed only in the divine transformation realm. The five-clawed golden dragon pondered for a while and said doubtfully, Is it because I injured her? Was that why her cultivation had dropped so much? Just like how I've been suppressed here for a long time, my power has been greatly reduced, and I'm far from my peak state. That must be the case. Tang Zheng agreed after thinking about it. How badly did you injure her that her cultivation would drop so much, and she hasn't recovered after so many years? Tang Zheng asked curiously. The five-clawed golden dragon snorted heavily. At that time, I was determined to kill her, but she didn't have the will to fight to the death. That's why she suffered such a great loss and was severely injured by me. However, it's really strange. With her cultivation, she should have recovered to her peak state long ago. Tang Zhang had another question. Xianxia must have consumed the red lunar beast's inner core. Then, her cultivation speed would be twice as fast with half the effort. How could she have stagnated at such a rapid pace? There must be some unknown secret behind this. Anyway, all in all, one thing was clear now. Xianxia and the red lunar beast had joined forces with the emperor to capture the five-clawed golden dragon and suppressed it under the imperial city. As for her true purpose, no one knew why she had joined forces with New Era to overthrow the emperor at that time. That was even more of a mystery. That's not right. Suddenly, Tang Zheng turned his head and looked at the stone room behind the five-clawed golden dragon. At that time, there was an old man's phantom guarding there. Didn't you say that he suppressed it here? How come it's Xianxia suppressing it now? The five-clawed golden dragon rolled his eyes and said, What's wrong with that? That year, the battle at sea was indeed Xianxin's doing. However, there was another expert in the Emperor dynasty. That old man was the imperial advisor. The imperial advisor oversaw the construction of the imperial city. So, in the end, he was also one of the people who suppressed me. In the end, he spent almost all of his time in this stone room. Even when he died, he left behind a phantom. How high was his cultivation? Tang Zheng asked. Just barely at the threshold of the Mahayana realm. Tang Zheng nodded. That made sense. The imperial advisor who was at the divine transformation realm was no match for the five-clawed golden dragon. So, he had to rely on Xianxia to capture it. The only question now was why did Xianxin's power not return to its peak after taking the red lunar beast's inner core? Even after hundreds of years, she still did not return to the Mahayana realm. If he knew the answer, he was afraid that he would really be able to see the clear sky. With a thought, he entered the Sumra world with his divine sense. Looking at the huge crystal, he could not help but feel helpless. Unless Xianxia came out herself, this problem would always be bothering him. Since you've already caught Xianxia, give her to me. I want to kill her. The five-clawed golden dragon strongly requested. Tang Zheng smiled helplessly. If possible, I want you to kill her too. But now that she has sealed herself, we can't break the seal at all. What's going on? The five-clawed golden dragon was in disbelief. He was very emotional. He was so close to getting revenge, but he was told that there was nothing he could do. She sealed herself with the crystal. Unless we absorb all the energy of the crystal, we can't break the seal at all. Tang Zheng said with a wry smile. The five-clawed golden dragon exclaimed, "Crystal. How could she seal herself with a crystal? Is there such a spell in this world?" He knew what a crystal was, but he had never heard of a spell that could seal people with a crystal. He could not help but look at Tang Zheng suspiciously. Tang Zheng calmly accepted it and looked into its eyes. In the end, the five-clawed golden dragon had to believe what he said, but he would not be satisfied until he saw it for himself. "I want to see her." Tang Zheng shook his head without hesitation. "No, she can break the seal at any time. If I let her out, we can't stop her at all." "I can." The five-clawed golden dragon vowed. Tang Zheng still refused. "It's better to be cautious." Looking at Tang Zheng's firm attitude, the five-clawed golden dragon knew that he could not persuade him. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Seeing this, Tang Zheng comforted, "Since she is in my hands, then she definitely won't be able to escape, so you don't have to be anxious. She is extremely important. There are too many secrets on her body. We must squeeze out all of her secrets one by one, only then can we maximize her value." The five-clawed golden dragon snorted. Obviously, killing Xianxia could resolve the anger and resentment in his heart. "You had contact with Xianxia in the past. Have you heard of her real purpose?" "How would I know? My intuition tells me that she was sent by the sky beyond heaven for a purpose." "Humph, so what if it's not simple?" "I just want to kill her," the five-clawed golden dragon said angrily. Tang Zheng looked at it and knew that it was in a bad mood, so he could not continue talking to it, so he said, "Although little Yu Yu's mother has a grudge with you, the past is like smoke, so this debt is written off. It is now following me, so don't have any ideas about it, otherwise, you will know the consequences." The five-clawed golden dragon looked at little Yu Yu unwillingly. Finally, he lowered his head to show that he understood. "I used to think that you were very smart. Why do I feel that you are getting more and more stupid?" Xiao Bei swaggered over and pointed a claw at the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes instantly widened. The pits on his head were still aching, and it would take some time for them to recover. Whitey's origin was too strange. Although its fist was small, its strength was strangely great. The key was that its speed was comparable to the speed of light, making it impossible for people to catch it. This gave the five-clawed golden dragon a headache. When facing Xiao Bai, his huge body was useless. Looking at Little White's appearance, Tang Zheng could not help but laugh, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Seeing that the five-clawed golden dragon was speechless and almost had internal injuries from holding it in, he said, "Little White, speak less." Xiao Bai rolled his eyes. "That's right. This stupid dragon is not obedient at all. It just needs to be taught a lesson. It is much worse than little Yu Yu." "Master, what do you think about the taste of a roasted dragon?" "Roasted dragon?" Tang Zheng was flabbergasted. He really dared to think about it. If he really roasted a dragon and ate it, how shocking would that be? Speaking of which, what was the taste of dragon meat? Had anyone tried it before? In the end, he was also a person who was not afraid of anything. Yet, he was also thinking about random things. The five-clawed golden dragon was incomparably angry and roared, "Xiao Bai, don't push your luck." A smile appeared in little Yu Yu's eyes, as if she was very relieved. Xiao Bai was not afraid of the five-clawed golden dragon's threat at all and said, "What can you do to me? You have to be obedient so that I can speak up for you and ask Master to let you out sooner. Otherwise, you will be locked up here for the rest of your life." "You." The five-clawed golden dragon was directly choked. "Don't youth me. Since you have pledged allegiance to Master, you must understand your position. Moreover, I am the first to pledge allegiance to Master. So, you all have to listen to me. I am your boss. If you don't listen to Master, I will roast you. Xiao Bai said with the demeanor of a general. Ha ha ha. Tang Jing finally could not hold it in and laughed out loud. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes were red. He did not know what to say. Little Yu had a kind of satisfaction of getting her revenge. She wagged her tail and cheerfully came in front of Xiao Bai. She took the initiative to bow, as if inviting him to ride her. Little Yu is so obedient. Xiao Bai rode up and then pointed at the five-clawed golden dragon and said, "Hurry up and call me boss." The five-clawed golden dragon ignored him and looked at Tang Jing, as if it wanted him to do justice. Tang Jing deliberately gave him a cold shoulder and turned his head to the side, ignoring him. "Master, if you don't call me boss, you can take care of it, okay?" Xiao Bai said. Tang Jing smiled and nodded. Chapter 10:19. A dragon under the eaves had no choice but to lower its head. Tang Jing knew when to stop and said, "This time I came to find you for another matter." The five-clawed golden dragon lowered his posture and asked humbly, "What is it?" "It's about the Langia Pavilion." Back then, when he ascended to the 5th level of the Langia Pavilion, he suddenly had an idea. When he looked out of the window of the Langia Pavilion, the area outside of the Langia Pavilion was vast and boundless. He did not know where it was and he had the urge to explore it. However, this matter was not a small matter, so it was better to ask the five-clawed golden dragon first. "I see that there is an endless area outside the Langia Pavilion. What is that place?" The five-clawed golden dragon was startled. He stared straight at Tang Jing and asked warily, "Why do you ask this question?" "I just happened to see it and suddenly had an idea. Before we enter the Langia Pavilion, we are told not to go to other areas except for the Langia Pavilion. I actually forgot to tell you about this." The five-clawed golden dragon said with lingering fear. "We can't go to those areas." "Why?" "I think that area is not small. Maybe there are other things." Tang Jing asked puzzledly. "This is the rule of the Dragon Clan. All the Dragon Clan disciples must abide by it. Why do you ask so many questions?" The five-clawed golden dragon said with dissatisfaction. Tang Jing frowned and said in his heart, "What rule of the Dragon Clan? I'm not a Dragon Clan." The Dragon Clan was so afraid of this area, which meant that it was not simple. It seemed that this area was worth exploring. Seeing that he did not say a word, the five-clawed golden dragon's eyes changed slightly. He exclaimed, "You don't want to go to that area, do you? I'm telling you, don't take the risk. Since the Dragon Clan has this rule, it must be for our own good." Seeing that he was so strongly against it, Tang Jing was even more certain that there was something fishy about it, so he said, "Has no one ever been there before? Anyway, I've never heard of it. Your dragon god's secret art has now been cultivated to the 5th level. You can climb to the 5th floor. Moreover, your cultivation has greatly increased and breaking through to the 6th level of the dragon god's secret art is just around the corner. Why do you want to think about those illusory things?" The five-clawed golden dragon said earnestly. Tang Jing looked at the five-clawed golden dragon suspiciously. Why was he so agitatedly objecting? Could there be some hidden reason? In the final analysis, he didn't completely trust the five-clawed golden dragon in the bottom of his heart. That was why he had such concerns. He chuckled and said noncommittally, "It's been a month since I last entered the Langia Pavilion. I'll go in again now." After he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged. Xiao Bai immediately stood guard beside him. He glared fiercely at the five-clawed golden dragon as if to say, "Don't you have any bad ideas? I'm here." Tang Zhang's consciousness had already entered the dragon seal. The towering Langia Pavilion was right in front of him. He raised his head and glanced at it. He didn't walk in. Instead, he turned around and walked in another direction. In the end, he still decided to explore this area. Apart from the Langia Pavilion, the other places seemed to be shrouded in fog. He couldn't see the specific appearance at all. Tang Zheng walked straight into the fog. He didn't know how long he had walked. He looked around and couldn't distinguish the direction. He leaped high into the air. He was dozens of meters high, but he still couldn't break free from the fog. The fog was still heavy in all directions. This was inside the dragon seal. He was just a wisp of consciousness. He couldn't fly on his sword. He could only continue to move forward. Suddenly, he stepped on air and fell down involuntarily. Ah, he couldn't help but scream. He was about to cast a spell to stop, but he found that he was falling too fast. He couldn't stop at all. Bang! With a muffled sound, he fell heavily to the ground. However, he didn't hurt himself. He quickly got up and looked around. There was no fog around him. Everything was very clear. But when he looked up, his whole body trembled. He looked at the scene in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. The Langia Pavilion. He couldn't help but shout, "Why am I back in the Langia Pavilion? I'm clearly falling down. The Langia Pavilion should be above me." He subconsciously looked up. The sky was gray, and he couldn't see anything. Only the Langia Pavilion in front of him was clear. However, the Langia Pavilion was very strange. It didn't stand toward the sky. Instead, it was an inverted triangle. The floors were downward as if they were suspended on the ground. The three big words Langia Pavilion on the plaque left a deep impression on him. Tang Zheng definitely would not recognize it wrongly. This was the Langia Pavilion, but why did he come back? Could it be that he was going around in circles again? No, this was not the world of spirits and souls. How could there be a ghost going around in circles? Moreover, the Langia Pavilion was upside down. He was confused. He turned his head and looked around. Without the fog, he could see the end at a glance. It was completely different from what he saw before. He scratched his head. He was very troubled. Since there was no way out outside, he might as well enter the Langia Pavilion. He strode into the Langia Pavilion, but just as he entered the first floor, he couldn't help but stop. This was because the first floor was completely different from what he saw before. It was empty. There was nothing. However, when his feet landed on the ground, the scene suddenly changed. There was an earth-shattering change. It was not empty. A huge forest of steels immediately appeared in front of him. A forest of steels. Tang Zheng's eyes widened. He stared at the forest of steels that suddenly appeared. Since it was called a forest, it was enough to show that there were many steels. There was not a single word on the steels. They were smooth, but they gave off a very solemn feeling. "This looks like a tombstone," Tang Zheng muttered to himself after observing for a while. Why were there so many tombstones in the Langia Pavilion? Who was the one buried here? Tang Zheng's hand gently touched the tombstone. A cold feeling came from his palm. A ray of light rose from the tombstone, and a familiar aura spread. "Dragon's might!" Tang Zheng exclaimed in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light rose from the tombstone and formed a golden dragon in midair. It flew around the forest of steels, then fell into the tombstone and disappeared. Tang Zheng stared blankly at this scene. What's going on? Why did a dragon fly out of the tombstone? He placed his hand on another tombstone. Just like before, a ray of light flew up and intertwined to form a dragon. Then, it flew into the tombstone again. Tang Zheng's breathing involuntarily quickened. He stared at the forest of steels as if he wanted to see through the mystery. A thought flashed through his mind, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Could these dragons be the ones buried below? Aren't they already dead? Why are they still here? Are they dragon souls with remnant souls? Since so many dragons were buried here, he shouldn't disturb them. Thus, he quietly stepped onto the stairs that led to the second floor. After he stepped onto the stairs, the scene on the first floor changed. The forest of tombstones disappeared, and it became bare again. Looks like I have to be inside to see the forest of tombstones. Dragons have such a long lifespan, I didn't expect that so many of them would die. When he walked all the way down to the entrance of the second floor, it was still empty in front of him. However, when he stepped into it, everything changed again. It was still the forest of tombstones, but there were many fewer tombstones. This time, he didn't touch the tombstones, and let them rest here. Could it be that this whole building is a tomb, and countless dragons are buried here? He suddenly wondered, but no one answered his question. He went down to the third floor, and it was still the same tombstones. It was the same on the fourth floor. When he walked to the fifth floor, he finally found a special feature. The lower he went, the fewer tombstones there were. Especially when he reached the fifth floor, there were only about 100 tombstones. He stopped and looked at so many tombstones, and sank into deep thought. If it was a normal person, they would probably be very scared when they fell into so many tombstones. However, Tang Jing didn't feel much fear. He just felt that it was very strange. Why would such a situation occur here? Although the two Langia Pavilion had the same name, the things inside were completely different. This was a tomb, but the ones buried inside were all dragons, unlike the prehistoric heavenly tomb that not only had humans, but also demonic beasts. He looked at the stairs leading to the sixth floor and directly walked over. Since he was here, he had to find out what was below. He couldn't give up halfway. Bang! However, when he walked to the front of the stairs and was about to step on it, he was bounced back by a strong force and staggered back. He quickly stabilized his body and looked at the Langia Pavilion in bewilderment. Could it be that this is the same as the Langia Pavilion? If the Dragon God method doesn't reach the corresponding level, it won't be able to reach the corresponding floor. Please, this is just a tomb. Why would there be such strict rules? He did not continue to try, nor was he in a hurry to go downstairs. There was nowhere to go outside, and there was only so much space in this space. Therefore, the problem that troubled him now was how to go back. With a thought, he tried to withdraw from the dragon seal, but found that there was no reaction at all. Why? When he was in the Langia Pavilion, he could come and go as he pleased. Now, it was as if his freedom was restricted. Could it be that you want to trap me here to death? Since there was no way out, he could only look for another way. His gaze turned and locked onto the stairs leading to the sixth floor. He remembered very clearly that when he tried to force his way to the stairs leading to the higher floors, he was bounced back by that huge force, and then he was forced out of the dragon seal. He wanted to imitate this method, so he circulated his internal energy. Like an angry lion, he rushed up the stairs with a whoosh. Bang! He was once again bounced back and fiercely crashed into the wall. His bones seemed to be about to fall apart, but he still did not retreat. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? Why didn't this method work? Could it be that it could only be done in that Langia Pavilion? He rolled his eyes speechlessly, but now that he couldn't leave, could it be that he was trapped here to death? No, every time I come to the Langia Pavilion, there is a time limit. As long as the time is up, I can definitely leave automatically. He had a flash of inspiration and finally thought of this. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He simply sat down, glanced at the tombstone, and then began to cultivate without any distractions. Cultivating in the Langia Pavilion was twice the result with half the effort, so he could not let go of this good opportunity. Moreover, waiting was very boring. He silently circulated his power, especially the Dragon God method, which was circulating on its own. The five-clawed golden dragon and his glabella began to dance. Chapter 10:20. The tombstone lit up and soared into the air, turning into a golden dragon. However, this time, the golden dragon did not hover in the air, but directly swooped down towards Tang Zheng. Puff! The golden dragon flew into Tang Zheng's body and disappeared without a trace. Tang Zheng's entire body trembled. He also discovered this point and was shocked. The dragon's soul entered the body. The dragon's soul quickly turned into energy, turned into a powerful dragon chi, and quickly fused into his 8 extraordinary meridians. However, even more dragon chi rushed into the dragon seal and fused into the body of the five-clawed golden dragon. In an instant, the five-clawed golden dragon blossomed with a golden light. Tang Zheng was completely bathed in the golden light, like a dazzling golden man. He immediately realized something and hurriedly activated the dragon god's secret art. A series of mysterious concepts spread out, and the dragon chi in his body rose steadily. The five-clawed golden dragon gradually changed, and the 6th dragon claw grew out of it. He looked at this scene in disbelief. He was both shocked and amazed. The dragon's soul could actually help him improve the dragon god's secret art. When the 6th dragon claw completely grew out, he had completely leveled up to the 6th level of the dragon god's secret art. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a tombstone beside him. The dragon's soul just now flew out from it. He looked at the other tombstones. Without a doubt, there were also dragon souls in those tombstones. He suddenly had a thought: could he absorb the dragon souls of the other tombstones? He stretched out his hand and was about to activate the dragon god's secret art when suddenly, the world spun and the scene in front of him changed. The forest of tombstones disappeared and he returned to reality. Looking at the group of Xiao Bai and the other 2 looking at him with burning eyes, he stood up unhurriedly. "What did you do?" The five-clawed golden dragon asked anxiously. Tang Zheng looked at him indifferently and asked, "What do you think I did?" "How would I know?" "Just now, your entire body erupted with a ball of golden light, and your dragon chi soared. Furthermore, your dragon god mantra has actually broken through to the 6th stage. What exactly did you do? How did you do it?" The five-clawed golden dragon impatiently asked, mainly because the strange phenomenon just now was too shocking. Little White and Scarlet Moon were also looking at Tang Zheng curiously, unable to take their eyes off him. Tang Zheng smiled faintly and said, "Do you really want to know that much?" "Of course. I was cultivating the Dragon God technique in the Langya Pavilion. Didn't you say that the Dragon God technique was about to break through? I coincidentally broke through this threshold, so what's so strange about that?" Tang Zheng asked with a smile. The five-clawed golden dragon thought for a while and shook his head. "No. It doesn't make sense for your body to suddenly have such a powerful dragon chi." Tang Zheng shivered. This five-clawed golden dragon's eyes were indeed shrewd. He actually saw through this. "Oh, then what do you think is going on?" Tang Zheng asked with a smile that was not a smile. The five-clawed golden dragon thought for a long time. He looked at Tang Zheng from head to toe, as if he wanted to see through him. However, in the end, he shook his head helplessly. "I don't know, but you should know very well." "Is that so?" Tang Zheng smiled meaningfully. "What should I know?" "Where did that dragon chi come from?" "I was in the Langya Pavilion." "Where do you think my dragon chi came from?" Tang Zheng asked back. "How would I know?" Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows. He did not know if the five-clawed golden dragon was telling the truth. There was no doubt that there was another place outside the Langya Pavilion. However, the five-clawed golden dragon had always warned him not to go anywhere. This made Tang Zheng very suspicious. He wondered if the five-clawed golden dragon knew about the existence of another Langya Pavilion. "Then let me ask you another question. I'm sure you know very well." Tang Zheng changed his way of thinking and chose a roundabout strategy. What question? How will the dragons be settled after they die? The five-clawed golden dragon looked at Tang Jing suspiciously and asked, "Why do you want to ask this question? This is not a very secretive question, is it?" Tang Jing asked back. He stared at him with a burning gaze, trying to distinguish whether his reaction was real or fake. The five-clawed golden dragon said, "Of course the dragons are buried after they die. They are buried in the ground for peace. It's no different from you humans." "Then where are they buried?" "That depends on their own wishes." "Won't they be buried together?" "Why do they have to be buried together?" The five-clawed golden dragon's rhetorical question surprised Tang Jing. Moreover, it did not seem to be lying. However, why would so many dragons be buried together in the Langya Pavilion? This was too abnormal. He really wanted to tell the five-clawed golden dragon about his discovery, but he took a deep breath and held back. He continued to ask, "Then after the dragons die, will there still be a dragon soul?" The five-clawed golden dragon raised his head high and proudly said, "The dragons are very different from you humans. After you humans die, your soul will enter the ghost realm, but we dragons will not. Our dragon's soul will not be destroyed, but after we are buried, the dragon's soul will be buried together in the cemetery to rest in peace." Tang Zheng was suddenly enlightened, and his heart gradually understood. So that was how it was. The dragon's souls on the tombstones were the souls of the dragons buried there, but the dragon's souls were not destroyed, and were also buried there. But why could he absorb those dragon souls? Could it be that everyone could absorb dragon souls? He thought for a while and asked, "I guess there must be a lot of dragon chi in the dragon soul, right?" "Of course." The five-clawed golden dragon nodded. "The dragons can absorb dragon chi to improve their cultivation, right?" The five-clawed golden dragon was about to nod when he suddenly froze. He looked at Tang Jing with a complicated expression and asked, "What do you mean? Are you talking about absorbing dragon souls and then improving your cultivation?" Tang Jing remained calm. The five-clawed golden dragon roared angrily, "Why is your idea as despicable as the Dragon Slayer?" "Dragon Slayer?" Tang Jing raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this term. He couldn't help but stare at the five-clawed golden dragon curiously and asked, "What is a Dragon Slayer?" "A group of despicable and shameless guys." The five-clawed golden dragon wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that Tang Jing was listening attentively, he didn't dare to not say it. He thought that this wasn't a big secret, so there was no harm in telling him. Thus, the five-clawed golden dragon indignantly said, "Dragon Slayer is a general term for a group in the world. Not only are there people in this group, there are also other races, but the only thing they have in common is that they specialize in hunting dragon souls, absorbing the dragon chi in them and then increasing their cultivation." Tang Jing seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He curiously asked, "There is actually such a group in the world? Hasn't your dragon race always been very powerful and aloof?" The five-clawed golden dragon seemed a little embarrassed and said, "Even if it is a powerful race, it is difficult to escape the schemes of some sinister and deceitful people. Especially these dragon slayers. Not only do they work together to slay dragons, what is even more despicable is that they actually absorb the dragon souls of the buried dragons." Tang Jing couldn't help but blush. Didn't he also absorb the dragon souls? He was the despicable person that the five-clawed golden dragon said. He coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment in his heart and said, "Then how do you usually deal with these dragon slayers?" "Of course we cut them into 8 pieces." The five-clawed golden dragon said fiercely. Tang Jing felt a chill run down his spine, but he pretended to be calm and said, "Where are these dragon slayers?" "The dragon slayers are very cunning. In the past, it was because we were unwilling to be disturbed that a portion of our dragon race left our homeland to find a new place to live. I came to this world with the other clansmen, but in the end we found out that this was not our paradise, so we naturally left." The five-clawed golden dragon said regretfully. However, Tang Zheng's heart jumped wildly. He grasped a key point and asked, "You said that the dragon slayers forced you to leave your homeland. Then how strong are they? Even stronger than your dragon race. How is that possible?" Panic flashed through the five-clawed golden dragon's eyes as he denied it. The dragon race is the strongest. In short, the dragon slayers are very hateful. If I were to meet them, I would definitely tear them into 10,000 pieces. Since the dragon soul is so dangerous, haven't you thought of a way? For example, if you hit the dragon's soul in a certain place and then protect it, wouldn't you be able to prevent it from being taken away by the dragon slayers? Tang Zheng asked deliberately. The five-clawed golden dragon looked at Tang Zheng in surprise and said, "You are really smart. You actually thought of the same method as us back then. However, the dragon slayers are too cunning. No matter where they hide, they can find them like a cat stealing a fish." In the end, because many dragon souls were gathered together, they took advantage of them and their strength increased greatly. It is precisely because of this incident that the dragon slayer's strength increased greatly and posed a huge threat to our dragon race. The five-clawed golden dragon did not finish his sentence. It was precisely because they adopted this strategy that they were wiped out by the dragon slayers. As a result, a large number of dragon souls were taken away and the dragon slayer's strength reached a peak state. They were actually able to threaten the existence of the dragon race, so the dragon race had no choice but to find another place to live. Of course, these secrets would be too embarrassing for the dragon race, so it was impossible for the five-clawed golden dragon to not say it. But what kind of person was Tang Zheng? He could see the big picture from the small details. Through analysis, he gradually comprehended a trace of clues, and his guess was not far from the truth. Immediately, he became even more curious about the dragon slayers. What kind of group could be so powerful? Then what about the tombstone in the Langya Pavilion? Could it be that it was also a place for the dragon race to settle down? Only the dragon race could enter the Langya Pavilion through the dragon seal. The dragon slayers had no way at all. Why didn't the dragon race place all the dragon souls in the Langya Pavilion? Wouldn't everything be fine in that way? He did not know the reason, so he decided to test the five-clawed golden dragon again. He asked, "Five-clawed golden dragon, do you really not know what is in the space outside the Langya Pavilion? Didn't I tell you? The dragon race has a rule that they are not allowed to set foot in that space. They can only go to the Langya Pavilion." The five-clawed golden dragon said impatiently. Seeing that there were no flaws in his words, Tang Zheng decided to believe him first. It seemed that he really did not know about the steel forest. Since that was the case, then he could not tell him. Otherwise, with his temper, he would definitely lose his temper. If he told him that he had absorbed a dragon soul, he was afraid that he would even have thoughts of killing him. Chapter 1021. In order to avoid arousing the suspicions of the five-clawed golden dragon, Tang Zheng brought Xiao Bai and little Yu Yu out of the imperial city. The harvest this time was quite bountiful, allowing him to come into contact with a brand new world. The legend of the dragon slayer made his heart surge, so there was actually such a powerful person in this world. The dragon clan was not always aloof and invincible. As long as one was strong enough, there was no need to fear any enemy. The sky revealed a white belly, and the rising sun illuminated the capital, turning it into a golden yellow color. At the end of August, the capital was very hot. Even in the early morning, there was an impulse to soak in ice water. Tang Zheng had long been immune to the cold and heat, sitting in the courtyard leisurely and contentedly watching the rising sun. Xiao Bai rode little Yu Yu back and forth in the courtyard, as if patrolling his own territory. Fang Shishir went to school to prepare for the new students. Lu Qingmei went to work. And went out early in the morning to work on the jewelry. Marshall was not idle either, cultivating in the training room. Speaking of the training room, this was something that the women had fiddled with. They had tidied up a basement and then transformed it into a training room. There were many weapons in it, and there was also a battle room. The women would occasionally have a battle practice on a whim. Tang Zheng had seen it once, and could not help but admit that women were really valiant in battle, especially women against women. They did not have much tenderness for the fairer sex. In their words, the practice should be like actual combat, real swords and real spears, so that they could display their proper level in the face of battle. It was precisely because of this that the passion of the women in training surged, because everyone wanted to win in the practice. If they failed, they would definitely think of a way to get back their face next time. Looking at their tenacity, Tang Zheng praised them a few words, causing the women to be even more motivated. In fact, they were very clear that as Tang Zheng's strength increased, if they did not improve themselves, they would always be protected by Tang Zheng, and they would be a burden. No one wanted to be weak. They were in contact with the strong all day long. This idea was especially strong. After all, leisure time was short. Yan Luyun hurriedly rushed over. Seeing his leisurely appearance, he plopped down on a nearby chair, crossed his legs, and said, "Young Master Tang, your days are too comfortable." Tang Zheng looked at him with a smile and said, "You're the young master of the Yan family. Don't tell me you're having a hard time." "Of course. You don't know how busy I am these days." "Oh, why?" Yan Luyun stared at Tang Zheng with wide eyes and said, "Why? It's all because of you. Don't you want to find the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Hall's High Lord? How could we dare to be negligent? We practically turned the entire capital upside down." "Oh, what did you find?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. "Don't you know who I am? I've been busy for so long. If I didn't find anything, how could I have the nerve to come see you? Of course I found something," Yan Luyun said proudly. He and Tang Zheng had already become very familiar with each other. He was not as cautious as the elders in his family. Instead, his relationship with Tang Zheng was getting closer and closer. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. "Don't keep me in suspense. I've worked so hard for so long, how could you not let me show off a little?" "All right, since you're so impatient, I'll tell you. The High Lord's whereabouts are very mysterious. We couldn't find him, but we found the whereabouts of another person." "Who?" "Grandma Li. It's her." Tang Zheng was shocked. When Grandma Li returned to the Li Palace, she did not obtain any benefits. In the end, she took a few disciples and fled. He did not expect that she would come to the capital. Yes, this Granny Li is an expert. If it were in the past, we really wouldn't have dared to target her. But things are different now. With an expert like you, even the Li Palace's palace master has fallen from his altar. Don't be ridiculous. Where is Grandma Li now? Guess. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes. "I'm not a fortune teller. Do you think I can predict it with my fingers?" "All right, I'll tell you. She went to Ji Wuxiang's Go Club. Fortunately, you reminded us many times to pay attention to this Go Club, so we were able to find this out by waiting for her." Go Club. Tang Zheng was shocked. Why did Grandma Li go to the Go Club? Could it be that she had a connection with Ji Wuxiang? Tang Zheng had always been on guard against Ji Wuxiang. The main reason was that this person was too bizarre, so he had no choice but to guard against him. When a person hid themselves too deeply and too secretively, it was usually because there was something that could not be revealed. Ji Wuxiang was like this. He had such great power, but he was like an invisible person. This made Tang Zheng unable to understand him, so he naturally did not dare to underestimate him. Yes, Grandma Li went to the Go Club, but after she came out, we lost her. After all, she is a martial king. How can we follow her? Yan Luyun said regretfully. Have you seen her since then? You don't say. My people have seen her. She goes to the Go Club every once in a while. It's very regular. Yan Luyun said doubtfully. Tang Jing thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, when will she go to the Go Club next time? Today. Tang Jing stood up and said impatiently, let's go. Let's go meet Grandma Li and see what she's up to. Xiao Bai and little Yu Yu jumped out and shouted, Master, we want to go too. Yan Luyan was so frightened by this scene that he sat on the ground and shouted in panic, it can talk. He had seen Xiao Bai before, but he had never seen it speak. Now that he saw it, he was scared to death. Tang Zheng was not surprised and said, please, it's not like you don't know about demonic beasts. What's there to be surprised about? Xiao Bai's strength has increased, so it's not strange that it can talk. Yan Luyun got up and looked at Xiao Bai in shock. Xiao Bai looked at him with disdain and said, you're so timid. Yan Luyun did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was being looked down upon by an animal. Then who is it? Yan Luyun pointed at the scarlet lunar beast and asked. You're not a zoologist, so don't get to the bottom of it. Xiao Bai, you and little Yu stay at home and don't run around. I'm going out for a bit. Tang Zheng instructed. Xiao Bai did not force him and obediently rode little Yu to the side. Yan Luyun looked at their backs and sighed, your animals have all become spirits. The people who come to your house must have a good heart. Otherwise, they will be scared to death. The two of them came to a secret spot on the street opposite the Go Club. The people guarding the place quickly came to welcome them. Is she here? Yan Luyun asked. Reporting to young Master Yan, she hasn't arrived yet, but she should be here soon. She's here. Tang Zheng suddenly interrupted the two of them and stared at a figure in the distance. This person was Grandma Li. She did not have any makeup on and swaggered into the Go Club. It's really her. Tang Zheng was all too familiar with Grandma Li. A person's face could be changed, but it was extremely difficult to change their temperament. What should we do? Yan Luyun asked. Tang Zheng looked at the door of the Go Club from afar and said, let's go in too. Just like that. Yan Luyun asked in surprise, shouldn't we be following her and investigating her real purpose? Grandma Li has many tricks up her sleeve. Even I don't have absolute confidence that I can follow her. In that case, to prevent her from escaping, why don't we go in and block her and see what she's doing in the Go Club? Tang Zheng said. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Yan Luyun also nodded happily, okay, let's go in together. Ever since I heard you say that this Go Club is not simple, I really want to go in and investigate. Then let's take a good look this time and see what kind of medicine Zhou Xian is selling in his gourd, Tang Jing said. The two of them strode towards the Go Club. The doorman did not stop the two of them, but recognized them and greeted them warmly. Would the two of you like to play a game? The doorman led the two of them in and asked respectfully. Tang Zheng did not speak and secretly spread out his divine sense. He immediately found Grandma Li's aura and said, we're looking for someone. After saying that, he walked straight in the direction of Grandma Li. The doorman's face immediately changed and he said, there are all Go friends here. Who are the two of you looking for? I'll go inform them. It's none of your business. Yan Luyun said impatiently. He and Tang Jing strode into the hall and saw Grandma Li from afar. And standing opposite her was a man, Zhou Xian. Tang Zheng and Yan Luyun looked at each other. Neither of them had expected to see Zhou Xian, whose whereabouts were uncertain, in the Go Club. Grandma Li, I know your strength, but I am a person who stands aloof from worldly affairs. I like to play Go, and I have no interest in the grand plan you speak of. From afar, they heard Zhou Xiang's voice full of vigor and politeness. No matter what, he always seemed to be like this, neither hot nor cold, very gentlemanly. President Ji, I'm giving you a chance. The backer behind you is already in a precarious situation. Do you really think you can protect yourself in the future troubled times? I'm showing you the right way. don't be so ungrateful. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Grandma Li, am not. Grandma Li's attitude was obviously very bad, and her tone was unkind. Zhou Xian did not get angry and said gently, "Of course I know Grandma Li's ability very well. You're not exaggerating at all. But I, Zhou Xian, only want things to go according to my heart. If they don't go according to my heart, I won't agree even if I have to die." Grandma Li sneered, "Go according to your heart. You have a backbone. If you die, let's see how your heart will go. I am a person who is afraid of death, but I also want to follow my heart. Isn't there a way to get the best of both worlds?" Zhou Xian sighed and said helplessly. Grandma Li's face became ferocious, and she said, "How can there be such a good thing in the world? I've come to find you time and time again because I thought you were a smart person. I wanted to save your life and point out a clear path for you. Now it seems that you refuse to realize your error, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 1022. Tang Zheng and Yan Luyun were very surprised to see this scene. They had thought that both sides were in cahoots, but it turned out that Granny Li wanted to force Zhou Xian to submit. There was no doubt that Zhou Xian had a lot of power, and Granny Li probably wanted to take his resources for her own use. After all, Li Palace was no longer the same as before, and she was almost a commander without an army. In addition, Granny Li's action was probably not her own idea, but more likely an order from the High Lord. The High Lord must have some ulterior motive and needed Zhou Xian's help. No matter what the other party's purpose was, Granny Li must be stopped. Granny Li made her move, and her murderous aura soared to the sky, as if she was determined to kill. Zhou Xian was locked on by Granny Li's aura, so he could not escape. He could only watch as Granny Li's skinny hand grabbed his throat. Although there were other Go players in the Go Club, they could not stop her. It seemed that Zhou Xian would definitely die. "Stop!" Tang Zheng gave a deep roar as he charged towards Granny Li. His large hand reached out and grabbed Granny Li's back. Just as Granny Li's hand was about to hit Zhou Xian, she heard the sound of something breaking through the air and a familiar roar. Her face turned pale with fright as she flipped in the air and sent a palm towards Tang Zheng. Bang! The two palms collided, and Granny Li was sent flying, breaking a pillar and falling in a corner. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was deathly pale. "Tang Zheng, it's you again. Why are you always haunting me?" Granny Li roared hysterically. Zhou Xian breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body went limp, and he staggered, almost falling. He looked at Tang Zheng, gasping for breath, and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young Master Tang, thank you for saving my life." Tang Zheng nodded slightly. At this moment, Granny Li seemed to understand that this operation had failed, so she got up in a sorry state and jumped up into the sky. Bang! A big hole appeared in the blue tiles of the roof. Granny Li rushed up the roof and fled. "Where are you going?" How could Tang Zheng watch helplessly as the cooked duck flew away, so he hurriedly chased after her. When his feet landed on the roof, he saw Granny Li, like a monkey, scampering into the nearby shopping mall. Unwilling to give up, Tang Zheng hurriedly chased after him. The shopping mall was bustling with people, and there was no sign of Granny Li. It was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Tang Zheng angrily stomped his foot and gnashed his teeth. Granny Li is really cunning. She let her slip away so easily. If this Go Club hadn't been built in the midst of chaos, she wouldn't have been able to escape no matter what. A moment later, he returned to the Go Club. Although Zhou Xian was still in a state of shock, he was a tyrant after all. He quickly regained his composure on the surface and chatted happily with Yan Luyun. Seeing that Tang Zheng had returned, Yan Luyun hastily asked, "Where is Granny Li?" Tang Zheng helplessly shook his head. "She escaped." "Alas, that's a pity." Yan Luyun sighed. Ji Wuxiang said, "This Granny Li is very cunning. This is also the downtown area. Young Master Tang doesn't need to worry about it. She escaped this time, but it won't be so easy next time. It's all thanks to young Master Tang and young Master Yan's help. Otherwise, my life would have been lost to Granny Li's evil hands." Tang Zheng stared at Ji Wuxiang without saying a word. Ji Wuxiang was startled and fell into contemplation. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "I know young Master Tang has a lot of questions. Feel free to ask. I'll tell you everything I know." "Good. Since Manager Ji is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. What is Granny Li's purpose for coming to Manager Ji?" Tang Zheng asked straightforwardly. Ji Wuxiang smiled bitterly. "What purpose could there be? They want to win me over. They want me to submit to the Azure Dragon Palace." "Submit to the Azure Dragon Palace." Tang Zheng's head moved. The Azure Dragon Palace was a very strict organization. Why would they want to recruit talents? But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The Azure Dragon Palace had lost many people at his hands. The martial organization, Li Palace, and Sword Pavilion were all out of their control. The High Lords would naturally want to add new blood and restore the Azure Dragon Palace's glory. But the Azure Dragon Palace had always attached great importance to martial strength. Although Ji Wuxiang had a lot of power, he was still just an ordinary person. What did the High Lord see in him? A man fears fame just as a pig fears being fat. Ji Wuxiang, have been living in seclusion for the past few years. I have tried my best not to show myself in public because I was afraid of this kind of trouble. But now it seems that my actions were not effective. In the end, I was targeted by the Azure Dragon Palace. The Azure Dragon Palace is more terrifying than the other powers. They eat people without spitting out the bones. So, how could I dare to agree to them?" Ji Wuxiang was very bitter as he sighed. Tang Zheng stared straight at Ji Wuxiang as if he wanted to discern the truth in his words. But he could not find a single flaw. "Director Ji, if I may ask, what did the Azure Dragon Palace see in you when they asked you to submit?" Tang Zheng asked without any trace of politeness. Ji Wuxiang was slightly startled. He hesitated as his expression flickered. Tang Zheng's head trembled. His face was gloomy as he unhappily said, "Director Ji, if you still have any misgivings, then we will take our leave. As for the matters between you and the Azure Dragon Palace, I will no longer ask about it." Ji Wuxiang seemed to have been poked in his weak spot. He quickly stood up and said, "Young Master Tang, you misunderstand." "How could I have misunderstood anything?" "I will say it." Tang Zheng coldly laughed. "If I don't force you, you will continue to pretend. I guess the Azure Dragon Palace has taken a fancy to my Go Club." Ji Wuxiang weakly said. "Go Club?" Tang Zheng and Yan Luyun looked at each other in confusion. This was just an ordinary Go Club. Why would the Azure Dragon Palace take a fancy to it? Ji Wuxiang smiled and said, "I did not tell you two the truth before. Actually, this Go Club is not as simple as you think. What you see is only the surface." "Oh, then I am interested to hear more." Tang Zheng's sword-like eyebrows rose as he said with interest. "I don't know if you two still remember the words I said last time. The world is a Go game." Ji Wuxiang asked. Tang Zheng thought for a moment and nodded. "I still have a bit of an impression." Yan Luyun had long forgotten, but there was nothing wrong with these words. He did not understand why Ji Wuxiang would mention these words again. The world is a Go game. Each of us is a Go piece. If we can comprehend the profound meaning of this Go game, then we can play this Go game. Ji Wuxiang spoke tirelessly. Tang Zheng nodded inwardly. He still had a bit of an impression of these words. At the time, he thought that they were exaggerations, but now it seemed that there was a deeper meaning to them. I have been obsessed with Go since I was young. These years, I have spent a great deal of energy studying Go. Finally, I have made some progress and comprehended the profound meaning of the Go game. Last time, you also saw that the Go pieces of my Go players are very special. They are as heavy as 1,000 pounds, but in their hands, they can lift them as if they were light. They are no different from ordinary Go pieces. This is because I have comprehended the profound meaning of the Go game. Yan Luyun listened to these mysterious words and felt that it was inconceivable. He could not help but interrupt. Director Ji, we all know that you are very powerful and very smart, but what you said is too mysterious. It sounds like a myth. Myth, huh? Hee hee. Ji Wuxian gave a deep smile and looked at Tang Jing. Young Master Tang, you are a cultivator, so of course you are aware of the many mysterious techniques and methods cultivators have. Although my words are inconceivable, do you think that they are true? Tang Zhang's experience was much more abundant than Yan Luyun's. When he heard these words, he did not deny it and instead said, Director Ji, please continue. Yan Luyun saw Tang Zhang's reaction and knew that he believed most of what he said. There was nothing he could do, so he could only continue to listen to Ji Wuxian talk non-stop. The Go game that I have comprehended is called Heaven's Go. If one is placed in it and is unable to solve the Go game, then they will be trapped in the Go game and never be able to rise again. Ji Wuxian said. Never be able to rise again. What a big tone. Yan Luyun disapprovingly curled his lips. Tang Zhang's head moved. Could it be that Ji Wuxian really created this kind of Go game? If the power was as he said, then it was really terrifying. The Heaven's Go game is very complicated and cannot have the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the slightest mistake will lead to a huge error. Only someone who is very familiar with Go games can set up this Go game, and in this world, only I can do it. I don't know how the Azure Dragon Palace got this information, so I guess they came for this Heaven's Go game. Since you have this kind of method, why didn't you resist? Could it be that you want me to just watch as Granny Li kills you? Tang Jing asked. Ji Wuxian smiled bitterly. How could I resist? The Heaven's Go game is very difficult to set up. It is not something that can be completed in a day or night. How could I have expected that Grandma Li would be so cruel and merciless? She actually wanted to take my life without saying a word. Tang Zhang had been thinking about the flaws in Ji Wuxian's words. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and noticed the surrounding Go players. Those heavy Go pieces were as light as a feather in their hands. Could it be that they were also proficient in Heaven's Go? Tang Zhang immediately asked. Ji Wuxian gave Tang Jing a thumbs up and sincerely praised, Young Master Tang is really meticulous. You actually thought of this point. You were partly right and partly wrong. Oh, then I want to hear what was right and what was wrong. Without a doubt, Tang Zhang's curiosity was completely aroused by Ji Wuxian. Those Go players are indeed proficient in the way of Heaven's Go, but they are not proficient in it. They only know a part of it. Only by gathering everyone together and coordinating them under my command can I complete the Heaven's Go game. I am the core of the Heaven's Go game. These Go players are the ones I have nurtured for many years. They practice the Heaven's Go game every day so that they can play a role in the future when I set up the Heaven's Go game. Hearing this, Tang Zhang and Yan Luyun couldn't help but look at those Go players with calm expressions. Every Go player needed to be calm when playing, so that they could deal with possible dangers and not lose the game because of their emotions. These Go players were even more so. Chapter 1023. In the eyes of Tang Zhang and Yan Luyun, these seemingly mediocre and powerless chess players immediately grew in stature. Of course, they couldn't help but look at Ji Wuxian, who had created this opportunity, in a new light. They finally understood why the Azure Dragon Hall was so eager to rope in Ji Wuxian. The High Lord probably also understood that he was no match for Tang Jing, so he placed his hopes on this heavenly chess. Fortunately, they had already arranged for people to be stationed at the Go Club. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have discovered this matter, and it was even more likely that the other party would succeed. During this period of time, Granny Li has been constantly persuading me. I originally didn't want to pay attention to her, but when I thought of the Azure Dragon Hall's illustrious reputation, I felt that it wouldn't do to just ignore her. So, I also did some work specifically to target them. Zhou Xian's emotions calmed down, and a sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. "Oh, what kind of work?" Tang Jing asked curiously. Zhou Xian was being bullied to the point of being above his head, and with his temper, it was impossible for him to not do anything. Sure enough, Zhou Xian said, "I used various methods and finally determined Granny Li's hiding place." Tang Zhang and Yan Luyun looked at each other. The people sent by Yan Luyun hadn't found any reliable information at all. They didn't expect that Zhou Xian would beat them to it. Once they knew where Granny Li was hiding, it would naturally be of great use. Tang Jing couldn't wait to ask, "Then where is she hiding?" Zhou Xian immediately gave him an address. Tang Jing turned around and left without looking back, saying, "Young Master Yan, you stay here first. I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. In the west of the city, in a quiet house, a figure flashed and directly jumped over the wall of the courtyard. Immediately, a few feminine shouts rang out. "Who is it?" Whoosh! 10 or so attacks came unexpectedly, one after another flying towards Tang Jing. Before Tang Jing's feet touched the ground, his body spun, creating a whirlwind. With a series of clanging sounds, he repelled the incoming enemies and landed firmly on the ground. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at this group of people. "It's you!" Cries of surprise rang out again. The 10 or so pretty girls all stared at Tang Jing. They were both shocked and angry. So it was Li Xiaoyan's Xiao by face. That slut took over the magpie's nest, betrayed the palace master, and seized the Li palace. Now you actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Where's that slut Li Xiaotian? Was she here as well? Tell her to come out and hide in the back like a coward. Inyu's face was as cold as ice as she scolded. As the direct disciple of Granny Li, her life had undergone earth-shattering changes. She had become like a stray dog, hiding in the courtyard of the capital. All of this was thanks to Li Xiaotian. Her anger towards Li Xiaotian was difficult to conceal. Of course, she also did not have a good impression of Tang Jing. Although her voice was stern, her heart was filled with worry. Her whereabouts had been exposed. If other enemies came to attack, then they might not be a match for them. The palace master had not returned after leaving and she did not know where he went. What should she do? At present, she could only temporarily stabilize the other side and wait for the palace master to come back and deal with him. Tang Jing also recognized Yu and said, "So it wasn't just Granny Li who came to the capital. Even you remnants of the Li Palace came with her. We are the legitimate members of the Li Palace. That slut Li Xiaotian is a traitor." Yu loudly retorted. Tang Jing did not want to be entangled with the other side and asked, "Where is Granny Li?" "Just now, she escaped. Now that she has nowhere to run, let her come out and see me. As a grand expert, she shouldn't be too afraid to show her face, right?" Inyu's expression suddenly changed as she cried out in alarm, "What did you say? You've seen the palace master?" "Of course. Just now, she escaped. Now, she won't be so lucky." Inyu's heart thumped as her mind madly jumped. Suddenly realizing that the situation was bad, she gradually began to think of retreating. She no longer hoped for the palace master to save her, so she loudly shouted, "Kill him." Then, like a loach, she retreated backwards. The others quickly rushed forward and fiercely attacked Tang Jing. Tang Zhang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he attacked like lightning. The person at the front was struck in the throat and immediately fell to the ground, unable to get up. The others also followed in his footsteps. None of them could withstand a single blow and were knocked down one after another. Compared to the current Tang Jing and these ordinary martial artists, one was in the sky and one was on the ground. Even if the other side had more people, they would not be of much use. Everyone fell to the ground, but Yu had just jumped onto the courtyard wall, trying to escape. Tang Jing casually broke off a branch and turned it into a sharp sword, which flew towards Yu with a so sound. Ah! Yu screamed and fell from the courtyard wall. Struggling to get up, she found that the place where her leg had been hit was painful as if it had been broken. Her eyes flashed with despair as she raised her head to look, coincidentally meeting Tang Zhang's gaze. Now you can't escape. Be honest, where is Granny Li now? Tang Zhang asked coldly. I don't know. Yu's answer was resolute. You want me to betray the palace master? In your dreams. Is that so? Then I will make you wish you were dead. That feeling won't be good. In the end, you will still tell me, Tang Jing said lightly. Yu shuddered, her eyes filled with fear, but she still gritted her teeth and refused to speak. Dream on, I don't know the whereabouts of the palace master. Even if I did, I would never tell you. Tang Jing did not believe her. Since she was an enemy, there was no need to be merciful, so he directly used his soul-searching technique. Yu screamed and tried to resist, but in the end, she fell to the ground weakly and became a fool. Tang Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. The information obtained from the soul-searching technique showed that she was not lying. She really did not know the whereabouts of Granny Li. It was just that Tang Jing had figured out their whereabouts during this time. Since the defeat of the Li Palace, they had come to the capital and were all placed in this courtyard by Granny Li. From then on, Granny Li left early and returned late. No one knew what she was busy with. No one knew, just like prisoners, they stayed in this small courtyard every day. Granny Li was very dignified, so even if they had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to question or ask. They believed that the palace master must have her own plans and would make a comeback in the near future. But it seemed that they would not live to see that day. Tang Zhang let out a long sigh. Even Yu did not know, let alone the others. This trip could be considered a waste of time. What he did not know was that outside the courtyard, there was a pair of eyes looking at this courtyard from afar. This was Granny Li. On the road, in order to make sure that she had completely gotten rid of Tang Jing, she deliberately took a long detour, and finally determined that there was no tail, so she hurried back. But before she reached the door, she found that Yu had jumped up the wall and then fell down with a scream. Granny Li originally wanted to rescue her, but in the next second, she stopped and glared at the courtyard as if she was about to spit fire. She knew that her disciples had been completely wiped out, so if she rushed in, she would only be throwing her life away. She gritted her teeth, and with a poof, her fingers left long scratches on the trunk of a nearby tree. She took a few deep breaths, suppressing the anger in her heart. Yu, I will definitely avenge you. Granny Li murderously muttered to herself in a low voice, then took a deep look at the courtyard, turned around, and left. Tang Jing naturally did not know that he had brushed past Granny Li and returned in disappointment. As for the disciples of the Li Palace, he had left them to the Yan family to deal with. When Wuxia saw Tang Jing return, his butt seemed to have been installed with springs, and he jumped up from the chair and anxiously asked, "Young Master Tang, did you catch Granny Li?" Tang Jing shook his head. I didn't see her. She must have known that the matter was exposed, so she ran away and only caught some small fish and shrimps. Wuxia was extremely disappointed and sighed. I should have told young Master Tang this news earlier. Perhaps Granny Li would not have been able to escape. There is no if. Tang Jing shook his head, since the Azure Dragon Palace has already set their sights on Chief Ji, with their style of doing things, they will definitely not give up. What does Chief Ji plan to do next? Ji Wuxiang's face was difficult. How can I be a match for the Azure Dragon Palace? Although I have the celestial chess, it is very complicated to set up this chess game. It is not something that can be done in a day, so it seems that I will not be able to escape this calamity. Tang Zheng disagreed. Chief Ji must be joking. Your connections are unparalleled, and you have been doing well in the capital these past few years. No one dares to provoke you. This is a great ability, so how can there be no way? Granny Li is right about one thing. The backing behind me is already on the verge of collapse. My good days are coming to an end. Ji Wuxiang shook his head and sighed. Tang Zheng and Yan Luyun looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a strange light. There was no doubt that Ji Wuxiang was extremely mysterious to the public. Even the great families knew very little about him. They only knew that he had a lot of power, and that there were very few things that he could not handle. Everyone guessed that he had a great backer, but no one knew who it was. Ji Wuxiang looked at the two and smiled bitterly. I know how you guys usually guess about me. In my line of work, the more mysterious and unpredictable I am, the better. This is my best protection. Since I am indebted to the two of you for saving my life, Ji Wuxiang will not hide anything from you. I, Ji Wuxiang, have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. So, there is no harm in telling you. Tang Zheng and Yan Luyun both opened their eyes wide in curiosity, waiting for his answer. When they heard Ji Wuxiang say a name, Tang Zheng and Yan Luyun's faces changed dramatically. Because this name was too famous. It was a person who was as famous as the chief in power, and even more senior. Ji Wuxiang seemed to have expected the two's reaction. He continued, these years, I have obtained too many benefits for him. So, in the eyes of the upper class, I am a thorn in their side. Many people want to take me down. My backer is old enough, and he is at a disadvantage in this power struggle. His butt is not clean either. In recent years, the tiger hunting operation has been in full swing, and he is lacking a real tiger. So, I am afraid that my backer will become this tiger and be knocked off his pedestal. Tang Zheng was overwhelmed with shock. There were actually so many secrets that no one knew. Chapter 1024. In order to avoid arousing the suspicions of the five-clawed golden dragon, Tang Zheng brought Xiao Bai and little Yu Yu out of the imperial city. The harvest this time was quite bountiful, allowing him to come into contact with a brand new world. The legend of the Dragon Slayer made his heart surge. It turned out that there were such powerful people in this world. The Dragon Clan was not always high and mighty and invincible. As long as they were strong enough, there was no need to fear any enemy. The sky revealed a white belly, and the rising sun illuminated the capital, turning it into a golden yellow. At the end of August, the capital was very hot. Even early in the morning, there was an impulse to soak in ice water. Tang Zheng had long been immune to the cold and heat. He sat in the courtyard and watched the rising sun. Xiao Bai rode little Yu Yu back and forth in the courtyard, as if he was patrolling his own territory. Fang Shishir went to school to prepare for the new students. Lu Qingmei went to work. And went out early in the morning to work on the jewelry. Marshall was not idle either. He was cultivating in the training room. Speaking of the training room, this was something that the women fiddled with. They tidied up a basement and then transformed it into a training room. There were many weapons in it, and there was also a battle room. The women would occasionally have a battle practice on a whim. Tang Zheng had seen it once and could not help but admit that when women fought, they were really valiant. Especially when women fought against women, they did not have much tenderness for the fairer sex. In their words, practice should be the same as actual combat, with real swords and real spears. Only then would they be able to display their full potential. It was precisely because of this that the women's passion for training was high. Because everyone wanted to win in the training. If they failed, they would definitely think of a way to get back at them next time. Looking at their tenacity, Tang Jing praised them a few times, causing the women to be even more motivated. In fact, they were very clear that as Tang Jing's strength increased, if they did not improve themselves, they would always be protected by Tang Jing. If they were powerless, they would be a burden. No one wanted to be weak. They were in contact with the strong all day long, so this idea was especially strong. After all, leisure time was short. Yan Luyun hurriedly rushed over. Seeing his leisurely appearance, he sat down on a nearby chair and crossed his legs. Young Master Tang, your days are too comfortable. Tang Zheng looked at him with a smile and said, You're the young master of the Yan family. Are you having a hard time? Of course. You don't know how busy I've been these days. Oh, why? Yan Luyun stared wide-eyed at Tang Zheng and said, Why? It's all because of you. Didn't you want to find the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Hall's High Lord? How could we dare to be negligent? We practically turned the entire capital upside down. Oh, what did you find? Tang Zheng asked curiously. Don't you know who I am? I've been busy for so long. If I didn't find anything, how could I have the nerve to come see you? Of course I found something. Yan Luyun said proudly. He and Tang Zheng were already completely familiar with each other. He was not as cautious as the elders in his family. Instead, he was getting closer and closer to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. Don't keep me in suspense. I've worked so hard for so long. How could you not let me show off a little? All right, since you're so impatient, I'll tell you. The High Lord's whereabouts are very mysterious. We couldn't find him, but we found the whereabouts of another person. Who? Grandma Li. It's her. Tang Zheng was shocked. When Grandma Li returned to the Li Palace, she didn't get any benefits. In the end, she took a few disciples and fled. He didn't expect her to come to the capital. Yes, this Granny Li is an expert. If it was in the past, we really wouldn't have dared to target her. But things are different now. With an expert like you, even the palace master of Li Palace has fallen from the altar. Don't be ridiculous. Where is Grandma Li now? Guess. Tang Jing rolled his eyes. I'm not a fortune teller. Don't tell me I can figure it out with my fingers. All right, I'll tell you. She went to Ji Wuxiang's Go Club. Fortunately, you reminded us many times to pay attention to this Go Club, so we were able to find out. Go Club. Tang Zheng was shocked. Why did Grandma Li go to the Go Club? Could it be she had a connection with Ji Wuxiang? Tang Zheng had always been on guard against Ji Wuxiang. The main reason was that this person was too bizarre, so he couldn't help but be on guard. When a person hid themselves too deeply and too secretively, it was usually because there was something that couldn't be revealed. Ji Wuxiang was like this. He had such great power, but he was like a transparent person. Tang Zheng couldn't figure him out, so he naturally didn't dare to underestimate him. Yes, Grandma Li went to the Go Club, but we lost track of her after she came out. After all, she's a martial king. How can we follow her? Yan Luyun said regretfully. Have you seen her since then? You don't say. My people have seen her. She goes to the Go Club every once in a while. It's very regular. Yan Luyun said doubtfully. Tang Jing thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, then when will she go to the Go Club next time? Today. Tang Jing stood up and said impatiently, Let's go. Let's go meet Grandma Li and see what she's up to. Xiao Bai and little Yu jumped out and shouted, Master, we want to go too. Yan Luyun was so frightened by this scene that he sat on the ground and shouted in panic, It can talk. He had seen Xiao Bai before, but he had never seen it speak. Now that he saw it, he was really scared to death. Tang Zheng was used to it and said, "Please, it's not like you don't know about demonic beasts. What's there to be surprised about? Xiao Bai's strength has increased, so it's not strange that it can talk." Yan Luyun got up and looked at Xiao Bai in shock. Xiao Bai looked at him with disdain and said, "So cowardly." Yan Luyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was being looked down on by an animal. Then who is it? Yan Luyun pointed at the scarlet lunar beast and asked. "You're not a zoologist, so don't get to the bottom of it. Xiao Bai, you and little you stay at home and don't run around. I'm going out for a bit," Tang Zheng instructed. Xiao Bai didn't force him and obediently rode little Yu to the side. Yan Luyun looked at their backs and sighed, "The animals in your house have all become spirits. The people who come to your house must have a good heart. Otherwise, they'll be scared to death." The two of them came to a secret spot on the street opposite the Go Club. The people who were waiting there quickly came to welcome them. "Is she here?" Yan Luyun asked. Reporting to young Master Yan, "She hasn't arrived yet, but I think she'll be here soon." "She's here." Tang Zheng suddenly interrupted the two of them and stared at a figure in the distance. This person was Grandma Li. She didn't put on any makeup and swaggered into the Go Club. "It's really her." Tang Zheng was all too familiar with Grandma Li. A person's face could be changed, but it was extremely difficult to change their temperament. "What should we do?" Yan Luyun asked. Tang Zheng looked at the door of the Go Club from afar and said, "Let's go in too." Just like that? Yan Luyun asked in surprise. "Shouldn't we be following her and then investigating her real purpose?" Grandma Li has many tricks up her sleeve. Even I don't have absolute confidence that I can follow her. In that case, in order to prevent her from slipping away, why don't we go in and block her and see what she's doing in the Go Club? Tang Zheng said. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Yan Luyun nodded happily. "Okay, let's go in together. Ever since I heard you say that this Go Club isn't simple, I really want to go in and explore it. Then let's take a good look this time and see what Zhou Xian is selling in his gourd," Tang Zheng said. The two of them strode towards the Go Club. The doorman didn't stop them, but recognized them and greeted them warmly. "Would you two like to play a game?" The doorman led the two in and asked respectfully. Tang Zheng didn't speak and secretly spread out his divine sense. He immediately found Grandma Li's aura and said, "We're looking for someone." After saying that, he walked straight in the direction of Grandma Li. The doorman's face immediately changed and he said, "Everyone here is a Go player. If you're looking for someone, I'll inform them. It's none of your business." Yan Luyun said impatiently. He and Tang Zheng strode into the hall and saw Grandma Li from afar. Standing opposite her was a man, Zhou Xian. Tang Zheng and Yan Luyun looked at each other. Neither of them had expected to see Zhou Xian, whose whereabouts were unpredictable, in the Go Club. "Grandma Li, I know your strength, but I'm a person who stands aloof from worldly affairs. I usually like to play Go. I'm not interested in the grand plan you speak of." From afar, they heard Zhou Xiang's voice full of energy and courteous. No matter what, he always seemed to be like this, neither hot nor cold, very gentlemanly. "President Ji, I'm giving you a chance. The backer behind you is already in a precarious situation. Do you really think you can protect yourself in the future troubled times? I'm giving you a clear path. Don't be ungrateful. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Grandma Li, am not afraid of you." Grandma Li's attitude was obviously very bad, and her tone was unkind. Zhou Xiang did not get angry, and gently said, "I'm very clear about Grandma Li's ability. These words are not exaggerated at all. But I, Zhou Xiang, only want things to go according to my heart. If they don't go according to my heart, even if I die, I won't agree. Grandma Li sneered, go according to your heart. You have a backbone. If you die, I'd like to see how your heart will go. I'm a person who is afraid of death, but I also want to go according to my heart. Is there no way to get the best of both worlds? Ji Wuxiang sighed and said helplessly. Grandma Li's face became ferocious and said, how can there be such a good thing in the world? I've come to look for you time and time again. I thought you were a smart person and wanted to save your life and point out a path for you. But now, it seems that you're obstinate. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 1025. Tang Zhang and Yan Luyun were surprised by this scene. They had thought that the two sides were in cahoots, but it turned out that Granny Li wanted to force Ji Wuxiang to submit. There was no doubt that Ji Wuxiang had a lot of power, and Granny Li probably wanted to take his resources for her own use. After all, Li Palace was no longer the same as before, and she was almost a commander without an army. In addition, Granny Li's action was probably not her own idea, but more likely an order from the High Lord. The High Lord must have some ulterior motive and needed Ji Wuxiang's help. No matter what the other side's purpose was, Granny Li's action must be stopped. Granny Li made her move, and her murderous aura soared to the sky, as if she was determined to kill. Ji Wuxiang was locked on by Granny Li's aura and could not escape. He could only watch as Granny Li's skinny hand reached for his throat. Although there were other Go players in the club, they could not stop her. Ji Wuxiang seemed to be dead for sure. Stop! Tang Zhang gave a deep roar as he charged towards Granny Li. His large hand reached out and grabbed Granny Li's back. Granny Li's hand was about to hit Ji Wuxiang when she heard the sound of something breaking through the air and a familiar roar behind her. She turned pale with fright and flipped in the air, her palm striking at Tang Zhang. Bang! The two palms collided and Granny Li was sent flying, crashing into a pillar and falling in a corner. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was deathly pale. Tang Zhang, it's you again, why are you always haunting me? Granny Li roared hysterically. Ji Wuxiang breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body went limp and he staggered, almost falling down. Panting, he looked at Tang Zhang and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Young Master Tang, thank you for saving my life. Tang Zhang nodded slightly. At this moment, Granny Li seemed to understand that the operation had failed, so she got up and leaped into the sky. Bang! A big hole appeared in the blue tiles of the roof. Granny Li jumped up and fled. Where are you going? How could Tang Zhang watch helplessly as the cooked duck flew away, so he hurriedly chased after her. When his feet landed on the roof, he saw Granny Li, like a monkey, scampering into the nearby shopping mall. Unwilling to give up, Tang Zhang hurriedly chased after him. The shopping mall was bustling with people, and there was no sign of Granny Li. It was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Tang Zhang angrily stomped his foot and gnashed his teeth. Granny Li is really cunning. She let her slip away so easily. If this Go Club hadn't been built in the midst of chaos, she wouldn't have been able to escape no matter what. A moment later, he returned to the Go Club. Although Ji Wuxiang was still in a state of shock, he was a tyrant after all. He quickly regained his composure on the surface and chatted happily with Yan Luyun. Seeing that Tang Zhang had returned, Yan Luyun hastily asked, "Where is Granny Li?" Tang Zhang helplessly shook his head. She escaped. Alas, that's a pity. Yan Luyun sighed. Ji Wuxiang said, "This Granny Li is very cunning. This is also the downtown area. Young Master Tang doesn't need to worry about it. She escaped this time, but it won't be so easy next time. It's all thanks to young Master Tang and young Master Yan's help. Otherwise, my life would have been lost to Granny Li's evil hands." Tang Zhang stared at Ji Wuxiang without saying a word. Wuxiang was startled and fell into contemplation. After a while, he said in a deep voice, I know young Master Tang has a lot of questions. Feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. Good. Since Manager Ji is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. What is Granny Li's purpose in coming to Manager Ji? Tang Zheng asked straightforwardly. Wuxiang smiled bitterly and said, what other purpose could there be? They are trying to bribe me. They want me to submit to the Azure Dragon Palace. Submit to the Azure Dragon Palace. Tang Zheng's head moved. The Azure Dragon Palace was a very strict organization. Why would they want to recruit talents? But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The Azure Dragon Palace had lost a lot of people at his hands. The martial organization, Li Palace, and Sword Pavilion were all out of their control. The High Lords would naturally want to add new blood and restore the Azure Dragon Palace's glory. But the Azure Dragon Palace had always placed great importance on martial strength. Although Wuxiang had a lot of power, he was still just an ordinary person. What did the High Lord see in him? A man fears fame just as a pig fears being fat. I, Wuxiang, have been living in seclusion for the past few years. I have tried my best not to show myself in public because I was afraid of this kind of trouble. Now it seems that my actions were not effective. In the end, I was targeted by the Azure Dragon Palace. The Azure Dragon Palace is more terrifying than the other powers. They eat people without spitting out the bones. So, how could I dare to agree to them? Wuxiang was very bitter as he sighed. Tang Zheng stared straight at Wuxiang as if he wanted to discern the truth in his words. But he could not find a single flaw. Director Ji, if I may ask, what did the Azure Dragon Palace see in you when they asked you to submit to them? Tang Zheng asked without any trace of politeness. Wuxiang was slightly startled. He hesitated as his expression flickered. Tang Zheng's head trembled. His face was gloomy as he unhappily said, Director Ji, if you still have any misgivings, then we will take our leave. As for the matters between you and the Azure Dragon Palace in the future, I will no longer ask about it. Wuxiang seemed to have been poked in his weak spot. He quickly stood up and said, Young Master Tang misunderstands. How could I have misunderstood? I'll say it. Tang Zheng coldly laughed. If I don't force you, you'll continue to pretend. I guess that the Azure Dragon Palace has taken a fancy to my Go Club. Wuxiang weakly said. Go Club. Tang Zheng and Yan Luyun looked at each other in confusion. This was just an ordinary Go Club. Why would the Azure Dragon Palace take a fancy to this place? Wuxiang smiled and said, I didn't tell you two the truth before. Actually, this Go Club is not as simple as you think it is. What you see is only the surface. Oh, then I'm interested to hear more. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and said with interest. I don't know if you two still remember what I said last time, the world is a Go game. Wuxiang asked. Tang Zheng thought for a while and nodded, I have a bit of an impression of it. Yan Luyun had long since forgotten, but there was nothing wrong with this sentence. He did not understand why Wuxiang would bring it up again. The world is a Go game. Each of us is a Go piece. If we can comprehend the profound meaning of this Go game, then we can play this Go game. Wuxiang spoke tirelessly. Tang Zheng nodded inwardly. He still had a bit of an impression of these words. At the time, he thought that they were exaggerations, but now it seemed that there was a deeper meaning to them. I've been obsessed with Go since I was young. I've spent a lot of energy studying Go and finally made some progress. I've comprehended the profound meaning of the Go game. Last time, you also saw that the Go pieces here are very special. They are as heavy as 1,000 pounds, but in their hands, they can lift them as if they were light. They are no different from ordinary Go pieces. This is because I've comprehended the profound meaning of the Go game. Yan Luyun listened to these mysterious words and felt that it was inconceivable. He could not help but interrupt. Director Ji, we all know that you are very powerful and very smart, but what you said is too mysterious. It sounds like a myth. Myth, huh? Hee hee. Ji Wuxiang smiled meaningfully and looked at Tang Jing. Young Master Tang, you are a cultivator. Of course you are aware of the many mysterious techniques and methods cultivators have. Although my words are inconceivable, do you think it is possible for them to be true? Tang Zhang's experience was obviously much richer than Yan Luyun. After hearing these words, he did not deny it. Instead, he said, Director Ji, please continue. Yan Luyun saw Tang Zhang's reaction and knew that he was 70 to 80% convinced. There was nothing he could do, so he could only continue to listen to Ji Wuxiang talk non-stop. The Go game that I've comprehended is called Heaven's Go. If you are placed in it and are unable to solve the Go game, then you will be trapped in the Go game forever. Ji Wuxiang said. Forever unable to turn over, what a big tone. Yan Luyun disapproved as he curled his lips. Tang Zhang's head moved. Could it be that Ji Wuxiang had really created this kind of Go game? If the power was as he said, then it was really terrifying. The Heaven's Go game is very complicated. There can't be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the slightest mistake will lead to a huge error. Only people who are very familiar with Go games can set up this Go game, and in this world, only I can do it. I don't know how the Azure Dragon Palace got this information, so I guess they came for this Heaven's Go game. Since you have this kind of method, why didn't you resist? Could it be that you want me to watch as Granny Li kills you? Tang Jing asked. Ji Wuxiang smiled bitterly. How could I resist? This Heaven's Go game is very difficult to set up. It's not something that can be completed in a day or night. How could I have expected that Grandma Li would be so cruel and merciless? She actually wanted to take my life without saying a word. Tang Zhang had been thinking about the flaws in Ji Wuxiang's words. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and noticed the surrounding Go players. Those heavy Go pieces were as light as a feather in their hands. Could it be that they were also proficient in Heaven's Go? Tang Zhang immediately asked. Ji Wuxiang gave Tang Zhang a thumbs up and sincerely praised, young Master Tang is really meticulous. You actually thought of this point. You were partly right and partly wrong. Oh, then I'd like to hear what was right and what was wrong. Without a doubt, Tang Zhang's curiosity was completely aroused by Ji Wuxiang. Those Go players are indeed proficient in the way of Heaven's Go, but they are not proficient in it. They only know a part of it. Only by gathering everyone together and coordinating them under my command can I complete the Heaven's Go game. I am the core of the Heaven's Go game. These Go players are the ones I have nurtured for many years. They practice the Heaven's Go game every day so that they can play a role in the future when I set up the Heaven's Go game. Hearing this, Tang Zhang and Yan Luyun couldn't help but look at those Go players with calm expressions. Every Go player needed to be calm when playing, so that they could deal with possible crises and not lose the game because of their emotions. These Go players were even more so. Chapter 1026. Tang Zhang did not want to be involved in the power struggle of the upper echelons. He was not interested in the big backer behind Ji Wuxiang and calmly said, Chief Ji is a smart person. Naturally, he will have his own way to deal with the crisis in front of him. Ji Wuxiang smiled embarrassedly. Intelligence alone cannot solve everything. People must have strong strength. Otherwise, it can only be regarded as petty tricks. Young Master Tang is not only smart, but also has strong strength. This is the true invincible position. Yan Luyun thought about it and looked at Ji Wuxiang and thought, listening to his tone, could it be that he wants to rely on Tang Zhang? This was very different from the Ji Wuxiang in his impression. He had always thought that Ji Wuxiang was omnipotent, but now it seemed that he was only a so-so. His previous reliance came from the backer behind him. Yan Luyun could not help but look at Tang Jing again. His heart was filled with emotion. No matter how strong a person was, when facing him, it seemed that they would be dwarfed. Young Master Tang, there is something that I don't know if I should say. Ji Wuxiang said hesitantly. What is it? My backer doesn't get along well with the chief you're in contact with. They've been fighting both openly and covertly. This time, he's bound to lose, and that chief's power and status will be greatly improved. As far as I know, you don't seem to have a good relationship with that chief. This is not a good thing for you, Ji Wuxiang said meaningfully. Tang Zheng's eyes trembled as he said, Thank you for the reminder. He and the chief were not on good terms. Especially on the matter of the five-clawed golden dragon. It could be said that he had completely gone against the chief's wishes. He had chosen to endure, but his heart was definitely filled with anger. As long as he was given the opportunity, he would definitely explode. Tang Zheng was very clear on this point, so Ji Wuxiang's reminder made Tang Zheng pay attention to it. He had to guard against the possible crisis. Chief Ji, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave. Thank you for your help. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Tang Jing glanced at the numerous Go players and left the Go club under Yan Luyun's suspicious gaze. After walking across a street, Yan Luyun finally could not help but ask, Young Master Tang, Ji Wuxiang obviously wants to rely on you. Why don't you accept his offer? Tang Jing shook his head. We don't know how trustworthy Ji Wuxiang's words are. Besides, he's not at the end of his rope yet. There's no need for us to intervene so early. Then aren't you worried that the heaven's chess piece in his hands will fall into the hands of others? Tang Jing smiled and said, Even though he brags to the heavens, but in the end, what you hear is false and what you see is true. Your people continue to keep an eye on him and see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Yan Luyun nodded and said regretfully, It's a pity that Granny Li escaped this time. She's also a big scourge. Compared to the High Lord, she's just a small character. The most important thing now is to find the High Lord. He hasn't shown himself yet, so I suspect that he's brewing some big scheme. This is the calm before the storm. Tang Zheng said earnestly. Yan Luyun's face darkened as he nodded heavily. That's reasonable. What about the 100 Faces Star Sovereign? Is there any movement from him? Tang Zheng asked. We suspect that he's returned to the island nation, but he hasn't shown himself since. In a foreign country, it's not as easy for our people to investigate. Yan Luyun said somewhat helplessly. Tang Jing nodded and said, with the 100 Faces Star Sovereign's personality, he definitely won't keep hiding. He's definitely plotting something. It doesn't matter if he doesn't show himself now. As long as we keep an eye on him, we'll find some clues. Yan Luyun explained, and then the two of them parted ways. At the same time, Granny Li arrived at a quiet place after escaping. She respectfully knocked on the door, and the door opened. She restrained her angry expression and calmed down a little. Then, she walked in with heavy steps. A moment later, she came in front of a person and bowed respectfully. High Lord, I've failed. Not only did I fail to take Ji Wuxiang for my own use, but I also attracted Tang Jing. If I hadn't escaped fast enough, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back to see the High Lord. The High Lord's eyes flickered under the mask, making people shudder. He stared at Granny Li for a long time. Granny Li didn't dare to meet his eyes and lowered her head. It's all the subordinate's fault. Please punish me, High Lord. The High Lord looked at her with burning eyes and finally opened his mouth. This is an uncontrollable factor. Tang Zheng is my biggest enemy. The capital city is his base camp and he has many eyes and ears. It's not surprising that he ruined our plan. Not only did he ruin our plan, but he also made me lose a lot of disciples. He's really hateful. Granny Li's eyes were almost spitting fire as she said hatefully. The High Lord was surprised. You lost all your disciples? Yes, I couldn't protect them. I'm really ashamed. Granny Li said dejectedly. Raise your head, this is not your fault. You just have to put it on Tang Zhang's head. The High Lord said in a powerful voice. Granny Li restrained her emotions and asked, High Lord, Ji Wuxiang's plan is ruined. What should we do next? Humph, ruined. Who said so? He's already cornered. If he still dares to persist, I'll make him wish he was dead. The High Lord's voice was gloomy to the extreme, making people shudder. Granny Li nodded in agreement. The High Lord is wise. You should conserve your energy first. You'll be busy later. Don't go to Ji Wuxiang's side. They've already set up an ambush, so your whereabouts must have been exposed. That's why you were surrounded and intercepted by Tang Zhang. Granny Li's face reddened. I did notice people following me a few times, but I thought they were Ji Wuxiang's men. In the end, I successfully shook them off, so I didn't take it to heart. I didn't expect Tang Zhang's men to be among them. Why would he send people to watch the Go Club? Could it be that he also knew about the celestial chess? That's not it. Tang Zhang has always been on guard against Ji Wuxiang. With Tang Zhang's cautious style, it's impossible for him not to be on guard against such a mysterious existence. It's just that the time you went was too coincidental and you were discovered by Tang Zhang's men. With just a few words, the High Lord had actually guessed the whole story. It had to be said that enemies often understood each other better. High Lord, after Song Yu left with the remnants of the Sword Pavilion, he still hasn't contacted you. Granny Li asked on a sudden whim. Now that the Azure Dragon Hall's manpower was sharply reduced, Granny Li would pay attention to people like Song Yu. If it were before, Song Yu wouldn't even enter his eyes. The High Lord laughed. His laughter penetrated through the mask and was somewhat strange. Song Yu is truly worthy of being the young master of the Song family. Not only is he meticulous, but he's also extremely cunning and ambitious. I've really underestimated him before. If he dares to play tricks in front of the High Lord, I'll directly take his little life. Granny Li said fiercely. The High Lord pondered for a long time before slowly saying, You don't need to worry about Song Yu. He can't escape from my grasp. I'm just waiting to see what kind of tricks he can play in the end and whether he can give me a little surprise. Hearing him say this, Granny Li didn't dare to say anything else and respectfully retreated. In the courtyard house, the bureau chief was sitting at his desk going through documents. During this period, he was in high spirits. The matter of the Imperial City and the five-clawed golden dragon had originally left him in a terrible fix and even became a stain on his opponent's attack. However, nothing was absolute. In the end, under the guidance of the High Lord, he actually turned defeat into victory and defeated his opponent. Although his opponent hadn't fallen yet, he was already at death's door. He believed that as long as he released his trump card, his opponent would definitely not have a chance to breathe and fall off the altar, becoming a sacrificial lamb. Winner takes all, it had always been like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hum an old song. This was his favorite song when he was young. When he went to the countryside to cut the queue, he liked this song. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past and a person appeared in front of him. The bureau chief wasn't surprised. He had long been used to the other party's mysterious appearance. He put down the pen in his hand and raised his head. Sure enough, he saw the familiar mask of the High Lord. He was very wary of the High Lord in the beginning and used each other. However, now that the Azure Dragon Palace had suffered a great loss in the hands of Tang Jing, the bureau chief was surprised but also had an unexpected surprise. That was, the High Lord, who was at his wit's end, actually helped him greatly. This action against his opponent was a gift that made the bureau chief very satisfied. He often thought proudly in his heart, no matter how powerful the High Lord was, he still had the last laugh. These martial artists looked glamorous, but after all, they were rootless duckweeds. They didn't have the support of the country and didn't have the support of the people. They looked glamorous, but in reality, they could easily be defeated. Wasn't this the best proof? Although he would fail, he had the foundation and the support of the people, so he could still make a comeback. Therefore, he was the one who had the last laugh. When he looked at the High Lord, he wasn't as nervous and cautious as before. He casually pointed to the chair opposite him and said, "Have a seat. We can carry out the plan to deal with that old thing now. Let's move quickly." The High Lord nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. That old thing probably wouldn't even dream that I know so many dirty things about him. Zhou Xian, that white glove, has done so many dirty things for him. It seems like there's no evidence against him, but in fact, there are many things that can be used against him. This is his death warrant. Once the time is up, his old life will be taken away. The bureau chief said proudly. After a pause, the bureau chief continued, Zhou Xian can't be allowed to continue living in this world. He knows too many things. You know what to do, right? The High Lord nodded lightly. The bureau chief relaxed and said, Zhou Xian is actually a talent. It's just that he stood on the wrong side and chose the wrong master. Naturally, what awaits him won't be a good ending. Your Azure Dragon Palace is really good at gathering information. You even know the dirty things that they do in private. The High Lord remained calm and said, the opponent has been eliminated. What are your plans next? Chapter 1027. The Great Lord stared at the bureau chief and asked, what do you think? Do you still remember the 100 Faces Star Lord? I heard that you had dealings with him in the 100,000 mountains, the bureau chief asked. The Great Lord nodded and looked at the bureau chief in confusion. The bureau chief enjoyed the feeling of not being able to see through him. It was a wonderful feeling to be in control of everything. That's all in the past. I hope you don't take it to heart. Now, the 100 Faces Star Lord has taken root in the island nation and is very close to the royal family. This is really unexpected, the bureau chief said emotionally. The Great Lord remained silent. He didn't know what the bureau chief was up to. The bureau chief looked at him with a smile and revealed the answer. The royal family of the island nation has sent a message that they want to cooperate with us. The island nation used to be a dog that wagged its tail and begged the Atlantic Empire. Now that the Atlantic Empire no longer has the Rockefeller family, its power has decreased sharply. This dog naturally wants to find a new master. The rise of Wuxia is unstoppable, and we are so close to the island nation. Naturally, they want to rely on us. The Great Lord was silent for a while, as if digesting this news. After a long time, he said, the island nation is ambitious. Moreover, they invaded Wuxia and have a long-standing feud with us. Cooperating with them is tantamount to plotting against a tiger. The bureau chief shook his head and looked at the Great Lord mockingly. This is an old idea from decades ago. Our ideas must keep pace with the times to be the best. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. This is especially important for us, the rulers. You're not an official, so naturally, you won't understand this. After all, the courage of an ignorant man doesn't have much practical use in this society. As he spoke, the bureau chief bent his finger and knocked on the table. Dong, dong, dong. The crisp sound seemed to remind the Great Lord. The Great Lord's eyes didn't change at all. He said softly, understood. The bureau chief knew when to stop and continued, we can use the island nation's resources to deal with Tangzheng. Tangzheng has many experts around him. It's not so easy to deal with him, the Great Lord reminded. The bureau chief pursed his lips and said disapprovingly, no matter how strong an individual is, there is a limit. It's the new era now. How can we still use those old ideas to deal with things? Tang Zhang's business was so big, and this was his weakness. If the government made a move, it would be criticized by others, thinking that they were deliberately suppressing him. But if it's a threat from the outside world, then no one can say anything. The great lord's gaze turned cold. He stared at the bureau chief and said thoughtfully, "That makes sense. But what was the breakthrough point? We have to find a place to bite, only then can we kill him. He has already delivered a breakthrough for us." "Oh, what breakthrough?" "They've recently developed a new drug, and they're bragging about it. They're sending it for approval. If there's a problem at this time, then we can break through their layers of protection. Of course, this kind of thing is best left to the people of the island nation. How do I operate it?" The bureau chief smiled mysteriously and said, "There are specializations in every field. The people of the island nation are the best at scheming. They will naturally think of a specific solution. We just need to provide them with a breakthrough point." The great lord didn't ask further. The sun shone brightly in Beijing in September. Yanqing University was bustling with people, and there were many new faces. It was time for the students to return to school. For Tang Zhang and the rest, they had already advanced from university rookies to second-year veterans. Their dresses were fluttering in the wind. Pairs of fiery eyes were searching for a target in the crowd. Fire, theft, and seniors. This group of seniors who were welcoming new students naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, because this was a rare opportunity to get rid of being single. Tang Jing didn't want to join in the fun at first, but he couldn't resist Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishi's persuasion and was dragged to school. Looking at the lively new faces, Tang Jing couldn't help but think of the time when he first entered the school. At that time, he was just like them, the only difference was that his goal was more clear, or it could be said that he was more free and easy. One on the left and one on the right, two beauties accompanied each other, occasionally accompanied by some intimate actions. Without a doubt, this scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. Especially the freshmen, all of them looked at him as if he was a monster. Whether it was Fang Shishi or Yi Dingdang, they were undoubtedly top-grade beauties, each with their own merits. As long as one could get the favor of one, then his life wouldn't be in vain, let alone two. The key was that the relationship between the three was too intimate, and it made people's imaginations run wild. "Senior, who is that person, so awesome?" A quick-witted freshman pulled the senior aside and asked, his eyes constantly wandering between Fang Shishi and Yi Dingdang. He was indignant and wanted to poach them. The senior rolled his eyes and looked at the junior like he was looking at an idiot. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't say that I didn't take care of you. The first thing you should do after entering school is not to know who the principal is, but to know the person in front of you." The junior disagreed. "Senior, you're exaggerating. Who is he, so awesome? You just have to remember that he's called Tang Jing. Stay as far away from him as you can, and don't provoke him." The senior warned earnestly. Tang Zhang's fame in school was unmatched, and he was simply a living legend. The junior stared at Tang Jing for a while, but he couldn't see anything different. He thought to himself, "Senior isn't lying to me, right? Or maybe Senior is interested in these two beauties, so he deliberately wants me to back off, so that there will be one less strong competitor like me." Just as this junior was daydreaming, a black Mercedes-Benz and a white luxury limousine drove over at lightning speed. A few students who were dragging their suitcases screamed in fright and were almost hit by the limousine. They were battered and exhausted. But a thin boy didn't dodge in time and was hit by the RV and fell to the ground. Too hateful, driving so fast in school. They don't care about other people's lives at all. It's simply murder. Someone was filled with righteous indignation. Bang 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 bang. The sound of the door opening and closing rang out. Four strong men in black suits got out of the Mercedes-Benz and looked like bodyguards. They quickly moved to the door of the RV and respectfully opened the door. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out, and a tall beauty walked out. Immediately, everyone was attracted by this beauty, and the angry voices came to an abrupt stop. Wow, beauty! Who is this? Why does she look like a man-made beauty? Hey, you don't say. The more I look at her, the more she looks like our neighbor from Korea. She's definitely a man-made beauty. Look at her nose, it's definitely been done. She even had double eyelids and a sharp chin. Although I can't see her chest through her clothes, it's most likely fake. Brother, you have sharp eyes, you're an expert. My family runs a plastic surgery hospital, I can tell at a glance. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, everyone was guessing who this man-made beauty was, and why her entrance was so flashy. The beauty ignored the boy who fell to the ground as if he didn't exist. She turned to the RV and said a few words. A light cough came from the RV, and then another person walked out. This person had a greasy hair and a powdery face. His body was thin like a bamboo pole. He wore earrings and dyed yellow hair. He had an unruly and frivolous appearance. He raised his head high and looked diagonally upwards. Wow, it's Park Si-hoon, oppa. A few women screamed in the crowd, and then they rushed toward the man as if they were possessed. But without exception, they were all stopped by the four bodyguards. They couldn't get close to the man. Park Si-hoon casually waved his hand, causing the women to scream crazily. Their screams were as loud as a loudspeaker, causing many people to frown. The discussion in the crowd grew louder. He's indeed a Korean. Park Si-hoon, an actor, is very popular now, and is known as the national idol of Korea. TSK, a idol like him. He's more like a bamboo pole. I don't know what's wrong with these women's taste, to fall for this kind of man. Someone snorted. When the women heard this, their faces changed. They became very ferocious and crazy, as if their ancestors' graves were dug up. They pointed at the boy and shouted at the top of their lungs, "What do you know? How can you compare with our oppa? You're just a pile of cow dung, and our oppa is the star in the sky. You don't have the right to talk about him." The boy was shocked, as if he didn't expect that his words would cause such a big reaction. His face turned red, and he didn't know what to do. It was as if the women had met the enemy who had killed their fathers. One after another, they began to crusade against him, talking non-stop. Ouch, my leg hurts. A weak groan resounded. The boy who was hit by the car had a pale face as he touched his leg in pain. You guys hit me. Don't go. My leg hurts, and it seems to be broken. Park Si-hoon and the rest acted as if they didn't see him and turned a deaf ear to him. They were about to leave, and they didn't want to care about the boy on the ground. Is there still law? You guys are too much, not caring about me after hitting me. The boy was in pain and grievance. His face was red with tears flickering in his eyes. He struggled for a while and grabbed onto Park Si-hoon's pants. Park Si-hoon had no choice but to stop and look down at the boy. He curled his lips in disdain and said in stiff Wuxia language, "Let go." No, you guys are too much, leaving after hitting me. The boy said in grievance. A trace of coldness flashed in Park Si-hoon's eyes as he kicked the boy's chest. Feeling the pain, the boy immediately let go of his hand and held onto his chest as he curled into a ball in pain. Wow, Oppa is so handsome. Oppa is a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. How can this guy be his opponent? He's overestimating himself. I think this guy is trying to scam our Oppa. Yeah, there are too many scammers nowadays. He actually dared to scam our Oppa. I can't wait to give him a good beating. Chapter 1028. The girls chattered incessantly, using obscenities and distorting the facts to accuse the boys. They looked especially pitiful as they curled up together. Park Shi-hoon raised his head proudly with a smug smirk on his face. He strode away under the protection of his bodyguards. The girls' attention was immediately attracted by him and they screamed. "Oppa, I love you. Oppa, you're so handsome. Stop right there." Suddenly, a loud and resounding shout rang out, and a person blocked their path. They had no choice but to stop. Park Shi-hoon frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Tang Jing stared at them coldly. To be honest, he had not been so angry for a long time. He was not even this angry when he faced the Lord of Glory or the Hundred Faces Star-Lord. His anger did not only come from these people's disregard for others, but also from those girls. They were Wuxia people, but they did not care about the safety of their fellow countrymen for the sake of a few Koreans. They even used foul language and slandered and hurt their fellow countrymen. This kind of contempt for his fellow countrymen pierced Tang Zhang's heart. He still loved this country deeply. He despised and was angry at such behavior, so he had no choice but to stand up for them. The girls were freshmen and did not know Tang Jing at all. They were enraged when they saw him. Before Park Shi-hoon could say anything, they rushed over impatiently and shouted, "Who are you? Since when do you have the right to tell us what to do?" Tang Jing looked at them pitifully. Yes, these girls were pitiful. They had lost their roots and souls as Wuxia people. They were empty shells without souls. However, a pitiful person must have something to hate, so he did not sympathize with them. "Are you guys still Wuxia people?" Tang Jing asked. The girls were stunned and shouted, "Of course I'm Wuxia." "Then what are you doing?" "A Korean ran into one of our fellow countrymen, but you're helping the tyrant and denouncing your fellow countrymen. Are you guys blind? Is your heart crooked?" Tang Zhang's voice was as loud as a great bell, so loud that even the deaf could hear. When the girls heard this, they trembled and froze on the spot. But after a while, they came back to their senses as if they had been greatly humiliated. They said, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to educate us? In front of our oppa, you are just a pile of cow dung." The sneer on Park Shi-hoon's lips deepened as he crossed his arms and looked at this scene with interest. He started to chat with the woman beside him in Gaoli as if there was no one else around. The woman also looked at Tang Jing and the girls mockingly, covering her mouth and sneering. Tang Jing didn't understand what they were saying, but he guessed that it wasn't anything good. He coldly swept his gaze over the two. The two actually raised their heads arrogantly and looked at Tang Jing provocatively. Fang Shishir walked over and said, "Tang Jing, they're saying nasty things." Fang Shishir was a straight-A student since she was young, so she knew a thing or two about Korean. Thus, she could understand the conversation between the two. Sure enough, Tang Jing said before he asked, "What did they say?" They said that Wuxia is indeed a lowly race that only knows how to fight amongst themselves, and that they can't even compare to a 10,000th of the Korean race. Fang Shishir said indignantly. She rarely got angry, but when she heard those words, she was so angry that her voice started to tremble. Those words were like a fuse that ignited the suppressed anger in the crowd. They all roared, Koreans, how dare you come to our country and scold us? Get out of our country." A trace of panic flashed through Park Shi-hoon's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and regained his arrogance. The woman beside him immediately put on a straight face and said in fluent Wuxia language, "That's slander. We didn't say those words. Move aside, we still have to report." Tang Zhang and Fang Shishir did not move. A trace of viciousness flashed through the woman's eyes as she shouted in Korean. The bodyguards immediately moved and tried to grab Tang Jing. Fang Shishir couldn't help but make the first move. Her fair hand grabbed onto the bodyguard's wrist and pushed, causing the bodyguard's arm to bounce back. Bang! The bodyguard's hand hit his chest and he was sent flying back like a cannonball, knocking into the bodyguards behind him and causing them to fall to the ground together in a sorry state. "Ah!" The crowd immediately cried out in alarm. No one had expected that the seemingly weak and powerless Fang Shishir would actually have such great strength. Yi Dingdang, who was already filled with righteous indignation, also made a move. However, she didn't aim at the bodyguards, but at the boy on the ground. The girls blocked her way. Yi Dingdang shouted, "Are you worthy of being Wuxia people?" Slap, 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 the girls were slapped in the face. They spun around like spinning tops before falling to the ground. The boy was humiliated. Suddenly, he saw a vigorous and valiant beauty rushing over. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten the pain. There was only this figure left in his eyes. Even many years later, this figure would often reverberate in his mind. "How are you?" Yi Dingdang helped the boy up and saw that his ankle was swollen. The boy was dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Dingdang with a red face and was speechless. "Is it very painful?" Hiss. The boy finally woke up from his dream. He sucked in a breath of cold air and heavily nodded. "Don't worry. With us here, this group of bullies won't be able to escape," Yi Dingdang resolutely said. The boy hesitantly nodded. "Tangjing, how is his injury?" Yi Dingdang shouted. Tangjing walked over. This time, no one stopped him. He bent down to check the injury. He frowned and said, "It's dislocated. Bear with it for a while. I'll set your bone right now. It'll be fine in a moment." "Ah, oh." The boy was a bit confused and didn't know what to do. Just at this time, he suddenly felt a piercing pain. He wanted to scream, but he found that a warm feeling wrapped around the injury and the pain immediately disappeared. "Why don't you try it now?" The boy seemed to wake up from a dream as he blankly looked at his leg. The place that was swollen just now had actually recovered. He was incredulous as he couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, "What's going on?" As he spoke, he moved his legs and tried to walk 2 steps with Yi Dingdang's help. "It doesn't hurt anymore." The boy cheered. He turned his head to look at Yi Dingdang but found that she was still holding his shoulder. Immediately, his cheeks flushed red and his eyes became flustered. He didn't know what to do. When the other boys saw this scene, they all cried out in their hearts. "Brat, why are you so lucky? Let me do it. I'll suffer a little and get to enjoy this treatment." Yi Dingdang casually let go of her hand and said, "It's good that you can walk." When she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards Park Shihun and coldly said, "We should deal with him now." Fang Shishir blocked the path of the Koreans, but they did not force their way in. Park Shihun looked at Fang Shishir with interest. Her clean move just now was an eye-opener for him. His heart was moved. This girl was both beautiful and skilled. Wasn't she my type? Thus, he revealed a smile that once charmed thousands of fans and said to Fang Shishir, "Beauty, my name is Park Shihun. Can we be friends?" Fang Shishir looked at him with disgust and said, "A person like you is not fit to be my friend." "Great!" The crowd immediately cheered. "Beauty, well done. A heroine among women, a heroine." That woman finally couldn't hold it in and reprimanded, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our Park Shihun with such an ugly face? He's our national idol. TSK, are you blind? She's 100 times prettier than you. Right, a man-made beauty who has undergone plastic surgery. She still doesn't know how troubled she is and dares to come out and make a fool of herself. Meiji, don't lower yourself to their level." Park Shihun said arrogantly. "Right, how can I, Jean Meiji, lower myself to their level? Wouldn't that lower my own level? Shihun, let's go and report first." Don't let these people delay our work. Jean Meiji urged. I'll remember you. Park Shi-hoon said to Fang Shishir. Stop. Are you guys deaf? Tang Jing stood in front of them and asked with an unfriendly expression. Park Shi-hoon was amiable towards Fang Shishir but not towards Tang Jing. He waved his hand in disgust and said, Get out of the way. The other two bodyguards' fists simultaneously struck towards Tang Zhang's chest. Tang Zhang's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he struck out with lightning speed. Gotcha! The two bodyguards' arms were immediately broken, revealing eerie white bones. Screams immediately burst out from their lungs and throat and soared into the sky. When the others saw this, their hearts trembled, but they felt relieved. These people from different races dared to behave atrociously. This was what they deserved. Among them, those who had seen Tang Jing deal with the island nation students had their eyes lit up. They knew that there was a good show to watch. This group of Koreans didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They actually dared to provoke Tang Jing. This time, they really couldn't bear the consequences. Seeing that the Gaoli people were unlucky, they all felt proud and elated. In an instant, they had a backbone and looked at Tang Jing with burning eyes. Park Shi-hoon looked at Tang Jing in astonishment. He couldn't see through Tang Jing's strength, so he was surprised by his skills. However, he thought highly of himself and didn't put Tang Jing in his eyes. He looked at him with contempt and said, I recently learned a new idiom from your Wuxia, bring shame upon yourself. You're bringing shame upon yourself right now. How can a foreigner like you understand the profound Wuxia language? How dare you use this idiom so shamelessly? Since you brought it up, then I'll let you understand the essence of this idiom. Tang Jing approached the other party step by step. Shi-hoon, teach him a lesson. Let him know how powerful you are. Jean Meiji instigated. Park Shi-hoon sneered and walked over. He stretched his body and said, You asked for it. Before he finished speaking, he sent a kick towards Tang Jing. Clearly, he wanted to gain the initiative by striking first. As expected of a 9th-degree black belt, Tang Jing also sent out a kick as fast as lightning. Paw!